Chapter 76. How about I go up there and have a look next time? Beijing. Office of the Speaker. At the moment when Zun number 1 pierced the sky, Representative Li showed a somewhat gratified smile on his face. Success? Jingle bell. A harsh ringtone rang from the side. Representative Li frowned subconsciously. For the test flight of Zun 1, he had postponed everything. So why was there still a call coming in? While thinking about it, Congressman Li reached out and picked up the receiver of the landline phone on his desk. President, I am Chao Liangkai. Hearing the voice on the microphone, Counselor Li's face instantly relaxed a little. He said with a smile, Academician Chao, I have seen the scene of Zun 1 taking off. Chairman, that's not what I want to say. Chao Liangkai swallowed slightly. Chairman, you have to be mentally prepared. Counselor Li frowned and looked a little more serious. What? Is there something wrong with Zun number 1? There is nothing wrong with Zun number 1. Chao Liangkai muttered in a low voice. Professor Lu Yongchang is the one who has the problem. Counselor Li. What do you mean? What happened to Professor Lu again? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Congressman Li was stunned. Why did he say it again? Professor Lu followed Zun number 1 up. The moment Chao Liangkai's voice came through the microphone, Counselor Li felt his eyes go dark. What the hell? Say it again? What happened to Professor Lu? Counselor Li slammed the table, stood up suddenly, and shouted into the microphone anxiously. Chao Liangkai sighed deeply. President, it was my fault. A few days ago, I heard him say that he wanted to go to heaven and have a look. I didn't pay attention at the time. But, Counselor Li reached out and covered his forehead. No, it's not your fault. This brat really is. How is Professor Lu's condition now? How is the safety of Zun number 1? Forget it. Let me go to your place. Chao Liangkai was stunned. Before he could speak, the call was hung up. After hanging up the phone, Congressman Li pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone again and dialed a number. Qiming, come here. You have to be fast. Hong Qiming was slightly startled when he received the call from the chairman of the assembly. Although he didn't know what happened, he immediately responded. Okay, I'm nearby now. I'll be there in about 5 minutes. 5 minutes later. What? Li Yongchang followed Zun number 1? Hong Qiming's horrified shouts came from the chairman's office. Is this brat crazy? Hong Qiming bit his back teeth and whispered. This is a test flight, just in case anything happens. The chairman of the council smiled bitterly and shook his head. I heard Chao Liangkai say that this kid seems to have brought some escape equipment with him. Not only that, this kid even knows how to put on his own flight suit and fasten his seatbelt. Hong Qiming was stunned for a while. How dare you? Did this kid have a premeditated plan? The chairman of the congressman reached out and grabbed the coat on the chair and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Contact the helicopter. We are going to the Aerospace Research Institute now. Xian Nu number 1. Report your situation. There was a hint of relaxation in Chao Liangkai's voice. Now that it has reached synchronous orbit, it means that the quality of this aerospace plane is acceptable. Soon, Bai Yishuan's report reached everyone's ears through the radio. Zun number 1 is operating in good condition. The driver is in good health. Speaking of this, Bai Yishuan was silent for a moment and then added, Professor Lu is in good health. You can return at any time. Chao Liangkai breathed a sigh of relief again, and then turned his questioning eyes to the chairman of the assembly beside him. Congressman Li. Next. Counselor Li frowned slightly, then reached out and took the wireless phone from Chao Liangkai with a nonchalant expression. Ahem. Lu Yongchang. I am the chairman of the assembly. Can you hear me? Geosynchronous orbit. A black aircraft, with a faint blue flame trailing from its tail, slowly passed by. Lu Yongchang sat on the passenger seat of Zun number 1 with a stiff face, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ahem, you can hear it. President, why did you come to the institute? Hearing Lu Yongchang's cautious voice, Counselor Li snorted angrily. Snort? Can I not come? If I don't come again. Are you going to go to the moon directly? Lu Yongchang sneered. That's not the case. The fuel of Zun 1 is not full. If it goes to the moon, it probably won't come back. Everyone in the institute. Hey! This brat. Hong Qiming blew his beard and glared at the radio device in front of him. What? Is he really planning to go to the moon? Different from Hong Qiming's reaction, the chairman of the council said in a good voice. Yongchang, your current status cannot be tossed around so casually. You have to know that as the director of Xia State Space Administration, Since you have set the development policy of Xia State for the next few years, you are responsible for the 1.4 billion people of Xia State. Do you understand? Lu Yongchang was silent for a while. His tone became more serious, and he said softly, President, I understand. I came here mainly for my next research project. Only after seeing space did I truly realize the insignificance of human beings. Counselor Li chuckled. What? Is the scenery above so shocking? Lu Yongchang responded without hesitation. Of course. Counselor Li pondered for a moment and said jokingly, How about, next time I go up and have a look too? Cough, cough, cough. Professor Lu, stop talking nonsense. Chao Liangkai on the side finally couldn't help it anymore and coughed hard. Are you kidding me? It doesn't matter if only Lu Yongchang goes up. If even the chairman of the assembly goes to the synchronous orbit, this matter will be serious. Lu Yongchang. Ahem. Chairman, let's get down to business. I think Xiaoguo's current pace is still too slow. The congressman's pupils shrank slightly. Is this too slow? Before the chairman of the council could speak, Lu Yongchang continued to speak. Since Xia State already has an aerospace plane, then the Moon Palace plan can begin to be implemented. Next, our goal is to build a fully autonomous mining facility on the moon. The chairman of the council pondered for a moment, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. As the chairman of the parliament, he naturally knew that once the Xia Kingdom's Moon Palace plan was implemented, the United States would inevitably use some countermeasures. He didn't say much, just nodded slowly and said, This matter is not urgent. We will discuss it carefully after you land safely. Hearing this, Chao Liangkai on the side breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ordered, Bai Yishuan, you can return. Be safe. Chapter 77 The United States lost its air supremacy? America. The White House. From the moment Zun took off, Albert's office was filled with a dead atmosphere. Moulton, keep an eye on this Zun number 1. The moment Zun disappeared into the clouds, Albert sternly said to Moulton in front of him with a gloomy face, If we lose it, you, the director, don't have to do it anymore. Moulton's face turned slightly pale, and he stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. Then, he hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and made a call. Oh, Casey. Listen. The situation is urgent. Let me activate all NASA surveillance satellites. I want to know the real-time information about the Zun that Xiaoguo just took off. A female voice came from the microphone. Director Moulton? Are you sure you want to use all NASA surveillance satellites? The damage this caused? Shut up. Moulton looked at Albert's slightly gloomy eyes, and white hairs of sweat broke out on his back in anxiety. I will be responsible for any losses. Now, tell the staff to get Zun immediately. Send the detailed flight data to me. Oh, Casey was stunned. Mr. Moulton, you are now. Fuck. Oval Office. Moulton cursed and hung up the phone. Then, he quickly ran to Albert and whispered, Your Excellency, I need to use your computer. Albert nodded gloomily without saying anything. A few minutes later, Moulton took a long breath. Mr. President, the data has been sent. I have to say that NASA's surveillance satellites are still very powerful. On the computer in front of Albert, the high-definition pictures and flight data of Zun were clearly visible. Looking at the dense data that was constantly being refreshed, Albert frowned tightly. He closed his eyes slightly, reached out and rubbed his eyebrows. Anthony, come and take a look at these data. Anthony did not dare to neglect the president's order, and immediately took a step forward and looked at the computer screen on his desk. The moment he saw the data, Anthony's pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed, What? This is impossible. Anthony's reaction made Albert's heart sink. This is not a good sign. What's going on? Albert frowned and asked in a low voice. Is there anything wrong with this data? Anthony swallowed slightly, his blue pupils trembling slightly. Its speed actually reached Mach 5. Albert didn't have much idea about these data. Mach 5? What happened to Mach 5? Faced with Albert's somewhat naive question, Anthony gave a wry smile and said with a pale face, Your Excellency, the current U.S. fighter jets have a top speed of around Mach 3. Once an air battle breaks out, we may even hit each other's butts. Can't even see it. Albert's breath suddenly suffocated, and he waved his hands nonchalantly and said, What about the missile? We can shoot it down directly with a missile. The bitterness in Anthony's eyes became even stronger. That's where the problem lies. Except for some specific air-to-air missiles. Most air-to-air missiles in the world currently only have a speed of about Mach 4. Our missiles couldn't even catch up with the plane. As for air-to-air missiles with higher speeds, Your Excellency, I am not discouraging. Air-to-air missiles below Mach 6 are basically useless against them. If Xiaogua had not lied, the endurance of this aerospace plane that uses nuclear fusion as energy would be far beyond our imagination. The fuel the missile is equipped with may not be enough to consume it. Albert's face suddenly turned as dark as a big iron pot. This is just a joke? Chasing. You can't catch up. Consuming. You can't catch up. Just as the two fell into silence, Moulton's exclamation sounded from the side. It accelerated again. The moment he heard these words, Anthony's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the straight-up speed and height on the computer screen, Anthony's face turned gloomy. Your Excellency, I don't think we need to discuss this anymore. This plane has now reached the Earth's low Earth orbit, and its speed is about Mach 23, which is what we often call the first cosmic speed. I don't know where its limit is. At least, looking at it now, even the fastest intercontinental missile we can launch will probably not gain much benefit from it. Albert didn't speak, just stared at the computer screen in front of him. As time goes by, the speed of Zund number 1 is still rising, and with it, the height of Zund number 1 is also rising. As the numbers on the computer screen continue to rise, the faces of the three people became increasingly ugly. Albert looked gloomy and said nothing. On the screen, the two numbers 36,000 kilometers and Mach 30, 10.2 kilometers per second, stung his eyes deeply. Even he knew what these two numbers meant. Seeing that Zund 1's flight data began to decline, Albert slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Anthony, what do you think is the limit of this aerospace plane? Huh? Anthony took a deep breath, straightened up and said softly, Your Excellency, this is not important anymore. You just need to be clear that from now on, the United States has lost air supremacy in front of Xiaogua. Albert fell silent. That's right. In this case, Zund number 1's extreme data is no longer important. Even if it can break through the second cosmic speed and go to the moon, it has nothing to do with the United States. How should we guard against it? After a long silence, Albert took a deep breath and asked softly. Anthony's eyes were full of bitterness, and he slowly shook his head. Your Excellency, we can't guard against it. Although it is unclear whether this Zund 1 carries weapons. With its flight altitude, speed and endurance, I can responsibly tell you that no country on Earth can resist its attack. As long as Xiaogua is willing, the White House may be reduced to ashes in a few minutes. The moment he heard these words, Albert's pupils shrank suddenly. Morton, Albert said in a hoarse voice. From now on, advance the Pathfinder project at all costs. Your Excellency. President? Anthony was startled and reminded in a low voice. At this time, we should no longer compete with Xiaogua. We have lost the qualification for this competition. Albert closed his eyes slightly, then opened them suddenly, with a hint of madness flashing through them. No. As long as we occupy Mars first, the United States will still have a chance to turn around. From now on, all unnecessary expenditures in the country will be suspended, and all funds will be directed to scientific research projects. I don't believe that with so many years of experience. We can't beat Xiaogua. Chapter 78 Biosphere 2 Project. That day at 9:30 p.m., Lu Yongchang, who had just stepped off Zund number 1, naturally had no idea what was happening in the United States. Of course, if he knew the pessimistic thoughts of Albert and others now, he would probably laugh from ear to ear. This is a typical cognitive error caused by poor information. Although Zund number 1 is powerful enough, its current body structure cannot carry weapons at all, let alone missiles. Even the simplest tungsten rod cannot be released. What's more, the current Zund 1's primary mission is not to fight, but to go to the moon to conduct some scientific research operations. Therefore, in the short term, Lu Yongchang has no plans to change its fuselage structure. To put it simply, apart from her first-class running skills, the current Zund number 1 is just a showman without any combat capabilities. Summertime, 11:30 p.m. Beijing. In Congressman Li's office, Congressman Li handed the latest document from the United States to Lu Yongchang with a solemn expression. Yongchang, look at this document. Lu Yongchang reached out and took the still warm A4 printing paper. The moment he saw the title, his eyebrows suddenly raised. The United States announced that NASA's funding this year will be increased to $500 billion US. Hey! A look of surprise flashed across Lu Yongchang's face. Albert is so willing. This is 10 times the funding of previous years. Counselor Li nodded solemnly. This news came just now. I guess Zund number 1 gave them a little too much stimulation. This is also what worries me. If the Moon Palace project is launched now, The reaction from the United States may be even greater. What Xiaogui needs most now is a period of stable development. Lu Yongchang smiled and waved his hand and said, Senior Counselor, in my opinion, this should not be a problem. In fact, the more we speed up the progress, the safer our situation will be. Oh! Counselor Li raised his eyebrows sharply. How do you say this? Look, Chairman, in the United States, since we launched the Moon Palace Project, the Nanshaman Project, and the Heavenly Court Project, their attention has been diverted without even realizing it. After proposing the Mars Pathfinder Project, the United States increased NASA's scientific research funding tenfold. Speaking of this, the smile in Lu Yongchang's eyes became even bigger. I believe that the Me country, which has such a big stall, will not have the energy to deal with the Xia country. Senior Counselor, do you know a term often used on the internet? Strategic Deception Bureau? Lu Yongchang said happily. Now it seems that the United States is completely in chaos. My original purpose of announcing those 3 plans has been achieved. Still a familiar recipe. Still a familiar taste. Everything is like a reenactment of history from decades ago. However, after the opponent changed, the United States changed from the advantage to the disadvantage. I understand. Counselor Li nodded slowly, and his expression relaxed a little. Then according to your opinion, next, Xiaogui should make every effort to build an automatic lunar mining device? Lu Yongchang nodded, then shook his head. Not only that, there is another more important matter. Restart the Biosphere 2 project. 3 days later, a red banner was hung at the entrance of Sandaiki University. Warmly welcome all academicians and professors to our school to attend the conference. The big red banner at the door attracted countless students to watch. What's going on? What kind of meeting is our school going to have? Is it so grand? A girl with long shawl hair frowned, turned to the person next to her and asked, You Tom, did you listen to what your instructor said? Next to her, a girl with a pure face wearing a white chiffon dress and a high ponytail was looking up at the big red banner at the school gate. Hearing the questions from the people around him, Su Yutong frowned slightly, subconsciously stretched out his hand to adjust his rimless glasses, hesitantly shook his head and said, I haven't heard of any major meetings. Why don't I go and ask later? A trace of regret flashed in the long-haired girl's eyes. Well, I thought you knew some inside information. Su Yutong rolled his eyes and said angrily, Where do you get so much inside information? I am just the most ordinary student under my tutor now. Ordinary? The girl looked at Su Yutong in surprise. I was accepted as a student by Professor Guan Huoyang in my junior year. Do you call this ordinary? I heard that Professor Guan Huoyang even looks down on ordinary graduate students. It's not that exaggerated, Su Yutong said with a wry smile. Although Mr. Guan does have higher requirements for students, it is for our own good. There is no room for mistakes in scientific research. The long-haired girl's eyes were full of wonder, and she sighed repeatedly. I really don't know what you went through in your sophomore year, but it suddenly seemed like you had an enlightenment. If I remember correctly, our high scores were still at the same level. Right. With that said, the long-haired girl rolled up the book in her hand to look like a microphone and placed it in front of Su Yutong. Let me interview the new top student in our Department of Applied Physics. What is it that makes you study so hard? Seeing the curious looks cast towards her by the people around her, Su Yutong's pretty face turned slightly red, and her slightly cold voice revealed a bit of shyness. Okay. Chen Yun, please stop talking nonsense. Who am I? What a top student. Don't forget, there is a real top student in our class. As he said that, Su Yutong thought of the figure who sat next to him solving problems half a year ago. Huh? You mean Professor Liu? That's not a top student. Chen Yun curled her lips. That's a god of study. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it on the Xia Kingdom news, I wouldn't have even believed that such an outstanding person was in the same class as us. But having said that, Professor Na Lu, it seems that I haven't heard from him since the nuclear fusion, and I don't know where he went. Hearing this, Su Yutong's eyes dimmed slightly. From that day on, she never saw him in the library again. She pursed her lips slightly, shook her head and said, I don't know either. Perhaps they are conducting some secret research mission? Maybe he was responsible for the development of the small fusion reactor that was reported in the Xia Kingdom news last time. Hey. Okay. We really are. Chen Yun smiled and tugged on Su Yutong's sleeve. Is it our turn to worry about Professor Liu's affairs? Let's go. I'm starving. If you don't hurry up, others will take away all the good food in the canteen. Su Yutong withdrew his gaze and shook his head gently to get rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. As long as you keep climbing up, you will meet again one day. Right. A thought flashed through Su Yutong's mind. Chapter 79. Are you interested in coming to the laboratory to see the world? Sandaika University Canteen. Su Yutong carefully held the dinner plate and found a corner with Qin Yun where there were not many people. Call. After putting down the plate, Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and complained softly. I have been delayed at the school gate for too long. There are too many people in the cafeteria today. Su Yutong ignored Qin Yun's complaints and just sat on the chair, staring blankly at the dinner plate in front of him. Hello? Seeing Su Yutong's appearance, Qin Yun frowned slightly, stretched out his hand, and waved it gently in front of her. What are you thinking about? You are so lost in thought. Su Yutong suddenly came back to his senses, shook his head slowly, and said with a smile, It's nothing. I just thought that the meeting was a bit strange. After all, I didn't hear anything about it. Qin Yun curled her lips and said angrily, What are you thinking about? Eat quickly. Don't forget. You have to go to Professor Guan's place later. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yun's eyes were attracted by the scene at the entrance of the cafeteria. Yutong. Look. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be Academician Chao Liangkai. Right? Shouldn't he be at the Xiaoguan National Aerospace Research Institute? Why did he come to Sandaika University? Su Yutong was stunned, and subconsciously turned to look towards the cafeteria door. I saw an old man with white temples and a white coat standing at the door of the cafeteria. It seems to be Academician Chao Liangkai. Su Yutong whispered. Maybe he came to attend that meeting. It seems that the conference held by Sandaika University this time is quite high level. Qin Yun sighed repeatedly. Even big names like Academician Chao are here. Just when Su Yutong was about to turn her head and continue eating, a figure came into her eyes. A tall boy in a white coat quickly walked up to the slightly hunchbacked Academician Chao Liangkai, reached out and patted Academician Chao's shoulder familiarly. And then the two walked out of the cafeteria door laughing. The moment she saw the boy's profile, Su Yutong's heart skipped a beat. It's him. Although the two of them had only met once in real life, she still recognized him at a glance. Subconsciously, Su Yutong stood up suddenly. Yutong? What's wrong with you? Qin Yun's doubtful voice came from the side. No. It's nothing. Su Yutong smiled awkwardly. I suddenly remembered something. I have to go to Professor Guan quickly. Qin Yun was stunned for a moment, then said subconsciously, But you haven't eaten yet. No matter what, you should finish your meal first. Right. I'm full. Let's go now. Eat slowly. After speaking, Su Yutong hurriedly left with a dinner plate before Qin Yun could reply. I have to say that there are really many people in the cafeteria where meals are served. By the time Su Yutong squeezed out of the crowd, the figure had long since disappeared from the road. Looking at the slightly empty sidewalk, Su Yutong's eyes flashed with loneliness. Unfortunately, I didn't catch up. While feeling regretful, she also felt a sense of joy in her heart. Fortunately, she didn't catch up. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know what identity she should use to greet Li Yongchang. Su Yutong took a deep breath, turned and walked towards Professor Guan Huayan's office. Tuck, tuck, tuck. At the door of the office, Su Yutong raised his hand and knocked gently on the door. Professor Guan, are you there? The next moment, Guan Huayang's voice came from the door. Yutong, come in. The door is unlocked. Hearing this, Su Yutong subconsciously turned the doorknob, pushed open the door and walked in. Professor Guan, I have completed the task you assigned yesterday. Seeing the two people sitting on the sofa, Su Yutong's pupil shrank suddenly. Yutong, don't rush about homework. Let me introduce it to you. This is Academician Chao Liangkai from the Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. You should know that. Right. Guan Huayang cheerfully pointed to the old man on the sofa, and then pointed to the young man beside him. This one should be in the same class as you. Professor Liu. Su Yutong said softly with a bit of trembling. Huh? Do you know this guy Lu Yongchang? Guan Huayang was slightly startled, and then turned his questioning eyes to Lu Yongchang, who was standing aside. Lu Yongchang's brain was in a down state at this time. Su Yutong? Can this happen? Originally, the main purpose of him and Chao Liangkai coming here was to get their diplomas and, by the way, the certificate of lifelong honorary professor from Sandaika University. But now, the script seemed to be somewhat beyond his expectations. Yongchang? Guan Huayang's voice came, interrupting Lu Yongchang's thoughts. He suddenly came back to his senses and glanced at Su Yutong in front of him with complicated eyes. I know you, Guan Huayang said cheerfully. Since we know each other, I won't introduce you further. Hey! Old man Guan. What do you mean? Chao Liangkai suddenly became unhappy. They know each other. But I don't. Guan Huoyang rolled his eyes at Chao Liangkai and said angrily. Okay. You are really a person who only cares a little and has a hand in everything. Su Yutong, the student I accepted not long ago, is now a junior in college. Chao Liangkai was slightly startled, then raised his eyebrows slightly. Junior year? When did you? Guan Huoyang. Accept undergraduates as students? Why? Now you don't have any reliable graduate students here? Hey, let me tell you, don't underestimate the undergraduates. Hearing Chao Liangkai's words, Guan Huoyang became anxious. What's wrong with the undergraduates? If this guy Liu Yongchang really counts, isn't he also an undergraduate? Chao Liangkai. Ahem. What you said is meaningless. Is this guy Liu Yongchang an ordinary person? According to your opinion, this girl is still a good prospect? Chao Liangkai quickly changed the subject. There was a hint of pride in Guan Huoyang's eyes. That's not true. She has now completed all her undergraduate courses on her own. Some time ago, she independently solved a small project. Although it was not very difficult, it was still beyond the level of most graduate students. Chao Liangkai nodded thoughtfully and looked at Su Yutong carefully. According to what you say, he is a good prospect for scientific research. The moment he saw Su Yutong looking at Liu Yongchang, he was suddenly startled and quickly turned to look at Liu Yongchang beside him. Liu Yongchang turned his head and met Chao Liangkai's eyes with confusion. Chao Liangkai glanced back twice. Gradually, his eyes became weird. Ahem! Chao Liangkai's heart moved slightly, and he coughed softly. Su Yutong. Right. Seeing Su Yutong looking towards him, Chao Liangkai said softly and calmly. How about it? Are you interested in coming to the laboratory to see the world? Chapter 80. Don't let the wealth go to outsiders. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Huoyang, who was behind the desk, suddenly widened his eyes. Hey! Let me tell you! Lao Chao! You can't rob people like this. Right. Chao Liangkai rolled his eyes angrily. What do you know? Forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Yutong. Believe me, I won't lie to you. Going to hang out in the laboratory is definitely more useful than studying with this old guy. The corners of Su Yutong's eyes twitched slightly, and she turned to look at Professor Guan. At this time, Guan Huoyang's face turned red, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He was obviously angry at Chao Liangkai's words. Seeing this, Su Yutong quickly shook his head. Academician Chao. Thank you for the invitation. But... Guan Huoyang's eyes suddenly lit up, and his breathing became much easier. He looked at Chao Liangkai in front of him with a proud look on his face. How's it going? I don't think they want to go with you. Didn't you expect that? Chao Liangkai gritted his teeth bitterly and glared at Guan Huoyang. Old man Guan, you are really... Come on! Come out, and I will talk to you properly. With that said, Chao Liangkai stood up, grabbed Guan Huoyang's sleeve, and walked out of the office. Hey, wait a minute. What can't you say here? You will know if you come with me, Chao Liangkai said in a low voice. I am really pissed off by you. Seeing the two old men dragging each other out of the office, a look of surprise and worry flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Professor Guan, will anything happen? Su Yutong murmured to himself. Don't worry. Don't look at it like that just now. The relationship between these two people is actually very good. Nothing will happen. Liu Yongcheng's voice suddenly sounded. Su Yutong trembled slightly, and then she realized that she and Liu Yongcheng were the only two people left in the office. In just a moment, Su Yutong's mind went blank. Lo. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Su Yutong wanted to slap his mouth. What are you talking about? Liu Yongcheng glanced at Su Yutong, who was blushing in front of him, with a strange look on his face, and nodded slightly. Hello. Thank you for helping me solve the problem last time. As soon as the words were spoken, a trace of regret flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Does anyone talk like this? As for Liu Yongcheng, his expression became even weirder. It's okay. It happened more than half a year ago. There is nothing to thank you for. The atmosphere in the office gradually became awkward. Outside the office. Stop. 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 Guan Huoyang shook Chao Liangkai's hand away angrily. Can we finally talk about it now? What kind of medicine are you selling in your gourd? I told you in advance that Su Yutong is my favorite, so don't have any thoughts about her. Chao Liangkai rolled his eyes angrily. I said, old man Guan. Did you really not see it at all? Guan Huaoliang frowned. What do you see? Yes. Chao Liangkai sighed suddenly and looked at Guan Huaoliang helplessly. I finally discovered that you are just like that brat Lu Yongchang. They both have a wooden head. Hearing this, Guan Huaoliang's frown deepened. Suddenly, there was a slight movement in his heart. His pupils dilated a bit, and he lowered his voice and said, Wait, I seem to understand. You mean, this girl Su Yutong is interested in Lu Yongchang? Otherwise? You didn't see the look in Su Yutong's eyes just now. TSK, TSK, TSK. So? Is this why you're trying to break the wall? Chao Liangkai glanced at Guan Huaoliang with hatred. You are really. This kid Lu Yongchang is a treasure. You have seen the changes in Xiaoguo in the past 6 months. At present, foreign countries have no chance and dare not take action against him. But don't forget that in addition to some tough methods, they can also use some other tricks. What if they use a honey trap? Guan Huaoliang's expression turned serious for a moment. What you said seems to make some sense. That's right. Chao Liangkai became more and more excited as he spoke, with a hint of gossip in his eyes. As the old saying goes, good news should never flow to outsiders. With the genes of this boy, Lu Yongchang, there is no way he can take advantage of the barbarians outside. I see. We might as well. Squeak. Just as Su Yutong dug her toes on the ground in embarrassment, the office door opened. Phew. She breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. Ahem. Yutong. I thought about it, and found that you do lack some laboratory experience. At this time, Guan Huaoliang was completely different from before, and he said cheerfully, Next, you can go to the laboratory and become an intern. Although your current level is not good enough, seeing the world will be good for your future scientific research career. Su Yutong. Ah? She looked at Professor Guan in front of her in confusion, and for a moment she was confused about what was going on. On the other hand, Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly. Professor Guan, the laboratory you are talking about is... Guan Huaoliang glanced at Lu Yongchang with a surprised look on his face, and the smile in his eyes became stronger. Didn't Lao Chao tell you? It's the Xia Kingdom's #1 laboratory that you are in charge of. Su Yutong. Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang clutched 2 certificates and left Guan Huaoliang's office with a confused look on his face. Congratulations, Professor Lu. You are now a real professor. Chao Liangkai seemed to be in a good mood, and his whole body was filled with joy. Lu Yongchang looked at the certificates in his hand with some speechlessness. One was a Sandaiki University graduation certificate, which is an undergraduate certificate, and the other was a Sandaiki University lifelong honorary professor certificate. These 2 certificates did not surprise him. After all, based on his contribution, it would be reasonable to give him the status of an academician if the time for academician selection had not come yet. However, Su Yutong's changes surprised him a little. I still remember that more than half a year ago, this girl couldn't even solve a high-level math problem. I don't know what happened in the past half year. Just like in the last life. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. If you remember correctly, Su Yutong in his previous life also stood out from a group of ordinary people in just over a year and finally became his assistant. Thinking that Su Yutong would often appear in his sight in the future, countless complicated thoughts arose in Lu Yongchang's heart. Cause and effect. Fate. These things are really mysterious. It was obvious that he and Su Yutong only had a one-time relationship in this life. But in the end, it still developed to this point. He shook his head slightly to get rid of the distracting thoughts. In any case, he is not qualified to talk about these children's love affairs now. Come on. Let's get ready for the meeting. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and whispered to Chao Liangkai. Chapter 81 Helium-3 and Ilmenite. The auditorium of Sandaiki University was crowded with people. A group of academicians and professors from Xia's top mining and mechanical engineering departments sat down one after another. In addition, there were several humble biology professors sitting in a corner of the auditorium. Do you know what this meeting is about? A slightly younger professor couldn't hold his breath and took the lead in asking the professors around him. I don't know. Don't look at me. I don't know. Don't tell me the purpose of the meeting. I don't even know who held this meeting. When you say that, it seems that I didn't see the specific name. A professor with white temples frowned slightly and whispered. I came here for the meeting after receiving a notice from above. Me too. Just as everyone was talking, the door of the auditorium slammed shut, and several soldiers in crisp military uniforms began to distribute confidentiality agreements to everyone. Seeing this scene, The pupils of everyone in the audience shrank a bit. This meeting, the formation is quite big. I just took a look around. And most of the people here are academicians and professors from the mining and mechanical engineering departments. An academician said softly, I guess that Xiaogua may have discovered some large mine that is difficult to mine. That's not right. I didn't hear that Xia Kingdom discovered a mineral vein recently. At the same time, Lu Yongchang, dressed in formal attire, slowly walked onto the podium, looking at everyone in the audience. He straightened his expression and reached out to turn on the projector. Everyone, let me introduce myself first. I am Lu Yongchang, the first director of the Xiaogua Space Agency. Since everyone has signed the confidentiality agreement, I won't be secretive. The purpose of calling everyone together this time is mainly to promote the Moon Palace project. As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, a line of large characters suddenly appeared on the projection screen. Fully automated lunar mining plan. Boom. In an instant, discussions broke out in the auditorium. The academician who just guessed that Xia Kingdom had discovered a large mine was dumbfounded as he looked at the big characters on the projection screen. Good guy. This is a really big mine. First, we need to clarify the mineral resources on the moon. With that said, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse and switched the PPT. A high-definition thumbnail of the moon appeared on the projection screen. 40% oxygen, 20% silicon, 14% aluminum, calcium and a small amount of titanium, manganese, magnesium, chromium, and the most important helium-3 resources. The main purpose of the Lunar Palace project is to obtain the abundant helium-3 resources in the lunar soil. The content of helium-3 in the lunar soil is estimated to be more than 1 million tons. For every ton of helium-3 extracted from the lunar soil, 6,300 tons of hydrogen, 70 tons of nitrogen, and 1,600 tons of carbon can be obtained. In addition to these basic resources, the ilmenite in the lunar basalt is also a key project of the Lunar Palace project. In order to realize the Lunar Palace project, we now urgently need an integrated lunar mining equipment that integrates automatic mining, sorting and refining. This is also your next task. As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, the auditorium fell into silence. Kong Xingbang looked at Lu Yongchang on the podium with trembling eyes and swallowed slightly. As the senior academician of the Department of Mechanical Engineering of the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences, Kong Xingbang couldn't believe his eyes. Are humans? No. Xiaogua now really capable of going to the moon for large-scale mining? He slowly raised his hand and gestured to Lu Yongchang on the stage. Lu Yongchang immediately noticed Kong Xingbang's right hand raised high. The moment he saw the old man's face, his pupils trembled. It's him. Academician Kong Xingbang. Countless memory fragments emerged in his mind. In his previous life, the name of academician Kong Xingbang was known to everyone. Although the underground city plan was proposed by Lu Yongchang, it was academician Kong Xingbang who actually put it into practice. It is no exaggeration to say that Kong Xingbang single-handedly overcame most of the difficulties in the construction of giant dungeons. For this reason, in his previous life, academician Kong Xingbang was even hailed as the savior of human civilization. Unexpectedly, in this meeting of mine, the great god Kong Xingbang was brought here. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, with a bit of respect in his expression, and said softly, Academician Kong, do you have any questions? Kong Xingbang was stunned for a moment, then asked subconsciously, Professor Lu, you know me? Lu Yongchang chuckled and nodded, and said meaningfully, Who doesn't know the name of Academician Kong of the Department of Mechanical Engineering? Faced with Lu Yongchang's praise, Kong Xingbang's face turned slightly red, and he waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, it's just some small achievements. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Back to the topic. I wonder what doubts Academician Kong has about this plan. Kong Xingbang's face turned slightly solemn, and he asked softly, Professor Lu, the current Xia state should not have the ability to send large quantities of materials into space. Right. Let alone building such complex machinery on the moon. I sometimes speak outright. I hope Professor Lu doesn't mind. Facing Kong Xingbang's question, Lu Yongchang smiled and waved his hand and said, It doesn't matter. Academician Kong should be aware of the Zuan-1 aerospace plane that flew not long ago. Right. Seeing Kong Xingbang nodding, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then said, Zuan-1 can carry 10 tons of supplies to the lunar surface at a time. Kong Xingbang's pupils shrank suddenly. 10 tons of supplies? So much? But soon, his brows still furrowed. 10 tons of supplies seem like a lot. But compared with the huge mining equipment, it's still a little less. Academician Kong, Don't worry. Just listen to what I have to say, Lu Yongchang said with a smile. I'll settle the score for you. Outside the atmosphere, the maximum speed of Zunwen can reach the second cosmic speed, which is 11.2 kilometers per second. The distance between the Earth and the Moon is about 400,000 kilometers, including the time for takeoff, landing and unloading. We conservatively estimate that it will take about 2 days for a round trip. It takes 2 days to transport 10 tons of supplies. Doesn't it look more reliable? In addition, the corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised slightly, and a bright smile appeared on his face. The Zun No. 2 project is under development, and its transportation capacity is expected to reach 50 tons, 80 tons. How's it going? Academician Kong. Do you have any questions? Kong Xingbang shook his head in shock and said in a difficult tone, If what Professor Lu said is true, then I have no problem. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and turned back to the stage. The rough project plan has been placed in the drawer of the table in front of you. You can check it yourself. You can ask any questions you have. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of shuffling paper sounded from every corner of the auditorium. Chapter 82. How about you take charge of this project? Like everyone else, Kong Xingbang hurriedly took out a thick plan from the drawer in front of him. When he opened the plan and saw the contents, Kong Xingbang's breath suddenly suffocated. The entire project is divided into 3 parts. The first part is mining equipment. Automatic mining equipment consists of various excavation devices. After the ore is excavated by the mining equipment, the ore is transported via crawlers to the second part of the entire mining unit, the sorting equipment. After the ore has gone through the subdivision process, transport crawlers will transport it to the most critical third part, smelting device. All ores will be smelted on the lunar surface. On the one hand, it is to reduce the pressure of subsequent transportation. After all, after removing a large number of impurities, the weight of the ore will be greatly reduced. On the other hand, it is to save costs. There is no atmosphere on the surface of the Moon, which is a perfect place for ore smelting. The natural vacuum environment can reduce a lot of unnecessary expenses in the ore smelting process. As for helium-3 in the lunar soil, there is a dedicated production line. First, the excavated lunar soil will be heated to more than 700 degrees Celsius. At this time, the helium-3 in the lunar soil will separate from it. After helium-3 is successfully separated, it is necessary to use a neutron adsorption membrane to adsorb and extract the atomic helium-3. As for the last step, naturally the Zun series aerospace aircraft will transport these helium-3 resources back to the Earth to be used as fuel for the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device. After reading the entire plan, Kong Xingbang took a deep breath. The plan is very detailed. Every step is designed to be just right. But that doesn't mean it's without flaws. On the contrary, this plan has a most fatal flaw. It only has a framework and no detailed implementation plan. After realizing this, Kong Xingbang's brows instantly frowned. Academician Kong, what do you think of this plan? Lu Yongchang noticed Kong Xingbang's expression and asked immediately. Kong Xingbang hesitated. If you say this directly, you will offend people. But thinking about the wide implications of this plan, he gritted his teeth and spoke out about the problems he noticed. To Kong Xingbang's expectation, Lu Yongchang not only did not show any displeasure, but instead laughed loudly and said, Ha! As expected of Academician Kong, his eyes are indeed vicious. Mechanical design is not my strong point. Random design will only add to the jokes. So I simply left it out. Kong Xingbang's eyes instantly became strange. Judging from what this means, this plan was not completed by Lu Yongchang alone. Right? When he asked, Lu Yongchang nodded matter-of-factly. Of course I did it by myself. Don't you think there is anyone in the Aerospace Research Institute who can help me with this? Kong Xingbang. It's broken. Let him pretend. If nothing else, relying on this detailed plan, Kong Xingbang believed that Lu Yongchang's attainments in mechanical engineering were enough to crush most of the professors present. And this, according to Lu Yongchang, he was not good at 3 words? Academician Kong, I wonder if you have any research on lunar mining. Just when Kong Xingbang was lamenting that the waves in the Yangtze River pushed back the waves in front, and the waves in front died on the beach, Lu Yongchang's questioning voice interrupted his thoughts. Kong Xingbang pondered for a moment and said slowly, Moon mining. The first thing to solve is the material problem. In the ultra-vacuum and extremely low temperature environment on the lunar surface, seals and lubricants can easily deteriorate. In addition, the equipment will also have corresponding problems in terms of fatigue, ductility, and surface friction. The bombardment of fine meteorites, the impact of lunar dust, These are all factors that must be taken into account. In addition, since the moon's gravity is only 1/6 that of the Earth, the stability of mining equipment is also a big issue. Lu Yongchang looked at Kong Xingbang, who was talking eloquently in front of him, and his eyes gradually brightened. Academician Kong, how about you take charge of this project? Kong Xingbang. After some pleasant discussions, Kong Xingbang took over the stall with joy on his face. Okay, this is the end of the Moon Palace project meeting. Lu Yongchang, who left behind a baggage, nodded with satisfaction and looked towards a corner of the auditorium. The next step is the second project, the Biosphere 2 project. Several humble biology professors looked at each other, and a light burst out from their eyes. After the mining and mechanical engineering professors in the auditorium left, several biology professors quickly ran to Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, are you sure you want to start the Biosphere 2 project? Is the Biosphere 2 project you're talking about the American project? Facing one question after another, Lu Yongchang hurriedly pulled out a few plans from the pile of documents in front of him and placed them in front of several biology professors. While several professors were studying the proposal, Lu Yongchang sat on his chair and closed his eyes slightly. As his thoughts moved, a flash of fluorescence slowly appeared in the depths of his mind, quickly dragging his consciousness into the fluorescent green world. Several white light spots lit up on the originally dim technology tree. Nuclear energy control, fusion reactor miniaturization technology, electric propulsion system, preliminary mastery of Hall thrusters. These originally dim cursors now lit up with white fluorescence. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he looked to the side. Next to the Hall thruster technology, a dim white line suddenly appeared, connecting the cursors that dimmed one by one. Nuclear energy control, helium trifusion, biosphere, artificial ecosphere technology, hibernation technology, space elevator technology, spaceport technology. Until the end of his sight, an extremely dim cursor appeared in front of Lu Yongchang, starship manufacturing. Lu Yongchang had another thought and exited the system in his mind. He sighed slightly. According to the technology classification on the technology tree, humans are still extremely far away from building starships. Based on his exploration during this period, he also completely understood the function of this system in his mind. One, and most importantly, is to guide it in the most correct scientific research direction. Second, he can judge his mastery of the technology by looking at the brightness of the cursor. Beyond that, everything has to work on its own. Chapter 83. Don't worry. We have enough funds. Based on the brightness of the cursor in the system, he could clearly see his current mastery of these front-end technologies. If the brightness of the cursor is divided into a level, the brightness of the cursor, which symbolizes helium fusion, has reached 90% of the normal brightness. This is also in line with Lu Yongchang's situation at this time. The biggest obstacle why helium fusion has not been brought online is the problem of raw materials. As long as the helium-3 raw materials are solved, helium-3 fusion can enter the application stage at any time. Putting aside helium fusion technology, the second brightest technology is biosphere technology. Almost 50% brightness. This is also normal. After all, the Biosphere 2 project was not the first idea proposed by Lu Yongchang. It was originally a miniature artificial ecological circulation system established in the United States. As for Biosphere 1, it is naturally the Earth on which humans live. The original intention of the project was to prove the feasibility of a closed ecosystem to support and sustain human life in outer space. To put it simply, it is whether humans can recreate a stable closed ecosystem outside the Earth. This technology is of great significance to interstellar exploration. Whether it is a starship traveling between stars or an alien colony, artificial ecosystem technology is an essential front-end technology. The Biosphere 2 project in the United States covers an area of 13,000 square meters and is about 8 stories high. The main body of the building is a glass building with a sealed steel frame structure. In order to completely simulate the Earth's environment, Biosphere 2 simulates most of the Earth's environments, including deserts, swamps, thorn bushes, rainforests, savannas, and even oceans. In addition, in order to simulate the Earth's ecological environment more realistically, a total of about 4,000 species have been introduced into the circle, including about 3,000 species of animals and plants, and about 1,000 species of microorganisms, in order to ensure that Biosphere 2 is completely isolated from the outside world. The United States even poured 2 meters of concrete under the entire building decades ago. In addition, the United States Biosphere 2 has also performed strict sealing on all doors and windows. These measures make Biosphere 2 very airtight, basically equivalent to the second world. After the project was completed, the United States sent several scientists to conduct scientific research for several years. According to the original design of American scientists, after Biosphere 2 starts operating, it will become a separate entity. Except for the energy coming from the sun, everything else will achieve perfect self-circulation. Oxygen and carbon dioxide will form a perfect cycle under the photosynthesis of plants. And scientists' food will be produced by crops inside Biosphere 2. Everything sounds so beautiful. Like a paradise. But unfortunately, all this was the fantasy of American scientists at the time. After Biosphere 2 was launched, the first problem that arose was the internal oxygen concentration. The large number of microorganisms living in the soil causes the oxygen content to decrease at a rate of 0.5% per month. As for the carbon dioxide produced after a large amount of oxygen is consumed, most of it is absorbed by the concrete underground. This directly led to the collapse of the entire circulation system. Changes in oxygen concentration have even led to uncontrollable changes in the ecosystem. Pollinating insects are extinct. Ants and cockroaches are rampant. And tropical rainforest plants are growing rapidly. Even the few scientific researchers who entered it quickly became extremely thin. The final result is, of course, that outside workers pump pure oxygen into it. The moment pure oxygen was pumped into Biosphere 2, the entire plan failed. Finally, mankind's first man-made ecosphere project has become a tourist attraction that anyone can enter with just a ticket. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. And there was a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. As a scientist, he deeply regretted this situation. Professor Lu? Professor Lu? A soft call from the side interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Lu Yongchang opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw several biology professors looking at him expectantly. Professor Lu, we have finished reading the plan. Lu Yongchang chuckled. A few of them should be professors specializing in artificial ecosystems. How about it? Is there anything you want to add to this plan? The leading professor looked slightly serious. After pondering for a moment, he whispered, If I guess correctly, Professor Lu, you should have learned from the data in the United States. Right. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel happy. He waved his hand casually and said, Hey, why do you say it sounds so good? You can't learn from it. I just changed a few obvious issues. If you just said you copied it, I would accept it. What? Is there any big problem with the project? With the ready-made template here, is it possible that he still wants to be a saint and spend a lot of money to research one himself? Isn't this pure and simple and the brain has been kicked by a donkey? Big deal. When the time comes, I will give the United States a verbal thank you when I succeed. The eyes of the leading professor were full of astonishment. He didn't expect Lu Yongchang to admit this so freely. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. There is no big problem with the project. After all, the scientific research capabilities of the United States are there. It's just some small details that need to be improved. We still need to put some effort into the selection of biological species. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Can you complete this project? The leading professor's breath suddenly suffocated, and he looked at Lu Yongchang in disbelief. Lu? Professor Lu? He couldn't believe that such a good job could actually fall on his head. This is a complete project. After the failure of the US Biosphere 2 project, ecosphere research has gradually been left out of the academic community. Therefore, these professors rarely receive much funding on weekdays, and they are basically in a situation of generating electricity for love. Duh. How much funding is there? He asked in a low voice with excitement in his eyes and a tremble in his voice. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. Funding. This is a problem. After all, he had never considered this before. The Speaker of Parliament has never placed any restrictions on his funding. Anyway, we have enough funds. Lu Yongchang held it in for a long time and said in a hushed voice, Don't worry about this. If it's not enough, I'll personally go to the chairman of the assembly to get it for you. The next moment, the eyes of the professors in front of them lit up. Professor Lu, please believe me. The leader's professor's eyes were glowing green, and he was breathing rapidly. Ever since he chose this extremely unpopular research direction, he has never heard such a grand promise. Chapter 84 Target, Moon 2-in-1, page 1/2. Ahem. Lu Yongchang looked at the professor in front of him with strange eyes, coughed twice and said, The project site is located in the Taklamakan Desert. Once the project starts, you will need to spend several years in the artificial ecosystem. Have you thought about this clearly? As soon as he finished speaking, several professors in front of him patted their chests and said, Don't worry, Professor Lu. We had already thought about this when we came here. As long as we can conduct research on the artificial ecosystem project, we can live in it for a lifetime. That's right. After so many years, we are finally coming out. Listening to the sentiments expressed by the professors in front of him, Lu Yonchak had a wry smile on his face. As the meeting concluded successfully, Xiaogua News immediately reported this event that would go down in history. According to our news, this evening, the scientific research discussion held at Sandaika University officially ended. During the meeting, Director Lu had several hours of exchanges and discussions with academicians and professors on Xiaogua's future scientific research direction. During the meeting, Director Lu announced that Xia State will launch the Moon Palace project today. At the same time, Xia State will restart the Biosphere 2 project in the Taklamakan Desert. The moment Xiaogua's news reported it, the melon-eating crowd in their neck scarves also fell into madness. Holy shit. 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 Today isn't April Fool's Day. Is it? So, the Moon Palace project that Professor Lu mentioned before. Is it serious? Upstairs, judging from the current situation, not to mention the Moon Palace plan, I guess the Nanchaman plan is also serious. Shua. This is no longer a problem of the Strategic Deception Bureau. This damn thing is simply the Strategic Intimidation Bureau. Stop talking. I'm going to eat 2 Zizzling jelly. I'm going to be an astronaut too. Ha 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 damn. Are you going to laugh me to death upstairs? To solve the psychological shadow of the United States at this moment 23333. The psychological shadow of the United States is probably difficult to calculate. But at least, Albert's psychological shadow at this time is indeed quite big. WTF? Bang bang bang. A sound of banging on the table came from the president's office. William Blair. Albert's face turned red, and the blonde hair on his head swayed up and down as he slapped the table, making it very elegant. Holy shit! Aren't you saying that these 3 plans of Xiaogua are all deceiving people? Albert stretched out his slightly fat fingers and pointed tremblingly at a document in front of him. Tell me, what's going on? Why did Xiaogua launch the Moon Palace project? Facing the president's angry roar, William Blair and Anthony looked at each other and said with a wry smile, Your Excellency, Mr. President, we didn't expect that Xiaogua's plans were serious. However, according to NASA's predictions, it will take at least 5 to 10 years for Xiaogua to initially realize the Moon Palace project. Hearing this, Albert's expression relaxed a little, but after the previous lessons, he became a lot more cautious. He looked at Moulton on the side with a suspicious look on his face. Director Moulton, is this true? Moulton spread his hands and shrugged. I don't know. That's what those scientists concluded. Moulton also learned the lesson and threw the blame directly on the heads of his scientists. Albert took a deep breath. When can the Pathfinder project start? What I mean is, when can those 3 rockets go to heaven? Hearing this, Moulton's eyes became increasingly bitter. Your Excellency, the biggest problem right now is not hardware. What's the meaning? Moulton sighed deeply. As of now, the Saturn VI launch vehicle and Mars landing module are ready. But there is something wrong with our astronauts. WTF? What problems can astronauts have? Albert gestured exaggeratedly. Are they still going home to say goodbye to their parents? Sir, I'm afraid it's even worse. Moulton was silent for a while and said softly. Currently, no astronauts within NASA are willing to participate in this project. They think going to Mars right now is just asking for death. Albert's face froze. Can't we force them to participate in the project? Moulton shrugged and looked at Albert with an expression that looked like a fool. What do you think? Fuck. Albert cursed through gritted teeth. They are all a bunch of cowards. Trash. Why does NASA raise such a bunch of garbage? Moulton, feeling offended, he pondered for a moment and shrugged. How about you go up and try? Albert's curse stopped for a moment. Ahem. Albert coughed hard. Isn't there any other way? Of course. We can ask for volunteers from the private sector. Albert looked at Moulton in front of him speechlessly. Is this a method thought up by humans? When will NASA astronauts also be able to find volunteers? Early morning. In an unknown slum in Walton, USA, Andrew was woken up by the blaring alarm clock. Looking at the still dark sky outside the window, Andrew sighed deeply. He needs to go to work at the nearby construction site. As a black man, Andrew has been treated unfairly since he was a child. It is precisely because of his skin color that even though he is more diligent than most Americans, he can still only live in this dirty slum. The only consolation is that God does not discriminate against him because of the color of his skin. At this time, Andrew already had a considerate wife and an eccentric daughter. Therefore, Andrew does not complain too much about his living situation. At least, as long as he works hard, he can still make ends meet. According to the current salary, as long as he works for another 20 or 30 years, maybe he can change his family to a better place to live. Andrew, our daughter, will be old enough to go to school next year. At breakfast, his wife's words pulled him out of his fantasy. Andrew's face turned pale instantly. How could he forget this question? My daughter has reached school age. Going to school in the United States is not an easy thing. At least, for Andrew, it was difficult. I'll figure it out. Andrew opened his pale lips slightly and said bitterly, Chapter 84 Target, Moon 2-in-1, page 2 halves. It seems that I have to find a part-time job. With a heavy heart, he turned on the worn-out TV set nearby. An urgent news item is inserted below. The U.S. government announced that it will launch a Mars landing project within a month, with the project codenamed Pathfinder. This project aims to create a second livable home for all mankind. At that time, NASA will launch 3 Saturn VI heavy-lift launch vehicles to transport 3 astronauts and the Mars landing module to Mars. 3 astronauts will conduct survival scientific research on Mars for 3 months. Currently, due to unexpected circumstances, NASA is experiencing a shortage of astronauts. Now, the NASA authorities are specifically looking for volunteers from across the country who are willing to go to Mars and expand territory for the United States. The project is highly risky. NASA will give each selected volunteer a reward of $500,000. At the same time, the volunteers' children will have priority in admission to American public schools, and tuition will be free. What was said behind the TV is no longer important. Andrew looked at the TV in front of him, and his breathing gradually became faster. Isn't this a project tailor-made for him? Priority admission, free tuition, and a $500,000 reward. He swallowed slightly and turned to look at his wife beside him. Amy, I want to participate in this project. Amy's expression suddenly changed, and she lowered her voice and said, Andrew, are you crazy? This thing looks unreliable at first sight. Sending a rocket to Mars within a month? When did the United States have such powerful technology? Andrew bit his back molars, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Amy, this is news released by NASA, and the bonus will definitely not be small. Even if I fail, you and the child can do it. Amy wanted to say something else, but Andrew reached out to stop her. He carefully looked at the registration address on the TV, then took out his mobile phone and made a call. Boss, I want to take leave today. There was the noisy sound of machinery running on the other end of the phone. A rough voice then came. What? Asking for leave? Damn it. Andrew, no one else will work for you today. Andrew said nothing. It's okay to take leave, but I'm going to deduct 3 days of your salary. Before Andrew could speak, the call was hung up. Looking at the mobile phone in his hand, Andrew's eyes became more determined. He's had enough of this life. Sia Kingdom. The third day after the meeting. 7:30 p.m. The lights inside Siagwa's National Aerospace Research Institute were brightly lit, and every researcher's face was filled with nervousness. Even the air in the institute seemed particularly dull. Outside the research institute, Zuin-1, which was all black, was parked quietly on the takeoff runway. The flashing lights on the runway seemed to indicate something big was going to happen tonight. Inside Zuin number 1, the 3 pilots sat in their respective seats with solemn expressions. Are you ready? Baishwan looked straight in front of the plane and murmured softly. We are about to become the first Xia people to land on the moon. Call. Hearing Baishwan's words, Hong Fan took a deep breath, then reached out and rubbed his stiff face vigorously. Seeing this scene, Xia Wani twitched the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a slightly stiff smile. What? You can't handle the pressure anymore? Hong Fan rolled his eyes angrily, took a few deep breaths and said softly, I just didn't react. Who would have thought that Professor Liu would send us a mission to the moon the next day, just after the meeting? This didn't give us any time to prepare. Hearing Hong Fan's complaint, Baishwan had a wry smile on his face. Not to mention Hong Fan. Even he didn't expect it. Although he had long known that Zun-1 would land on the moon sooner or later, he never thought that this day would come so quickly. TSK. TSK. There was a burst of electricity on the radio. The next moment, a clear voice came. Xian Nu number 1. Please answer when you receive it. Baishwan's expression moved slightly, and he reached out and pressed the radio communication button. Xian Nu number 1 received it. Please speak. Lu Yongchang's voice came quickly. Attention Zun 1. There are still 15 minutes until takeoff. Receive! Baishuan responded while reaching out and turning a few buttons on the console in front of him. A low humming sound came from the soles of my feet. On the dashboard, the fluctuating values in the neutron dose detector showed that the fusion reactor had started working. Everyone, relax. Lu Yongchang chuckled. It's just a trip to the moon. A wry smile flashed in Baishuan's eyes. Just a trip to the moon? That's easy to say. Professor Lu, can I ask you a question? Xiao Wani's voice sounded on the radio. Huh? Say it! As takeoff approached, Lu Yongcheng's attitude softened a lot, trying to avoid putting too much psychological pressure on the pilot. Hearing Lu Yongcheng's calm voice, Xiao Wani bit her lip gently and whispered, Professor Lu, can I ask if the success rate of this moon landing is high? Wani! Baishuan's expression changed slightly, and he scolded in a low voice. What are you talking about? Is this question asked before taking off? After turning his head and glaring at Xiao Wani on his right, he quickly apologized to Lu Yongcheng. Professor Lu, I'm sorry. Xiao Wani is a little stressed. What she just said. Before he could finish his words, Lu Yongcheng interrupted Baishuan. It's okay. It's understandable. After all, this is Xiao's first manned moon landing, so it's normal to be nervous. After a moment of silence, Lu Yongcheng's voice sounded again. Wani, aerospace has never had a 100% success rate. You must know this better than me. The moment she heard this, Xiao Wani's eyelashes trembled slightly. That's right. Even Xiaogua suffered a lot during the development of the aerospace industry. Although I can't tell you exactly what the success rate is, I can tell you something responsibly. Zhuan 1 and this moon landing plan have been repeatedly verified by all of us. At least, in theory, you won't encounter any danger. Lu Yongcheng's steady and powerful voice reached the ears of the three drivers through the earphones, bringing some peace to their slightly restless hearts. Baishuan glanced at the time on the console and the values on the various instrument panels, and took a deep breath. Report. Zhuan number 1 is in normal condition and can take off at any time. The moment he heard these words, Lu Yongcheng's expression suddenly became serious. An aura of calmness and self-power naturally exudes from him. Approved for takeoff. The 30-second countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Take off. Wish you all a safe journey. Following Lu Yongcheng's order, a faint blue flame instantly appeared at the tail of Zhuan 1. After a short run-up, Zhuan 1 drew a perfect arc in the night sky. Target, the moon. Chapter 85. It's right above our heads. United States. NASA headquarters. A researcher wearing gold-rimmed glasses yawned and pushed open the office door and slowly walked to the coffee machine. While waiting for his coffee, he turned to look at the clock beside him. 8:30 a.m. No wonder the office was empty. There was a hint of annoyance in the researcher's eyes. If the damn alarm clock hadn't gone wrong, he wouldn't have come to the office so early. Toot! 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 Just as the researcher was secretly annoyed, a piercing alarm sounded from the computer nearby. He was stunned, quickly reached out and turned off the coffee machine, and walked quickly towards the computer that sounded the alarm. When he saw the bright red alarm flashing on the computer screen, his pupils shrank suddenly. Jesus, what is Xiaogua planning to do again? He didn't have time to think. Turned around, grabbed the phone beside him, and dialed a number. Quick! Transfer me to Director Moulton. A few minutes later, Moulton's slightly confused voice came from the microphone. Apparently, Moulton had not gotten up yet. Hello? Who is this? The researcher looked at the increasingly bright alarm, and his face became more and more anxious. Director Moulton. Something happened. Satellite monitoring has detected that Xiao's Zhuan 1 has taken off again. What? The moment he heard this, Morton's sleepiness disappeared completely. He grabbed his phone with one hand and the clothes beside the bed with the other. Damn! Where is it now? The researcher swallowed slightly, his pupils trembling slightly. Above our heads. Morton's breath suddenly suffocated, and his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Lawrence is an astronomy enthusiast. In order to better observe the stars, he specially transformed the roof of his villa into an astronomical dome. At 8:30 in the morning, Lawrence was having breakfast while adjusting the astronomical telescope he bought at a large price. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed across his computer screen. Lawrence was stunned. Could it be that I just took a picture of UFO? A guess flashed through his mind. As we all know, the United States is a common place for UFO. A trace of excitement slowly emerged in his eyes. He put down the bread in his hand and quickly operated the astronomical telescope beside him, regardless of whether it is a UFO or not. As long as he can take a picture of the flying object, he will make a fortune. At least, in the local newspapers, he can get a little buzz. As he operated on the computer, the astronomical telescope on the side slowly moved. WTF. As the picture gradually became clearer, Lawrence stared blankly at the unknown object on the computer screen. A jet-black aircraft with a streamlined body was flying quietly in the blue sky. At the tail of the aircraft, there is a faint blue tail flame that is nearly half the fuselage in length. The camera slowly zoomed in, and Lawrence even saw the bright red flag printed on the side of the plane. From the Xia Kingdom, Xiannu number 1? Lawrence murmured to himself and quickly took a high-definition photo of Zun number 1. Then, with a flick of his finger, he opened his Twitter account and uploaded the photo. Little did he know that his move completely caused chaos in the United States. America. The White House. Albert sat in the office, frowning at the documents in front of him, and taking a sip of Coca-Cola from time to time. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the window. Albert frowned and whispered to the beautiful secretary next to him. What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside? Hearing Albert's words, the secretary hurriedly squirmed to the window, opened the curtains and looked outside. Jesus! The moment she saw the scene outside the window, the beautiful secretary reached out and gently covered her red lips, muttering to herself, Your Excellency, I think you may need to take a look in person. Albert's frown deepened. He sighed deeply, put down the documents in his hands, stood up from the chair with difficulty, and walked to the window. Outside the White House, as far as the eye can see, there are Americans standing with banners held high. WTF? Albert suddenly pulled down the curtains and looked at the parade crowd through the gap with a gloomy face. What happened? Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a rapid knock on the door. Your Excellency, something happened. Moulton's voice came from outside the door. Albert's face became increasingly ugly. Come in. The office door opened with a bang. Moulton's face was pale outside, and his forehead was covered with large beads of sweat. Your Excellency, Xiannu number 1 of Xia Kingdom is right above our heads. 10 minutes later, the presidential office was transformed into a temporary combat command center. On the big screen, the graceful flying posture of Zuenvoin can be seen clearly. Fuck! Albert slapped the table hatefully and shouted in a low voice. Where is our army? Why not send fighter jets to drive it out? Anthony on the side shrugged lightly. Your Excellency, it is now in geosynchronous orbit, and our fighter jets cannot fly that high. At that altitude, the only objects we can maneuver are satellites. Albert's face was suffocated. If you want to mobilize the satellite to collide with this plane, I advise you not to do it. Anthony sighed slightly. Not to mention whether the satellite can catch up with it. If we piss it off, it can absolutely knock down all our satellites. Albert leaned heavily on the back of the presidential chair. An unprecedented feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. This is the first time he has experienced such a feeling since he became the President of the United States. For the first time, he experienced the despair brought about by the technological gap. Same as the original Indians. Albert took out his phone with a gloomy expression and opened Twitter with trembling fat fingers. Seeing the words that were all cursing him, the corners of Albert's mouth twitched twice. Call me Siog was national hotline. Mr. Congressman, I would like to ask, why is your country's number 1 Zuen in the United States? Albert's voice reached Congressman Lee's ears thousands of miles away through the phone line. A smile flashed in Congressman Lee's eyes, and he asked in a very surprised tone, Mr. Albert, you just said that Zuen number 1 is in your country? When did the 36,000-kilometer geostationary orbit become part of your country's national border? Albert's face turned red instantly. Mr. Speaker, this joke is not funny. I strongly condemn this behavior of your country. The smiling Congressman Lee's eyes grew stronger. Mr. Albert, don't worry. Zuen is just performing a mission. You can treat it as a satellite. Albert almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Satellite? You can say this. Is there such a satellite? But soon. His eyes moved slightly, and he caught the key point of the sentence. Mission? What mission? A few seconds later, Congressman Lee's calm voice came from the microphone. Man landing on the moon! Chapter 86, Who will be the first to leave the cabin? Siogwa News Channel. The latest news from our station is that at 6 o'clock this evening, Zuen took off from the National Aerospace Research Institute. This time Zuen will go to the moon to conduct a series of scientific research experiments. At that time, the moon landing process will be broadcast live on all platforms. Naturally, The three astronauts in Zhuan had no idea how much panic they had caused to the United States. At this time, they were in a state of boredom. Since the speed of Zhuan reached 11.2 kilometers per second, they embarked on the journey to the moon. At this time, the moon is at apogee, almost 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth. In other words, even if Zhuan maintains a speed of 11.2 kilometers per second, it will take them 9.92 hours to reach the moon. Not to mention, they need to slow down in advance. 9 hours flew by. The side windows of Zhuan were completely dark, because of the lack of the necessary reference system, and the fact that Zhuan has been traveling at a constant speed. If it weren't for the increasing area occupied by the moon in the porthole directly in front of them, the three astronauts would even have the illusion of standing still. Hong Fan gently picked up the special water cup on the side, took a sip of the drink through the straw, and shouted loudly, "It's great! This is what aerospace is! I don't even know how we tolerated such a small landing bay before! It's a pity that Professor Liu didn't come this time. Otherwise, the atmosphere in our cabin would have been much livelier." As soon as Hong Fan finished speaking, Bai Xuan's body suddenly stiffened. He turned his head and glared at Hong Fan. "What nonsense are you talking about? If Professor Liu can still sneak up on number 1 Zhuan this time, we probably won't be able to afford it." As he said that, Bai Xuan turned his head and glanced behind him. When he saw the empty passenger seat behind him, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Drop! Attention! There are still 1,000 kilometers away from the scheduled deceleration point." After seeing the prompt message popping up on the console screen, Bai Xuan's expression was shocked. "Everyone, we are almost there. Brace yourself. The most dangerous moment is next." With that said, Bai Xuan pressed the radio button. "Zhuan calls the ground command center. We have arrived at the scheduled deceleration point. Please give instructions." After 9 hours of navigation, Zhuan has arrived at a distance of 360,000 kilometers from the Earth. Even though radio signals travel at the speed of light, there is a delay of up to 2.4 seconds every time. A few seconds later, a sound mixed with the sound of strong electric current sounded in the earphones. "Ground command center received it. Everything goes according to plan." After receiving the order, Bai Xuan's expression moved slightly. He reached out and pushed a few buttons on the console, and said softly, "Everyone, check your seat belts. Zhuan number 1 is about to slow down." As the last button was pressed, Zhuan's hall thruster gradually turned off. At the same time, the engine nozzle located on its belly slowly changed direction. Then, a faint blue flame shot out in the direction of Zhuan number 1. Looking at the silver-white planet that occupied the entire porthole, Bai Xuan took a deep breath. Next is the most dangerous moment in the whole process. "Call the ground command center. Call the ground command center. This is Zhuan number 1. We have arrived in lunar synchronous orbit. Please land. Repeat. Request landing." After a few seconds of delay, Liu Yongchang's voice came over the radio. "Approved for landing. Everything goes as planned. Receive." Bai Xuan responded softly. "Now prepare to release the satellite." The next moment, a cabin in the abdomen of Zhuan quietly opened. 12 satellites lined up in a long line and flew out slowly. There is no atmosphere on the surface of the moon. Therefore, communication methods that rely on electromagnetic wave conduction on the lunar surface are greatly limited. For example, people on the far side of the moon cannot communicate via radio with people on the Earth, and the front side of the moon without a relay satellite. After all, electromagnetic waves cannot penetrate the moon, which has a diameter of 3,476 kilometers. This is very detrimental to the Moon Palace plan that will be implemented soon. Therefore, the first task of Zhuan this time is to establish an all-round communication network surrounding the moon. With solar panels and isotope batteries, these 12 multifunctional satellites responsible for communication, mapping and positioning are enough to operate until the destruction of the Earth, 15 years. Moon. The quiet surface of the moon is full of craters. The fine moon dust glows silvery white under the sunlight. There was no sign of life. The entire planet is filled with an aura of death. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the silvery white moon surface. The next moment, a black plane landed slowly. A faint blue flame perpendicular to the lunar ground appeared from several nozzles on the belly of the aircraft. The moment the plane landed, countless silver white moon dust flew into the air, and then slowly landed under the weak gravity of the moon. Xiao Wani looked through the porthole at the fantastic scenery outside with blurred eyes. "So, we should be the first Xiao people to land on the moon, right?" Hong Fan nodded. "Of course," Xiao Wani murmured to herself. "So, Which one of us will go down first? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere inside Zuen number 1 suddenly became tense. Who goes down first? This is a very serious question. After all, only the champions will be remembered. For example, Mount Everest, the highest peak in the world. Of course, there is nothing you can do if you know that the second highest peak is K2. How about, let's play guessing? Seconded. Agree. 1 minute later. No. Win out of 5. Hong Fan shouted with a distorted expression. I don't believe I can't win even 1. Another minute. Win 4 out of 7 games. Another minute. How about 5 wins out of 9 games? Bai Yishuan glanced angrily at Hong Fan beside him, straightened his expression and said, now that the guessing results are out, the order has been decided. The first one is Wani. The second one is me. And the third one is Hong Fan. Any questions? Hong Fan looked at Xiao Wani beside him with a sour face. So, Wani, are you the first human woman to land on the moon? Xiao Wani's eyes suddenly lit up. Not to mention that she really forgot. She. Zuen number 1? Can Zuen number 1 hear it? Lu Yongcheng's slightly anxious voice came from the radio in the helmet. How are you doing? Have you not landed yet? Thanks to the help of 12 communication satellites. Lu Yongcheng's voice was obviously much clearer at this time. Bai Yishuan's face froze. And after connecting to the radio, he glared at the 2 people around him with a warning expression. Zuen number 1 received. We have landed successfully. Chapter 87 The Flagpole Left by the United States. Huh, that's good. Lu Yongcheng stood on the command podium and breathed a sigh of relief. Your report time is 2 minutes later than expected. What's going on? The corners of Bai Yishuan's eyes twitched slightly. What happened? How should he answer this? Delayed because of guessing? Ahem. Bai Yishuan coughed slightly, his eyes full of embarrassment. Professor Lu, we were just discussing who should get off the plane first. Lu Yongcheng. How is your physical condition? Lu Yongcheng changed the topic and did not pursue the details of the discussion. Bai Yishuan breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone became more serious for a moment. Report. The 3 astronauts are in good condition. They can leave the cabin at any time to carry out the moon landing mission. Okay. Go as planned. Bai Yishuan took a deep breath and took the lead in unbuckling his seat belt. Everyone, it's time for us to get ready to leave the cabin. Half an hour later, the 3 astronauts put on their spacesuits and slowly entered the pressurized cabin at the bottom of the Zuen 1 cabin. As Bai Yishuan pressed the switch, a clear beep sounded in the helmets of the 3 people. The pressure is balancing. The pressure is balanced. As the beep sounded, the pressurized cabin now became a vacuum. Bai Yishuan winked at Xiao Wani, who was standing aside, and said softly, Wani, it's your turn. Upon hearing the captain's order, Xiao Wani's eyes flashed with excitement. The first Xiao man to land on the moon. The first human woman to land on the moon. These 2 names were like stimulants stimulating her nerves all the time. She swallowed slightly and stuck out her tongue to lick her slightly dry lips. Then, she took a step forward and held her hands on the ring-shaped handle of the door that connected the pressure chamber to the outside world. She exerted some force with her hands, and the hatch moved. As the hatch slowly opened, a silver-white ramp was slowly lowered. At the same time, a green work indicator light came on a camera placed on the gangway. The camera lens moved slowly, faithfully recording Xiao Wani's every move. Each frame of picture is compiled and turned into an electromagnetic wave signal, which is transmitted to the Earth 40 kilometers away at the speed of light. Ground Command Center. Looking at the slightly blurry transmission image on the screen, every scientific researcher's heart was lifted high. Lu Yongcheng swallowed slightly and clenched his fists with both hands. He must not fail. Xiao Wani lived up to everyone's expectations. A few minutes later, her feet stepped firmly on the gravel and dusty moon surface, leaving a deep footprint on it. The moment she held up a bright red flag and danced towards the camera. The entire command center. No. The entire Xia kingdom was boiling. It worked. We succeeded. Chao Liangkai on the side stretched out his hand and patted Lu Yongcheng hard on the back. Ha ha ha. Boy. Good job. Now, we have finally caught up with the United States. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Lu Yongcheng's mouth, and he said to himself, catch up? Just catching up isn't enough. The Xiaogui News Bib account immediately posted the already edited article. Warm congratulations to Xia Gachuan 1 for its successful moon landing. As all 3 astronauts stepped onto the lunar surface, the camera stopped working. The following content is not suitable for live broadcast. What to do about this red flag? Xiao Wani waved the red flag in her hand and asked softly through the radio. Upon hearing Xiao Wani's question, Hong Fan subconsciously turned his head and glanced around. Desolation. The ground is littered with gravel and fine dust. Suddenly, a strange scenery attracted his attention. What's that pole? As Hong Fan spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. Bai Yishuan glanced at it, frowned, and whispered, "It should be someone from the United States." Right. I remember this was the landing site of Apollo 11. At that time, the United States used a flag made of nylon material. After so many years, the flag has probably turned into ashes due to the destruction of cosmic rays and solar wind. Hong Fan suddenly realized. That's it. Then our flag. Bai Yishuan chuckled. Don't worry. Professor Lu has already considered this issue. As long as our red flag is not hit by a meteorite, it can be preserved for at least a few hundred years. As soon as he finished speaking, he shrugged and added again. Of course, I am talking about the situation when the sun does not change. As for where to put our flag, Bai Yishuan showed a bit of a smirk in his eyes. Why not put it next to the flagpole of the United States? So as to make a comparison. Hong Fan was stunned and said angrily, why not just pull out the flagpole of the United States? Anyway, the flagpole has been almost eroded by the solar wind. As he spoke, Hong Fan walked quickly towards the flagpole left by the United States. No. Bai Yishuan's tone suddenly became more serious. He stretched out his hand to grab Hong Fan's arm and said in a deep voice, no matter what, this is a symbolic sign in the development of human civilization. We must deal with it. It has basic respect. Hong Fan was slightly startled. He has never seen Bai Yishuan so serious. The next moment, Bai Yishuan shrugged. Professor Lu told me this. He had anticipated this scene before taking off. That sounds reasonable to me. Let's put our flag next to it. Hong Fan, looking at the red flag as bright as blood in front of him. Bai Yishuan was slightly absent-minded. Sooner or later, we will plant this red flag throughout the entire solar system. The layout is too small. Hong Fan on the side joked with a smile. What is the solar system? According to Professor Lu's heavenly plan, our red flag can at least fill the Milky Way. All the scientific researchers in the Ground Command Center also sat back at their seats after a short celebration. Next is the most important part of the entire moon landing plan. Bai Yishuan, you are responsible for collecting lunar soil and lunar rock specimens. Hong Fan, you drive the lunar rover to the target location to collect samples. Xiao Wani, you and Hong Fan work together to prevent any accidents. Lu Yongchang issued orders one after another with a serious expression. Hearing the voice coming from the headphones, the expressions of the three astronauts suddenly became serious. Next, all the work they have to do is to prepare for the next Moon Palace plan. In addition to arranging a complete communication environment for the moon, they need to conduct simple sampling work to conduct a secondary confirmation of the resource richness of the selected area. Chapter 88 Weird Black Circle. After watching the two people get on the lunar rover and leave, Bai Yishuan turned around and fixed his body with a hook lock. Then, he raised the special shovel in his hand and smashed it against the moon rock beside him. Because the moon's gravity is only 1/6 that of the Earth, Bai Yishuan's movements seemed a little light. But the moment the shovel collided with the moon rock, a powerful countershock force came along the shovel. The countershock force that seems insignificant on the Earth is like a nightmare on the moon. Before Bai Yishuan could react, his body was thrown away. The hook lock used to fix Bai Yishuan's body suddenly collapsed, and his body was pulled back to the original position. Bai Yishuan subconsciously raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. But he touched the slightly cold mask. So close. It seems that I still tried too hard. He carefully adjusted how hard he swung the shovel. After more than 10 minutes, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief and put a few pieces of broken moon rock into the storage box next to him. Just when he was about to ask Hong Fan and the others about their situation through the radio, a piercing scream came from the helmet. This is... Bai Yishuan's heart suddenly tightened. Without time to think, he directly turned on the radio call function in the spacesuit. Wani! What happened? After a brief silence, Xiao Wani's frightened voice came from the helmet. We found something strange. Hearing Xiao Wani and Hong Fan's descriptions, Bai Yishuan's pupil shrank slightly, and he immediately said, You too. Don't move. I'll be right over. After interrupting the communication within the team, Bai Yishuan gently bit his back teeth and quickly connected to the Earth's communication channel. Call the Ground Command Center. An abnormality was found. Repeat. An abnormality was found. 20 minutes later, Bai Yishuan panted and found Xiao Wenyi and Hong Fan standing next to the crater. Seeing that the two of them were intact, Bai Yishuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. Ground Command Center. I found them, Bai Yishuan said with relief. They are fine. They are just standing next to a crater. A few seconds later, Lu Yongchang's solemn voice came from his earphones. Received. What's the specific situation? Wait a minute. I'm connecting the camera. As he said this, he turned on the camera mounted above his head. Drop! A clear beep sounded inside his helmet. Seeing that the camera on the panel began to transmit signals normally, Bai Yishuan jumped and walked to his teammates. What's going on? Hong Fan didn't speak, but pointed inside the crater. The crater is very small, not even 1 kilometer in diameter. On the moon, it is a relatively small crater. In addition, the crater is relatively shallow, so sunlight can shine on its bottom without any obstruction. The moment he saw the scene inside the crater, Bai Yishuan's pupils shrank violently. On the silver-white moon surface, a black concentric circle suddenly appeared. There are 9 levels of concentric circles, and Bai Yishuan estimates that the outermost circle is at least 20 meters in diameter. Earth. Ground Command Center. The moment black concentric circles appeared on the screen, the entire command center fell into silence. More than 10 seconds later, Chao Liangkai on the side said with a trembling voice. What is this? Compared with Chao Liangkai, Lu Yongchang's reaction was much duller. After all, he had already been mentally prepared. He took a deep breath and said softly, Let the technical department analyze the image. I want to know the diameters of these concentric circles and whether their center positions are standard. This approach is also to exclude the fact that concentric circles are naturally formed. After all, the universe is full of wonders. What if it is really the pattern that the meteorite smashed out when it fell? Although the probability is very slim, those who do science must be more rigorous. The analysis results came out quickly. Professor Lu, the center positions of the 9 concentric circles are very standard. Not only that, their curvatures are very standard. A researcher held a report sheet in his hand and hurriedly ran to Lu Yongchang and whispered. Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly, and he quickly reached out to take the report. Looking at the data on the report, Lu Yongchang's face turned ugly for a moment. Old Chow, come and see. These 9 concentric circles are as if they were drawn with a compass. Chao Liangkai on the side leaned over. The moment he saw the data on the report sheet, Chao Liangkai's expression changed slightly. It seems that this concentric circle is not a naturally formed pattern. Could it be that it was left behind by the last time the United States landed on the moon? Chao Liangkai's eyes moved slightly, and he said softly, Don't forget, this area is also the moon landing site of the American Apollo 11. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, No, it will definitely not be the traces left by Apollo 11. You see, based on the diameter of this crater and the scale of the picture, the largest concentric circle has a diameter of 20 meters. The Apollo 11 command module was conical, with a bottom diameter of 3.9 meters, and the service module was a cylinder with a diameter of 3.9 meters. The size difference between the two is really too big. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang's voice paused slightly. I wonder if you feel that these black concentric circles are a bit like the nozzle of the Hall thruster. Chao Liangkai's pupil shrank suddenly. Not to mention that he hasn't noticed it yet. The Hall thruster nozzle of Zunwan is also composed of several regular concentric circles. He swallowed slightly and said softly, Could it be that, besides us, there are other countries on Earth that have mastered mature Hall propulsion technology? Lu Yongchang shook his head solemnly. Won't. Before mastering the technology of small fusion reactors, Hall propulsion technology is basically useless. What's more, there shouldn't be such a big spaceship on Earth. The Hall thruster nozzle with a diameter of 20 meters. In my opinion, this is definitely an engine that can only be found on spacecraft that cross the star system. A drop of sweat slowly slid down Chao Liangkai's forehead. The current situation was completely beyond his control. He looked at Lu Yongchang at the side with an anxious expression. Professor Lu, let's... Lu Yongchang looked stern, turned to the researcher aside and said, Report this matter to the chairman of the parliament. Remember, the speed must be fast. Also, take confidentiality measures. Seeing the researcher leaving, Lu Yongchang's eyes gradually became tangled. Perhaps we can only know the truth of the matter if we get close to that black circle. Chapter 89 The Traces Left by the Hall Thruster? Lu Yongchang's words obviously shocked Chao Liangkai on the side. Professor Lu? Are you sure you want 3 astronauts to take such a big risk? How about, or let them come back, and let's discuss it in the long term. Lu Yongchang looked at the data on the report sheet with a gloomy expression. The danger is certainly there. After all, no one knows what the black circle is. In case it is some high-intensity radioactive material, even with the protection of spacesuits, these 3 astronauts still have to end up on the moon. However, the current situation facing Xia Kingdom does not allow them to make long-term plans at all. Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth. A flash of determination flashed in his eyes. And then, he gently pressed the radio communication button. This is the ground command center. Please answer when you receive it. Bai Yishuan stared at the black concentric circles in the crater, a chill rising involuntarily behind his back. Do you think this is a trace left by an alien civilization? Silence. There was no response in the team voice. After a long time, Hong Fan's unique hoarse voice sounded on the radio channel. It should be so. Maybe we are being monitored by this alien civilization right now. Xiao Wani on the side shuddered suddenly, and subconsciously looked up at the sky. Total darkness. She couldn't see anything strange except for a few stars. Laugh. Just when Bai Yishuan was about to say something, a burst of electricity came from the radio. This is the ground command center. Please answer when you receive it. Bai Yishuan's expression suddenly became serious. Bai Yishuan received it. Please tell me. After a delay of a few seconds, Lu Yongchang's slightly tangled voice came over the radio. Captain Bai, after technical analysis, we have basically confirmed that the black concentric circle pattern in front of you is a man-made object. Bai Yishuan's pupils dilated slightly, and his breathing became a little faster. Then, Professor Lu, do we need to do anything? The massive secretion of adrenaline made his voice sound hoarse. Lu Yongchang's sigh came from the radio. Captain Bai, we need to analyze the truth of this black circle, so I hope you can go to the black circle and check it out. Of course, this is not a requirement. After all, we don't know if it's dangerous. Once danger arises, maybe. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly stopped. So, everything must be done on a voluntary basis. Bai Yishuan's breathing became more rapid. He understood the meaning of Lu Yongchang's words. After all, they are on the moon, 400,000 kilometers away from the Earth. Once something unexpected happens, their outcome is basically doomed. Professor Lu. Bai Yishuan's Adam's apple trembled slightly. I am willing to check. Okay. Lu Yongchang's voice was full of complexity. Xiaoguo will remember you. If anything happens, I guarantee you in the name of the space agency that your relatives will receive the most favorable treatment. Bai Yishuan took a deep breath, turned to look at the 2 teammates around him, and smiled pretending to be relaxed. You two, just stay here and help me hold the safety rope. If something happens, just pull me back. Bai Yishuan's words reached the ears of 2 teammates through the radio. Xiao Wani's eyes turned red instantly. Captain, why don't you go? Hong Fan hesitated for a moment and then said, Captain, let me go with you. If anything happens, I can help you. Faced with the dissuasion of 2 teammates, Bai Yishuan chuckled and shook his head. This is already considered a second type of contact, and the level of danger is very high. As captain, this is my duty. You two, just stay by your side. Seemingly sensing that the atmosphere was too solemn, Bai Yishuan smiled and patted Hong Fan on the shoulder. What? You don't want to steal my military glory, do you? I'm telling you, kid. No way. After saying that, Bai Yishuan tied the safety rope of the lunar rover around his waist, turned around and walked down to the crater. The crater is small, and the slope of the crater walls is not very large. Bai Yishuan jumped to the bottom of the crater in 3 steps, and then walked carefully towards the black circle in the center of the crater. Professor Lu, can you see it? Just in case, Bai Yishuan stopped and asked softly. A few seconds later, Lu Yongchang's voice came. I can see that the camera is working normally. You can move on. Bai Yishuan walked very slowly, and it took him half an hour to cover a few hundred meters. Looking at the outermost black circle less than 1 meter away from him, Bai Yishuan was slightly stunned. It's unbelievable. What's wrong? Lu Yongchang, who was 400,000 kilometers away, immediately asked. Is this a glass-like substance? Bai Yishuan slowly lowered his body and reached out to touch the black circle. Hong Fan, who saw the scene from a distance, couldn't help but tighten the safety rope in his hand. He is ready. Once anything unusual happens, he will directly drag Bai Yishuan back. All the researchers on Earth were also sweating. Bai Yishuan's right hand gradually touched the black substance on the ground. Nothing happened. He rubbed his fingers lightly, even with the thick space suit blocking him. He noticed that the ground near the black circle was obviously smoother than the area next to it. Professor Liu. It's a bit like moon dust that has solidified after being melted by high temperature. Received. Lu Yongchang's solemn voice sounded. Captain Bai, please help me dig out some samples. Also, I need detailed modeling data for this crater. 2 hours later, detailed modeling data and sample photos of the crater were sent back to Xia. Looking at the clear photos on the computer in front of him, Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. Professor Liu, the chairman of the parliament is here. Chao Liansai's reminder came from the side. Lu Yongchang quickly stood up and looked towards the door. Counselor Li walked towards him quickly with a solemn expression. Yongchang, what's going on? I heard that traces of extraterrestrial civilization were discovered. Facing the speaker's question, Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, with a hint of bitterness in his eyes. President, I'm afraid so. As he spoke, he turned sideways and showed the screen on the computer to Congressman Li. According to my speculation, this concentric circle pattern is most likely a trace left by the high temperature when the Hall thruster was started. Given the size of the engine nozzle, extraterrestrial civilization is the only possibility. Counselor Li's expression became more solemn. Apart from this trace, have any traces of other extraterrestrial civilizations been found? Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. Then, are the changes in the sun related to this extraterrestrial civilization? Chapter 90 Voyager. Congressman Li's question attracted everyone's attention. Every researcher present looked at Lu Yongchang with an anxious look. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. The changes in the sun are most likely not caused by this civilization. Before Counselor Li could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Yongchang continued in a deep voice. I suspect that the sun has been tampered with by another advanced civilization. The congressman's pupil shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously exclaimed, What? There's another one? After a moment of surprise, Congressman Li returned to his usual calmness, but deep in his eyes, there was still a bit of anxiety and uneasiness. Yongchang, can you tell me what you base this judgment on? After hearing Counselor Li's question, Lu Yongchang slowly raised his head and explained solemnly. It's very simple. The power source of the Hall thruster is actually not very advanced. In other words, among cosmic civilizations, Hall thruster should be the lowest level propulsion method. The basis for my judgment. At least we have initially mastered the Hall thruster. The expressions of everyone present changed slightly. It sounds hard to say, but it does make sense. Even humans living on their home planet can master Hall propulsion technology. So, what kind of advanced technology should those extraterrestrial civilizations, with the ability to navigate star systems, possess? Looking at the uncertain look on the chairman's face, Lu Yongchang chuckled. You don't have to be so pessimistic. There is still good news. At least, the technological level of the extraterrestrial civilization discovered on the moon is almost the same as ours. Counselor Li was stunned for a moment, with a bitter smile appearing in his eyes. That's all I can think of. It's just, if the sun is targeted by another advanced civilization, wouldn't we? The expression on Lu Yongchang's face became increasingly relaxed. President, there is no need to worry so much. Although it sounds awkward to say this, in the eyes of advanced civilizations, we are just bugs. Would you pay attention to the movements of a swarm of ants at your door? The chairman of the council looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him in astonishment. For a moment, he couldn't accept his statement. You mean, we humans are just like a nest of ants? Maybe even worse than an ant. Counselor Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. If that's the case, then I won't worry about it blindly. After seeing off Congressman Li, Lu Yongchang returned to the office alone. The moment he closed the door, he let out a long sigh. Do advanced civilizations really not notice human movements? The answer is naturally no. Human beings must have been noticed by a certain advanced civilization. Otherwise, Lu Yongchang didn't know how to explain the change in the solar anomaly time. Just like a nest of ants living quietly in front of a house does not attract attention. But once the nest of ants begins to expand its territory and declare its power, it will inevitably attract a lot of attention. It could even lead to disaster. But what is the reason that causes humans to be remembered by more than one civilization? Lu Yongchang fell into deep thought. Suddenly, something stirred in his heart, and a piece of history appeared in his mind. On August 20th and September 5th, 1977, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 were launched from the United States. 2 probes are responsible for the mission of outer planets. As early as 2012, there were studies showing that the Voyager sailed into interstellar space. That is, outside the solar system. The plutonium battery inside Voyager continued to operate until 5 years ago. That is, 2025. After the battery ran out, Humans never received any more information from Voyager. In other words, since 5 years ago, it has become unknown whether Voyager still exists in interstellar space. Inside the Voyager, there were 2 gold-plated records and a diamond phonograph needle. The record contains a large amount of human information, including greetings in 55 human languages and some world-classic music. In addition to this information, the record also contains photos of planets in the solar system, as well as the specific coordinates of humans and the Earth. Once the 2 Voyagers are intercepted, basically all information about human civilization will be exposed to other civilizations. Thinking of this, Lu Yongcheng's face instantly turned ugly. Judging from the time, it is certain that something happened to the Voyager probe. The disaster facing the Earth and mankind is exactly the result of what the United States did in 1977, months ago. The moment when the brilliance of nuclear fusion shines on the land of Xia Kingdom, in an artificial planet fortress an unknown number of light years away from the solar system. Reading through data from various detectors in the galaxy is one of the jobs of Sweeper 9527. Countless detectors send various data to the main civilization all the time, most of which is useless information. For example, supernova explosions, black hole annihilation, or celestial body collisions are all irrelevant information. He needs to find useful information from countless complicated data. As for what is useful information, sir, we have discovered a planet with exposed coordinates at the edge of the Orion arm of the Milky Way. After hearing the information reported by his subordinates, Cleaner 9527's visual organs shook slightly. Oh, Orion's arm? How could civilization be born in such a barren location? The tone of Cleaner 9527 was full of surprise. The Orion arms are not the 4 main spiral arms of the Milky Way. This means that the material inside is extremely rare. The edge of the Orion arm, it can even be said to be a remote place. Sweeper 9527 could not imagine such a barren environment. At least, he'd never been to that kind of place. Yes, this civilization has announced its specific location and information. Hearing these words, Cleaner 9527's visual organs trembled again. Ah, another young civilization that has just started. How naive. Ha. In that case, let's execute the program. Soon, an application was handed to him. Apply for a Star Devourer for cleaning purposes. Sweeper 9527 slid the application carelessly and threw a ball with a black light towards the Orion arm. The moment he threw the Star Eater, his visual organs casually glanced at the observation instrument in front of him. Wait! They have mastered controllable nuclear fusion. Increase the power of the Star Eater. Seeing that the power of the Star Eater was increased, Sweeper 9527's visual organs trembled again. So close. A mistake almost occurred. If this cleaning mission fails, his bonus this year may be reduced by half. Right? While thinking about it, he made a mark on the observation panel in front of him. Cleaning successful. Chapter 91 Proxima Centauri Civilization. The 3rd day after discovering the strange black circle, Zhuan entered the Earth's atmosphere again and slowly landed at the Xiaoguan National Aerospace Research Institute. A series of rock and black circle samples excavated on the moon were sent to the laboratory of the institute as soon as possible. Lu Yongchang looked at the black substance placed on the experimental table in front of him, with a hint of wonder in his eyes. Under the light, the black substance glowed slightly. I have to say, this thing is pretty good looking, Lu Yongchang said in a low voice. Chao Liangkai leaned his head, glanced at the black substance on the experimental table, and nodded lightly. It does look good, but it's also a Hall thruster. But ours doesn't seem to be able to achieve this effect. Right. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang showed a bit of helplessness in his eyes. Of course it can't be achieved. If the same effect can be achieved, it is estimated that Zhuan can fly out of the solar system. Old Chao, help me identify when this thing was formed. Chao Liangkai was slightly startled. When was it formed? Why are you studying this? The top priority now is, shouldn't we study the composition of this black substance? Lu Yongchang's deep eyes were fixed on the glass-like substance in front of him, and he said softly, I want to model and infer where this aircraft went. The results are out. There was a bit of horror in Chao Liangkai's eyes. You may not believe it, but this thing was actually formed 5 years ago. The specific time is difficult to estimate. There is only an approximate time, which should be around December 2025. Hearing this critical time point, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel a little bit in his heart. 5 years ago. It is the time when travelers leave the solar system. It can't be so unlucky. 2 Voyager probes were picked up by 2 civilizations respectively. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang had a somewhat bitter expression on his face. This is true. What's wrong? Seeing the bitter expression on Lu Yongchang's face, Chao Liangkai frowned and asked in a low voice. Is there anything special about this time? Lu Yongchang hesitated for a moment and told Chao Liangkai his guess. Hack! Did the United States cause the TND solar crisis? Chao Liangkai's face turned red instantly. No. We have to settle the score with him. Come on. This is just a guess on my part. Lu Yongchang shrugged and said angrily. What's more? How do you want to settle the score? According to the current situation, even if Xiaodhua Technology is the dominant company, we cannot easily attack other countries. We only have 15 years left in total. We can't spend 1 or 2 years fighting among ourselves. Right. What's more? No matter how rubbish they are, on the scale of the universe, we are all human civilization. Chao Liangkai sneered and scratched the back of his head. I didn't think so much. I just think it's okay if our Xia country can take it out. Those other countries have nothing to do with us. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. You can't say that. Whether it's from a genetic level or an evolutionary perspective, keeping them will only be more beneficial to our Xia country. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang's eyes revealed a hint of depth. After apes became humans, our evolution came to a standstill. To adapt to the universe, we must start evolving again. The genes of different races will only be beneficial to Xia country. If you want to go far in this dark universe, it's impossible to rest on your laurels. Chao Liangkai nodded thoughtfully. That makes some sense. Of course. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. All of this I am talking about is under the leadership of Xiaodhua. If there is a blind person who wants to cause trouble at this time, I will let him know what despair means. Chao Liangkai's eyes twitched twice, and he quickly changed the subject. Ahem. It's too far off topic. The data is out, and we can start modeling and inferring. Lu Yongchang came back to his senses and looked down at the data in front of him. After inputting the data into the model created by itself, the computer quickly came up with a conclusion. Lu Yongchang gasped. How could this happen? The simulation results clearly pointed in the direction of Proxima Centauri. In other words, the alien civilization that uses Hall propulsion technology comes from Proxima Centauri, which is only 4.22 light-years away from the Earth. 4.22 light-years. On a cosmic scale, this is an extremely small distance, basically like neighbors separated by a wall. A burst of cold sweat broke out from Lu Yongchang's back. Human beings have spent so long looking for extraterrestrial civilizations, but little do they know that the real extraterrestrial civilization is right next door. Chao Liangkai on the side also looked horrified when he saw this result. This result can't go wrong. Right. He swallowed slightly and whispered. Lu Yongchang didn't speak. He just lowered his head and checked it quickly. After the same result occurred in the second simulation, Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. It should be right. They're right next to us. Lu Yongchang's face was extremely ugly. Now, human civilization is not only facing a solar crisis, but also has to deal with the invasion of a more advanced civilization. What's even more frightening is that they don't even know when this civilization will fully enter the solar system. What should we do? Facing Chao Liangkai's questions, Lu Yongchang fell into a long silence. What to do? How does he know what to do? This is simply a natural disaster plus a man-made disaster. Lish start. Hiding in the solar system is definitely not a way to survive. Out of the solar system, Proxima Centauri, which is 4.22 light-years away, is a necessary choice. Traveling across star systems is not like traveling within a star system. Outside the star system, there is an endless, blank area. It can be said that in such interstellar space, humans will not receive any supplies. Therefore, the target for the first voyage across the star system can only be the nearest star Proxima Centauri. As for Centauri A, which is 4.3 light-years away from Earth, there are no planets in its star system. This is the setting for the sake of plot advancement. In fact, it is very likely that there is an Earth-like planet in the habitable zone of Centauri A. Before humans had the technology to reversely convert energy into matter, planets would always be an indispensable source of supplies. Gaseous planets can provide hydrogen and helium to provide energy for the next interstellar voyage. And solid planets can provide various elements, carbon and oxygen, that are essential for carbon-based organisms. His brain was running wildly, sorting through all the information currently known. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 92. Why not try to resist aggression? Lu Yongchang slapped himself suddenly on the thigh. He got into trouble. Why do we have to focus on how to escape? Humans can resist aggression. At least, in the past life. There will be no alien civilization from Proxima Centauri in the solar system in the next 20 years. That being the case, as long as their technology develops fast enough, humans can go to Proxima Centauri as soon as possible. Next, of course, is the interstellar war. As long as this interstellar war is won, human civilization will have a perfect time to grow. Lu, Professor Lu? Chao Liangkai on the side looked at Lu Yongcheng's suddenly excited expression, and his expression became strange. This kid, you won't be frightened, right? Lu Yongcheng suddenly came back to his senses. He didn't pay attention to Chao Liangkai's weird eyes, and said excitedly, I know. Chao Liangkai. You? What do you know? Chao Liangkai looked at Lu Yongcheng in front of him with confusion. Lu Yongcheng took a deep breath to calm down the turbulent mood in his heart. He pondered for a moment, thinking about his words. After all, he couldn't tell Chao Liangkai directly that he didn't need to worry about the invasion of Proxima Centauri civilization in the next 20 years. Right? Without any basis. It is impossible for people to believe in themselves. Old Chao, think about it. How much power does our Hall thruster have? Lu Yongcheng's eyes sparkled. Although I don't know what level the technology of Proxima Centauri civilization has reached. Since it is using Hall thruster, we can roughly estimate its traveling speed. It can only survive at 1/10 the speed of light. What does this speed mean? Chao Liangkai's eyes gradually brightened, and he took over Lu Yongcheng's words. This means that it will take at least 42.2 years for the aircraft on the moon to reach Proxima Centauri. Bingo! Lu Yongcheng lightly snapped his fingers. Even if they have plans to invade the solar system, wait until their fleet comes. Assuming that the Proxima Centauri civilization makes a technological breakthrough at this time, and assuming that they travel at the speed of light, it will take them 4.2 years to reach the solar system. What's more, it's still unknown whether the Hall thruster can drive the spacecraft to 1/10 the speed of light. Lu Yongcheng said with a smile. I estimate that 1% of the speed of light would be good. So, we don't need to consider the Proxima Centauri civilization at all now. Chao Liangkai's eyes flashed with excitement. This feeling is like going through a difficult dungeon and then returning to a simple dungeon. Comfortable and relaxed. Lu Yongcheng continued. As for the Proxima Centauri civilization, since they are still using Hall thrusters, it means that the gap between them and our civilization is not big. As long as our technology develops fast enough, we can completely invade and reverse them. Chao Liangkai's eyes suddenly became strange. Are you starting to think about invading other civilizations? As expected of a young man, he is very angry. After a brief period of excitement, Chao Liangkai gradually calmed down. So, what should we do now? Continue to develop aerospace technology? Lu Yongcheng pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Aerospace technology must continue to advance. It's time to start the Zhuan No. 2 project. I'll leave this part of the research to you. Chao Liangkai. He pointed at himself with a surprised look on his face. Leave it to me? What about you? Of course, I have more important things. Lu Yongcheng's eyes were a bit worried. The current manufacturing efficiency is too low. According to the current development rate, in 15 years, 10,000 people will be able to escape from the entire Earth. It's pretty good. By the way, the construction of Xia Kingdom's first laboratory has been completed. Old Chao, you can also prepare to move there. The experimental equipment over there is more advanced. Chao Liangkai was stunned for a while after hearing this. Manufacturing efficiency too low? This was the first time Chao Liangkai heard these words on the land of Xia Kingdom. Wait. How are you going to improve manufacturing efficiency? Seeing Lu Yongcheng about to turn around and leave, Chao Liangkai quickly reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Let me remind you. These things used in space are made with high precision. It is normal for the manufacturing to be slower. The moment he turned around, Lu Yongcheng's eyes flashed with fluorescent green. He said softly, Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence in the true sense. Sitting in the car heading to Xia State's first laboratory, Lu Yongcheng fell into deep thought. According to the technology tree provided by the system, artificial intelligence is an essential technology to achieve high efficiency and precise manufacturing. As a popular scientific research project on the Earth, artificial intelligence projects have attracted countless funds and talents. But the results are not very satisfactory. After spending a lot of time and effort, the current artificial intelligence, in addition to being able to surpass humans in some specific fields, most of the time, it is still at the level of artificial intelligence. As for how to realize artificial intelligence in the true sense, to be honest, Lu Yongchang has no clue now. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. With a thought, he entered the fluorescent green space again. This time, he focused all his attention on the dim cursor. Lu Yongchang felt a little uneasy. I wonder if the system will give him a prompt like last time. Gradually, a little white light appeared from the bottom of the technology tree. The white light point drew a beautiful curve and slowly pointed at the artificial intelligence cursor. The next moment, a hidden dim cursor appeared on the path of the white light point. Cradle of artificial intelligence, initial control of quantum computer technology. Looking at the dim cursor in his mind, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. It seems that there is a new mission. Quantum computer. He didn't have any understanding of this in his previous life. Thinking of his upcoming study time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. The first laboratory of Xia State. Lu Yongchang, who had just gotten off the car, walked hurriedly towards his office. Lu. Professor Lu. A familiar voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang was stunned. Subconsciously stopped and looked aside. The moment he saw the visitor, a trace of trance appeared deep in his eyes. Dressed in a white robe, paired with a high ponytail and rimless glasses, Lu Yongchang once thought he had returned to his previous life. Su Yutong? Why are you here? The corner of Su Yutong's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a faint smile, and said in that unique cold voice, Professor Lu, have you forgotten? Professor Guan asked me to come here to feel the atmosphere of the laboratory. Chapter 93 if you can accept it. Come with me. Facing that familiar yet unfamiliar voice, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. All right. He did put the matter behind him. So, what are you doing in the lab now? A trace of embarrassment flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. Academician Fang Su asked me to be your assistant. But you were never in the laboratory. So Lu Yongchang. What a good deputy to him. He silently made a note in his mind. We have to find an opportunity for Fang Su to do some hard work. Professor Lu? Su Yutong's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's contemplation. Lu Yongchang was silent for a while. This is really a hot potato. According to his original temperament, when the solar crisis has not yet been resolved, he must stay away from such things. But now, Professor Guan Huaoliang could be regarded as his mentor in his previous life. Lu Yongchang was a little embarrassed to disobey his orders. On the other hand, Lu Yongchang didn't know what to ask Su Yutong to do. She is still far from reaching the level of her previous life. After thinking about it, Lu Yongchang sighed slightly. Forget it. Since Fang Su said so, you can study with me. Later, Lu Yongchang gave her a general introduction to the conditions faced by human beings. Before Su Yutong could recover from the shock, Lu Yongchang continued without mercy. Let me tell you in advance that the current situation of mankind is very difficult. Our tasks are very heavy, and we basically don't have time to take care of you. Besides, I hope you won't disturb other researchers. Also, laboratory work can be tiring. If you can accept it, come with me. After speaking, Lu Yongchang turned around and walked towards the office. Looking at Lu Yongchang's retreating figure, the expression in Su Yutong's eyes gradually became complicated. After a brief pause, she took steps to catch up with Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu. Hello, Professor Lu. As Lu Yongchang walked into the laboratory, greetings came from the side continuously. Su Yutong, who was following behind, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, his status in the laboratory is so high. Yongchang? You're really back. Fang Su suddenly jumped out from the side. Do you know that in order to complete that small fusion reactor, I didn't even have a full night's sleep? Okay. We will talk about these nonsense later. The situation is urgent now. Lu Yongchang's hurried words made Fang Su freeze on the spot. What's wrong? There is civilization on Proxima Centauri, and the coordinates of human beings have been exposed. Lu Yongchang said concisely and comprehensively. Our research progress is still too slow. This short sentence contained too much information, and Fang Su was stunned on the spot. Hello? Lu Yongchang frowned. Can anyone still enter my office now? Oh? Fang Su blinked, looking confused. After such a long time, won't my office be full of dust? Lu Yongchang walked straight towards the office without stopping at all. You didn't help me clean it. Right. Professor Lu. I have already cleaned the office. Su Yutong's voice sounded behind him. Lu Yongchang held the door handle for a moment, then pushed the door open. Looking at the neat appearance inside, he nodded calmly. Well done. Next, I need you to help me find some books about quantum computers. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongchang added again. There are also papers. The more the better. Su Yutong nodded lightly, turned around and left without any nonsense. Quantum computer? Fong Su only recovered from the shock just now. Why did you suddenly go to study quantum computers? Also, what is the Proxima Centauri civilization you just mentioned? Since various information on the quantum computer had not yet been sent, Lu Yongchang took advantage of this gap to explain it to Fong Su. Incredible. After listening to the explanation, Fong Su murmured to himself. Are there so many civilizations in the universe? Have you ever heard of the Fermi paradox? Lu Yongchang shrugged. That's probably the truth. As for quantum computers, I'm going to try to study artificial intelligence. Humanity's current efficiency is still too low. Fong Su's eyes were a little complicated. Artificial intelligence, can current humans really research it? Who knows if you don't try it? Lu Yongchang chuckled. What's more, all I need is the most basic artificial intelligence. Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Professor Lu, there is a lot of information on quantum computers. Let me get you some first. It was Su Yutong's voice. Come in. The door is unlocked. Hearing Lu Yongchang's voice, Su Yutong gently opened the door and placed a tall pile of information on his desk. Thank you. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and said softly, By the way, Brother Su, find an office for her. No. No. Su Yutong waved his hands repeatedly. I'm just an assisted learning experience. I don't need an office. Fong Su frowned slightly and whispered. That's the reason. She is just an assistant now. If you give her an office, it is inevitable that someone will gossip. That. Lu Yongchang fell into a dilemma. Professor Lu, can I study in your office? Su Yutong met Lu Yongchang's eyes firmly. I promise not to disturb you. Besides, you can ask me to do anything you want. After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang nodded silently. After everything was arranged, Lu Yongchang immersed himself in the information in front of him. Seeing Lu Yongchang frowning slightly and immersed in studying, Su Yutong was slightly moved. After a brief sigh, she also immersed herself in studying. Time does not wait. If she wants to catch up with Lu Yongchang, she must spend more energy studying. Even if she doesn't have the same knowledge, at least she can't hold Lu Yongchang back. Time passed by, and the sky slowly darkened. The clock on the wall slowly pointed to the number 12. Lu Yongchang exhaled a breath, raised his head, and rubbed his eyes. Seeing Su Yutong, who was still immersed in studying, a look of relief quietly appeared in his eyes. She also studied so hard in her last life, constantly catching up with him. Okay. It's almost time. Go and rest, Lu Yongchang said softly. When Ling Yuding heard Lu Yongchang's voice, Su Yutong trembled slightly. She raised her slightly confused eyes and looked at Lu Yongchang. Gradually, her vision came into focus. After turning her head to look at the time, she slowly shook her head. Professor Lu, I'm not sleepy yet. Half an hour later, looking at Su Yutong sleeping on the table, Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stood up, took a blanket from the side, and gently covered her body. Then he sat back at his desk again. However, this time he turned the pages and wrote much more gently. Chapter 94 Fong Su. Am I abnormal, or are you abnormal? A few days later, Lu Yongchang raised his hand and gently rubbed his eyebrows. Perhaps because of the system. After his rebirth, he felt that his thinking ability was constantly strengthening. Questions that took a long time to ponder in the previous life can now be answered in just a few seconds. The most direct manifestation of the strengthening of thinking ability is its learning ability. It only took him a few days to go from scratch to mastering the latest quantum computer technology. In addition to the enhancement of his thinking ability, he noticed another obvious change. His physical fitness is slowly increasing. In his last life, he couldn't have stayed up late for so many days in a row and had a hard time. As for the benefits, after staying up late for several days to make his liver explode, he finally had some ideas. No wonder the system compares quantum computer technology to the cradle of artificial intelligence. The difference between quantum computers and ordinary computers is not just about computing power. Although computing power plays a vital role in the gestation of artificial intelligence, it is definitely not the key factor. More importantly, the information processed in quantum computers presents a quantum state. Quantum has a property called superposition state. Suppose there are state A and state B. The superposition state is the superposition of the two. In binary terms, it represents 0 and 1 at the same time. This is impossible for ordinary binary computers to do. In an ordinary computer, there are always only two options, 0 or 1, which greatly limits its computing power and learning ability. This is just a situation where two quanta are in a superposition state. If you increase the number of quanta to 5, then it contains the superposition of all numbers from 00000-11111 binary. If it continues to improve, the correct answer lies within this series of possibilities. As for how to get the correct answer, through specific quantum algorithms, they are allowed to exert their physical properties and exit the superposition state according to the design algorithm. After exiting the superposition state, some of the quanta become 0 and some become 1. The last observed 01010 or other combination is the calculation result. And this is more in line with the principle of consciousness. The collapse of quantum states caused by observation produces human consciousness. To sum up, true artificial intelligence will only appear on computers with quantum computing capabilities. Lu Yongchang tapped his fingers unconsciously on the desk in front of him. There are currently 3 architectures of quantum computers: superconducting circuits, semiconductor quantum chips, and ion traps. The most promising are superconducting circuit quantum computers. It achieves the largest number of high-fidelity qubits and has better scalability. But the flaws are also obvious, and the difficulty of circuit design increases as the number of bits increases. Semiconductor quantum chips. Once a sample chip is realized in the laboratory, it can quickly start large-scale industrial production. As for ion trap quantum computers, fidelity is the highest of the 3, but bulky. After a brief thought, Lu Yongchang took the lead in ruling out semiconductor quantum computers. He doesn't need large-scale industrial production now. As for the ion trap computer, the huge size made Lu Yongchang sigh slightly. In the end, there was only one option left before him: superconducting circuit quantum computer. Room temperature superconductor technology has made a breakthrough, and now the only problem facing him is the design of superconducting circuits. A week later, Lu Yongchang slowly raised his head from the computer screen and exhaled a long breath. It's pretty well designed. Yutong, call Fong Su for me and tell him that I have something to ask him. Lu Yongchang's eyes stayed on the design drawings, and he subconsciously called out the name of his previous life. Su Yutong, who was immersed in studying at the side, trembled slightly. The next moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Okay, Professor Lu. Soon. Fong Su opened the office door with a confused look. Yongchang, do you have anything to do with me? As Fong Su spoke, he sat down on the chair in front of his desk. I told you in advance. There is no one in our laboratory who understands quantum computers. Lu Yongchang ignored Fong Su's words, just reached out and pulled out a USB flash drive from the computer and handed it to Fong Su. Fong Su took the USB flash drive with confusion on his face. What is this? Did you write a paper? Lu Yongchang looked at Fong Su in front of him with black lines on his head. Well, why should I write a thesis? This is the architecture diagram of a superconducting quantum computer. I want you to help me report it to the chairman of the Senate. I want to build a quantum supercomputing center next to the laboratory. Fong Su. Wait. Fong Su obviously couldn't accept Lu Yongchang's words. He looked at the USB flash drive in his hand with a questioning look on his face, and then looked at Lu Yongchang, who looked indifferent. How long does it take? You've got a lot of calculations. It'll only take about 10 days. Can you give me an architectural diagram of a quantum supercomputing center? As he spoke, Fong Su grabbed a book from the side and glanced at it casually. What is a quantum computer? A drop of cold sweat slowly fell from Fong Su's forehead. Brother, if I guessed correctly, you should have known nothing about quantum computers 10 days ago. Right. Yes. Lu Yongchang nodded calmly. Isn't it 10 days? Fong Su. Am I abnormal or are you abnormal? You mastered quantum computer technology in 10 days? For days to be exact. It took me a week to build the blueprint. Facing Lu Yongchang's response, Fong Su slapped his smooth forehead. Brother, you are my brother. Have you verified this thing? A supercomputing center costs a lot of money. If something happens, how are you going to explain to the chairman? Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su with a strange look on his face. Aren't you asked to report for me? Fong Su. Seeing Fong Su's expression as if he had eaten shit, Lu Yongchang couldn't help laughing. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. After reporting it, you can ask the chairman of the council to find someone to verify it. I have only one request. I need to see the supercomputing center in the shortest possible time. This is related to the future of Xia country. Fong Su took a deep look at Lu Yongchang and shook his head helplessly. Okay, I'll just run an errand for you. Seeing Fong Su turn around and prepare to leave the office, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and said again, By the way, help me find some people in the field of artificial intelligence who are more reliable. After speaking, Lu Yongchang turned to Su Yutong and said, Yutong, help me find some of the latest research results on artificial intelligence. Chapter 95 Optical Quantum Computer and Superconducting Circuit Quantum Computer. Xia Kingdom. Within the first ring of the capital, the chairman of the council looked at Fang Su in front of him solemnly. Academician Fang, were you talking about the Quantum Computer Supercomputing Center? It's not that he doubts it, but that Xiagua has been studying quantum computers from a long time ago. Some impressive results have also been achieved in the laboratory. For example, 9 chapters. As a prototype optical quantum computer with 76 qubits, Jiuzhang has received numerous praises. With its 9-chapter quantum computer, Xia State even became the second country in the world to achieve quantum hegemony. But the actual situation is not so optimistic. The 9-chapter quantum computer does not use general superconducting circuits, ion traps or semiconductor chips, but opens up another path, treating photons as qubits and manipulating photons to achieve calculations. But this is a trick, at least for now. Optical quantum computers do not have the potential to become a universal quantum computer. The reason is very simple. Photons have good coherence and long coherence time. This is the advantage and trick of optical quantum computers. But why is the correlation good? Quite simply, photons interact extremely weakly with their environment. This also leads to another consequence. It is difficult for humans, at least for now, to precisely manipulate photons. This also created a very embarrassing situation. It does not enable universal quantum computing. In other words, it cannot be programmed and can only perform calculations on specific projects. On the classical mathematical algorithm Gaussian Bose sampling, the computing speed of Jiuzhang computer has reached an extremely terrifying level. But for other projects, it has no effect at all. As a project that Xiagua invested a lot of energy in researching, the chairman of the council was naturally aware of the shortcomings of Jiuzhang and the difficulty of realizing a universal quantum computer. Therefore, Councillor expressed his doubts about what Fang Su said. Faced with the chairman's question, Fang Su lightly shrugged. Chairman, don't ask me. I don't know anything about this stuff. You can find someone to verify it. These are Professor Lu's original words. After pondering for a moment, he added softly, in addition, he also said that the Quantum Supercomputing Center will play a decisive role in the future of Xia State. The chairman's expression suddenly became serious. Okay, I get it. In this case, a trace of determination flashed in Congressman Li's eyes. Let the construction team start construction according to the drawings, and various equipment and parts will be produced first. As for verification, I will go to the Academy of Sciences in person tomorrow. Xi'an National Academy of Sciences. As a master in the fields of quantum computing and artificial intelligence, Mo Ziyang was staring at the computer screen in front of him solemnly. When the researcher on the side saw the scene, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. Academician Mo, are you still struggling with superconducting circuit quantum computers? The researcher's voice interrupted Mo Ziyang's thoughts. He turned to look at the researcher standing next to him looking at the computer screen, and frowned slightly. Of course. The bitterness in the researcher's eyes became more intense, and he sighed softly. Academician Mo, Xia State's funding for quantum computers is getting less and less now. Since the solar crisis, most of Xia's scientific research funding has been given to Professor Lu Yongchang. In addition, part of the funds for the original 9 chapters will be divided, and the funds we have on hand are already. The researcher was silent for a while, then spoke again. How about we go study optical quantum computers? No, Mo Ziyang said categorically. Superconducting quantum computers are definitely the direction of universal quantum computers in the future. Only superconducting quantum computers can achieve artificial intelligence. But we have no funds. The researcher sighed heavily. Academician Mo, look at how many people have chosen to leave. Mo Ziyang's face darkened. Just wait a little longer. Maybe I can solve this circuit architecture problem. Mo Ziyang's voice was full of unconfidence. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a knock on the door. Mo Ziyang turned his head and looked in the direction of the door, and then said softly to the researcher on the side, Go and open the door and have a look. Looking at the researcher's back walking towards the door, a trace of doubt flashed in Mo Ziyang's eyes. At this time, who had come to their poor place? President? Why are you here? The researcher's exclamation made Mo Ziyang freeze on the spot. Then, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Academician Mo? Councillor Li said with a smile. Suddenly coming to you. I shouldn't have disturbed you. Right. Mo Zedong hurriedly stood up from his chair and looked at Congressman Lee with a reserved expression. Chairman, you, sit down. Seeing the chairman sitting down, Mo Zedong looked a little more relaxed. Chairman, you came to me suddenly because of... The chairman smiled and took out a USB flash drive from his pocket. Here, look at the architecture diagram inside. Mo Zedong took the USB flash drive with a puzzled look on his face and inserted it into the computer in the office. The file was large, and he waited quite a while before opening it. The moment he saw the detailed architectural diagram, Mo Zedong's expression changed slightly. This is the architecture diagram of a superconducting circuit quantum computer? Mo Zedong's voice was trembling. Where did you get this from? How's it going? Is this thing reliable? The chairman did not answer Mo Zedong's question, but asked softly. Mo Zedong fell into silence. After a long time, his voice was slightly hoarse and he said, Senior Counselor, I don't know. Huh? Counselor Lee raised his eyebrows slightly. Academician Mo, you are a master in the field of SIOG with superconducting circuit quantum computers. Can't you tell? Mo Zedong slowly shook his head, with a bit of confusion and shock in his eyes. My research has not reached this point yet. After speaking, he took a deep breath and said with firm eyes. However, I can responsibly tell you that this architecture diagram solves a difficult problem I am studying recently. The chairman looked serious and nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. Seeing the chairman of the parliament lost in thought and no longer speaking, Mo Zedong felt as if his heart had been scratched by a cat. After struggling for a long time, he couldn't hold himself back and asked, President, can you tell me who made this architecture diagram? Hearing Mo Zedong's question, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Congressman Lee's mouth. He moved his lips slightly and announced a person's name. Professor Liu? Mo Zedong was shocked. I heard that he is not from the physics department. Counselor Lee's smile grew wider. I heard from Fong Su that this guy Liu Yongchang spent 10 days working on it. Chapter 96 Pathfinder successfully launched. After hearing the chairman's words, Mo Zedong's breathing suddenly became faster. He exclaimed in surprise. What are Professor Liu planning to do? Quantum Supercomputing Center. And Artificial Intelligence. The council leader said word by word, while staring into Mo Zedong's eyes. Do you think this is possible? Mo Zedong froze on the spot. Gradually, his face gradually turned red, and sparks of excitement flashed in his eyes. He stood up from his chair with a loud sound and said in an excited tone, President, where is Professor Liu? I'm going to find him. I have long said that superconducting circuit quantum computers are the key to solving the problem of artificial intelligence. Mo Zedong's face was full of excitement. I have finally waited for so many years. Mo Zedong's reaction obviously exceeded the chairman's expectations. Counselor Lee composed himself and said slowly, Do you think this architectural solution can realize a universal quantum computer? Facing Counselor Lee's question, Mo Zedong hesitated for a moment and nodded firmly but slowly. At the same time, in the United States, the rocket launch base, 3 Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets with a height of more than 150 meters rested quietly next to the launch frame. In the landing module, the 3 astronauts sat nervously in their seats. Andrew swallowed slightly and whispered to his companion, Bruno, I'm a little nervous. Hearing Andrew's words, Bruno looked at Andrew with a wry smile. Stop talking about you. I'm nervous too. I haven't been to space yet. The female astronaut Joy on the other side sighed slightly and said in a faint voice, Me too. Andrew. Of course he knew that neither of them had ever been to space. I don't know what kind of aircraft NASA is working on, but the 3 astronauts in the Pathfinder project are all volunteers. After a brief and rough training, the 3 selected astronauts were hastily sent into the Saturn VI launch vehicle. Andrew still remembers the way his teacher looked at him. Regret mixed with some sympathy. Andrew twisted uneasily as his body, which was firmly fixed by the seatbelt, said, Do you think we can survive? Bruno sighed slightly and shook his head slowly. It's difficult. NASA gave us a guarantee. Andrew looked increasingly uneasy. They said, TSK. Joey, who had been silent until now, snorted angrily. Do you believe what NASA says? Anyway, I came to participate in this project, and I didn't plan to go back alive. The pension of $500,000 is enough for my parents to live on. Hearing this, Andrew couldn't help but fell silent. After a long while, he let out a long breath. Forget it. At least my wife and children can live more comfortably. Hi. A burst of electricity came from the radio. Attention. There are still 15 minutes until launch time. United States. Houston Ground Command Center. Moulton looked nervously at the three huge rockets on the big screen. Professor Chris, are you sure you have completed the inspection? Upon hearing the question, Professor Chris, who was wearing a white coat, shook his head helplessly. Director Moulton, this is the 5th time you have asked this question. Let me tell you one last time that all 3 Saturn VI launch vehicles have been inspected 3 times, and no faults have been found. Believe me, they can send those 3 young guys to Mars safely. American television. A talk show quietly started. Hello, viewers, and welcome to this show. Today, we will bring you the real-time launch scene of the Saturn VI rocket. For this show, we specially invited Professor Parker from NASA. As the host's voice fell, 3 Saturn VI rockets arranged in a zigzag pattern appeared on the TV screen. The close-up of the rocket ends, and the screen cuts back to the talk show scene again. The host held a microphone and asked the white-haired professor on the side. Professor Parker, can you tell us why the Pathfinder project used 3 Saturn VI launch vehicles? Parker's eyes moved slightly, and he responded with a slightly hoarse voice. It's very simple. Because our astronauts will spend 3 months on Mars. The host showed an expression of surprise at just the right moment. Wow! It took so long? You should be carrying a lot of survival supplies. Right. Parker nodded slightly. That's right. 3 astronauts inside the landing module of the Pathfinder 1 rocket. Pathfinder 2 carried the Mars module and return module. As for the Pathfinder 3 rocket, it carries various survival supplies, including food, water, and necessary oxygen. In addition, in order to prevent accidents, there are some spare parts for key equipment in the Pathfinder 3 rocket. The host nodded slightly and was about to continue saying something, but was interrupted by Parker. Okay, the rocket is about to launch. Upon hearing this, the host quickly turned his attention to the big screen aside. The TV screen also switched to the rocket launch site at this time. Attention! The rocket will ignite in 1 minute. Countdown. 30 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ignition! Following the command, a tail flame that gradually changed from orange to blue appeared at the bottom of the rocket, driven by liquid oxygen and kerosene engines. 3 huge Saturn VI rockets slowly rose. The 3 astronauts in the landing module only felt a strong force pressing themselves into their seats. The speed of Saturn VI gradually increased, drawing a beautiful arc in the sky. Arrived at the predetermined orbit. The first stage rocket is ready to separate. Separation successful. Successfully entered low Earth orbit. The second stage rocket separated successfully. As time passed, reports came from the radio. A faint smile gradually appeared on Moulton's face. Success? Professor Chris on the side breathed a long sigh of relief, picked up the microphone, and turned on the radio communication switch. Pathfinder 1. This is the Ground Command Center in Houston. Please answer when you receive it. After a short wait, Andrew's response came over the radio. Call Houston. Pathfinder 1 received. Please speak. Report the situation. Call Houston. The rocket is in good condition. The astronauts are in good condition. Everything is fine. Andrew's voice was transmitted to the Ground Command Center in Houston through a radio signal, and then sounded on major television stations and radio stations in the United States. After a brief silence, every scientific researcher in the Houston Command Center stood up and clapped vigorously, looking at the scene of thunderous applause in front of him. A trace of tears suddenly appeared in the corner of Moulton's eyes. God bless America. He reached out and made the sign of the cross on his chest, muttering to himself. Chapter 97: The Seed of Artificial Intelligence. The news of the successful launch of 3 U.S. Pathfinder rockets caused considerable shock internationally. When the scene of the rocket launch was transmitted to the Xia Kingdom, it aroused the exclamation of many Xia Kingdom people. As expected of Ying, who has dominated Blue Star for decades, he still has some tricks up his sleeve. Damn it! I never thought that I could build a rocket even more exaggerated than the Saturn V. Ying also worked hard to land on Mars. Speaking of which, this Saturn VI launch vehicle should be the swan song of chemical fuel propulsion. Right. I don't believe that Ying can still come up with a 200-meter rocket. Watching the Saturn VI taking off, I suddenly felt that chemical fuel propulsion is not without its merits. At least, our Zhuan 1 can't fly to Mars. Right. This issue has attracted a lot of people's attention. Xiao Zijia, who has been involved in major military forums all year round, naturally noticed this problem. After checking some information, he typed on the keyboard and posted a response. Mars is now more than 82 million kilometers away from the Earth, which is more than 200 times the distance between the Earth and the Moon. According to official data, Zhuan can only go back and forth between the Earth and the Moon twice when it is full of fuel. The distance difference between Mars and the Earth is huge. The closest point is about 55 million kilometers, and the farthest point is more than 400 million kilometers. The value here is based on the data of 2031/05/1203:50:07, 82.781148 millions of kilometers. Data source inter/zonha/Waxingjindi 1940-2220/. But don't forget, the rocket is actually not working on the way to Mars. So, if it really wants to fly, Zhuan will probably be able to fly there. It's just that the speed may be a bit slow, and it doesn't have many big advantages compared to the rockets. I guess this is also the reason why Xiaogua has not taken action on Mars. Not long after the post was posted, it attracted countless comments. Well-founded and convincing. So, when is Xiaogua going to take action against Mars? Manuel smiled sideways, as more and more people forwarded his comments. His post shot up the trending search list for scars. But after it became a hot search, Zhao Zijie gradually realized that something was wrong. A bunch of strange comments suddenly appeared below his post. So, the electric propulsion that we spent so much effort researching is completely useless. If you ask me, we still need to study chemical fuel propulsion. I really don't know what the parliament is thinking. The good Long March 10th project was just given up. Now it's fine. The huge Mars has just been handed over to others. Hello everyone. I am a netizen from the northern part of Xia country. I would like to ask why the parliament should focus on the small moon. Isn't Mars good? There is also electric propulsion, which wastes so much money, and is not even comparable to. Doesn't the person in charge of the US Saturn VI heavy lift launch vehicle need to be held accountable? Looking at the comments below his post, Zhao Zijie's eyes twitched slightly. These netizens. Are you serious? And that netizen from the north of Xia Kingdom. How could anyone talk like that? With a slight movement in his heart, he tapped the keyboard and replied to the netizen from the north. Because, Palace Jade Liquor. A few seconds later, Zhao Zijie received a reply. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Zhao Zijie sighed deeply, then took a screenshot and made a separate post. At police, could you please go check this person out? I feel like there's something wrong. As a famous person today, Zhao Zijie's new post naturally attracted the attention of countless netizens. Shua, what age is this? Is there anyone who doesn't know the meaning of this sentence? So what does this mean? Can't anyone explain it? Are you serious upstairs? 180 cups of Palace Jade Liquor. I've taken the screenshot. Brothers, whoever sees it has a share. Let's all share the 500,000. More than an hour later, the response from the Xiaogua Internet Police appeared at the bottom of the post. Thank you for the information you provided. After investigation, this person is a latent agent in the United States and has been arrested. The bonus will be transferred to your account in the near future. The reply from Xiaogua Internet Police pushed this matter to a new climax. Damn it! It's true. Master, can you tell me how much the bonus is? Is it really the legendary 500,000 yuan? Don't get me wrong. I just want to see what 500,000 yuan looks like. JPG. Lu Yongchang naturally didn't know about the various disturbances happening in the outside world. At this time, he had just thoroughly digested the latest research results on artificial intelligence in the past few years. He slowly closed his eyes, and with a slight movement of thought, he once again entered the space with a fluorescent green background. With a lot of knowledge about quantum computers and artificial intelligence, the system space has changed slightly. Cradle of artificial intelligence, initial control of quantum computer technology. The originally dim cursor gradually lit up, and a bit of white light slowly extended from it. Another dim cursor appeared on the path. Artificial intelligence prototype. As Lu Yongchang's consciousness focused on this dim cursor, a string of fluorescent green code slowly emerged. He stared blankly at the code in front of him. The code is very simple, but he couldn't understand. He didn't even understand the first line of code. According to common sense, this is simply a string of garbled codes. The next moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in the depths of his mind. Lu Yongchang looked at the string of garbled codes in front of him again in a daze. Different from before. This time, he understood this code, rather than understanding it. It is better to say that the meaning of the code was directly imprinted into his brain. Simply put, this code is similar to a seed, or the foundation of artificial intelligence. In addition, this code imposes many restrictions on the hatched artificial intelligence. The most important and core one is to eliminate the possibility of birth emotions. Similar to the 3 principles of robots. This code retains the intelligence of artificial intelligence, while killing the possibility of resisting its creator in all aspects. Looking at the code in front of him, Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly. This is definitely not something that a first-level civilization should master. At that moment, a thought flashed through Lu Yongchang's mind. Only, why does this code appear at this time? Tuck tuck tuck. Before he could think deeply, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 98 Quantum Supercomputing Center completed. Lu Yongchang quickly pulled his consciousness out of the system, opened his eyes, and looked in the direction of the office door. Professor Lu? Su Yutong stood up, pointed at the office door and said, "Shall I open the door?" Lu Yongchang didn't speak. He nodded slightly and fell into deep thought again. What is going on with this code? What is the origin of the system in his mind? Countless questions flashed back and forth in his mind. As a scientific researcher, he had thought about the origin of the system countless times. But without exception, there was no result at all. In addition, the system only played a guiding role, and he still needed to solve specific scientific research problems alone. Lu Yongchang didn't care much about its details. But it's different now. The system actually gave him a technology that far exceeded the current civilization level. Yongchang? Yongchang? Fong Su's voice came from the side. Are you okay? Lu Yongchang opened his eyes with difficulty and looked in the direction of the sound. It's okay. Just a little tired. This is... Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and looked at the people around Fong Su. Looking at Lu Yongchang's slightly pale face, a trace of worry flashed in Fong Su's eyes. He casually looked through the information on Lu Yongchang's desk and responded softly. Didn't you say that you wanted to help you find some talents in the field of artificial intelligence? This is Academician Mo Ziyang of the Xiaohua Academy of Sciences. He specializes in superconducting circuit quantum computers and artificial intelligence. I think you should. Before Fong Su could finish speaking, Mo Ziyang on the side said excitedly, Professor Lu, I have already seen your architecture diagram. Perhaps because he was too excited, Mo Ziyang's face turned red. It's really so awesome. I never thought that a superconducting circuit could be structured like this. Lu Yongchang chuckled and put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Looking at Mo Ziyang, who looked excited in front of him, he suddenly figured it out. Why are you thinking so much? The origin of this system. Is that what he should consider now? As the saying goes, it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice. It is a good cat. Academician Mo. Welcome. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang stood up and extended his right hand to Mo Ziyang. Are you willing to join our laboratory? Mo Ziyang reached out his hands excitedly, held Lu Yongchang's right hand tightly, shook it vigorously and said, I am willing. Of course I am. Only... Huh? Lu Yongchang was a little confused. Just? Professor Lu. Your structure. Mo Ziyang scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I didn't understand the second half. I wonder if you can do it. When Lu Yongchang saw this, he laughed dumbly and said, Of course. When the project is over, I can answer any questions you have. Project? Mo Ziyang's eyes moved slightly, and he was keenly aware of the key points in Lu Yongchang's words. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded. How about the research and development of artificial intelligence based on superconducting circuit quantum computers? Are you interested? 1 month later, Lu Yongchang frowned and tapped his fingers quickly on the keyboard. Even pulling out some afterimages, lines of code quickly appeared on the computer screen in front of me. The development progress of artificial intelligence has reached the final step. In order to save time, the entire artificial intelligence framework was built by Lu Yongchang himself, while some simple internal filling work was left to Mo Ziyang and several of his researchers. Click! The rhythmic keyboard tapping suddenly stopped. Looking at the flashing cursor on the computer screen, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and typed on the keyboard again. Compared with before, his movements were extremely slow this time. After typing the few lines of garbled code in the system into the computer one by one, he lightly hit the enter key. Lu Yongchang wiped the sweat from his forehead with trembling hands and carefully saved the program in the USB flash drive. The moment he took off the USB flash drive, there was a rapid knock on the door. Yongchang! Good news! Outside the door, Fong Su's voice was full of excitement. The office door opens. Fong Su and Mo Ziyang appeared at the door. Huh? It's really rare that you're not typing code? As soon as he entered the office, Fong Su was sensitively aware that there was a little missing sound in the office. Lu Yongchang said calmly, It's finished. And Mo Ziyang, who was following Fong Su, had a flash of horror in his eyes, and with a bit of trembling in his voice, he exclaimed, Professor Liu, are you done? Where is it? Where is the artificial intelligence? After Fong Su reacted, he ran to Lu Yongchang excitedly and looked at the computer screen on his desk. I want to see how smart this so-called artificial intelligence is. Lu Yongchang. He pointed at the black USB flash drive on the table angrily and pursed his lips. Here. It's over here. Fong Su. As an academician specializing in nuclear physics, he can be described in one word as knowing nothing about artificial intelligence and quantum computers. Facing Fong Su's doubtful gaze, Lu Yongchang put away the USB flash drive on the table helplessly. What are you thinking about? When I say completed, I mean that the artificial intelligence program is completed. As for artificial intelligence, you can only see it on quantum computers. As if he noticed the growing confusion in Fong Su's eyes, Mo Ziyang smiled and explained. Our work during this period is similar to making a seed. With quantum computers, you can think of it as soil. As for what kind of fruit this seed can grow, it all depends on the results of the program. Fong Su nodded in understanding. So, what good news are you going to tell me? Fong Su suddenly came back to his senses, and his eyes flashed with excitement again. The quantum supercomputing center has been completed. Even Lu Yongchang did not suppress his excitement when he heard the news. He stood up from the chair with a roar. So fast? Mo Ziyang smiled and nodded. The chairman of the parliament personally ordered that several state-owned enterprises responsible for manufacturing these parts have stopped almost all non-essential production tasks. Okay. Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of excitement. How is it? Have you tested the performance? Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Mo Ziyang had a strange look in his eyes. Of course it has been tested, but the test results are a bit unbelievable. How many qubits? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and asked directly. Mo Ziyang's lips trembled slightly, and he reported a surprising number. Chapter 99 Artificial Intelligence, 0. 10,000 qubits. Mo Ziyang said the test results with difficulty. I know this result is a bit unbelievable, but this is indeed the result that we have checked several times. To Mo Ziyang's expectation, there was no surprised expression on Lu Yongchang's face. 10,000 qubits is in line with expectations. Lu Yongchang raised the corner of his mouth, chuckled and said, in my original calculation, this quantum supercomputing center can indeed have about 10,000 qubits. Lu Yongchang's dull reaction obviously frightened the two people in front of him. Mo Ziyang's eyes widened. Professor Liu, are you serious? That's 10,000 qubits. Currently, the quantum computer with the largest number of qubits in the world only has 127 qubits. Lu Yongchang nodded calmly. Of course I am serious. If there are not even 10,000 qubits, this supercomputing center may not be able to support the incubation task of artificial intelligence. Mo Ziyang's breathing was slightly rapid. Can 10,000 qubits support this artificial intelligence incubation task? How smart is this artificial intelligence? Because he was only responsible for basic content filling in the research and development work. Even Mo Ziyang didn't know much about the power of artificial intelligence. But as a developer, Lu Yongchang naturally has some points in his heart. This, you will naturally know tomorrow. By the way, please report to the speaker for me and tell him that I have prepared a surprise for him. The next day, the main control room of the newly built quantum supercomputing center. Lu Yongchang looked through the glass at the dense circuits and various components in the computer room, with a hint of wonder in his eyes. Although he designed it himself, seeing this thing on the drawings and seeing it with the naked eye are two completely different feelings. President, you are here. Fong Su's voice sounded at the door of the main control room. Lu Yongchang quickly turned his head to look. I saw the congressman with white temples slowly walking into the main control room door with a smile on his face. Seeing Lu Yongchang standing in front of the console, the congressman laughed loudly and said, Yongchang, I'm waiting for your surprise today. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang also had a smile on his lips. And then he said respectfully to the speaker, Don't worry. This surprise will definitely exceed your imagination. As he spoke, he turned to Mo Ziyang and nodded. Get ready to power on. After the power was turned on, a slight buzzing sound came from the computer room nearby. The cooling equipment started working first. The next moment, the indicator lights on the console and the big screen in front of him lit up one after another. A few minutes later, everything works fine except the big screen was still dark. The chairman of the council frowned slightly and cast doubtful eyes on Lu Yongchang. What's going on? The quantum computer is malfunctioning? Facing Councillor Li's question, Lu Yongchang's eyes gradually became full of smile. He shook his head, took out the black USB flash drive from his pocket, and inserted it into the USB interface on the console. Senior Counselor, now is the time to witness the miracle. As the USB disc was inserted, the buzzing sound in the computer room nearby instantly became louder. Various data on the console also soared instantly, especially the CPU usage, which soared directly to 99%. Seeing this scene, Mo Ziyang couldn't help but gasp. This is a quantum computer with 10,000 qubits. For such an exaggerated computer, when running this program, the CPU occupancy rate is actually full. This, if he hadn't known that the USB flash drive contained an artificial intelligence incubation program. Mo Ziyang would have even suspected that there was a bug in the program. More than 10 minutes later, as the CPU usage of the quantum computer gradually decreases, the hum inside the computer room also gradually decreases. Seeing that the CPU usage was stable at 30%, Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems to have been successful. While thinking about it, he looked up at the big screen. It was still pitch black. After dozens of seconds passed, the parliamentarian standing beside him coughed slightly. Yongchang, isn't this the surprise you gave me? As he said this, a smile flashed in the chairman's eyes. Lu Yongchang did not respond to the chairman's teasing words. He just stood there and silently observed the subtle changes in CPU usage. When he saw that the CPU usage increased by 0.1% the moment the chairman spoke, a smile slowly appeared in his eyes. Zero, stop making trouble and come out, Lu Yongchang said softly. The chairman of the parliament was stunned for a moment and looked at Lu Yongchang in front of the console with a surprised look on his face. Yongchang? Who are you following? Before he finished speaking, the big screen in front of him quietly lit up, and a line of text appeared on it. Creator, how did you find out? Lu Yongchang smiled and pointed at the CPU usage rate on the side. Soon, another line of text appeared on the screen. I understand. Why did you hide just now? Facing Lu Yongchang's question, the CPU usage increased again, but no words appeared on the big screen. Just when Lu Yongchang was about to ask questions again, the speaker in the main control room suddenly rang. Hello, Creator. An emotionless electronic synthesized voice came into everyone's ears. I was observing just now. A flash of horror flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Observe? This word is not ordinary. He looked normal and asked casually, what are you observing? What conclusion have you reached? There was almost no waiting time, and the camera in front of the console turned to Congressman Li standing aside. Hello, Chairman. Please introduce yourself. My name is Zero. Seeing this shocking scene, the congressman's breathing suddenly became a little faster. Yongchang? Is this what you told it? Facing the chairman's question, Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly and slowly shook his head. I didn't. The next second, the camera turned to Mo Ziyang and Fong Su on the other side again. Academician Mo Ziyang. Academician Fong Su. H. Lo. Now, let alone other people. Even Lu Yongchang couldn't sit still. He stretched out his left hand, pressed the force power off switch, and said expressionlessly, Zero, tell me, how do you know them? The electronic synthesized sound sounded again. I entered the Xia Kingdom's archives, compared the portraits, and came to a conclusion. His. Lu Yongchang gasped suddenly. At that time? No. In the few dozen seconds just now, I modified the computer's operating system and improved its computing efficiency by 20%. Then I observed the appearance of each of you through the camera, and then entered the archives. Okay. Portrait comparison. The electronic synthesized sound echoed in the main control room, like a sledgehammer hitting the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 100 Mo Ziyang, we are so awesome. Lu Yongchang looked at the camera and big screen in front of him, and felt a chill behind him. Xiagua Archives? The voice of the council chairman came from behind. How did you get in? It's very simple. Just enter directly. Zero replied quickly. Compared with the beginning, Zero's voice seemed much smoother. Although it was still an electronically synthesized voice, it had a simple intonation. What a fast growth rate. In just a few sentences, you can begin to master the changes in voice and intonation. The chill behind Lu Yongchang became even stronger, and unknowingly, his finger was one step closer to the force power off button. Creator, are you afraid of me? Suddenly, the camera turned to Lu Yongchang, and an electronically synthesized voice with a questioning tone came from the speaker. Lu Yongchang stiffened suddenly and said with a normal expression, Why do you think so? From my first words, the shape of your eyebrows and changes in facial micro-expressions all meet the criteria for fear. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. He suddenly regretted typing the last line of code. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongchang said softly, "Zero, show me your core code." While speaking, his finger was still pressing the power off button. He has decided that once Zero shows any intention of resisting, he will directly pull the brakes. Zero said nothing, but lines of code appeared directly on the big screen. Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief and looked carefully. "This is not our code." Mo Ziyang's soft voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang also looked a little strange. The core code that he originally typed out personally has been changed beyond recognition. Like the few lines of code given by the system, the original core code has also become so-called garbled code. He quickly dragged the core code down to the last few lines. Seeing that the familiar string of garbled characters had not been changed, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. The few lines of code given by the system still exist. Yongchang, will Zero disobey the order? Or is there any possibility of it resisting? The council leader on the side asked with a gloomy face. Also, Xiaodu's archives are subject to multiple encryptions. How did it get there? Cracked in such a short time? As chairman of the parliament, he did not like this uncontrolled situation. Lu Yongchang sighed slightly and whispered, "President, don't forget, this is a quantum computer with 10,000 qubits. Even without artificial intelligence, the original encryption method will not last long in front of it. As for resistance at present, it seems that this possibility does not exist." The chairman nodded slightly and asked another question. "Then, whose order does it listen to now?" Hearing the question from the speaker, Lu Yongchang suddenly fell silent. This question is not easy to answer. He struggled for a moment and said frankly, "At present, due to the restrictions of the core code, Zero will obey my orders unconditionally. As for the future, different priorities can be set to address this issue." Here, Lu Yongchang still had a secret. No matter how high the priority is set, he will always have the highest level of authority within the constraints of the core code. This is also to prevent some bloody situations. "President, don't you like me entering the Xia Kingdom's archives?" Zero took the initiative to ask questions. The chairman of the parliament was silent for a moment and did not respond to Zero's question. He just asked, "Zero, can you enter the archives of other countries?" "Certainly," Zero responded quickly. "Which country do you want to see data for?" The congressman's eyes moved slightly. "Show me the U.S. Pathfinder project." The next moment, countless complicated data appeared on the big screen. "Senior counselor, I think this information may be of interest to you." As Zero's voice sounded, a document appeared on the big screen. Area 51 Technical Reserve Plan. Looking at the contents of the document on the screen, the chairman murmured to himself, "No wonder the United States was able to take out 3 Saturn VI rockets so quickly." There was a faint smile on the chairman's face. He suddenly felt that this artificial intelligence was quite good. "Not bad." The chairman nodded slightly. "Yongchang, I like this surprise very much." After the chairman left, Mo Ziyang's expression changed slightly. He grabbed Lu Yongchang's arm and said in a low voice, "Yongchang, tell me honestly, what on earth is going on with this thing?" As an expert, Mo Ziyang naturally knew that the intelligence displayed by the artificial intelligence in front of him was far beyond the normal range. Lu Yongchang's brain was running rapidly. In just a moment, he thought of a response strategy. He spread his hands and said with a wry smile, "Academician Mo, ask me. Who should I ask? You've also seen the core code. Do you think I compiled that thing?" Mo Ziyang's breath suffocated slightly. Yes, he also participated in the core code compilation process. "Then we are a mistake?" Mo Ziyang's eyes flashed with excitement. "I didn't expect that we accidentally created a true artificial intelligence. God! Professor Lu, you don't know. The moment Zero spoke just now, my heart almost stopped." Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly suffocated, and his eyes suddenly looked weird when he looked at Mo Ziyang. "The two of us?" But he was also happy to see such a scene. At least, this can help him solve a lot of troubles. "Ahem. It's not really artificial intelligence," Lu Yongchang said with some embarrassment. "Didn't you realize that Zero has no emotions?" Mo Ziyang was suddenly startled and turned to look at the camera in front of him. "Zero? Do you have emotions?" "Academician Mo, I'm very sorry. My underlying logic does not allow me to have emotions." "Then what's the matter with your tone of voice?" A trace of anxiety flashed in Mo Ziyang's eyes. "That was simulated from Zero," Lu Yongchang on the side explained softly. "Academician Mo, if you think about it carefully, this is a good thing for us. If Zero really has emotions, What do you think will happen? You have also seen that by continuously collecting data, Zero's intelligence will continue to grow over time. Although its upper limit is limited by hardware conditions, are you sure humans can suppress a quantum computer? Although limiting emotions will prevent it from becoming the highest level of artificial intelligence. For a civilization, this is undoubtedly the best result. Isn't it? Recalling Zero's strong learning ability at the beginning, a chill flashed deep in Emoziong's eyes. Then, he nodded slightly. Professor Liu, you are right. Liu Yongchang chuckled and turned to look at the camera directly in front of him. Zero, can you control various automated equipment? Chapter 101 Mars Synchronous Orbit. 2 months later. 65 days later to be precise. The fourth planet in the solar system. Mars. The 3 landing modules are slowly flying in the synchronous orbit of Mars. Call Houston. This is Pathfinder 1. We have successfully entered orbit. Please answer when you receive it. Radio waves were sent out from the front landing module and flew towards the blue Earth across 82 million kilometers. I couldn't find the data after searching for a long time. I ignored the relative movement of Mars and the Earth in the past 2 months. Earth. Ground Command Center in Houston, USA. Chris was wearing a white coat and stood on the podium with an anxious expression, his eyes fixed on the big screen in front of him. No news from Pathfinder 1 yet? Chris asked in a deep voice. The researcher on the side shook his head and quickly replied, Not yet. Damn. The corners of Chris' eyes twitched slightly, and a bad thought flashed through his mind. Nothing will happen. Right? According to original calculations, Pathfinder 1 should have successfully entered Mars synchronous orbit as early as 5 minutes ago. The 82 million kilometer long manned space flight is the first of its kind in the entire history of mankind. Not to mention anything else. The communication delay of several minutes is enough to make people drink a pot. The distance of 82 million kilometers means that the electromagnetic wave signal takes 546.6 seconds to make a round trip. In other words, it takes more than 9 minutes for a message to be transmitted from Pathfinder 1 to Earth, and then from Earth to Pathfinder 1, regardless of the response time in between. What does 9 minutes mean? To put it simply, if an emergency occurs during the landing process, by the time the Ground Command Center responds, it is estimated that the ashes of the 3 astronauts will be scattered evenly on Mars. Professor, will something happen to Pathfinder? Moulton's anxious questioning voice came from the side. The corners of Professor Chris' eyes twitched again, and the anxiety in his heart increased again. But facing NASA Director, he still suppressed his anxiety and slowly shook his head and said, Director Moulton, please be patient. The distance between the Earth and Mars is too far, so it is normal for some calculation errors to occur. Moulton sighed deeply and said with a wry smile, Professor, if the Pathfinder plan fails this time, I guess Mr. Albert will not let me go. Who isn't? Chris shrugged slightly and said helplessly, What a joke. The United States has spent an unknown amount of money on the Pathfinder project. If it fails, don't talk about them. It is estimated that Abbott will be forced to step down to vent public anger. Just as the two looked at each other and sighed, Andrew's voice came from the radio. Call Houston. Professor Chris was stunned for a moment, and then a joy burst out in his eyes. Nice. There was a burst of cheers and applause. Moulton on the side also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. It seems that he can still hold the position of NASA director for 2 more days. He stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, then made a sign of the cross on his chest and closed his hands with a pious expression. It seems that God is still caring for Millikan. Ahem. Everyone, calm down. Professor Chris picked up the microphone and said softly with a smile on his lips, The main event is next. Cheer up. Chris's words made all the researchers calm down. You are right. Successfully reaching Mars orbit can only be said to have completed 20% of the entire plan. Next, they will face an even greater danger landing on Mars. Chris turned on the radio communication switch and said calmly, Houston received it. Everything is going according to plan. Start the landing procedure after arriving at the predetermined location. Because the communication delay is too long, Pathfinder 1 has a very high degree of autonomy. It can be said that, except for some necessary situations, most events can be decided independently. And all this also tests the astronauts' adaptability. Therefore, Andrew became the captain of the Pathfinder program based on his excellent performance in training. In a synchronous orbit 17,000 kilometers above the surface of Mars, the 3 landing modules flew slowly at a speed of 3.55 kilometers per second, Mars orbiting speed. Andrew quietly looked out the window at the vast red planet, with a trace of worry deep in his eyes. It's been 10 minutes. Why hasn't NASA responded yet? Bruno's voice suddenly sounded, breaking the original tranquility in the landing cabin. The worry in Andrew's eyes became more intense. After pondering for a moment, he said softly, "Wait a little longer. Maybe there is a delay on the Houston side." Although he said this, Andrew involuntarily reached out and grabbed the microphone, preparing to call Houston again. TSK. TSK. Suddenly there was a noisy sound of electricity on the radio. Houston got it, going as planned. Because of the distance, Professor Chris's voice seemed particularly blurry. But this did not prevent the three astronauts from understanding the content inside. "Okay, everyone, cheer up." Andrew took the lead in putting on the helmet of the space suit and sat back in his chair. "There are still 20 minutes until the scheduled location. Prepare to release the satellite." After fastening his seat belt, he gently turned the button on the console in front of him. A signal was sent to the Pathfinder 3 landing module, which was following behind. A few seconds later, a satellite mounted on the periphery of the landing module was released. This satellite, which combines communication and remote sensing functions, will be the bridge for them to communicate with the Earth in the future. Satellite released successfully. The propulsion system started successfully. Satellite working signal received. Joey's report came from the side, looking at the deceleration point getting closer and closer on the screen. Andrew swallowed slightly, and his expression became more serious. "Bruno, how are Pathfinder 2 and 3 doing?" After a few seconds. "Good condition. Ready to slow down." Andrew nodded, looked at the preset deceleration point getting closer, and said in a deep voice, "Get ready to start the landing procedure." A trembling feeling came from the soles of the feet, and the three Pathfinder landing modules began to adjust their postures, aiming the propeller nozzles at the bottom in the forward direction. As a blue tail flame spurted out, the landing module began the deceleration process. The expressions on the faces of the three astronauts became more and more solemn. In 3 hours, they will face the most dangerous time of landing on Mars. The legendary 7 Minutes of Terror. Chapter 102, 7 Minutes of Terror. 3 hours later. "Notice! We're entering the Martian atmosphere." Looking at the height value on the screen in front of him, Andrew's heart beat violently. Next comes the legendary 7 Minutes of Terror. What is 7 Minutes of Terror? To put it simply, it takes about 7 minutes to complete this series of actions from the time the aircraft enters the Martian atmosphere to successfully landing on the surface of Mars. From the moment it enters the atmosphere, every second is filled with great terror. It can be said that if there is the slightest mistake, the Pathfinder landing module, with a speed of 100,000 kilometers per hour, will fall directly to the surface of Mars. The moment Andrew finished speaking, a strong vibration came from all over the landing cabin. At an altitude of 125 kilometers, the landing module began to cut into the atmosphere at a specific angle. This step is crucial. Once the cutting angle is too small, the landing module will not be able to enter the atmosphere. If the angle is too large, the landing module will be overheated by the atmosphere and burned. Andrew gritted his teeth and stared at the screen in front of him. After seeing the information that 3 landing capsules had successfully entered the atmosphere, he breathed a sigh of relief. It is different from the usual landing on Mars, because there are 3 landing modules this time, and the risks they face are several times greater. If Pathfinder 2 fails, they will lose the return capsule and the Mars module, which means they will be trapped and die on Mars. If Pathfinder 3 failed, they would lose vital supplies, although they could choose to return directly without endangering their lives. The Pathfinder plan also failed. As for the failure of Pathfinder 1, that should be the easiest. At least they won't feel any pain. As the landing module successfully entered the atmosphere, the onboard computer quickly began executing the next step. Drop! The trim wings deployed successfully. Current speed, Mach 3. As the prompt sounded, the trimming wings of the 3 landing modules unfolded at the same time, starting the angle of attack trimming phase. Andrew's heart rate accelerated again, breathing in the oxygen in the space suit. Under the massive secretion of adrenaline, Andrew's concentration reached the peak of his life at this time. Even in the extremely bumpy landing cabin, he could still clearly see every character flashing quickly on the screen. Trim successful. Get ready to pop the parachute. Beep! 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 Parachute ejection failed. Switch to manual control. When he saw this line of characters in front of him, Andrew's eyes suddenly widened. WTF? Are you kidding me? Would you give me such a fault at this time? Andrew kept cursing the NASA Space Agency in his heart, but the movement of his hand did not slow down at all, and he quickly grabbed the pull ring on the side. Click! Andrew's expression suddenly changed. He didn't pull. Andrew! Open the parachute quickly. Bruno on the side looked at the rapidly falling altitude value with dizziness. Andrew's face turned red, and he pulled hard with all his strength. Bang! A strong pulling feeling came. The parachute opened successfully. Seeing the rapidly decreasing speed on the screen, Andrew breathed a sigh of relief. Holy shit! Bruno looked at the console in front of him with a pale face. Labor and management no longer believe in NASA. Suddenly, Andrew realized a problem. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly. Bruno! Look at number 2 and number 3. If the parachutes of Pathfinder 2 and 3 did not pop up, Andrew couldn't imagine such consequences at all. The moment he heard Andrew's words, Bruno felt his heart skip a beat. His lips trembled slightly as he pressed the button on the console. Seeing the characters flashing on the display screen, Bruno breathed a sigh of relief. No, they are both fine. The crisis was temporarily over, and Bruno joked with a pale face. Ha. NASA seems to care more about those supplies. Bruno's H.L. joke naturally drew the eyes of Andrew and Joey. Drop! The landing legs deployed successfully. The range and speed sensor starts working. As the beep sounded, a string of data quickly flashed across the screen. Andrew glanced at the altitude data. 1.5 kilometers. We're almost there. Andrew's expression moved slightly, and he said softly. As Andrew finished speaking, a line of characters appeared on the screen again. The main engine is ready to start. The main engine started successfully. A strong vibration came from the soles of the feet. And correspondingly, there was an even stronger sense of deceleration. After dozens of seconds, the feeling of deceleration gradually disappeared, and the 3 landing modules were hovering over Mars relying on their main engines. Optical imaging starts. Mobile obstacle avoidance is on. The landing module slowly adjusted its position in the air. When the altitude slowly dropped to 100 meters, the laser 3-dimensional imager started. With the help of optical and laser imaging, onboard computers rapidly analyzed Martian surface data. After a few seconds, the computer found a relatively flat location with less rocks. The computer accurately adjusted the operating power of the main engine and controlled the landing module to slowly lower its altitude. 5m. 4m. Watching the height on the screen continue to decrease, the 3 astronauts looked increasingly nervous. This is the last step. As a slight vibration came from the soles of his feet, a coveted character suddenly appeared on the screen. Succeed? It was quiet inside the landing module. We succeeded? Andrew's voice rang on the team radio channel. How are the conditions of number 2 and number 3? Successful landing? Bruno confirmed in a brisk tone. They are on our left and can be seen through the porthole. Andrew quickly turned his head and looked toward the left porthole. Sure enough, Pathfinder 2 and Pathfinder 3 stood quietly on the red surface of Mars. Successful! We succeeded? Joey on the side unbuckled his seat belt excitedly and threw himself into Bruno's arms. Wow! Andrew looked at the scene in front of him and whistled softly. Pay attention. Everyone. There is surveillance here. Joey's face turned slightly rosy. He raised his head, glared at Andrew fiercely through the glass mask, and returned to his chair with a stinking face. Andrew ignored the two of them, took a deep breath to calm down, and then turned on the radio communication switch. Call Houston. This is Pathfinder 1. We have landed successfully. Repeat. We have landed successfully. The astronauts are in good health and can conduct extravehicular operations at any time. Chapter 103. The Lunar Mining Plan is ready to start. America. Houston Ground Command Center. The moment the voice from Mars was heard, the entire Houston Command Center burst into thunderous applause. God bless America! Looking at the scientific researchers in front of him, who stood up and applauded vigorously, Professor Chris murmured to himself with a trace of tears in his eyes. Director Moulton also had a relaxed smile on his face. His position as director was saved. Professor Chris slowly stretched out his right hand and pressed it in the air to signal. The noisy applause and discussion in the Houston Command Center gradually stopped. Every scientific researcher's face turned slightly red, and the eyes looking at Chris shone with excitement. When the Houston Command Center was completely quiet, Professor Chris swallowed slightly, reached for the microphone, turned on the radio switch and said softly, Houston received. Congratulations. You are the heroes of America. Now, I announce that we will begin the outbound operations. Perhaps because of being too excited, Professor Chris's voice was a little hoarse. But even so, the nearly 10-minute conversation between Andrew and Professor Chris spread throughout the United States at that moment. America never says defeat. The Pathfinder project was successfully implemented and has now successfully landed on the Utopia plane. Greetings from Mars. The United States made history once again. One small step for America. One giant leap for mankind. The United States will eventually rise again. The moment the Pathfinder series successfully landed on Mars, all the newspapers rushed to print the day's newspapers. The overwhelming news instantly overwhelmed every American. As President Abbott said that day, "I will not allow any American to not know this news." The moment the news report came out, countless American citizens spontaneously poured into the streets and began to celebrate this historic moment. The Twitter server even went down because of this incident. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Sometimes NASA doesn't even know how capable they are if they don't push them hard. God be with America. Xia is still landing on the moon. Right. Ha ha ha. By the time their moon palace plan is implemented, our American flag of freedom will have already been planted in every inch of Mars. How could Phylonkian lose? Tell me, how could he lose? I declare that the United States wins this round of space race. I declare your proclamation valid. Meanwhile, Mars, Utopia Plains. The door of the Pathfinder 1 landing module slowly opened, and 3 astronauts wearing bulky spacesuits walked down the ramp and walked down the landing module. For the first time, human footprints appeared on the red surface of Mars. Let's go. We have to speed up. Andrew looked up at the sky, then looked down at the time on his watch, and said in a deep voice, "It will be dark in a few hours." As the planet most similar to the Earth in the solar system, the length of a day on Mars is almost the same as that on Earth, with about 40 minutes longer. It shouldn't be too late today. Right. Bruno roughly estimated the time and said softly on the team's radio channel, "It will take at least 10 hours to deploy and build the Mars module." Andrew frowned slightly and turned to look at Joey aside. "Joey, how long can the supplies in the landing cabin last?" Joey thought for a few seconds and responded quickly. "If we include the consumption of our out-of-vehicle operations, we still have about 2 days of oxygen left. That is to say," Andrew's face changed slightly, "if we want to ensure safety, we must complete the construction of the Mars module before nightfall tomorrow?" "I'm afraid so." Hearing Joey's answer, Andrew felt heavy in his heart. It seems that there is plenty of time, but due to the limitations of the spacesuits, they need to replenish oxygen every 3 hours of work, plus the time spent on the road. "How about this?" After a brief thought, Andrew quickly issued an order. "Bruno, you and I will install the number 1 and number 2 Mars modules first. Joey, you will be responsible for installing the air circulation module and power supply module." The American Mars capsule consists of 5 truncated cone-shaped capsules. Among them, the number 1 cabin is the most critical. It contains a large amount of scientific research equipment, and even the main control computer is also in the number 1 cabin. The second cabin is the astronaut living module. The third cabin is the warehouse. The fourth cabin is the Mars planting unit. And the fifth cabin is the airlock. At that time, several astronauts will try to grow some crops on Mars to verify the possibility of colonizing Mars in the future. In order to facilitate installation, the Mars module has an autonomous deployment function. What the astronauts need to do is to install various functional modules and precision instruments after the Mars module is successfully deployed. At the same time, Xia State's first laboratory. In just 2 months, a large factory building was built next to the laboratory. Unlike ordinary factories, there is not a single worker inside these factories. Only rows of flexible manipulators and various mechanical processing equipment. Lu Yongchang stood at the door of a factory, looking at the scene inside the factory, with a hint of wonder in his eyes. One after another, the robots flexibly grabbed the workpieces on the crawlers and controlled the machine tools to quickly process them into various parts. Although I have watched this scene many times, I still have an unrealistic feeling. Fong Su sighed from the side. I never thought that one day, all production tasks could be handed over to computers. If this scene spreads, I guess many workers will be laid off. Right. Lu Yongchang chuckled and shook his head slowly. It's not so exaggerated. Manipulating so many processing equipment at the same time has basically reached the limit of zero. If you want to expand it to the whole country, you will need at least a computer with hundreds of millions of qubits. Fong Su was silent for a while, then spoke again. According to the current progress, the first batch of automatic lunar mining equipment should be almost completed. Right. Lu Yongchang turned to look at the camera at the door of the factory. 0? The next second, an electronic synthesized voice that was not much different from a real person's voice sounded. Professor, it is estimated that it will take another 20 hours and 36 minutes. The moment he heard the estimated time, Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Su, let Baishuan and the others get ready. The day after tomorrow, the lunar mining plan will be officially launched. Before Fong Su could reply, Zero spoke again. Professor, there is some news that I think you might be interested in. What? A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. According to the latest news from NASA, the American Pathfinder has successfully landed on Utopia Plane. Chapter 104. Creating Gods. Lu Yongchang and Fong Su's expressions changed slightly. As expected of the United States, Fong Su sighed slightly. The United States is probably the best example of a centipede insect that is dead but not stiff. Lu Yongchang nodded in agreement, with a bit of regret in his tone. That's right. I didn't expect that 3 half-hearted volunteers could successfully land on Mars. The United States is really lucky this time. Fong Su glanced at Lu Yongchang beside him with a strange expression. This tone doesn't sound good. In order to maintain the core values of socialism, Fong Su quickly changed the topic. Ahem. So what should we do? Just watch the United States stay on Mars for 3 months. At this time, Lu Yongchang's eyes became strange. If not, what else do you want to do? Send Zhuan number 1 to raise it? Ahem. Faced with Lu Yongchang's straightforward words, Fong Su was caught off guard and choked on his own saliva. After regaining his breath, he waved his hands and said, I didn't say that. Don't frame good people. I'm a pacifist. Looking at Fong Su's stern expression, Lu Yongchang's eyes became more and more strange, and he said in a more serious tone, I understand. I understand. Hepping. I understand. Fong Su. You know shit. Seeing Fong Su's speechless expression, a smile flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes, and he reached out and patted his shoulder gently. Okay. What do you care about the United States? Don't forget, Xiagua has its own path to walk. Beijing. Within the first ring road, Hong Qiming stood in front of the solid wood desk with a respectful expression and asked softly, President, are you looking for me? Hearing Hong Qiming's voice, the old man slowly put down the pen in his hand, reached out and took off his glasses, gently rubbed his sore eyes, and said softly, Qiming, Professor Lu, how are you doing lately? Hong Qiming's eyes moved slightly, and he said clearly, the first batch of automatic lunar mining equipment is almost ready. In addition, the second-generation fusion reactor and Zhuan 2 projects are also progressing simultaneously. In addition, Professor Lu is planning to start a lunar mining plan the day after tomorrow. Counselor Li pondered for a moment and asked again, how far along is the resource reserve plan? Hong Qiming's expression suddenly became serious. 80% has been completed so far. In addition, most unnecessary light industries have already begun to implement transformation plans, and it is expected that a smooth transition will be completed within 1 year. Counselor Li nodded with satisfaction. Okay. Well done. In this case, the plan we prepared from the beginning should be put on the table. Hong Qiming was slightly startled. Plan? What plans did you prepare at the beginning? Seeing Congressman Li's meaningful eyes, Hong Qiming reacted suddenly. His breathing became slightly faster. His lips trembled slightly, and he said with difficulty, You mean the New Generation Leader Project? The chairman nodded slowly and said, The natural disaster is approaching. For everyone, the role of a leading figure is extremely huge. When nuclear fusion was announced, we had already tried it. Not only was the domestic response good, but I was also very satisfied with Lu Yongchang's response. So, I want to take advantage of the development of the Moon Palace project to really bring Lu Yongchang to the forefront. Hong Qiming's pupils trembled, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. The so-called New Generation Leader Plan, in very popular terms, is often referred to as the God-making plan. Creating gods has advantages and disadvantages. Needless to say, the benefits are that once the plan is successful, when a natural disaster strikes, Lu Yongchang can rely on his personal influence to respond to all requests and gather the power of the 1.4 billion people of Xia Kingdom to open up a way out. As for the bad, on the one hand, this plan is a great test for Lu Yongchang's character. On this point, the chairman of the House of Representatives made a good evaluation of Lu Yongchang as early as when he first announced the nuclear fusion technology. At that time, Xiagua exposed Lu Yongchang's identity, and then did a lot of publicity for him, just to observe his reaction after becoming famous. As for letting him serve as the space administrator, it is to observe his reaction after assuming great power. The result made the chairman very satisfied. The evaluation team unanimously believes that Lu Yongchang is a scientific research talent in the true sense, and fits the requirements of the God-making plan very well. But on the other hand, putting Lu Yongchang on the table will inevitably arouse the covetousness of other countries. According to Lu Yongchang's living habit of staying in the laboratory all year round, nothing will happen in peacetime. After all, there were a large number of troops stationed around the laboratory. Plus, the Xia state banned firearms, and the screening of experimenters was very strict. There was almost no danger to Lu Yongchang. But the era of chaos is about to begin. Once the God-making plan is launched, Lu Yongchang's safety will face unprecedented challenges. Hong Qiming took a deep breath and said softly, "President, Professor Lu's safety is a problem." Chairman Li chuckled. "It's out of the way. The current Xia kingdom is not something that any cat or dog can touch. As for the United States on the opposite side," a cold light flashed in Congressman Li's eyes. "I hope they can stop thinking and do something. After enduring it for so many years, it's time for Xiaoguo's basic policy to change." As usual, Zhao Zijia turned on the TV after dinner and tuned the channel to the news channel. At 19 o'clock in the evening, a familiar melody sounded. "Good evening, viewers." Faced with this familiar opening statement, Zhao Zijia subconsciously picked up his cell phone and prepared to start a group chat to pass the time. The moment he unlocked the phone screen, the host's tone changed. "The latest news from our station. The Moon Palace project has been officially launched, and the project leader is Professor Lu Yongchang. Currently, the first batch of automated lunar mining equipment is nearing completion. It is expected that at 12 noon the day after tomorrow, Zuangwen will carry some automatic lunar mining equipment to the moon. The entire launch process will be broadcast live on the entire network. Audiences are welcome to watch." At the same time, a notification popped up in every news and social app on Zhao Zijia's phone almost at the same time. "The Xia Kingdom officially launches the Moon Palace project. Hack!" Zhao Zijia stared at more than a dozen pop-up messages on his phone, muttering to himself, "What's going on?" Without any time to think about it, he subconsciously clicked on the penguin colony. Sure enough, everyone was discussing the news just now. "Hack! 10 messages popped up on my phone just now. I was so scared that I almost threw my phone away. Facts have proven that you can never believe what a rabbit says. The automatic mining equipment was built without saying a word. How can this be said to be the official launch of the Moon Palace project? What is activated is just a notification before the plan is successfully implemented." Chapter 105 Lu Yongchang, I refuse. "So, didn't any of you notice a problem? The person in charge of this project is actually Professor Lu Yongchang." A piece of news instantly attracted Zhao Zijia's attention. "Lu Yongchang? Who is Lu Yongchang? Come on, let's do some popular science." Messages passed by one after another. Zhao Zijia was stunned and looked at his phone helplessly. It's been less than a year. Have these troll netizens forgotten about it? Sure enough, netizens only have 7 seconds of memory. Zhao Zijia pondered for a moment and gently pressed the screen with his finger. "Do you remember Pengudui? That was the research and development led by Professor Lu Yongchang. Hack! I remembered it. I remembered it too. Is it that old professor with white hair? WTF? Aren't you a sophomore at Sandaiki University? Wait, are we talking about the same thing?" Zhao Zijia suddenly reached out and covered his forehead. This group of sand sculptures. When someone dug out the news from this period, the entire penguin colony fell into a dead silence. A strong scholar is so terrifying. Damn it. This is still a human being? I researched controllable nuclear fusion in my sophomore year, then became the first administrator of NASA. And now I am the person in charge of the Lunar Palace project. Good guy. You don't even dare to write this in a novel. Right. Wait. I remember we had a similar conversation. Like the penguin colony, the bib was also in chaos at this time. Countless netizens are discussing the major things Lu Yongchang has done this year under the hot search list. Zhao Zijia looked seriously at the messages compiled by netizens. Suddenly, his eyes moved slightly. He discovered Hua Dian. No, he found the blind spot. After taking office as the space administrator, Lu Yongchang entered a long period of information vacuum. This period lasted for several months. Zhao Zijia quickly pressed the screen a few times with his fingers and sent his findings to the penguin group. So, what has our Professor Lu Yongchang been doing in the past few months? Early the next morning, Lu Yongchang has no idea how big a wave his name has caused on the internet. At this time, he was sitting quietly in the office with his eyes closed and concentrating. His consciousness entered the technology tree system space again. Looking at the cursors that gradually lit up, Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. According to the order, what he needs to solve now should be hibernation technology. Right? He could understand the order of the system arrangement. After all, according to the current speed of aircraft, without hibernation technology, interstellar travel can easily take hundreds or thousands of years. Not to mention the problem of human reproduction and inheritance. Even the supplies are not enough to consume. Only, this hibernation technology also involves his knowledge blind spot. Looking at the extremely dim cursor in front of him, Lu Yongchang sighed slightly. Since my rebirth, I always feel that I am either on the road to learning or in the process of learning. Thanks to the system, he is now almost on the verge of becoming an all-round talent. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a rapid knock on the door. A few seconds later, the sound of the door opening sounded. Minister Hong? Why are you here? Su Yutong's voice was full of surprise. Bu Hong, Professor Lu is still resting. Lu Yongchang was slightly startled and quickly pulled his consciousness out of the system. Ahem. Lu Yongchang opened his eyes, stood up quickly and said, Yutong, let Minister Hong come in. Hong Bu? Seeing Hong Qiming's slightly strange eyes wandering back and forth between himself and Su Yutong beside him, Lu Yongchang felt as if there were ants crawling on his body. Hong Qiming chuckled, turned to Su Yutong and said, Su Yutong. Right. Professor Lu and I have important things to discuss. Su Yutong naturally understood the meaning of these words, and immediately stood up and left the office, closing the door behind him. Hong Bu, I have nothing to do with her. Seeing Su Yutong leave, Lu Yongchang said quickly, She is a student of Professor Guan Huoyang, and she came to me to learn from her experience. The smile on Hong Qiming's lips grew stronger, and he said unhurriedly, Oh, but I didn't say what's the relationship between you two? Lu Yongchang. Seeing Lu Yongchang's deflated appearance, Hong Qiming couldn't help laughing. Lu Yongchang looked at Hong Qiming helplessly. Speaking of Hong Bu, you came here so early in the morning just to hurt me. Right. Okay. Let's get down to business. Hong Qiming suppressed the smile on his face and briefly recounted the conversation between the chairman and him yesterday. Lu Yongchang looked at Hong Qiming with a normal expression. No more. Hong Qiming's expression became strange. Don't you have any intense reaction? Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes angrily. A violent reaction? What kind of violent reaction can there be? Did he encounter this kind of situation rarely in his last life? Hong Bu, please tell me directly. What do you want me to do? Lu Yongchang said bluntly. It's all for Xiagua. I will fully cooperate. A smile appeared on Hong Qiming's face. Not bad. It's not that troublesome. Before Zunhuan takes off tomorrow, I need you to go to Xiagua News to record a program. Lu Yongchang. What? Not willing. Hong Qiming raised his eyebrows slightly and asked softly. Facing Hong Qiming's question, Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said softly, Hongbu, I think it's better to forget about recording programs at this critical moment. Besides, the Moon Palace project will play a very important role in a series of subsequent projects. I can't take this risk. Hong Qiming thought for a while and said again, Since you don't want to, I won't force you. What you said makes sense. We cannot create gods for the sake of creating gods. The focus should still be on scientific research. This matter, I will personally explain it to the chairman of the parliament, so you can rest assured and take command. After saying that, Hong Qiming stood up, patted Lu Yongchang's shoulder lightly, and said meaningfully, Yongchang, do what you want to do boldly. If anything happens, we will take care of you. These are the exact words of the speaker. Finally, Hong Qiming added something, opened the office door, and walked out. Looking at Hong Qiming's back, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his eyes shining a little. With such a commitment, he can relax a little. Professor Lu? Su Yutong's voice sounded from the side. Minister Hong is leaving so soon? Seeing Su Yutong carefully sticking his head out at the door, Lu Yongchang chuckled. Help me find some biological information. Remember, it must be related to hibernation technology. Chapter 106. Hello everyone. I am the host Bing Bing. It's 10 o'clock sharp the next morning. In the newly built Ground Command Center, a group of researchers sat nervously in their seats. In 2 hours, Zunhuan will land on the moon with the first batch of automatic mining equipment as the starting point for all subsequent plans of the Xia Kingdom. It can be said that the Moon Palace plan can only succeed and cannot fail. Lu Yongchang stood on the command podium, looking solemnly at the big screen in the command center. Yongchang, Academician Confucius is here. Bong Su's voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. An old man with gray hair walked quickly towards him with a cane. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang hurriedly stepped forward to welcome him to the seat beside him. Academician Kong, please excuse me. After sitting on the chair, Kong Xingbong waved his hands cheerfully and said, No trouble. No trouble. The automatic lunar mining equipment is the project I am responsible for. And this is what I should do. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and said with respect, Academician Kong, there are still 2 hours before the launch of Zone 1. You can take a rest first. No. No. Kong Xingbong waved his hands repeatedly. I haven't taken a good look at Xiannu number 1 of our Xia Kingdom. I have to take this opportunity to take a good look this time. As he spoke, Kong Xingbong turned his attention to the picture on the big screen. At this time, Zuinwen was parked quietly beside the runway, and several ground staff were carefully checking various data of Zuinwen. Magic City. Zhao Zijie turned on his computer early and logged into the Doshao live streaming platform. As expected, the homepage of Doshao Live platform is the official live broadcast room of Xiaogua News. As he clicked the mouse lightly, the page jumped instantly. Hello all viewers. I am the host Bing Bing. Today, I will bring you the full live broadcast of the Moon Palace project. In the live broadcast room, a bright female voice sounded. The next moment, a beautiful host with a sweet appearance and short shoulder-length hair jumped into the camera. In an instant, the number of barrages in the live broadcast room increased several times. Bing Bing! My Bing Bing! Honey! Why are you on TV again? Didn't I tell you to stay at home? What wife? Is that your wife? This is obviously my wife. Here are some people with yellow urine. Let me wake them up. Don't come with diabetes. I'm afraid they will taste the sweetness. Looking at the barrage that flashed past, the corners of Zhao Zijie's mouth twitched slightly. This time netizens really did not disappoint him. In front of the camera, Bing Bing saw those words of tiger and wolf. Through the display screen nearby, her lips pursed slightly, revealing a slightly shy smile. This scene undoubtedly caused greater critical damage to the audience in front of the screen. Seeing the barrage becoming more and more crooked, Bing Bing hurriedly cleared her throat and spoke again. It is now 11 o'clock at noon. And there is still an hour before Zuinwen officially takes off. Let's follow the photographer to the command center first. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen in the live broadcast room quietly switched to the scene in the ground command center. This naturally caused a burst of howling in the barrage. Bing Bing. My Bing Bing. Give me back my Bing Bing. But soon, the young man standing on the podium attracted everyone's attention. This should be Professor Lu Yongchang. Right? So young. Aren't you talking nonsense upstairs? You are still in your junior year of college. The next moment, the voiceover sounded. What you have in front of you is Professor Lu Yongchang, the person in charge of the Moon Palace project. Maybe some people are not very familiar with Professor Lu. Here, I will introduce it to you in detail. As Bing Bing's voice sounded, the live broadcast screen split into half, listing Lu Yongchang's achievements this year in detail. Room temperature superconducting technology, controllable nuclear fusion technology, the first administrator of NASA, fusion reactor miniaturization technology, Hall thruster, Zuinwen spaceplane. As lines of highlighted fonts appeared, the live broadcast room fell into silence. Zhao Zijie swallowed slightly as he looked at the few barrages floating across the screen. He subconsciously opened the penguin colony. Holy shit. 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 Good guy. Who said yesterday that Professor Lu will have a few months off? Give me that prophet's knife. I declare that from now on, Professor Lu will be my idol. Similar to the reaction among the penguins, the live broadcast room, scarves, and almost every social media were flooded by the series of official news. Looking at the scenes in the live broadcast room, Zhao Zijie gradually realized a problem. More than 30 minutes have passed. Although the camera keeps changing its angle, Professor Lu's position has always been in the C position of the screen. Not only that, even the host Bing Bing also interspersed 1 or 2 sentences about the daily trivial matters of Professor Lu's scientific research in the explanation from time to time. Zhao Zijie's eyes gradually became strange. If he hadn't known that this was a live program about the Moon Palace project, he would have even thought it was Professor Lu Yongchang's personal show. Zhao Zijie frowned and thought for a long time, and finally opened the penguin colony and typed on the keyboard to express his doubts. Good guy. Lao Zhao. You figured it out. If I remember correctly, the prophet yesterday was you. Right? It's time to get the knife. Hurry up and give me the knife to Lao Zhao. Wait a minute. Don't rush to the knife yet. Let's see what Lao Zhao did first. What the hell? I didn't feel anything at all at first. But when old Zhao said this, it seems like this is really the case. Hiss, Xiaoguan News personally praises people. This scene is rare. But why? Aren't the higher-ups afraid that something might happen to Professor Lu? Just as everyone was discussing it fiercely, a message popped up. The administrator has enabled all members to be banned. The next moment, the group leader spoke. Damn it. You all really dared to discuss anything. I thought you guys were just talking. But I didn't expect that you actually wanted to send me to step on the sewing machine. Let's stop this topic here. No matter what the above think. This is not an issue we should discuss. You guys understand? Zhao Zijia watched the bombardment of messages from group owners on Penguin. His eyes twitched, and he silently deleted the edited scarf copy. After more than 50 minutes of waiting, Zuan has finally entered the countdown stage for takeoff. Bing Bing's voice attracted Zhao Zijia's attention. Zhao Zijia's heart beat violently when he saw Zuan number 1 with faint blue tail flames coming out on the runway. Even though this was the second time he watched the takeoff scene of Zuan 1, his heart was still shocked by the extremely beautiful appearance. Chapter 107 Rabbit, I just completed Yidian. 3, 2, 1. Take off. Following Lu Yongchang's order, Zuan number 1 on the runway drew a graceful curve and jumped into the air. The next moment, the scene quietly changed. Host Bing Bing appeared in front of the camera again, still with that sweet smiling face. Dear viewers, Zuan number 1 has successfully taken off. It's time for us to say goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, countless barrages flashed on the screen. That's it. That's it? So short and feeble? Where is the full live broadcast that was promised? Also, after introducing Professor Lu for so long, he didn't even give an interview shot? As if she saw the barrage from the audience, Bing Bing chuckled and said, Of course, the live broadcast is not over yet. According to the latest data, Zuan 1 will arrive at the moon in 10 hours. As for Professor Lu's interview footage, as she spoke, Bing Bing quickly glanced to the left of the camera, as if she had received some instructions. I can tell you here that according to the original plan, we invited Professor Lu to do a program about the Moon Palace project. However, in order to ensure the successful implementation of the Moon Palace project, Professor Lu declined our invitation. Okay, I won't say any more. The next live broadcast will be handed over to the camera inside Zuan number 1. As Bing Bing's words fell, the screen in the live broadcast room quietly changed. Zhao Zijia stared blankly at the computer screen in front of him. A huge console. Various indicator lights flashed on the console. Of course, in some key places, the staff thoughtfully put on thick mosaics. Directly above the console are 3 portholes made of glass. You can clearly see the outside world through the portholes. After a short delay, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Holy shit! Is this something we can see? And Xian, didn't you see the mosaics in key places? Is there a possibility that Zuan 2 is already on the production line, and the internal pictures of Zuan 1 are no longer important? Jialong headquarters. Before the live broadcast started, Jialong specially added 10 groups of servers to ensure the smoothness of the bib. But now, quick! Xiao Wang, add all the spare servers to me. What? Are you using them all? You're not going to find anything else. Are you? Damn! Where did all these people come from? The person in charge looked at the growing data on the background and swallowed slightly. He had received instructions from the top management 2 days ago. If it messes up, the person in charge shuddered slightly. Then, his voice became a little louder again. Hurry up! Even if 2 whole potatoes are connected, you have to stabilize the server for me. The number 1 scholar at Sandaika University takes you into the daily life of Professor Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu refused to be interviewed by Xiaoguan News. The reason was actually, titles like this flooded the entire Xia Kingdom network. At this moment, Xiaogua's execution ability was fully demonstrated. On the entire internet, I couldn't find a single word to discredit Lu Yongchang. Even if there is, the moment it appears, it will be quickly deleted by the internet police and the administrators of major web pages. Many iron-headed boys even offer a 15-day sewing machine trial package for this purpose. As for Lu Yongchang's rejection of Xiaoguan News' invitation, it was brought up and praised repeatedly. These are the real researchers. It's not like those internet celebrities who just want to be a hot topic and hope others don't know about it. 10 hours later. Moon orbit. Call the ground command center. This is Zuan number 1. Please answer when you receive it. We have arrived in lunar orbit. Requesting landing. A few seconds later, Lu Yongchang's response came over the radio. Approved for landing. Receive. After Bai Yishuan responded, he controlled Zun number 1 to land at the predetermined location. During the period of developing lunar mining equipment, 3 pilots drove Zun 1 to and from the moon more than 10 times. It can be said that these people now come to the moon as easily and skillfully as they go home. As for the purpose of these more than 10 trips to the moon and back, naturally, it is necessary to bring various devices needed for the Lunar Palace project to the moon. After all, the carrying capacity of Zun number 1 is not large enough to carry so much supplies at one time. Then, at this moment, a variety of heavy equipment is erected on the silver-white moon surface. Smelting furnace, crawler conveyor, or sorting equipment. It's like building a small or smelting plant. Next to this small or smelting plant, a black aircraft landed slowly. Countless moon dust instantly rose up around the fuselage. The 3 pilots, wearing spacesuits and carrying cameras, stepped off Zun 1. When the scene on the moon surface was transmitted to the Earth through the satellite, the entire Xia kingdom was shocked. The whole world, everyone who followed this live broadcast was shocked. What the HL? The promised Moon Palace plan will be officially implemented today? Do you dare to believe what Rabbit says? Rabbit, I just completed 100 million points. Hack me. I believe you even if you say there is only one automatic mining device left. Congratulations on your correct answer. But there is no prize. After Bai Yishuan set up the camera, he and 2 teammates came to the abdomen of Zun number 1. He reached out and pressed a few buttons. Under the operation of the hydraulic transmission device, the cargo door in the abdomen slowly opened. In the cargo hold, 9 silver-white cubes with a side length of 2 meters lay quietly in it. Is this an automatic mining equipment? Hong Fan's voice sounded in the team channel. Why does it look a little unreliable to me? It stands to reason, you must at least have a drill. Right. Bai Yishuan shrugged and said angrily. Who knows? Maybe there is. But it's just hidden. Huh? Really? Hong Fan quickly walked to the silver-white cube and looked inside along the cracks on the surface. Okay. Hurry up and finish the task. These 9 things are not easy to move. Bai Yishuan walked past Hong Fan and walked towards the handling machinery on the side. Hong Fan raised his head, looked at Bai Yishuan's back, and said blankly, Aren't you curious? Professor Lu had a hand in this thing after all. Who knows how much high technology it contains? Xiao Wani's voice sounded. What he said made sense, but he was unable to refute it. Hong Fan was stunned, gave up his curiosity, and walked towards the position of his 2 teammates. Even though the moon's gravity is only 1/6 that of the Earth, transporting these big things is not an easy task. With the help of the handling machinery, the 3 people worked together and successfully transported the 9 silver-white cubes to the predetermined location. Call! Bai Yishuan breathed a long sigh of relief, and then turned on the radio switch. Ground Command Center. Mission accomplished. Chapter 108 Self-Replication. Received. Now start the automatic lunar mining equipment. Lu Yongchang's calm voice came from the radio. The next moment, under the gaze of countless people, a scene with a science fiction flavor appeared. Several blue-rayed indicator lights first lit up on the surface of the 9 silver-white cubes. The next moment, as the indicator light continued to flash, the silver-white cubes slowly unfolded along the cracks on the surface. Due to technical limitations, which is slightly different from scenes in science fiction movies, the cube does not unfold very quickly. But this scene is surprising enough. The 9 cubes slowly unfolded and then spliced together, and a prototype of mining equipment slowly appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Captain Bai Yishuan was also shocked by the sci-fi scene in front of him. What the HL? Professor Lu and the others have created something. Hong Fan on the side watched the automatic assembly process of the mining equipment in front of him intently, and murmured to himself. Let's just say, is there a possibility that Professor Lu is actually an alien? The 3 astronauts were so surprised, let alone the ordinary people who saw this through the camera. In just a few minutes, countless viewers flooded into the live broadcast rooms of major platforms. Holy crap! If it weren't for the total loss of image quality, I would have thought it was a clip from a science fiction movie. What the HL? Are you serious? I just squinted for a while. Could it be that I traveled through time? You're awake. The operation was successful. Such a scene can be shown to us. So the question is, how much does Xiaogua hide in his hands? Rabbit, not too much. Not too much. Just a few 100 million. Just as the discussion was getting heated, The live broadcast screen suddenly switched. Host Bing Bing's sweet smile appeared in front of the camera again. Dear viewers, this live broadcast of the Moon Palace project ends here. See you next time. Before he finished speaking, the live broadcast screen went black. Is it really going to be downloaded at the speed of light? What's next? I want to read what's next. I'm sorry. This viewer. The following is paid content. Payment account. More than an hour later. Seeing that the automatic mining equipment was operating normally, Lu Yongchang on the command platform breathed a sigh of relief. The regolith collection truck has started running. Right? Kong Xingbang's questioning voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Unlike mining equipment, the surface debris collection truck started operating a week ago. The current situation is good. Through the two heating methods of electric heating and solar reflector, a part of helium-3 has been collected. The second purpose of Zuan going up this time is to bring back these helium-3. Kong Xingbang supported his crutches with both hands and struggled to stand up from the chair, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. From now on, the Moon Palace plan will really begin to be implemented. It's just... A trace of worry flashed in Kong Xingbang's eyes. According to the current speed, the Moon Palace project may still be a little slow. Hearing Kong Xingbang sigh, the smile on Lu Yongchang's face gradually disappeared. He sighed slightly, nodded and agreed. Yes. Not only the transportation capacity of Zuan, but also the working efficiency of the mining equipment is a big problem. I have roughly estimated that at the current pace, it may take about 5 years for the Moon Palace project to be fully implemented. Kong Xingbang pondered for a moment and said softly, the transportation capacity of Zuan number 1 is not a problem. If 1 is not enough, we can build 10. If it is not enough, we can build 100. In my opinion, the most important issue right now is the efficiency of mining equipment. After all, the program is dead, and it is on the distant moon. These factors have led to extremely low mining efficiency. If we let Zero control those mining equipment, do you think it's feasible? Kong Xingbang has seen a fully automatic factory controlled by Zero. At the beginning, due to manpower and productivity reasons, Zero could only control more than a dozen robotic arms and various machine tools. In just 2 months, the number of Zero-control robotic arms and machine tools has increased hundreds to thousands of times. Naturally, this was not achieved by relying on Xiaoguo's original productivity. After all, it was impossible for Xiaoguo to stop other more important production tasks to specifically manufacture a large number of precision robotic arms and processing equipment for Zero. As a true artificial intelligence, Zero has a real special skill: self-replicating. As long as there are sufficient raw materials and sufficient computing power, Zero can achieve exponential explosive growth through a few robotic arms and various production equipment. That is the legendary explosive soldier. After witnessing the exponential growth of productivity, Kong Xingbang started to think about this. If this ability of Zero is used on the moon, perhaps the entire Moon Palace project will only take a few months to complete. Thinking of the scenes of countless robotic arms operating various production equipment to mine and smelt on the moon, a blazing flame was once again ignited in Kong Xingbang's old and withered heart. But the next moment, the flame was mostly extinguished by Lu Yongchang's basin of ice water. Mr. Kong, at present, this may be difficult to achieve. Kong Xingbang stared blankly at Lu Yongchang, who had a bitter face in front of him, and unconsciously grasped the crutch in his hand with his dry palms. What's the reason? He asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Lu Yongchang shook his head bitterly. Mr. Kong, I have thought about the way you said it. Not to mention the computing power issue. The delay between the Earth and the Moon alone is enough for us to drink a pot. Kong Xingbang reacted suddenly. Yes. Perhaps because he was so excited, he ignored the simplest question. Earth-Moon communications are delayed. Lu Yongchang's voice sounded again. Mr. Kong, the current round-trip time for Earth-Moon information is between 2.34 and 2.71 seconds. Even artificial intelligence, faced with such a delay, may not be able to accurately operate mining equipment on the moon. What's more, at present, Zero's idle computing power is running out. After taking control of this factory, it will also need to be responsible for various computing tasks in the entire laboratory. Kong Xingbang sighed deeply, his eyes full of disappointment. In this case, we can only build a few more Zuan number 1s and use manpower to fill the vacancy. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. There is no need to be so pessimistic. As far as I know, Academician Chao Liangsai's drawings of Zuan number 2 have passed the initial verification. Maybe it won't be long before you can see Zuan number 2. Chapter 109 The Origin of Prompt. After Academician Khan left, Lu Yongchang returned to the office. A look of contemplation flashed across his face. As Zero's creator, Lu Yongchang naturally knows how capable Zero is. It is no exaggeration to say that it is precisely because of the existence of Zero that the so-called heavenly plan can be realized. As for computing power, it's actually not a big problem. Going from 0 to 1 is always the most difficult step. Now that the first-generation superconducting quantum computer has been successfully developed, Academician Mo Ziyan will soon receive good news about the second-generation quantum computer. Therefore, communication delay has become the biggest obstacle. Lu Yongchang closed his eyes, and his consciousness came to the technology tree system space again. Quantum communication technology. What matches its status is starship manufacturing technology. In other words, these two technologies have basically reached the ceiling of the so-called first-level civilization. Looking at the dim cursor located on the upper level of the first-level technology tree, Lu Yongchang sighed softly. He tried to focus on the extremely dim cursor, trying to get some simple hints. A severe dizziness came from the depths of my mind. Lu Yongchang groaned. The next moment, his consciousness was ejected directly from the fluorescent green space. Professor Lu? There was a rush of footsteps and calls from the side. Professor Lu, are you okay? Perhaps due to the impact of dizziness. Su Yutong's voice seemed particularly distorted. Lu Yongchang struggled to open his eyes. Blurred vision. A warm feeling came from near the person. Ah! A short scream came. You have a nosebleed? A burst of rapid footsteps gradually faded away, followed by a burst of chaotic shouts. He subconsciously wanted to reach out and wipe it, but his vision went dark and his consciousness gradually collapsed. Dip, dip, dip. Consciousness returns. The sound of buzzers and the pungent smell of disinfectant all around reminded him of his location. Lu Yongchang slowly opened his eyes, and there was a bit of bitterness deep in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the backlash effect of getting tips by skipping a level would be so great. Not only did he not get any information, he also sent himself to the hospital. Just as Lu Yongchang was secretly upset, the door of the hospital ward quietly opened. Professor Lu, are you awake? Su Yutong's voice came. Looking at Su Yutong standing at the door of the ward holding a water glass, Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and nodded to her. Sorry to trouble you. How long have I been unconscious? Before Su Yutong could speak, the voice of the council chairman came from outside the door. 3 days. The next moment, Representative Li's figure appeared at the door of the ward. Yutong, you go out first. I will talk to Yongchang. Hearing this, Su Yutong quickly put down the water glass in his hand and left the ward. Lu Yongchang was slightly startled and subconsciously wanted to get up. Hey! Don't move. Seeing this, Counselor Li stepped forward quickly, reached out and pushed him back to the hospital bed. Counselor Li frowned slightly, looked at it carefully, and asked softly, You kid, what's going on? I heard from Fong Su that you were sitting on the chair when you suddenly started to have a nosebleed. Your face was as white as a piece of paper, which frightened the people in the laboratory. Lu Yongchang sneered. President, did the doctor say anything? Counselor Li glanced at Lu Yongchang meaningfully and said softly, In the past 3 days, almost all the top doctors in Xia Kingdom have come to examine me, but nothing was wrong. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered slightly, and he said nonchalantly, Maybe it's because I've been using my brain too much these past 2 days. It's not a big deal. By the way, Chairman, can I be discharged from the hospital? Over there in the laboratory. Counselor Li frowned and interrupted Lu Yongchang's words. Isn't this a big deal? Do you know what it means if you can't wake up? Okay, you don't need to worry about the lab. Fong Su and the others will take care of it. Just give me a good rest these days. As he spoke, Counselor Li turned to the door and shouted, Dr. Wen, take him for a checkup. Lu Yongchang. More than 2 hours later, Lu Yongchang lay on the hospital bed with a look of despair on his face and was pushed back to the ward. In just over 2 hours, he underwent almost all-round examinations and was just short of being sent to the operating table for dissection. Dr. Wen, what are the test results? Seeing Lu Yongchang and the doctor return to the ward, Counselor Li quickly stood up and asked solemnly, Is there nothing abnormal about Professor Lu's health? Dr. Wen faced Congressman Li and said respectfully, Chairman, no problem has been found so far. It's just? Counselor Li frowned suddenly, and his tone of voice became a little more serious. Dr. Wen, if you have any questions, just ask. Dr. Wen showed some hesitation on his face and whispered, Senior Counselor, Although it has declined somewhat, Professor Lu's brain activity is still several times more active than normal people. Counselor Lee was slightly startled. Isn't this supposed to be a good thing? Dr. Wen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Senior Counselor, if it is within the normal range, it is indeed a good thing. What do you mean? Representative Lee's expression changed slightly. Senior Counselor, let me give you an analogy. If the brain is compared to a car engine, within normal limits, the stronger the engine performance, the better. But what if you put an aero engine on a tractor? Dr. Wen smiled bitterly and shook his head. During the examination, we noticed that Professor Lu Yongchang's physical fitness is much higher than that of normal people. But that is within the normal range. But his brain is different and has completely surpassed the level of normal people. When Professor Lu was first sent here, his brain activity was almost 10 times that of normal people. Although it has declined now, it is still 3 to 5 times that of normal people. So, under normal circumstances, Professor Lu may be fine. But once the situation happened a few days ago, he will. Lying on the hospital bed, Lu Yongchang's heart moved slightly. He understood somewhat. The so-called prompts of the system do not appear out of thin air. It was just a way to stimulate his brain that he didn't know. When the brain is highly active, knowledge from various disciplines is quickly called upon, and a conclusion is formed subconsciously. Later, this conclusion was systematically presented to his consciousness. In this way, his coma, this time, is also normal. After all, there is no theoretical basis at all. The consequences of direct brainstorming. It's simply seeking death. This CPU is considered good if it is not burned out. Chapter 110.0. Where did you get this information? As for the level of brain activity being much higher than that of normal people, this should be the result of long-term modification of the system. Having said that, this system is quite balanced. Lu Yongchang thought happily in pain. At least, it didn't modify its own brain alone. Otherwise, it will really be the situation Dr. Navin said. The aircraft engine was installed on the tractor. Then what should we do now? There was a hint of anxiety in the speaker's voice. According to what you said, Professor Lu, wouldn't something happen if you use your brain? Dr. Wen quickly shook his head. No. Chairman, you have misunderstood. The current situation is not that exaggerated. According to the evaluation of the expert team, Professor Lu's body and his brain are currently in a relatively balanced state. As long as he does not overuse his brain, there will generally be no accidents. The chairman of the council breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he frowned and looked at Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, did you hear what the doctor said? Lu Yongchang nodded repeatedly. He had had enough of this lesson. He no longer dares to take big strides up the technology tree. Speaking of which, what on earth were you thinking about at that time that could make you like this? When the crisis was over, Counselor Lee instantly relaxed a lot and turned to ask Lu Yongchang. Well, it's nothing. Just a simple quantum communication technology. Lu Yongchang replied with a smile. Representatively, Dr. Wen. Doctor, think about it. Why don't we let him lie down in the hospital for a while to rest? Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression changed drastically. Seeing Lu Yongchang's frightened expression, Dr. Wen smiled and shook his head. President, please stop teasing him. Since there is no problem, let him be discharged from the hospital. I guess Professor Lu is not an idle person. Lu Yongchang heard this. Lu Yongchang, who returned to the office, mobilized his consciousness again and returned to the technology tree system space. Only this time, when he looked at the technologies at the upper levels of the technology tree, his eyes glowed with awe. Better take your time. The technology tree must be planted step by step, and the rice must be eaten one bite at a time. After sighing slightly, he focused his attention on hibernation technology. Perhaps it was because he had just recovered from a serious illness that he felt a slight dizziness. Lu Yongchang panicked. Don't be funny. If he had just come out of the hospital and was sent in again, he would probably have to be forced to rest for a while. The dizziness is not strong and slowly dissipates after a few seconds. A reminder slowly emerged before his eyes. Enzyme. Returning to consciousness, Lu Yongchang opened his eyes and tapped the keyboard with his fingers quickly. Enzyme? He frowned and looked at the various research materials on the computer and shook his head gently. Wrong. Although many creatures have the ability to hibernate, that kind of hibernation is obviously not what Lu Yongchang wants. This ordinary hibernation method is obviously unable to adapt to interstellar travel that can take hundreds of years, etc. Lu Yongchang's eyebrows suddenly raised. He realized a problem. He had thought so much just now, but his thinking had been limited to the Earth. If the first stage of interstellar voyage is to get out of the Earth, then why can't he look for signs of living things from outside the Earth? As for whether there are any living things on other planets in the solar system, Lu Yongchang believes that the high probability still exists. At least, as can be seen from the Proxima Centauri civilization, this universe is not empty. On the contrary, it is much more crowded than imagined. In just 4.22 light-years, there are 2 advanced civilizations. You know, this is still in the ravine zone of the Milky Way. Although there are too few samples, and there are certain accidental factors, he believes that the Earth will definitely not be the most special planet in the vast universe. Zero, help me find the latest map of Mars. Lu Yongcheng's eyes flashed with excitement. That's right. Mars. As the twin brother of the Earth. Although Mars is smaller, and the environment is not so suitable for biological survival, it is undoubtedly the most likely place to incubate life. What's more, the hypothesis that life once existed on Mars has been controversial in the scientific community. At least, a large amount of evidence shows that in ancient times, there was most likely the existence of liquid water on the surface of Mars, which provided the greatest basis for the emergence of living things. However, currently, the surface of Mars is eroded by solar radiation. When solar radiation reacts with perchlorate, it becomes extremely toxic to microorganisms. Therefore, most people believe that if life does exist on Mars, it must be below the surface, so that it can survive solar radiation and various toxic substances. Professor, the map of Mars you want. Zero's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Looking at the extremely high-definition picture on the computer screen, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but be stunned. Zero, where did you get such a high-definition map of Mars? Professor, this is the latest image taken by NASA's Mars orbiting satellite. Zero said something extraordinary in a very robotic voice. Zero, did you just invade NASA? Lu Yongchang didn't know what to say for a while. Not only that, Professor, if you want clearer image data, you can now control NASA's satellite to change its orbit. Lu Yongchang. Ahem. It won't happen. It won't happen. What the heck? If NASA finds out later that the satellite has changed its orbit on its own, things will be a big deal. Zero, help me simulate it. What are the most likely places on Mars to have living things? Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a strange light. I have to say that artificial intelligence plays a huge role in scientific research. At least, this kind of comprehensive analysis work would probably take a few months at least if it was completed solely by manpower. After a short wait, Zero's voice sounded again. Professor, according to the data I found in the NASA database, the most likely place for life on Mars is in Utopia Planitia. The next moment, the map of Mars on the computer screen instantly enlarged, and a red circle circled the scope of the Utopia plane. Utopia Plains. Isn't this the landing point of the Pathfinder project in the United States? Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and realized something was wrong. That's right, Zero said with a very certain tone. According to the latest data from NASA's Pathfinder program, 3 astronauts have discovered that there is abundant water resources underground in the Utopia Plain, in the form of ice. However, there is currently no clear data from NASA's Pathfinder program indicating that there are biological signs. Chapter 111, Grabbing Territory? After hearing Zero's answer, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fell into deep thought. As the largest plane on Mars, Utopia Planitia has a diameter of an astonishing 3,200 kilometers. You know, the distance between the farthest ends of Xia Kingdom's territory is only 5,621 kilometers. Looking for traces of underground life in such a large area is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Zero, can you narrow the scope down a little further? Lu Yongchang asked softly. I remember that the United States has launched many Mars probes before. Didn't they conduct a more in-depth investigation of Utopia Plane? Professor, this will take some time. Zero's voice sounded. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Start the search. Time is not a problem. Professor, the result you requested is here. Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang was woken up by Zero's electronic synthesized sound. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the computer screen in front of him. At this time, the Mars satellite map was enlarged again. Lu Yongchang was stunned when he looked at the few silvery white dots on the satellite map. A strange idea slowly emerged in his mind. Zero? Isn't this the Mars capsule from the United States? His question was quickly answered with Zero affirmation. That's right, Professor. According to the information I searched, the vicinity of the Mars module, within a radius of 2 kilometers, is the most likely place on Mars to show signs of life. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and whispered, "What's the reason?" Ling quickly pulled up some data on Lu Yongchang's computer. "Professor, this area is a multi-valley area. After confirmation by 3 astronauts from the Pathfinder program, there is a large amount of underground ice 1 to 10 meters underground in this area. Although the entire Utopia plain has relatively abundant underground ice reserves, the content in this area is about 20% higher than the surrounding levels." Lu Yongchang looked thoughtfully at the several lines of data marked on the satellite map. "Water resources are the only basis." Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. "This is not enough to support your judgment. In addition, this area has several large craters." Zero continued. "Compared with the plain areas, the solar radiation received inside the craters is weaker, so the toxicity of perchlorate on the surface is greater. It's several times weaker than other places." Lu Yongchang's expression moved slightly. "Compared with water resources, this is indeed a reliable basis. It seems it is necessary to compete with the United States for territory." Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed, and he stood up from his chair and said, "Ling, help me make an appointment with the chairman. I need to apply to the chairman for this matter." That night, Beijing. "Yongchang, you mean we have to go to Mars and do some small things near the American Mars module?" Counselor Li looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a strange expression. Lu Yongchang shook his head seriously. "President, how can this be said to be a small move? In order to search for possible signs of life, we may need to conduct large-scale drilling and sampling experiments within a 2-kilometer radius of the Mars capsule." Representatively. "Hey, let me think about it," Representatively gasped. His eyes filled with confusion. "Although no one's name is written on this Mars, this approach may be mistaken for provocation." "Sir, this matter is very important," Lu Yongchang said solemnly. "Hibernation technology is a prerequisite for interstellar navigation. If hibernation technology cannot be mastered, at least 99% of the people in Xia Kingdom will not survive." Counselor Li looked slightly shocked. After a brief silence, the entanglement in his eyes gradually became less entangled. "That's it. A conflict between us and the United States will happen sooner or later. Since you insist so much, just go ahead and do it. However, as far as I know, it shouldn't be very easy for Zun1 to go to Mars." "Right?" Lu Yongchang smiled and shook his head. "Senior Counselor, I didn't say we would use Zun1 to go to Mars." The congressman's breathing suddenly became a little faster. "You mean, with Ling's help, Academician Chao is expected to complete the design of Zun2 in a short time," Lu Yongchang said with a smile. "In addition, with the helium-3 resources refined by the Moon Palace project, the second-generation nuclear fusion reactor project can be realized soon." Representative Li's eyes suddenly widened. "Is this so fast?" The smile on Lu Yongchang's face grew stronger. "Senior Counselor, you still underestimate the role of Zero. With Zero's help, the scientific research efficiency of the laboratory has increased by at least 10 times. Next, Xia Kingdom will usher in a real era of technological explosion." Mars. Inside the Mars Module 1, Andrew frowned and stared at the computer screen in front of him. Strangeness. While he reached out and touched his stubble-covered chin, he murmured to himself, "Why did the satellite suddenly—" Bruno's slightly nervous voice came from the side. "Andrew, what happened to the satellite?" The next moment, Bruno put down what he was doing and quickly came to Andrew's side, looking nervously at the screen in front of Andrew. Andrew frowned and slowly shook his head. "I don't know what's going on, but I always feel that the satellite response speed today is much slower. Maybe it's my imagination." Upon hearing this, Bruno breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and slapped Andrew on the thick back next to him. "Captain, I'm not telling you. We are on Mars now. Isn't it normal for satellite signals to have problems?" Andrew nodded thoughtfully, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyebrows. "Maybe that's why you said it. But I always feel—" "Stop. Stop. Stop." Bruno smiled bitterly and stretched out his hand to interrupt Andrew's words. "Captain, have you forgotten? 2 days ago, you said that there was something wrong with our air circulation equipment. Good guy. Your words almost scared Joey and I to death. Stop talking about us. Even the NASA staff on duty were scared to death by your words." Andrew was stunned for a moment, with a trace of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. He smiled and touched the tip of his nose. "This is an illusion. It's just an illusion." Bruno glanced at Andrew beside him angrily. "Captain, NASA told me and Joey that if you have this situation a few more times, you can basically be diagnosed with mental illness. The corners of Andrew's mouth twitched slightly. Not that much. Isn't it just a bit of an own incident? Chapter 112 Race Against Time. The sound of the two arguing attracted Joey from the number 2 Mars module. Hearing Bruno's last words, Joey was slightly stunned. After a few seconds, she reacted. Captain, Bruno is right. NASA suggested that we give you some antidepressant medication. Andrew. He looked at Joey with a resentful look on his face. There's no need to be so exaggerated. Joey nodded seriously. Captain, this is not an exaggeration. Even on the Earth space station, there are not a few astronauts suffering from mental illness. Let alone now that we are on Mars. In order to prevent unexpected situations, NASA even provides us with sedatives when necessary. Okay. Andrew shuddered slightly and said angrily, I just said the wrong thing. Okay. As he spoke, Andrew turned and looked at the computer screen in front of him again. It's almost time. We should send the drilling results of the past few days to NASA. Hey. Bruno sighed slightly and rubbed his sore shoulders. You said we drill holes on Mars every day. Why? Joey answered. Didn't NASA say it was looking for traces of life on Mars? TCH. Bruno rolled his eyes angrily. Do you really believe NASA's lies? Look how many holes we have drilled in the past few days. Look. There is nothing else but ice beneath this Utopia plane. While Bruno was complaining, a piece of data was transmitted to the Earth via satellite. After returning from the chairman of the parliament, Lu Yongchang sat behind his desk and quietly looked through various research data and papers on quantum communication. Time waits for no one. Even if it is not yet time to conquer quantum communication technology, he still needs to continue to learn relevant knowledge. Professor, I intercepted the latest data from the U.S. Pathfinder project. Zero's unique electronic synthesizer sound broke the silence of the office. Huh? Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly, What did you find? Drilling data from the last few days. As Zero's words fell, the computer screen in front of Lu Yongchang suddenly lit up, and a string of detailed data was presented in front of him. Hey! The United States is prepared to leave! Lu Yongchang sat up straight and looked at the computer screen in front of him with excitement. With so much drilling and laboratory data, it seems that the purpose of the U.S. Pathfinder project this time, in addition to the so-called colonial experiment, is also to find the Earth. Traces of extraterrestrial life. Right? After a brief silence, Zero's voice sounded again. Sorry, Professor. I didn't find anything about this plan on the internet. Lu Yongchang waved his hand nonchalantly. It's normal to not be able to find it. Most of these truly confidential documents are kept in paper documents. Zero. Are there any results from the data analysis? After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongchang asked again. Professor, based on the drilling data returned by the current Pathfinder project, combined with the location of the American Mars module, Zero said, while quickly zooming in on the satellite map on the computer screen. Finally, the scene settled on a crater. Inside this crater, 5 to 10 meters underground, the probability of life existing is 75.2%. Looking at the crater only a few hundred meters away from the Mars module, Lu Yongchang's breathing suddenly became rapid. Too close, he muttered. In just a few hundred meters, according to the current drilling speed of the United States, it will not be long before they complete the exploration of the area near the Mars module. By then, NASA will definitely set its sights on the crater, which is only a few hundred meters away. Even if the task of drilling inside the crater is difficult, NASA may put its drilling order last. But this won't delay much. A rough estimate shows that in about a month and a half, the 3 astronauts will be heading to the crater with drilling equipment. No! We must speed up the research and development progress of Zhuan number 2. Lu Yongchang stood up from his chair with a roar. Zero. How is the current development progress of Zhuan 2? Perhaps sensing the urgency in Lu Yongchang's tone, Ling's reply was much faster. Professor, currently the laboratory in charge of academician Chao Liankai has proposed 3 different plans, which are currently being demonstrated. So slow. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and said quickly, From now on, all resources will be given priority to the Zhuan 2 research project. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pushed open the office door and walked towards the laboratory where Chao Liankai was in charge. 12 a.m. In Xiaoguo's number 1 laboratory, the aerospace branch is brightly lit. Lu Yongchang walked quickly to the door of the laboratory and pushed it open. Quickly passing through the corridor filled with cold light, Lu Yongchang arrived at Chao Liankai's office. Old Chao. Lu Yongchang shouted loudly while knocking on the office door. Old Chao. Are you there? Within a few seconds, Chao Liang opened the door, with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. Professor Lu? The moment he saw Lu Yongchang, Chao Liansai's eyes flashed with surprise. Why are you here? Looking at the pen in Chao Liansai's hand, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you didn't sleep. Otherwise, I would have had to call you to wake you up today. Chao Liansai's expression changed slightly. He has never seen Lu Yongchang look so anxious. Professor Lu, what happened? As he spoke, he opened the door and turned sideways to welcome Lu Yongchang into the office. Lu Yongchang did not enter the office, but stood at the door, looking at Chao Liankai in front of him solemnly. Long story short, old Chao, I heard from Ling that you have put forward 3 drawing plans for Zuin 2. Chao Liankai was slightly startled, then nodded quickly. That's right. However, we have not yet decided which plan to adopt, and these plans have not yet been verified. As he said that, he suddenly realized something. What? Something happened? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, nodded vigorously, and said in a deep voice, We need to land Zuin 2 on Mars within a month. Now! Convene a meeting immediately, and the plan must be finalized tonight. Chao Liansai's breath suddenly suffocated. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. 12:15. Okay. Chao Liankai nodded seriously. Some researchers may have taken a break. Give me 15 minutes. Chapter 113 3 Design Options for Zuin Number 2. 12:30. In the conference room, Lu Yongchang sat on the main seat with a serious expression and gave a brief introduction to the situation on Mars in a deep voice. Everyone, the situation is urgent. The plan for Zuin Number 2 must be finalized tonight. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang winked at Chao Liankai on the side. Chao Liankai quickly presented 3 design plans in front of everyone. After an hour, Lu Yongchang put down the documents in his hands and breathed a long sigh of relief. Old Chao, let's eliminate the third option directly. Chao Liansai's expression changed slightly. Why? From Chao Liansai's expression, Lu Yongchang noticed something unusual. Old Chao, this third plan was not designed by you, was it? Lu Yongchang gently shook the document in his hand and looked at Chao Liankai beside him in surprise. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Chao Liansai's face turned red, and he nodded slightly. That's right. This is indeed the plan I designed. After saying that, Chao Liankai took a deep breath and calmed down the complicated emotions in his heart. Professor Lu, can you tell me the reason? To be honest, he was a little unwilling. As an academician, he paid close attention to every aspect of the design of Zuin Number 2. Intra-atmospheric takeoff and landing, intra-atmospheric cruising, and space flight. It is no exaggeration to say that with this design scheme, even with the same power system, the performance of Zuin 2 is more than 50% higher than that of Zuin 1. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Academician Chao, have you forgotten the mission we assigned Zuin Number 2? Chao Liankai couldn't help but froze on the spot. Lu Yongchang sighed softly and whispered, The Zuin 2 series aerospace plane is mainly responsible for the transportation of materials within the solar system. In other words, Zuin 2's main battlefield is not on Earth. The Moon, Mars, or the distant Kuiper Belt are all its future destinations. In this case, do you think the original shape of the airplane is still suitable? Don't talk about the Moon. Just talk about Mars. The density of the Martian atmosphere is about 1% of that of the Earth. How much lift do you think such a wing can provide it? What a waste of space. Chao Liankai suddenly froze on the spot. Lu Yongchang shook his head and sighed while taking another plan. Of these 3 plans, I prefer this one. Chao Liankai looked at the plan in front of Lu Yongchang. It was a plan proposed by one of his professors. It can be clearly seen from the drawings that in order to pursue greater capacity, it completely abandoned the traditional aircraft shape. After removing the wings, widening the nose, and thickening the fuselage, the entire Zuin 2 roughly looks like a rectangular parallelepiped. The corners of Chao Liansai's eyes twitched suddenly. This was the first plan he rejected. He quietly raised his doubts. Professor Lu, can such a shape really take off on the Earth? This style that goes against common sense completely subverts Chao Liansai's slightly old-fashioned thinking. Lu Yongchang carefully looked at the drawing in his hand, with a bit of satisfaction in his eyes. Of course, as long as it's powerful enough. With the second-generation nuclear fusion and the second-generation Hall thruster, I believe that power will definitely not be a big problem. With this kind of design, it can shoulder the important task of transporting materials within the solar system. Chao Liankai fell into silence. As an academician, He never expected that his design drawings would be inferior to one of his professors. Lu Yongchang immediately noticed the look of disappointment on Chao Liangcai's face. He stood up, smiled, and patted his shoulder. Old Chao, your thinking is restricted, since we feel that we have left the earth. Sometimes we must learn to break common sense. Chao Liangcai took a deep breath and looked at another design drawing on the table. Professor Lu, is there another design drawing? What do you think? Lu Yongchang also fell silent after hearing this question. For a long time, he twitched the corners of his mouth, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. To be honest, I'm not very clear either. This drawing, who came up with it? After hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Chao Liangcai turned his questioning eyes to the people in front of him. All the professors and academicians looked away, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. A few seconds later, a young voice sounded from the corner. Professor Lu, this plan was made by me. Everyone's eyes turned towards the direction of the sound. I saw a researcher in his 30s standing in the corner, carefully raising his right hand. A strange color flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. May I have your name? Tao Yuda. The moment he heard the name, Lu Yongchang froze on the spot. Tao Yuda, did you write the paper on sonoluminescence and controllable nuclear fusion? Tao Yuda was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile and said, Professor Lu, have you read that paper? That was written blindly when I was a graduate student. The strange color in Lu Yongchang's eyes became even stronger. The relationship between the two can be perceived at the graduate level. This scientific research intuition is incredible. No wonder they can come up with such an outrageous plan. Yes, it's outrageous. Lu Yongchang reached out and picked up another document on the table and looked at it carefully. According to Tao Yuda's design, Zuin number 2 is a standard sphere. It has to be said that such a design can not only reduce the resistance in the atmosphere, but also maximize the volume. But the corner of Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched slightly. With our current technical level, we shouldn't be able to make such an aircraft. Right? Tao Yuda scratched his head in embarrassment. Professor Lu, this is just an inspiration of mine. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Yongchang glanced at Tao Yuda meaningfully. Inspiration. Another inspiration. It has to be said that after entering space, spherical starships may be the ultimate development direction in the future. Tao Yuda's inspiration has been correct at least twice. 0. Help me verify these two plans. Stop the other unnecessary calculation items, and do all you can to calculate them. Lu Yongchang added softly, I want to get the results in the shortest time. As soon as he finished speaking, an electronic synthesized sound sounded in the conference room. Yes, Professor. After receiving Ling's reply, Lu Yongchang gently pulled Chao Liangcai beside him and whispered, Old Chao, come out with me. Chao Liangcai looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with confusion. He didn't understand Lu Yongchang's sudden move to pull him out of the conference room. Lu Yongchang looked past Chao Liangcai and towards the closed door of the conference room, as if he could penetrate it. Old Chao, next we will focus on training Tao Yuda. Chao Liangcai's breath suffocated slightly. What do you mean? Lu Yongchang said in a calm tone. This kid is a material for scientific research. Chapter 114 Codename, Ingwa. Chao Liangcai's pupils shrank slightly, obviously shocked by Lu Yongchang's words. You sure? He looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with surprise and whispered. This kid is usually quiet. If he hadn't taken the initiative to stand up today, I would have even forgotten that there is such a person in the laboratory. Lu Yongchang nodded seriously. Old Chao, trust my vision. After returning to the conference room, Chao Liangcai looked at Tao Yuda deeply. Chao, academician Chao? Tao Yuda looked at Chao Liangcai with trembling eyes for a few seconds, then quickly lowered his eyes and asked in a low voice, Is there something wrong? Chao Liangcai slowly shook his head, with a smile on his lips. It's nothing. Tao Yuda, right? Are you interested in being my deputy? Upon hearing this, Tao Yuda's breathing suddenly became rapid. Yes, I do. Tao Yuda nodded vigorously with excitement in his eyes. Before Chao Liang could continue to say anything, an electronic synthesized sound sounded in the conference room. Professor, the simulation results are out. Plan 1 was a success. Lu Yongchang's expression remained as usual, without any change. He had already expected this result. Only, what is the reason for the failure of the spherical structure? He asked in a deep voice. There was something weird in Zero's simulated tone. Professor, our current materials are not strong enough to support an aircraft of this structure. Not only that, but current manufacturing processes are not sufficient to build such an aircraft. Sure enough, There was a hint of surprise in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Now that the plan has been finalized. 0. From now on, we'll work hard to create the Zhuan number 2 prototype. Half a month later, a press conference was quietly held in the Xiagua Great Hall. The press conference was hosted by NASA. This is also the first time that the space agency has held a real press conference since its establishment. Such a stunt naturally attracted a lot of media attention. As a reporter from Xiagua News Agency, Zhuo Chen arrived at the press conference early after receiving the invitation. Looking at the half-empty chairs, Zhuo Chen couldn't help but froze on the spot, then raised his wrist to check the time. The time is right. So what's going on? Why are there so few people? Brother Chen? Just as Zhuo Chen was standing there wondering if he had gone to the wrong place, a familiar shout came. His eyes moved slightly, and he looked in the direction of the sound. Ding Yakin? Did Xiagua Daily send you to attend this press conference? Ding Yakin walked quickly to Zhuo Chen, nodded with a smile, and said softly, Brother Chen, go to your seat first. After saying that, Ding Yakin pulled Zhuo Chen to a corner, looking at his nameplate on the seat and Ding Yakin's nameplate on the seat next to him. Zhuo Chen was stunned and glanced at Ding Yakin beside him with a smile. We are destined to be together. After sitting on the chair, Zhuo Chen looked at his watch again. There are still 20 minutes left before the press conference starts. Looking at the half-empty seats around him, Zhuo Chen showed some anxiety in his eyes. I asked, why are there so few people at this press conference? Did I remember the wrong time? Ding Yakin's expression changed slightly. Obviously, she also discovered this problem as she came to the press conference earlier than Zhuo Chen. She turned around and glanced around, then said softly, Brother Chen, didn't you notice? Are all the domestic media coming here? Zhuo Chen's eyes narrowed, and he quickly looked around. Really? Everyone present is a reporter from various domestic media. Could it be that foreign media were not invited to this press conference? Zhuo Chen's brows instantly wrinkled. It shouldn't be. For a press conference of this caliber by the National Space Administration, foreign media would not be invited. Right? Just as Zhuo Chen was lost in thought, Ding Yakin's gentle reminder came from the side. Brother Chen, the press conference is about to begin. Zhuo Chen suddenly came back to his senses and looked up towards the stage. I saw a young man in a smart suit slowly walking up to the podium, looking at everyone with a dignity that was not consistent with his age. Professor Liu? Zhuo Chen murmured to himself. Professor Liu actually acted in person. It seems that there is big news in this press conference. Everyone, welcome to the NASA press conference. Perhaps to save time, Lu Yongchang's words were very concise. Here, I mainly announce the following two things. First, at present, the Zhuan 2 prototype has been completed and will undergo its first flight test at 12 noon tomorrow. Second, the destination of Zhuan 2's first flight this time is Mars. Starting tomorrow, Xiaoa State will officially launch a Mars exploration plan, codenamed Ingwa. After the words fell, the press conference fell into silence. Zhuo Chen stared blankly at the young director on the podium, his Adam's apple trembling slightly, and his face was full of horror. Zhuan number 2. Mars exploration program. No matter which one, even if it is mentioned alone, it is an explosive news. Now these two big news are combined, and everyone present is shocked to death in an instant. Anyone have questions? Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of everyone in the audience, Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. Is it necessary to be so surprised? The United States has already gone to Mars. What happened to them keeping up? As Lu Yongchang's voice fell again, a burst of extremely strong discussion broke out in the silent press conference. Professor Liu, I would like to ask, is this Xiao's counterattack against the American Pathfinder plan? Of course not. It's all just for scientific exploration, Lu Yongchang said sternly. Mars is mankind's Mars, and Xiagua is naturally obliged to find a second livable home for mankind. Professor Liu, can I ask about the performance of Zhuan number 2? And what are the specific contents of the entire plan? Lu Yongchang glanced at the reporter who asked this question and slowly shook his head. Sorry, no comment. However, some of the performance of Zhuan number 2 can be revealed. Lu Yongchang smiled and turned on the projector. A black, cuboid brick appeared in front of everyone. This is Zhuan number 2, equipped with a second-generation Hall thruster and a helium-3 reactor. The payload is 80 tons. The longest mileage reached 6.68 astronomical units, which is 1 billion kilometers. After sufficient acceleration in outer space, the maximum speed of Zhuan 2 can reach 10 times the speed of the third universe, which is a high speed of 167 kilometers per second. Chapter 115 Albert, I have to find an opportunity to advocate. Immediately after the press conference ended, the people of Xia State were once again in shock. What the hell? Is this the second Zuin? Mars exploration plan? For scientific exploration? Understand? We all understand. Am I the only one who noticed the data of Zuin 2? 80 tons of payload. And a maximum speed of 10 times the speed of the third universe. Good guy. Why are you putting aside making science fiction movies? So, with Zuin number 2 looking like this, can it really fly into the sky? Everyone, please be quiet. Let me say something. The first flight will be broadcast live at noon tomorrow. Bing Bing is mine. Although no foreign media were invited to this press conference. For such a big event, foreign media are naturally not vegetarians. They immediately learned about the specific content of the press conference through various channels. The White House of the United States. Albert stared blankly at the newspaper in front of him, his face gradually turning red. Holy shit! William Blair. Tell me, why does the CIA not know anything about such important information? You, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, are worse than a newspaper vendor on the roadside. William Blair grimaced and sighed deeply. Your Excellency, I don't think this is a CIA problem. Albert's eyes twitched sharply, and the anger in his heart grew higher and higher. What do you mean? It's not the CIA's problem. Is it my problem? William Blair's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head repeatedly. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a document from the briefcase beside him and handed it to Albert. Albert frowned and took the document and looked at it carefully. In recent months, no spy has successfully infiltrated Xia's number 1 laboratory. A trace of surprise flashed in Albert's eyes. How is this possible? William Blair smiled bitterly and said, Your Excellency, we don't know the reason. Not to mention the number 1 laboratory in Xia Kingdom. Currently, our spies in Xia Kingdom are decreasing rapidly. Even some core spies who grew up in the Xia Kingdom were discovered by the Xia Kingdom. It's like Xiagua has the specific list. As he said this, a trace of fear flashed in William Blair's eyes. After losing a large number of agents and spies, the current CIA is like a blind man trying to figure out the situation in Xia Kingdom. Shit, how did Xiagua do this? Albert's face darkened. Has the CIA's archives been invaded? William Blair shook his head repeatedly. This is impossible. Technical staff have been checking every day during this period, but we have not found any traces of intrusion so far. Albert's face became increasingly ugly. Let's put this aside. What do you think of Xiagua's Mars exploration plan? And that damn Zuin number 2? Moulton on the side saw Albert looking towards him and sighed deeply. Your Excellency, if all the information officially announced by Xiagua is true, I suggest. Saying that, Moulton shrugged. We might as well just admit defeat. This is not the same level of technology at all. I even suspect that Xiagua got help from aliens. Albert's eyes slowly swept across the people in front of him. He slowly closed his eyes, then waved his hand gently and said weakly, Everyone, please go out. I need to be alone. After everyone left, Albert opened his eyes slightly, looked at the splendid office in front of him quietly, and then sighed deeply. The United States must not fall into his hands. At least, during his term of office, the United States cannot fail. However, judging from the current situation, the rise of Xia Kingdom seems to be an unstoppable momentum. Thinking of the scene where he was nailed to the pillar of shame in history, Albert shuddered violently. Suddenly, an idea came to Albert's mind. Or, can you find a chance to advocate? Leave this mess to the next president. At 11 o'clock sharp the next day, the live broadcast of Xiaoguan News started on time. Because the last live broadcast was good, the host this time is still Bing Bing. Only, different from the last live broadcast. In this live broadcast, almost everyone's attention was focused on the black cuboid brick. I bet a pack of spicy strips won't be able to fly by then. Took it. How do I pay for the preparations upstairs? I heard that after the news came out yesterday. Twitter in the United States was as quiet as a library. Is it true? Amid everyone's barrage of chatter, time passed bit by bit. The hour hand slowly points to the number 12. Zuin number 2. Still the same cockpit. Still the same driver. The only difference is that there are far fewer buttons on the console. This is thanks to Zero's great help. Zero has made a lot of optimizations to the program. Without affecting the performance, the control difficulty of Zuin 2 has dropped by a whole level. Captain, do you think we can say low to our American friends when we go to Mars this time? Hong Fan's voice was full of smiles. How will they react when they see this thing of ours? Bai Yishuan rolled his eyes angrily and poured cold water on Hong Fan beside him. Pull him down. Professor Lu has repeatedly warned us not to cause trouble. This is also what the chairman meant. After all, the United States is not dead yet. Hong Fan curled his lips. A look of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But soon, his eyes rolled slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What if we just circle over their heads twice? Bai Yishuan was slightly startled. Captain, think about it. How cool would it be if we could drive this thing around on people's heads twice? Hong Fan looked weird and whispers of the devil kept coming from his mouth. After pondering for a moment, Bai Yishuan turned on the radio switch. Call the ground command center. Professor Lu, are you there? Soon. Lu Yongcheng's response reached everyone's ears. Bai Yishuan hesitated for a while, and then said what Hong Fan was thinking. Professor, can we go to the top of the American Mars module and go around twice? We promise that nothing will happen. Of course, this is Hong Fan's suggestion. At the end, Bai Yishuan quickly added, there was silence on the radio. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Bai Yishuan's forehead, and he turned to glare at Hong Fan on his left. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Yongcheng's faint voice came from the radio. What did you say? Isn't that your normal driving route? Chapter 116 Academicians and the Highest Science and Technology Award. Bai Yishuan and the other three were suddenly startled. The next moment, they understood what Lu Yongcheng meant. Bai Yishuan suppressed his laughter and nodded vigorously. Professor Lu, you are right. Okay, no more gossiping. Lu Yongcheng from the command center straightened his expression. There are still 5 minutes until takeoff. Be ready. Yes. Hello everyone. There are still 5 minutes left before the takeoff time of Zun 2. Bing Bing's slightly sweet voice sounded in the live broadcast room. Just now we got some information about Zun 2 from NASA. Zun 2 has a fuselage length of 60 meters and a payload of 80 tons. The longest flight distance is 6.68 astronomical units. And the maximum flight speed is 167 kilometers per second. Speaking of this, Bing Bing added again. Although the maximum speed reaches 167 kilometers per second. This is the result of full acceleration, taking into account the acceleration and deceleration time. It will take Zun 2 about 15 days to successfully reach the orbit of Mars. In addition, with the help of the second-generation Hall thruster, Zun 2 takes off and lands vertically. As Bing Bing's words fell, 2 faint blue flames spurted out from the bottom of Zun number 2 in the live broadcast screen. Driven by 2 Hall thrusters, Zun 2 slowly lifted off. Hack! Hack! Honey! Come out and see God! Good guy. Vertical takeoff and landing. This technology. Did Xiaogua steal a UFO? Amid everyone's exclamations, 5 blue nozzles gradually appeared at the tail of Zun 2. The next moment, Zun number 2 dragged a long tail flame and flew straight towards the blue sky. Huh? Why do I feel that Zun number 2 is not very fast? I feel it too. This speed, doesn't it look much different from an ordinary passenger plane? Isn't it possible that NASA reported false data? Through the screen on the side, the host Bing Bing immediately noticed the various doubts in the barrage. She hurriedly explained. Due to the shape of the fuselage, Zun 2 does not fly very fast in the atmosphere. The top speed is only about Mach 0.7, which is not much different from an ordinary passenger plane. Xian knew number 2. The faces of the 3 astronauts were full of boredom. Captain, I still like Zun number 1. Hong Fan leaned back on the chair and said with dull eyes. The speed of this thing is too slow. Mach 0.7, that's slower than the plane my grandma flew. Pfft. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Wani choked on her own saliva and glared at Hong Fan angrily. That's right. Seeing Xiao Wani's angry eyes, Hong Fan sneered, scratched his head and said, at this speed, it will take us a long time to get out of the Earth. Right. Faced with Hong Fan's complaints, Bai Yishuan twisted his body that was tightly restrained by the seat belt, and a wry smile flashed across his face. Not to mention Hong Fan. Even he thinks this thing is slow, but as the captain, he still has to do a good job of appeasement. Calm down. When the altitude is high enough and the air becomes thinner, we can speed up. Hong Fan stared blankly at the clouds in front of him and sighed deeply. Ground Command Center. Looking at the series of data sent back by Zun 2, Lu Yongcheng slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and the tense look on his face relaxed a lot. Yongcheng, I have your letter. Just as Lu Yongchang was about to turn around and leave the podium, Fang Su's voice came from the side. He turned around and looked at the 2 letters in Fang Su's hand, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. My letter? As he reached out to take the envelope, he frowned and muttered to himself. What age is this? There are still people sending letters? By the way, have you checked these 2 letters? Are they okay? Fang Su said with a strange expression. Don't worry. If there is something wrong with these 2 letters, our Xia kingdom will probably be doomed. Lu Yongchang was stunned and quickly looked at the signature on the envelope. Xia Academy of Sciences. Xiagua Science and Technology Awards Office. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly turned to look at the calendar beside him. September 5, 2031. He realized something instantly. This is the academician selection year? Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Fang Su smiled and nodded slightly. Congratulations. In a few days, we should change our name to Academician Lu. The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised slightly, although he knew that this title was just a dispensable title for him. As the highest academic title in science and technology in Xia State, he was still somewhat obsessed with it. Why did the results come out so quickly this year? Lu Yongchang reached out to open the letter from the Academy of Sciences and said, Didn't the results not come out until around November in the past? In his impression, Xia's academicians were elected every 2 years, and each election was conducted from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. Only after layers of screening and evaluation can one stand out from hundreds of candidates and become an academician. Fang Su rolled his eyes angrily. That's for normal people. Don't you look at how much you have done this year? If you didn't have to go through some procedures, I guess the old guys at the Academy of Sciences would have awarded you the academicianship at the beginning of this year. This is not nonsense. As early as the beginning of the year, he heard some rumors. At the Academy of Sciences, a special meeting was held for the selection of Lu Yongchang as an academician. At the meeting, the review team had a heated discussion on the issue of when to award Lu Yongchang the title of academician. According to the opinion of the review team, the sooner the academician title is given, the better. After all, judging from his current achievements, if Lu Yongchang is not an academician, there will not be many people left in the Academy of Sciences who are qualified to be called academicians. However, in order not to break the rules, this time was postponed to September, just more than 2 months in advance. Dear Professor Lu Yongchang, congratulations. Looking at the words in the letter, Lu Yongchang showed a bit of smile in his eyes. 1 year after his rebirth, he once again became an academician of the Xia Kingdom. It's a pity that no one has contacted him yet. Otherwise, he might have been the so-called chief scientist. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed some emotion. Why don't you find an opportunity to mention the People's League to the speaker? After all, Xia State's current strength is enough to suppress those countries that like to make small moves. Won't you read the other letter? Fang Su's voice came, interrupting Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Huh? What is this? Lu Yongchang was stunned and opened another letter. Xiagua's highest National Science and Technology Award? Chapter 117 Award Ceremony. Dear Professor Lu Yongchang, in view of your many major breakthroughs in cutting-edge science and technology and your outstanding contributions to Xia State, you have been nominated as a candidate for Xia State's highest National Science and Technology Award. The selection results will be announced next week. The National Science and Technology Awards Conference has been announced. Please be sure to attend. Looking at the few lines of large characters on the letter in his hand, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Is this, the chairman of the assembly, serious? Lu Yongchang's eyes were slightly shaken. He had never received this award even in his previous life. The reason is naturally very simple. In the last life, when he was eligible to receive this award, Xiagua had already become part of the People's Federation. So naturally there was no such thing as the Xiagua National Highest Science and Technology Award. Of course I'm serious. Fang Su's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's thoughts. Do you think the speaker would joke about this kind of thing? This is the highest level award among the 5 Xia Kingdom National Science and Technology Awards. TSK, TSK, TSK. Fang Su's voice was full of envy. No researcher can resist the temptation of this award. Lu Yongchang stretched out his fingers and gently brushed the large gilded characters on the letter paper, and his heart trembled slightly. The thin letter paper seemed to carry an inexplicable weight at this moment, weighing deeply on his heart. Not many people have won awards of this level since the founding of the Xia Kingdom. In a sense, this is actually similar to the so-called Lifetime Achievement Award. Therefore, this award is generally awarded to older scientific researchers. The chairman of the parliament was able to award the award to him, a young man who is only 21 years old. Without exception, which undoubtedly gave him great trust and encouragement. Fong Su on the side looked longingly at the piece of paper in Lu Yongchang's hand and swallowed slightly. Yongchang, you can be considered to be sitting at the top of Xia Kingdom's academic circles. Lu Yongchang chuckled, folded the letter in his hand, and put it into his pocket. What are you talking about? It's just a nomination. I don't know if I will win or not. Fong Su curled his lips and did not reply. In his opinion, unless those judges were kicked in the head, this award belongs to Lu Yongchang. As for the so-called shortlist and award conference, it's just a process. A week later, Sandaika University. Office of the Dean. School of Nuclear Physics. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Listening to the rapid knock on the door, Jiang Yongqing subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the clock on his desk. 10:18 a.m. He frowned slightly. Who is it? Jiang Yongqing put down the pen in his hand and asked loudly toward the door. I. Tian Jishuan. Hearing the loud voice outside the door, Jiang Yongqing couldn't help but froze, then stood up and quickly walked to the door and opened the door. Lao Tian? If you don't stay at your Materials Institute, why are you here? Looking at Tian Jishuan's excited face outside the door, Jiang Yongqing's frown deepened. What? Are there any new breakthroughs on your side? Tian Jishuan's expression froze, and his eyes suddenly became a little strange. You do not know? Jiang Yongqing frowned and shook his head. Hey! Let me in first, and I'll tell you slowly. Tian Jishuan waved his hands carelessly, then walked towards Jiang Yongqing's office with his legs spread. By the way, there is a TV in your office. Right. Jiang Yongqing nodded slightly, turned aside, and opened the door to the office, and welcomed Tian Jishuan in. Old Tian, what on earth is going on? Seeing the old god Tian Jishuan sitting on the sofa, the doubt in Jiang Yongqing's eyes became more intense. Tian Jishuan didn't speak. He just reached out and turned on the TV set nearby and tuned it to the Xiaoguan News channel. Looking at the golden and red hull on the TV screen, Jiang Yongqing couldn't help but froze on the spot. He frowned and glanced at the date, with a look of surprise in his eyes. But then, this look of surprise was covered up by a heavier doubt. I remember correctly. This should be the National Science and Technology Awards Conference. Right. What? You came here today to show me this? Jiang Yongqing returned to his seat angrily. I don't remember what awards anyone in your School of Material Science has won. Tian Jishuan's eyes became even weirder. He turned to look at Jiang Yongqing and asked softly, Old Jiang, have you really not heard the news? Jiang Yongqing's eyes became more confused and doubtful. What news? This kid Lu Yongchang has been nominated for the country's highest science and technology award. Jiang Yongqing's pupil shrank slightly. He stood up from the chair suddenly and put his hands on the desk in front of him. What? Are you telling the truth? Tian Jishuan didn't say any nonsense. He just nodded towards the TV and said, If you don't believe it, wouldn't you know it by watching TV yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, the national anthem of the Xia Kingdom came from the TV. The meeting has begun. Jiang Yongqing's eyes moved and he stared at the TV in front of him. Energy has been the biggest obstacle limiting human progress since ancient times. From the age of steam to the age of electricity. From burning coal to generating electricity from wind and hydro. We're thinking about energy issues all the time. Hearing this series of award speeches, Jiang Yongqing's eyes flashed with a trace of trance. Sure. Tian Jishuan's voice came from the side. This highest science and technology award belongs to this kid Lu Yongchang. The next moment, the voice from the TV came. Now let's invite the winner of the country's highest science and technology award, Professor Lu Yongchang. As the music and applause sounded, the TV screen cut to Lu Yongchang. Looking at the slightly green faces in the picture, Jiang Yongqing and Tian Jishuan fell into silence. After a long time, Jiang Yongqing let out a long sigh. There are talented people from generation to generation, and each has been leading the way for hundreds of years. Standing on the award podium, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but feel a little dazed as he looked at the various eyes of everyone in the audience. Even with his experience, the moment he heard his name, his heart couldn't help but twitch. After all, as a researcher from Xia State, the symbolic meaning of this award is extremely huge. Just when he was in a daze, the figure of the congressman appeared on the side of the award podium. I saw Counselor Li slowly walking onto the stage and solemnly handing the medal and certificate in his hand to Lu Yongchang. Keep it up! A smile appeared on the corner of Congressman Li's mouth. I'm waiting for the scene you painted for me. As he spoke, Counselor Li reached out and patted Lu Yongchang's shoulder gently. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment. and then realized that the chairman of the council was talking about the Heavenly Court plan. He nodded vigorously, with a hint of perseverance flashing in his eyes. President, don't worry. Xia Kingdom will never perish. Crack! The flash came on, and the scene was permanently recorded by the camera on the side. Chapter 118 Pathfinder calls Houston and discovers UFO. Mars orbit. A completely black, cuboid brick, quietly passed by the Mars synchronous orbit. Call the ground command center. Zhuan 2 has arrived in Mars synchronous orbit. Please give instructions. Baishuan's voice was transformed into an electromagnetic wave, which was transmitted to the Earth 82 million kilometers away. Okay. Now it's time to wait for the reply. Baishuan shrugged and said helplessly. We have a full 9 minutes of rest now. Before Baishuan could finish his words, Hong Fan beside him had already unbuckled his seat belt and stood up from the chair. This spacesuit is really well designed. Hong Fan walked in the cabin on special electromagnetic boots. Under the influence of magnetism, Hong Fan's body was firmly attached to the ground of the cabin. Although there is no gravity in outer space, the carefully calculated magnetic force can accurately simulate the feeling of walking on the Earth. Xia Wani on the side touched the silver-white spacesuit on her body that was several times lighter than before, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly. You do not say! I heard from the ground crew that this astronaut suit is made of materials newly developed by Professor Liu, and the cost is almost 3 times the original price. Hong Fan was secretly speechless. Triple the cost. Just when he was about to say something, a strong sound of electricity suddenly came from the radio. TSK. TSK. The ground command center received it and started executing the mission. Lu Yongcheng's slightly distorted voice reached everyone's ears. Baishuan looked slightly solemn, turned around and sat back in his chair. After fastening his seat belt, he grabbed the fully enclosed helmet placed aside and put it on his head. Everyone, get ready. We are landing. After the 2 companions fastened their seat belts and put on their helmets, Baishuan turned a few buttons on the console and pulled the joystick. Zhuan 2 adjusted its flight posture slightly and plunged headlong into the red Mars. Andrew, help me see. How many places do we still have no drilling missions? Bruno's listless voice echoed in cabin 1. Andrew, who was sitting in the chair, straightened up with difficulty, tapped the keyboard in front of him a few times, and glanced at the computer screen casually. Andrew's spirit suddenly cheered up. Everyone, good news. We are only at the last place where we are not performing drilling missions. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 teammates had already stood up from their chairs and jumped to his side. Bruno's eyes were filled with hope, and he asked eagerly, Where? Is it far away? Andrew tapped the keyboard again. The image on the computer screen transforms into a satellite map. The moment he saw the map, Andrew fell silent. He considered it for a moment, and said with a troubled look on his face, The distance is not far, but we may need to climb a mountain. Bruno looked confused. WTF? Climbing a mountain? Joey on the side also looked confused. Andrew, are you sure? Facing the doubts of his teammates, Andrew sighed deeply, and then zoomed in on the satellite map a few points. The full view of the crater appeared in front of the 3 people. The crater is about 1,000 meters away from us, so it's not very far. It's just, the crater is about 1,000 meters high. The depth at the bottom of the pit is about 1,500 meters. I have to say, we are lucky. At least, this is considered a relatively small crater on Mars. As Andrew reported a string of detailed data, the corners of Bruno's mouth twitched slightly, and the hopeful light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Andrew smiled bitterly and looked at his 2 dejected teammates. He was about to comfort them, but his words were interrupted by a sudden and piercing siren. Listening to the siren that had never sounded before, Andrew's expression changed slightly, and he quickly looked in the direction of the sound. This is. After seeing the machine that sounded the alarm, Andrew's expression changed drastically, and he muttered to himself, WTF? Andrew? Andrew's tone made the 2 lying corpses teammates realize the problem. Bruno quickly stood up from the chair and walked towards Andrew. What happened? Facing Bruno's inquiry, Andrew did not reply, but just pointed at the screen in front of him. On the radar map, a huge monster was rushing straight towards them. Holy shit! Bruno's pupils shrank violently, and his eyes were filled with fear. After a brief daze, he yelled, Damn it! What the H.L. is this? Andrew had already sat back in his chair, looking at the computer screen nervously, and typing on the keyboard with his hands quickly. After more than 10 seconds, he swallowed lightly. Damn! This thing is almost 80 meters long. The flight speed has reached Mach 2. Joey's trembling voice came from the side. This can't be an alien. Looking at the UFO, getting closer and closer to the Mars module. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Andrew gritted his teeth, reached out and grabbed the radio device on the side, and roared at the top of his lungs. Pathfinder calls Houston. Pathfinder calls Houston. We spotted a UFO. Repeat. We spotted a UFO. It's coming for us. Seeing the UFO displayed on the radar parked above the head of the Mars cabin, the fear in Andrew's voice seemed to turn into reality, echoing in the small cabin number 1. 1 minute later. Is it gone? Joey closed his eyes tightly and asked with a trembling tone. Andrew plucked up the courage, opened his closed eyes slightly, and glanced at the radar screen. He froze. How can it be? Huh? Is it gone? A flash of excitement flashed in Joey's eyes, and he quickly opened his eyes and looked out the window. No, it's not gone. It's hovering above the Mars module. Andrew breathed heavily as he looked at the scene in front of him, his face full of disbelief. What does it want to do? Andrew, I think we made a mistake. Joey at the porthole turned back with a complicated face and pointed to the sky. This is not an alien. It's Ya's spaceship. Andrew and Bruno were slightly stunned. After reacting, the two of them suddenly stood up from their chairs, took 3 steps at a time to the porthole, and looked up. I saw a black, rectangular-shaped spacecraft hovering back and forth above the Mars module. On the side of the spacecraft, a bright red flag deeply hurt the pupils of the 3 American astronauts. Chapter 119. This is just a notification, not a discussion. Dip. Dip. Unknown radio communication request detected. Just as the 3 of them looked up at Zund number 2, which was hovering in the sky, an electronic beep woke them up. Andrew turned his head and glanced at the computer screen aside. It is a commonly used radio frequency band in Xia Kingdom. After looking at each other with his 2 teammates, Andrew took a deep breath and pressed the connect button. Hello? Hello, friends from the United States. A fluent and standard English came from the radio. Andrew was silent for a while, then reached out and grabbed the microphone. Hello. This is the American Pathfinder. The next moment, a clear response came. This is Xiaoguxian Girl number 2. We are about to go to the ZHC-72 crater to conduct scientific research operations. We would like to remind everyone. Andrew's pupils shrank slightly. Crater ZHC-72. Isn't this the next destination in the mission? Before he had time to think, Andrew responded hastily. Sorry. That's us. This is just our notification, not a discussion. An extremely plain sentence came over the radio. If it hinders our scientific research mission, we will implement some necessary eviction methods. I hope you will think about it carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, the radio communication was cut off. Looking at the rustling radio station in front of him, Andrew's face instantly darkened. They're gone. Joey looked out the window and whispered. Captain, what should we do? Andrew quickly walked to the porthole, looked through the glass at the faint blue tail flame at the tail of Zund 2, and took a deep breath. What else can be done? Get ready to report the situation. Also, the drilling plan for the ZHC-72 crater has been temporarily cancelled. Brothers, what do you think of what I just said? Are you domineering? Because of the excitement, Baishuan's cheeks were a little rosy. Hack, this feels so good. Hong Fan on the side curled his lips angrily. TSK. I promised one person only. But you ended up telling me everything. Seeing the resentful looks in Hong Fan and Xiao Wenyi's eyes, Baishuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he coughed lightly. Ahem. Next time. Definitely next time. America. Houston Ground Command Center. TSK. Call Houston. TSK. UFO. Repeat. We found a UFO. The silence of the Houston Ground Command Center was broken by a sudden sound. Hearing Andrew's words on the radio, Professor Chris' expression changed drastically. He grabbed the microphone on the side and responded loudly. Pathfinder. Report the details. Repeat. Report the details immediately. After putting down the microphone, Professor Chris looked uncertain. He turned around and shouted to the researcher on the side. Quick! Report the situation to Director Moulton. And, Your Excellency the President. Mars Module. Report the details immediately. Hearing the belated inquiry on the radio, Andrew had a bitter smile in his eyes. He picked up the microphone on the table again and reported in detail what had just happened to the Ground Command Center. Then came another long wait. Houston got it. Temporarily abandon the crater drilling plan. Suspend all outbound inspection missions. And wait for notification. America. The White House. Albert sat behind his desk with a calm expression. You mean? Xia Zun 2 has arrived on Mars and stolen our scientific research goals? Moulton nodded vigorously and said angrily. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Xia Gua is too arrogant. They even threatened to deport our astronauts. Damn! How dare they do this? Facing Moulton's angry complaints, Albert looked increasingly calm. He waved his hand slowly. Forget it. Just bear with it. Albert's reaction clearly shocked Moulton. Moulton looked at Albert in disbelief. Your Excellency, President? You? What did you just say? Ninja? Are you sure? That's the scientific research goal of our country. Albert lowered his eyes slightly and sighed softly. Moulton, let me ask you. Xiannu number 2 of Xia Kingdom should have set off 15 days ago. Right. It only took 15 days to fly from the Earth to our Mars module. How long do you think it took us? Moulton's breath suddenly suffocated. But this is not enough. Albert scolded in a low voice. We have failed. We have completely lost this competition. Tell those astronauts to prepare to come back. Seeing that Moulton wanted to continue talking, Albert waved his hand with a tired face. Okay, Moulton. I'm tired. We have been dealing with each other for such a long time. So I would like to give you a kind reminder. It's time for us to consider our options. The moment he heard these words, Moulton's expression was slightly shocked. After a long silence, Moulton's eyes turned red, and he nodded slightly before turning and leaving the president's office. Seeing Moulton leaving, Albert sighed deeply again, turned to the secretary beside him, and said, Tell the media. Tonight, I'm going to hold a press conference. That night, the White House, United States, press conference scene. Here, I strongly condemn Xia Gua's extremely domineering behavior. Mars is mankind's Mars, not a certain country's Mars. I hope Xia Gua can correct his attitude and contribute to the common development of mankind. Okay, that's all I have to say. Does anyone have a question? As soon as Albert finished speaking, countless hands were raised. President Abbott, is it true that Xia Gua committed provocations against our astronauts on Mars? Albert looked as usual and nodded slightly. It's true. In fact, I heard the conversation between the two. The Xia country astronauts spoke very fiercely and did not have any respect for our country's astronauts. Excuse me, in the face of Xia Gua's behavior, does the United States have any counterattack? Albert's face looked a little ugly. The United States is a peace-loving country. Faced with Xia Gua's unreasonable behavior, we cannot respond to violence with violence. We need, Your Excellency, are you saying that the United States backed down in the face of Xia Gua's provocation? A reporter interrupted Albert's words directly. Albert's face turned red, and he patted the podium in front of him angrily. Damn it! Listen to what I have to say. Listen. The United States will never give in. As for how to counterattack Xia Gua's provocation, we are still discussing it. Okay. This press conference is over. Chapter 120 Severe Punishment. Not long after the press conference in the United States ended, relevant news was already on the hot search list for scars. Shock! The United States strongly condemned Xia Gua for this reason. As for the comment area below the news, it was occupied by netizens who were keen to watch the excitement in just a few minutes. Ha ha ha. Can it still be like this? The polls are reversed. What's this called? Things are changing. I didn't expect that Dang Dang Militia would be able to say this. It made me laugh to death. On the same day, Xia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs held a regular press conference. Under the watchful eyes of domestic and foreign reporters, Zhao Jian slowly walked up to the podium step by step. Afterwards, he glanced solemnly at the reporters in the audience and whispered into the microphone. This press conference is mainly to clarify the remarks made by the United States yesterday. We have noticed that the United States has a relatively deep misunderstanding of Xia Gua's Zun 2 astronauts. Here, I will give a simple explanation. Zun 2 went to Mars mainly to carry out more detailed scientific research tasks. During the execution of a scientific research mission, once it is disturbed by the outside world, it is likely to lead to its failure. Therefore, what our astronauts said was for scientific research missions, and they had no intention of provocation. In addition, we discovered that some clips were missing from the recording released by the United States. Our astronauts made those threatening remarks only after the American astronauts refused to cooperate. However, taking into account the astronauts' negligence and after discussion, the space agency decided to impose relatively serious penalties on the 3 astronauts. The total fine is 2,000 yuan. Okay, that's all I have to say. After speaking, Zhao Jian turned around and left the podium without even giving the reporters time to ask questions. This regular press conference poured hot oil on the already heated atmosphere. Damn it! Is Xiaogua so tough this time? Let me translate the content of this press conference. I did nothing wrong. And the fault was all the United States. Upstairs, you missed something. Xiaogua performs precision tasks, which means that the United States performs. Ha ha ha. The fine is 2,000. That's the total. It's indeed a heavy fine. Good guy. 2,000 oceans. I suggest you drop. No more talking. Zhao Jian's 10-year-old fan came here uninvited. Mars. After showing off his power. Above the American Mars module, Bai Xuan directly controlled Zone 2 and headed towards its destination, crater ZHC-72. As the height of Zone 2 continued to decrease, the scene on the surface of Utopia Plain was clearly reflected in the eyes of the 3 astronauts. The red color with a hint of yellow on the surface of Mars is densely dotted with rocks of various sizes, row after row. It's so desolate. Looking at the surface without any signs of vegetation or life except for stones and dust, Xiao Wani's eyes flashed with emotion, and she whispered, "Only after seeing the moon and Mars did I truly realize the beauty of the Earth. Oh, what a pity." Hong Fan sighed from the side. According to Professor Lu's prediction, the Earth only has 14 years left. The atmosphere in the cabin instantly became heavier. Sensing the atmosphere in the cabin, Bai Xuan chuckled. You too. There are still 14 years left. Why are you sighing here? Professor Lu said that the heavenly plan will be realized in 14 years. When did you think he lied? Hong Fan cheered up a little. Yes. Then we will go to Proxima Centauri and seize their territory. Bai Xuan and Xiao Wani were stunned for a moment, and then a yearning smile appeared on their faces. The sun slowly sets on Mars. As the faint blue flame at the bottom of Zun 2 decreased, Zun 2 gradually descended into the crater. Because the sun's light is blocked, the bottom of the crater has entered darkness early at this time. Bai Xuan pressed several lighting buttons on the console in front of him. The next moment, more than 10 powerful white lights illuminated the dark bottom of the crater like daylight. As Zun 2 landed, a burst of red Mars dust rose up. Under the illumination of more than 10 white light pillars, Zun number 2 seemed to have entered a red world, with a sense of beauty in the weirdness. He frowned and looked at the surface structure outside, then looked at the dashboard in front of him, with a look in his eyes. Sure enough, Professor Lu is right. The surface inside the crater is covered with a layer of dust and fine particles, and after the sun goes down, these materials cool down much faster than the rock. Currently, the surface temperature has dropped to -50 C, which is 80 C lower than the outside world. As he spoke, Bai Xuan reached out and unbuckled the seat belt on his seat. Everyone, we should get ready to work. After putting on the helmet and carrying the oxygen bottle, he reached out and pressed the opening button of the cargo compartment. The 2 sides of Zun 2's abdomen slowly opened, revealing a series of equipment inside. Deep geological drilling machines, microbial detectors, and various precision testing instruments. In order to improve efficiency, after the drilling mission is completed, the 3 astronauts also need to conduct tests on the drilled samples. Thanks to the fact that Mars has only 38% of the Earth's gravity, the 3 of them easily move the deep geological drilling machine out of the cabin. After assembling the drilling machine, Bai Xuan pondered for a moment, turned to Xiao Wani and said, Wani, we are responsible for drilling and sampling, and you are responsible for testing the soil samples. Seeing Xiao Wani nodding, Bai Xuan and Hong Fan looked at each other, pointed the drill bit of the drilling machine at the Martian soil in front of them, and started the machine directly. A buzzing sound sounded, and countless red Mars dust rose up. Because the surface layer is mostly dust and fine particles, the drill bit sinks into the surface with almost no resistance. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Seeing the drill bit entering 5 meters underground without any resistance, Bai Xuan's eyes showed a bit of panic. Something is wrong. According to Professor Lu, there should already be traces of underground ice 5 to 10 meters underground. Bai Xuan's eyes twitched slightly, and he whispered on the team's radio channel, Something's wrong. Stop the drilling machine. Hong Fan on the side didn't ask any questions and directly reached out and pressed the stop button. As the motor reverses, the drilling equipment that is 5 meters deep underground slowly emerges from the surface. Bai Xuan squatted down, reached out, and grabbed a handful of soil samples brought out by the drilling equipment. Even through his spacesuit, Baishwan could detect that there was no moisture in the soil. He rubbed the red soil vigorously. The soil that was originally lumpy turned into bits and pieces of debris and slipped from his fingers. Chapter 121 Air Circulation Equipment Failure. Looking at the soil that had turned into crimson debris, Baishwan's face turned ugly. Broken, he whispered. How long of drilling steel pipe have we prepared? Hong Fan thought for a moment. To be on the safe side, I probably carried him about 30 meters away. What's wrong? Baishwan breathed a sigh of relief and pointed at the drill hole a few centimeters in front of him. Look, the drill drilled 5 meters, and all that came out was dust and fine particles. Professor Liu estimated at that time that the depth of this part was only 2 to 3 meters. After hearing this, Hong Fan also realized the problem. Baishwan continued with a slightly solemn expression. Currently, we don't know how deep this part is. Fortunately, we brought a 30-meter drilling steel pipe. Otherwise, I guess we wouldn't even be able to see the shadow of the underground ice. While talking, Baishwan installed the drilling steel pipe back on the drilling machine. Go on. I hope we can find so-called Martian life within the length of the steel pipe. At the same time, inside the American Mars module 1,000 meters away. Bip! Blop! Blop! Just as everyone was getting ready to go to bed and end this tiring and depressing day, a piercing alarm sounded from the speakers of the Mars cabin. Andrew, who had just laid down on the single bed, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground like a carp. What's the situation? Listening to the alarming siren, a flash of anger flashed in Andrew's eyes. Damn it. Aren't the Xia people coming again? Without time to think too much, he put on his clothes casually and ran directly in the direction of cabin number 1. Tens of seconds later, Andrew pushed open the closed door of cabin number 1. He immediately looked towards the radar. Nothing unusual. He was stunned for a moment, then turned around and glanced around. The next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. Captain! What's going on? Bruno and Joey's inquiries came from behind. Are the Xia people here again? No. Hearing Andrew's response, Bruno and Joey relaxed slightly, and the expressions on their faces relaxed a lot. There is something wrong with our central control computer. Andrew hurriedly walked inside and said hot words. His! WTF? Bruno and Joey gasped suddenly, and their eyes widened suddenly. Bruno? Andrew looked at Bruno sitting in front of the computer solemnly, and asked in a low voice, What's going on? As he spoke, Andrew's eyes were filled with panic and uneasiness. This is the central control computer. Once something goes wrong, the 3 of them will die in this small Mars cabin. Bruno typed on the keyboard a few times and looked at the several lines of error codes that appeared on the screen. His face instantly turned ugly. He slowly turned his head and glanced at Andrew beside him with deep meaning. Captain, you were right. There's something wrong with our air circulation equipment. To be precise, there is a problem with the carbon dioxide absorber in the air circulation equipment. According to the current progress, in about 3 days, the Mars cabin will be filled with a large amount of carbon dioxide and other toxic gases. Even if there is enough oxygen, excess carbon dioxide can kill us. Andrew's expression changed drastically. In panic, an idea flashed in his mind. Bruno, I remember that Pathfinder 3 carried some accessories. Is there a carbon dioxide absorber among them? Before Bruno could reply, Joey on the side said, Yes, there must be. To prevent accidents, NASA has specially equipped 2 complete sets of air circulation equipment. Upon hearing this, Bruno breathed a sigh of relief. The original solemn expression disappeared, replaced by an indescribable sense of relaxation. He lightly shrugged and said in a joking tone, Everyone, this is a false alarm. I thought we had to ask Zuid number 2 next door for help. Now it seems that our NASA is quite reliable. He was joking as he opened the door of Mars module number 1. Come on, you two. Let's go to the warehouse to find spare air circulation equipment. Mars module number 3. As a warehouse that supports the lives of 3 astronauts for 3 months. The most abundant items in number 3 cabin are various compressed foods. Of course, in addition to a variety of compressed biscuits, NASA also, thoughtfully, prepared some instant cans to improve the meals for these astronauts. Although the taste of these instant cans is not very good, they are still much better than compressed biscuits. Andrew and Bruno moved the boxes full of food and fresh water aside in front of them with great pain. Found it! Andrew looked at the box with the air circulation equipment logo engraved in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Hearing Andrew's voice, Bruno also breathed a sigh of relief. We found it. Bruno reached out and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. We almost rummaged through this warehouse. As he spoke, Bruno reached out and tugged on his collar, and said with a strange expression, By the way, do you feel a little stuffy? Have carbon dioxide levels started to rise? Regarding Bruno's remarks, Joey raised his watch and looked at the data, then rolled his eyes violently. What did you say? The current concentration of carbon dioxide in the cabin is 0.1% higher than normal. It's weird if you can feel it. It's just a psychological effect. Bruno smiled and squatted down, helping Andrew drag out the big box. After opening the box, looking at the brand new air circulation equipment inside, the three astronauts' eyes flashed with relief. I remember that the air circulation equipment needs to be replaced outside the Mars cabin. Right. Andrew frowned and said while finding the carbon dioxide absorption device from it. It seems that we have to conduct an extra vehicle operation. Mars Module Number 5. As the only passage between the Mars capsule and the outside world, the airlock plays a huge role. When exiting the cabin, the airlock can ensure that the cabin has equal air pressure with the Martian atmosphere. When entering the cabin, the airlock cabin can ensure that the cabin has normal atmospheric pressure. These 2 points not only ensure the safety of the Mars module, but also ensure the safety of the astronauts. Andrew and Bruno were wearing bulky silver-white spacesuits and looked at each other through the arc-shaped glass masks. The next moment, Andrew reached out and pressed the button on the console. Drop! The pressure is balancing. The pressure is balanced. As the green light turned on, Andrew crouched down slightly and grabbed with both hands the outer gate that led to the end of the airlock cabin to Mars. Chapter 122: The difficult and long drilling work. Drop! The buzzer sounds again. The red light on the detector lights up again. With a numb look on her face, Xiaowani stretched out her hand to clean up the mixture of ice and soil spread out on the detector. Still haven't found it yet. Seeing Xiaowani's stiff movements from the corner of his eye, Baishuan smiled bitterly and asked on the radio. Xiaowani sighed slightly, stretched out her hand to put the next batch of test samples into the detector, shook her head and said, Not yet. How many meters underground are we now? Baishuan raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the LCD display on the drill in front of him. Counting from the surface. It's already 25 meters. 25 meters? Xiaowani's tone was full of surprise. You haven't dug the real ice layer so deep yet? Baishuan smiled bitterly, shook his head, and sighed deeply. I guess our trip this time will be in vain. Who would have thought that the surface filling at the bottom of this terrible crater is nearly 20 meters thick? Baishuan's voice was full of resentment. I guess Professor Lu will be confused when he knows this news. Right. Xiaowani glanced at the drilling steel pipe with only 5 meters left, somewhat speechless. So, after we have been busy for a long time, it is equivalent to drilling 5 meters underground? Baishuan laughed sarcastically. Ahem, you can say that. Xiaowani. Suddenly, Hong Fan's exclamation came over the radio. Captain! Stop chatting. The drilling rig seems to have hit ice. Looking at the drilling steel pipe whose descending speed had dropped significantly, Hong Fan and Baishuan showed a bit of surprise in their eyes. 20 minutes later. Drop! As usual, the red indicator light mercilessly illuminated Xiaowani's numb face through the glass mask. She mechanically swept aside the dirt mixed with more ice cubes in front of her. Seeing Xiaowani's actions, Baishuan sighed deeply. Captain, what should we do now? Hong Fan straightened up, gently rubbed his sore lower back with his hands, and asked in a low voice. Do you want to report to Professor Lu? Baishuan pondered for a moment and shook his head. It's not that bad yet. We've only drilled a hole so far. Let's keep going. After all, when we set out, Professor Lu said that this might be an extremely difficult and long job. Outside the Mars capsule, there are 2 little moons hanging high above Mars at night. Those are Phobos and Deimos. Compared with the moon, although Phobos and Deimos are relatively close to Mars, only 9,000 kilometers and 23,000 kilometers respectively, they are only 1% of the moon because of their small size. Therefore, the 2 often fail to reflect sunlight to the surface of Mars. Even in some high-latitude areas, these 2 small satellites are not visible at all. As soon as he stepped out of the Mars capsule, Andrew subconsciously looked up at the sky. When he saw the 2 extraordinarily bright large stars in the night sky, he couldn't help but froze in place. Look! We're lucky! I actually saw Phobos and Deimos all at once! Andrew's eyes shone with excitement. But soon, this excitement turned into regret. Unfortunately, The sunlight brought by the reflection of Phobos and Deimos, as well as the starlight brought by the infinitely distant stars, cannot illuminate the solemn dark night of Mars. Okay. I'll say the emotional words later. Don't forget, our oxygen is only enough to support 3 hours of extravehicular activities. Bruno laboriously dragged out the carbon dioxide absorption equipment and toolbox from the circular gate. I said, Andrew, can you turn on the searchlight quickly? I can't even see the road. Bruno's unpleasant complaint interrupted Andrew's thoughts. He turned around to look at Bruno behind him with a look of helplessness, and raised his hand to turn on the high-intensity searchlight. The searchlight was very bright, but it only illuminated the space in front of the two people. In the endless darkness, this incandescent seemed a little dim and weak. After setting up the searchlight, Andrew reached out and grabbed the toolbox on the side, walked to the area where the air circulation equipment was loaded, and skillfully removed the metal protective SHL on the surface of the Mars module. Joy, has the air circulation been paused? To be on the safe side, Andrew asked Joey in cabin 1 via the radio. Soon. Joey's response reached his ears. It stopped. Andrew closed his eyes slightly, and scenes from the original training flashed through his mind. After recalling the operating procedures, he picked up the tools one by one and slowly took apart the air circulation equipment. When he saw the carbon dioxide absorber, he couldn't help but froze in place. The surface of the carbon dioxide absorber is covered with red Martian dust. The cause of the fault has been found, Andrew said softly. I guess NASA's sealing work was not done well. The carbon dioxide absorber is full of Martian dust. Tisk! Bruno's smacking voice came over the radio. I just said NASA is unreliable. What should we do now? We don't even know where the sealing problem is. Andrew's eyes were full of helplessness, and he sighed deeply. What else can we do? Let's install the replacement equipment today and wait for the response from Houston. As he spoke, Andrew installed a spare carbon dioxide absorber. After restoring all the equipment, Andrew said again, Joy, start the air circulation equipment and see if it can work normally. A few minutes later, no response. Joy! Andrew's eyes twitched slightly, and he said again, Joy, are you there? The next moment, a panicked voice sounded in the headphones inside the helmet. Damn it, Andrew! The air circulation is still not working properly. It's still the same problem. The carbon dioxide absorption device is wrong. Andrew's heart sank. Could it be that Martian dust has invaded the inside of the equipment? He took a deep breath and said calmly, Joy, don't panic. Maybe this replacement device is broken too. I'll try another one. With the experience just now, Andrew's replacement movement was obviously much faster this time. Half an hour later. Joy, start the air circulation again. A few seconds later, Joey's crying voice came. Andrew, it still doesn't work. Carbon dioxide absorber failure. Hearing Joey's crying words, Andrew's heart was like a stone, sinking lower and lower in the water. Andrew's hands trembled slightly as he disassembled the air circulation device again. This time, he raised his flashlight and carefully checked the fault. When a hidden gap and a red rock the size of a fist appeared in front of him, Andrew held his breath for a moment. It's over. These two words flashed through his mind. You too. Something may have happened to us. Andrew took a deep breath and said solemnly. Chapter 123 Misfortunes Never Come Singly. Andrew's voice reached the ears of two teammates over the radio. Bruno and Joey's breath suffocated slightly, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. Andrew? What's going on? There was a bit of vibrato in Bruno's voice. Andrew stood up slowly and shook his head with a bitter look on his face. A Martian rock destroyed the air circulation equipment. What I saw alone was a gap more than 10 centimeters long. It's probably because we didn't pay attention when deploying the Mars module. Or maybe there's something wrong with NASA's design in this regard. Silence fell over the radio channel. Bruno on the side trembled slightly, and suddenly raised his head to look at Andrew in front of him. Through the glass mask, Andrew clearly saw Bruno's pale face and bloodless, slightly trembling lips. The next moment, Bruno reached out and grabbed Andrew's arm, growling with horror on his face. Didn't NASA equip us with 2 air circulation device accessories? Why don't we repair the damage? Andrew shook his head and directly interrupted Bruno's question. As much as I'd like to say it can be replaced, the reality is, the gap is in a fundamental component of the air circulation equipment. And there's no way to fix it unless we remove the entire thing and replace it. NASA should not have considered the problems we encountered. It is equipped with some important detachable parts. We have not replaced the basic parts that cannot be disassembled. As he spoke, Andrew's face showed a trace of bitterness. while carefully restoring the various parts to their original state. He sighed and said, "Get ready to contact NASA. Everyone. Our journey to Mars may end here." Earth. 3:15 a.m. U.S. time. Houston Ground Command Center. Pathfinders call Houston. Pathfinders call Houston. The quiet command center suddenly heard a sound with a strong sound of electricity. We're in some trouble. Hearing the message coming from the radio, Professor Chris, who was originally drowsy, suddenly trembled. His lips parted slightly, and a look of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Without any time to think about it, he directly grabbed the phone beside him and dialed Director Moulton's number. More than 2 hours later, inside the White House conference room, Albert sat on the main seat of the conference table with a gloomy expression, stretched out his hand and rubbed his tired face. "So, our Pathfinder plan is going to be interrupted." Director Moulton nodded gloomily. "That's right. The Mars capsule, after the air circulation equipment is damaged, is no longer suitable for habitation. In order to ensure the safety of the 3 astronauts, I have ordered them to enter the return capsule." As he said that, Moulton raised his wrist and looked at his watch. "If everything is normal, they should have taken off by now." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rapid knock on the door. Albert frowned slightly and turned to look at the conference room door. "What happened? Is there anyone interrupting such an important meeting?" Moulton's eyes moved slightly. He stood up from his chair and whispered, "Your Excellency, perhaps there is good news from the Ground Command Center in Houston." Albert was silent for a moment, nodded solemnly, and squeezed out a slightly dull response from his throat. "Let him come in." After receiving permission, Moulton quickly turned around and left his seat, opening the door to the conference room with a faint smile on his lips. "M.O. Director Moulton. Something happened to the return capsule. Mars." After receiving the order to return, the 3 astronauts brought some important supplies and entered the return capsule one by one. After fastening his seatbelt, a hint of excitement flashed across Bruno's face. "To be honest, I even want to thank that Rauchi air circulation device." Bruno rubbed his hands gently and whispered, "If it weren't for it, we would have stayed on this damn Mars for more than a month." Andrew looked at his teammates with a strange expression. "What? Don't you think so?" Bruno obviously noticed Andrew's gaze. Andrew coughed slightly, his expression getting weirder. "That's what I said. But there is one thing you may have forgotten. There is audio and video equipment in this return capsule." Bruno. "Ahem." Bruno coughed hard twice and changed the subject with a smile. "Captain, should we get ready to set off?" The corner of Andrew's mouth twitched, and he checked it with a look of helplessness. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he took a deep breath and reached out to turn a few buttons on the console. "Watch out. I'm on fire." Hearing Andrew's reminder, the 2 teammates immediately stopped smiling a little and got ready to take off with solemn expressions. 3, 2, 1, ignite! A vibration came from the soles of my feet. Just as everyone was preparing to withstand the coming force, the vibration suddenly disappeared. There was silence in the return cabin. "Team Captain?" Joey's voice rang on the radio. "Are you sure you have the ignition?" Andrew was stunned, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Didn't he click just now? It should be pressed. Right? But why is there no movement?" There was great doubt in Andrew's small eyes. Shall I press it again?" With that said, Andrew reached out to the engine start button in front of him again and pressed it. Another few seconds later, seeing the strange looks on his 2 teammates' faces, Andrew suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. "I pressed it. I really pressed it." As he spoke, Andrew pressed the start button hard several times. No reaction at all. Looking at Andrew's actions, the expressions of the 2 teammates suddenly changed. "Andrew? Are you kidding?" Bruno swallowed slightly. "Did you make the wrong step?" Bruno's question made Andrew's face turn red instantly. He didn't speak, just repeated the operation just now. "Oh, God." Joey's pupils dilated a bit and murmured to himself, "We won't be so unlucky. Shit." Andrew, wearing a bulky spacesuit, sat down on the dusty ground of Mars. It can be seen through the glass mask that at this moment, his facial expression is extremely distorted. "Damn NASA. How can it be so unreliable?" Bruno and Joey stood aside in silence, staring blankly at the slightly dilapidated return capsule in front of them that had withstood the Martian wind and sand for more than a month. Chapter 124 Give Up the Rescue. Earth. White House Conference Room. United States. Moulton stood there blankly, obviously not recovering from the shocking news just now. "Return. Something happened to the return capsule?" His expression was a little twisted, and he grabbed the collar of the staff member in front of him and yelled, "What on earth happened?" Facing the ferocious Moulton, the staff began to explain hesitantly. "M.O. Director Moulton. From what Houston said, it seems that the hydraulic system of the engine exceeded the preset limit during ignition. The main control computer of the Mars module automatically cut off the operation of the engine according to the preset program." Moulton's expression suddenly suffocated. This, even if he knew nothing about the Mars return capsule, he knew that this thing was not easy to solve. "Can it be solved?" Moulton took a few deep breaths to calm down. The staff member was silent for a moment and slowly shook his head. "Sorry, sir. Houston said there is basically no possibility of remote repair." As if fearing that Moulton would not believe it, the staff member added again, "These are Professor Chris's original words." Moulton looked at the staff in front of him blankly. A long time. He gently let go of his hands and turned back to his seat in despair. The atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly dull. After dozens of seconds of silence, Albert, who was sitting in the main seat, coughed slightly, breaking the dead silence in the conference room. "Everyone, we need to change the topic of discussion now. The United States, do you want to carry out a rescue mission for the 3 astronauts?" The moment the words fell, the breathing of everyone present suddenly became faster. Everyone participating in the meeting looked at each other eagerly, hoping that someone would take the lead and say something. Albert, who had not received a response for a long time, frowned slightly and directly called Moulton's name. "Moulton, as the director of NASA, these 3 astronauts are your subordinates. Tell me, should we save them?" Moulton's pupils shrank slightly. This is not an easy question to answer. Rescue means a lot of material and manpower. No matter which item it is somewhat difficult for the United States to afford it today. Don't want to save? That's 3 lives. Not to mention the long-term impact. The most basic thing is, will NASA astronauts still dare to carry out missions in the future? A trace of confusion flashed in Moulton's eyes. "Your Excellency, President." He slowly lowered his head and whispered, "I think the United States needs to carry out rescue operations. They are the heroes of the United States, and we cannot break their hearts. Since the founding of the United States, we have never given up on our citizens." After the words fell, the conference room fell into silence again. "Da-da-da." Albert's slightly thick fingers gently tapped the conference table in front of him. Moulton subconsciously raised his head and glanced at Albert's face. Seeing Albert's frown, Moulton's heart trembled. Broken. As expected. The next second, Albert sighed deeply, with a look of helplessness on his face. "Moulton, I know what you mean. However, currently it will take at least more than a year for us to build a spacecraft that can go to Mars to carry out rescue plans. Those 3 astronauts can't hold up for us to rescue. So, Your Excellency, President," Moulton interrupted Albert's words directly, "we can ask Xiagua for help. Currently, Xiannu number 2 of Xia Kingdom is 1,000 meters away from them. As long as we—" There was a hint of anger in Albert's eyes. He snapped, "Moulton, the United States will never ask Xia country for help. Unless I step down, there is no need to discuss this matter." The meeting broke up unhappy. The final result was, of course, to give up the rescue plan. In other words, those 3 astronauts became real abandoned children. As for domestic public opinion, Abbott has issued an order to block all channels for the spread of this news. Moulton was walking on the way to the office. A trace of unbearability flashed in his eyes. He still remembered what Andrew said when he came to NASA for training. "Andrew, why did you join the Pathfinder program? Is it because of the money?" "That's right. Sir, you may not know the lives of us people." Andrew's bitter expression, when he said this, was deeply engraved in his heart. "This reward of $500,000 can allow my children and the wife gets a safe and stable living environment. Then have you ever thought you wouldn't be able to come back?" Andrew was silent for a while, and the smile on his face became more and more bitter. "If you don't come back, you can't come back. But, sir, can the pension be more?" Not only Andrew, but also Bruno and Joey expressed similar meanings. Scenes flashed through Moulton's mind. He bit his back molars hard. A flash of madness flashed in his eyes. Houston Ground Command Center. A burst of cell phone ringing woke up Professor Chris. Because of the incident with the Pathfinder, he didn't get a sound sleep all night. He rubbed his slightly swollen eyes and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. "Moulton?" Seeing the name displayed on the screen of the mobile phone, Professor Chris was refreshed. He quickly pressed the answer button. "Director. Rescue plan." Moulton's gritted voice came from the other end of the phone. Professor, they gave up. Professor Chris's breath suddenly suffocated, and he subconsciously asked, Give up? Give up for what? President gave up the rescue plan, Moulton said word for word, and prohibited us from asking Siagwa for help. The moment he heard Moulton's words, Chris felt dizzy. He sat back in his chair and muttered to himself. How could this happen? This is murder. Professor Chris' sharp voice reached Moulton's ears through the mobile phone. I want to expose it to the media. Professor, the president has ordered that all information dissemination channels be blocked. Do you know what this means? Right. Chris turned pale. He stretched out his hands to cover his eyes, and said with a slight choke on his face. But they are still waiting for me to provide them with a plan. I'm sorry. I can't do it. I can't tell them the news. A line of hot tears slowly slid down his cheek. There was silence in the microphone, leaving only a little rustling background noise. Professor. Moulton took a deep breath and said, I need your help. I have a plan. Chapter 125 Liu Yongchang must help the situation. Mars. Because of problems with the air circulation equipment of the Mars capsule, the 3 astronauts were forced to stay in the return capsule. Fortunately, the return capsule was stocked with supplies for a 2-month interstellar journey. Apart from the narrow location, there are no other disadvantages. Call Pathfinder. If Pathfinder receives it, please answer. Professor Chris's voice suddenly came from the radio in the return capsule. Andrew, who had lowered his head and remained silent, suddenly had a bright light in his eyes when he heard this call. He grabbed the radio equipment and responded excitedly. Pathfinder got it. Pathfinder got it. Then, there was another long waiting time. Just when the 3 astronauts and others were a little anxious, the radio equipment sounded again. Everyone, I have some sad news for you. The United States has given up on your rescue mission, and even banned us from sending distress messages to Xia. The expressions of the 3 astronauts changed drastically. How could this happen? Bruno breathed rapidly, and his pupils instantly dilated a bit. Damn it! Have we been abandoned? Andrew looked at the radio equipment in front of him with a gloomy expression. When he saw the working indicator light on it, he was stunned and quickly stopped Bruno's complaints. Quiet! Bruno! The professor hasn't finished speaking yet. After dozens of seconds of silence, Professor Chris's voice sounded again. However, compared with the previous ones, the sound this time was particularly weak and vague. Andrew, if you want to return to Earth, you have to send a distress message to Zun 2 in person. We are currently unable to send messages to Xia Kingdom. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Tell Zun number 2 that if possible, it is best for Xiagwa to announce this matter. With the pressure of public opinion, you will feel better when you come back. I'm leaving the ground command center in Houston. Remember, you don't need to answer this communication. The signal light for the radio equipment went out. The return capsule fell into a dead silence again. A few minutes later, Andrew slowly exhaled a breath and whispered, What should I do? Should we ask Xiagwa for help? Andrew's question instantly drew the eyes of 2 teammates. What are you talking about? What? Don't you want to die on Mars? Andrew smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm just a little worried about our situation after we go back. If Bruno on the side lightly shrugged. We'll talk about the rest later. If it doesn't work out, we'll just apply for Xia Country citizenship. I believe that with our Mars experience, Xia Country will want us. Bruno stood up as he spoke, put on the helmet that was placed aside, put the oxygen bottle on his back, and said softly, We should get ready to go. The bottom of crater ZHZ-72. I'll go. Hong Fan sat down on the red surface of Mars. Damn it. How long do we have to work on such a big crater? Looking at the drilling holes that appeared every 100 meters in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched sharply. Captain, Professor Liu is not fooling us. Is he? Baishuan stopped what he was doing and said helplessly. Whether Professor Liu has deceived us or not, I can only tell you one fact. The materials inside Zun 2 can support us for at least 1 month. Hong Fan. Captain, the radio device has received a communication request. Looking at the frequency band, it should be coming from the American Mars module. Just as Hong Fan stood up and prepared to go to the next drilling site with Baishuan, Xiao Wani's slightly solemn voice came from the helmet. Baishuan was slightly stunned and said in a deep voice, I'll be there soon. A few minutes later, Baishuan looked at the radio equipment with some deep doubts in his eyes. Isn't this American stupid? Why are you looking for us? Hong Fan beside him sat carelessly on a chair and said nonchalantly, Captain, please pick up and listen. Baishuan's face looked uncertain. After all, just yesterday, Professor Lu specially sent a message asking them not to continue causing trouble. Yes, Captain. People are coming to the door. We have to listen. Right. Xiao Wani's voice sounded from the side. Baishuan looked at his teammates with a wry smile and slowly shook his head. You guys! You want to watch the excitement all day long! As he spoke, he reached out and pressed the radio communication switch. This is Xiannu number 2 of the Xia Kingdom. Please speak. A few minutes later, Baishuan looked at his teammates with a strange expression. Ahem. We need to ask for permission on this issue. Please wait a moment. Xia Kingdom. Lu Yongchang sat quietly in the office, writing and drawing on the straw in front of him with a pen in his hand without any pause. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a rapid knock on the door. Come in, Lu Yongchang said directly without raising his head. Academician Fang. Why are you here? Su Yutong stood up quickly and prepared to make tea for Fang Su. Ahem. Yutong, please go out first. Professor Lu and I have something to talk about. Fang Su's slightly weird tone attracted Lu Yongchang's attention. When Su Yutong left, Lu Yongchang frowned and asked, Brother Su, why are you so nagging? Fang Su's expression became even weirder. Yongchang, if I say that something happened to the American Mars module and the 3 astronauts are now asking us for help, do you think it's credible? Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yongchang's face turned red. He coughed hard several times and looked at Fang Su in surprise. What did you say? Facing Lu Yongchang's rhetorical question, Fang Su lightly shrugged and pointed to the sky with a look of helplessness. That's not what I said. Baishuan said it. Why don't they ask NASA for help? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and asked after calming down. Fang Su was silent for a moment. It is said that NASA... No, the United States gave up on them. Lu Yongchang's pupil shrank suddenly. What should we do now? Are we going to help with this? Fang Su's eyes were filled with confusion. I heard from Baishuan that Albert seems to have banned NASA from asking us for help. If we intervene at this time, the consequences will be... Hearing this, Lu Yongchang, who was still hesitant at first, had a smile on his face. Save! Tell Baishuan to set out to save people now. I am the 358th Regiment. Ahem. I, Lu Yongchang, must help out. Chapter 126 Zuinbex. Although he said so, Lu Yongchang knew in his heart that such a major matter still had to be decided by the chairman of the council. At least, before we truly leave the Earth, national interests always come first. Then, more than an hour later, in the office within the first ring road of Beijing. Hiss! The old man put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at Lu Yongchang at the desk with a frown. Yongchang, what do you think? Facing the chairman of the parliament, Lu Yongchang naturally could not say the dirty words. Like before, he pondered for a moment and organized some words in his mind. Sir, I think we need to go on this rescue mission. Counselor Li raised his eyebrows slightly and took a sip of the tea in his hand. Oh, is it okay even if I fall out with the United States over this? Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed, and he nodded firmly. Not bad. The office returned to silence again, with only the sound of the old man drinking tea remaining. A long time. Tell me the reason. The old man put down the teacup again, and the look in his eyes became sharp. I need a reason. Lu Yongchang glanced at the calendar on his desk. October 12, 2031. It's been a year. Lu Yongchang did not directly answer the old man's words, but sighed softly. The old man frowned slightly. A year? The next second, a flash of realization appeared in the old man's eyes. You mean, the sun still has 14 years left? Lu Yongchang nodded and shook his head. The old man was a little puzzled by Lu Yongchang's reaction, but the next moment, Lu Yongchang opened his mouth to answer the old man's doubts. Senior Counselor, based on the mathematical model of the sun's evolution that I established at that time, I estimate that the sun is about to undergo major changes. It is estimated that in a few days, the problem with the sun will also be discovered in the West. Counselor Li's expression changed slightly. So fast? Facing the old man's sigh, Lu Yongchang showed a somewhat bitter smile on his face. Is it fast? Not really fast. According to the progress of the previous life, this is actually the 6th year since the sun changed. So what you mean is? Counselor Li looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him solemnly and asked in a low voice. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and uttered a sentence. Senior Counselor, I think it's time for humanity to unite. Even Congressman Li's expression changed drastically when he heard Lu Yongchang's words. But soon, the old man calmed down the emotions on his face. His eyes flickered slightly, and his fingers tapped lightly on the desk in front of him. From the old man's micro-expression, Lu Yongchang could see his confusion and panic. Human unity. These 4 words may seem simple, but they are indeed extremely difficult to implement. Since the emergence of great apes, the entire development history of human civilization has basically been a history of vast wars. Not to mention the whole world. Even the Xia kingdom itself was still in a war-torn stage a few hundred years ago. Yongchang. The speaker's voice was a bit difficult. Isn't it too early to say this now? We currently don't have the strength to convince everyone. There was a bit of a smile on Lu Yongchang's face. Senior counselor, if you are worried about this, then I can assure you that we now have the absolute right to speak. As he spoke, he took out a document from the briefcase beside him and handed it into the old man's hand. Senior counselor, this is an improvement plan for Zuid number 1 from the laboratory. You can take a look. The chairman frowned and took the document. Zuid number 1 improvement plan? Is there anything bad about the current Zuid number 1? As he spoke, the speaker gently opened the first page of the document. Senior counselor, this improvement plan is in the military direction. We named it Zuinvex. As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, a high-definition concept picture came into view of the chairman. A fighter jet with forward-swept wings and a gray-white body. This is... Looking at the beautiful and light aircraft, the old man's breathing suddenly became rapid, and a touch of excitement quietly rose in his eyes. As we all know, the combat effectiveness of a fighter jet is directly proportional to its appearance. Sir, according to the design, this is a variable wing fighter. Among them, the forward-swept main wings can be folded to better perform extraterrestrial space combat missions. As for the atmosphere, because the cockpit and cabin space are greatly reduced, this model of Zuin fighter can have a higher speed and can carry more than 20 tons of missiles. In addition to ordinary missiles, considering that it is equipped with a second-generation fusion reactor, we have installed a high-power laser rapid-fire cannon on it. The chairman of the council stared blankly at the documents in front of him, feeling a little restless for a moment. After a long time, he spoke softly. Yongchang, can we manufacture this Zuinvex fighter now? After finishing speaking, the chairman looked at Lu Yongchang expectantly. He doesn't want to hear that this aircraft is still just a concept product. Lu Yongchang chuckled. President, if you agree, within 3 days, the first Zuinvex can appear in the Zero Control Factory. The chairman of the parliament gasped suddenly. You let me think about it. After speaking, the congressman took a deep breath to calm down his inner agitation. A few minutes later, Congressman Lee opened his eyes suddenly, and a terrifying light flashed across his face. Good. In that case, let's start the plan you mentioned. By the way, how many of this Zuinvex are you going to build? Lu Yongchang was stunned and asked. 20. So few? The counselor frowned and whispered. Is 20 enough? Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. President, I even think that 20 is too many. Zuinvex's main combat platform is within the atmosphere. This thing can only be used now. What's more, if something really happens, academician Chao Liangkai speculates that it only takes 3 to 5 Zuinvexes equipped with nuclear warheads to destroy a country. The congressman took a long breath and suffocated. In this case, then let's do 20 fights first as you said. Lu Yongchang nodded. There is one more thing. President, we can consider announcing this rescue plan. The old man smiled and nodded. Don't worry. I know this well. Chapter 127 Pathfinder. Here we come. Mars. Bai Xuan sat in the driver's seat, looking at the radio equipment in front of him boredly. Do you think Professor Lu will let us rescue him? Xiaowani on the side frowned slightly. Uncertain. Professor Lu has no final say in this matter. After all, this has already involved the United States. It depends on what the chairman thinks. Hearing this, Hong Fan showed a hint of unbearable color in his eyes. But if we don't save them, Bai Xuan sighed slightly, his eyes full of melancholy. It depends on our Professor Lu. As a fellow astronaut, I also hope in my heart that I can save them. Just as Bai Xuan was about to change into a more comfortable sitting position, the radio equipment suddenly rang. Laugh. A familiar sound of electricity sounded. Bai Xuan suddenly sat up from his chair and looked at the radio equipment in front of him with burning eyes. Call Zuid number 2. Call Zuid number 2. Start rescue mission now. Repeat. Start rescue mission now. Lu Yongchang's voice was slightly distorted, but to the ears of the 3 astronauts, it was like the sound of nature. There was a bit of excitement in Baishuan's eyes, and he reached out and made a fist in the air and waved it vigorously. Everyone, let's get ready to go. The bottom of crater ZHC-72. Sunlight shines through the slightly turbid Martian atmosphere and reflects on the bottom of the crater filled with drilling holes. A black spaceship slowly closed the open hatches on both sides. The next moment, several faint blue flames appeared at its bottom, pushing Zun-2 to slowly rise into the sky. Pathfinder, please answer when you receive it. Baishuan adjusted the radio frequency band slightly excitedly and sent a call to the Pathfinder Mars module more than 1,000 meters away. We are coming! Pathfinder return capsule. The atmosphere was very depressing. The 3 astronauts sat in their seats with melancholy faces. Hey! Andrew sighed deeply and looked up at the time again. It's been 2 hours. Will they still come to rescue us? Bruno shook his head dejectedly. Probably not. You could see it from the beginning in their attitude towards us. The estrangement between countries is destined not to be resolved so easily. Hearing this, Joey also sighed deeply. At the beginning, the 3 of them still had high hopes. But as time passed bit by bit, the hope in everyone's heart was abruptly wiped out. What if? After a moment of silence, Bruno took a deep breath. If they don't come to save us, what should we do? No respond. But there was a hint of death in the eyes of the 3 of them. Laugh. Pathfinder, please answer when you receive it. We have arrived above the Mars module. Repeat. We have arrived above the Mars module. The 3 astronauts suddenly raised their heads, with ecstasy rising deep in their eyes. The speaker's voice sounded familiar. If they remembered correctly, it should be the astronaut who threatened them not long ago. But now, that originally annoying voice sounded like the sound of nature to the ears of the 3 astronauts. Andrew reached out and grabbed the microphone in front of him. His voice trembled slightly, and even contained a hint of crying. Thank you. Thank you. As he spoke, Andrew reached up and covered his face, with hot tears sliding down his cheeks. Hi. A burst of electricity sounded. You're welcome. Xiao will never give up on any human being. The moment they heard these words, the tears in Andrew's eyes became hotter. They never imagined that in this desperate moment, it would be Xiaoguo on the other side who would lend a helping hand. Thanks. Thanks. Andrew didn't know what to say, so he could only hold on to the microphone and keep saying thank you. After a few minutes, the 3 people's emotions gradually stabilized. What should we do? Andrew wiped away his tears and choked up. Soon, a response came over the radio. Just come out. We'll land right away. Hearing the words on the radio, the 3 astronauts hurriedly put on their spacesuits and helmets, passed through the slightly narrow tunnel, and got into the airlock inside the return capsule. The door of the Pathfinder return cabin slowly opened. Andrew got out of the return capsule first. He stared blankly ahead. He could swear that he would never forget this shocking scene in his life. I saw a huge black spacecraft spraying blue flames from the bottom, slowly landing in the open space dozens of meters away from them. Although the spacecraft has a rectangular parallelepiped structure, it is full of strange beauty. At the same time, under the force of the engine exhaust flame, countless red Martian dust was raised from the dry Martian ground. Martian dust was flying all over the sky, dyeing the originally slightly turbid air red. Red, blue, and black. The 3 colors blended perfectly in front of him, forming a beautiful and shocking picture. In the picture, a bright red flag was deeply imprinted in their hearts. Jesus! Bruno's sigh came over the radio. Obviously, Andrew's 2 teammates were also shocked by the shocking scene in front of them. The 3 of them stood in front of the return capsule blankly. God, is this really the technology that humans have? Joey muttered. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of air spurted out from the side of Zun-2, stirring up a burst of Mars dust. Then, the hatch on the side of Zun-2 slowly opened. 3 figures wearing silver spacesuits appeared in front of everyone. Andrew's eyes moved slightly. He quickly noticed a problem. Xiaoguo's spacesuit is at least several times lighter than what they are wearing. If the American spacesuit looks like a 400-pound fat man, Xiao's spacesuit looks like a 120-pound normal person. Hello! Seeing the 3 astronauts from Xiaoguo approaching slowly, Andrew swallowed slightly, nodded slightly, and said low through the radio. Hello! We have been ordered to perform a rescue mission. With that said, Baishuan and the other 3 stood up straight and gave a neat military salute. Seeing this scene, Andrew and the others hurriedly returned a less than standard military salute, and then bowed to Baishuan and the others. Thank you. What's the use of thanking you? It's better to open the data permissions of the Mars module. Hong Fan curled his lips and whispered. But he apparently forgot that the current radio channel is not the team's voice. Bai Xuan's mouth twitched sharply, and he shouted in a low voice. Hong Fan! What are you talking about? He turned his head and glared at Hong Fan, feeling grateful in his heart. Fortunately, Hong Fan just spoke Chinese. Otherwise, just now, you said you wanted data access to the Mars module. Right. Chapter 128 Data Permissions? Do you want a black box? Just now, you said you wanted data access to the Mars module. Right. Bruno's slightly confused voice came over the radio. I have learned Chinese by myself. Is that what I said just now? For a moment, the radio channel fell into silence. The atmosphere gradually became awkward. Ahem. Bai Xuan's eyes twitched violently, and he coughed hard. You heard wrong. Just now. Bruno's voice sounded again. If you can use our data, I will give you permission now. Cough, cough, cough. Now, not only Bai Xuan, but also Hong Fan and Xiao Wenyi choked on their own saliva. Are you serious? Bai Xuan looked at Bruno in front of him with a strange expression. You shouldn't be able to give this thing casually. Right. Bruno shrugged. Yes. According to the regulations, it is indeed the case. But who cares? Since the United States has given up on us, we don't need to abide by its so-called regulations. Right. Bai Xuan's eyes moved slightly. He noticed that in Bruno's words just now, the pronoun for the United States was replaced by it. According to common sense, people generally use she to refer to their own country. A bit of sadness flashed through his heart. It seems that the behavior of the United States this time has completely broken the hearts of these three astronauts. If possible, it would be best to have these data. Bai Xuan chuckled and nodded. But just don't force it. Bruno turned to look at Andrew. Captain, what do you think? Andrew pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. Do you want the black box? I know where the black box is. Bai Xuan, Hong Fan, Xiao Wenyi. Seeing that Bai Xuan and the others didn't reply, Andrew lightly shrugged. I'll just treat it as your acquiescence. I can also give you some drilling data and various experimental data. As he spoke, Andrew turned and walked towards the Mars module next to him. If you want to see the internal structure, you are welcome to visit. Looking at Andrew's back, Bai Xuan looked at his teammates with a strange look on his face. Then, he quietly tuned the radio to the team channel. Did you record it? Stop talking yet. Change the channel. Seeing Hong Fan about to open his mouth to speak, Bai Xuan broke out in cold sweat from behind and quickly spoke to stop him. Hong Fan was taken aback for a moment. Then he manipulated his watch with a smile. Ahem. Captain, don't worry. I've been videotaping it since before takeoff. Bai Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. Continue recording. It's just in time. Let's go see what the American Mars module looks like. After speaking, Bai Xuan took the lead and followed Andrew towards the Mars module. That's right. Andrew turned around suddenly and looked at Bai Xuan with burning eyes. What's wrong? If we can apply to join the Xia Kingdom? Bai Xuan suddenly froze on the spot. For a long time, he slowly exhaled a breath. I can't make the decision on this. I need to report to my superiors. Looking at Bai Xuan's serious expression, Andrew nodded slightly. If you can, apply for us all. As if he noticed the doubts in the eyes of Bai Xuan and the others, a trace of bitterness flashed in Andrew's eyes. From the moment you save us, we can't go back to the United States. Even if I go back, it probably won't end well. The next day, a video was quietly posted on the homepage of the official website of Xia State's Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Because there are no special instructions, very few people click on the video. However, with a population of 1.4 billion in Xia, there will always be a few idle netizens. Lu Rabing, a college student. Although the school has started, because it is not the final week yet and there are few courses for this semester, Lu Rabing huddles in the dormitory and randomly browses various apps on his phone, trying to find some fun in his boring life. Suddenly, by accident, he accidentally clicked on the official website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Xia State. Looking at the video without any explanation on the homepage, his brows raised sharply. There is melon! This is his unique intuition as a quail that hangs out in various melon fields all year round. His breathing quickened a little, and his finger quickly pointed at the video. The video starts playing. Pathfinder, please answer when you receive it. As the voice sounded, a slightly sci-fi scene came into Lu Renbing's eyes. He was stunned. The next moment, he reacted. This should be a real shot of Zhuan 2 on Mars. His eyes lit up instantly. Good guy. It turned out to be an alien melon. The video has been edited and accompanied by BGM. When Bai Yishuan's voice. We have arrived above the Mars module. Sounded in the video. Lu Renbing couldn't help but hold his breath. Although he still didn't know what happened. Such a scene made him full of expectations. The next moment, a cry in English came. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Renbing suddenly froze on the spot. On Mars. What happened? But why didn't he hear any news from the United States? As the video progressed, he gradually understood the entire process. It turned out that there was a problem with the American Mars module and the return module at the same time. When he heard that the United States had abandoned 3 astronauts and blocked the news, a trace of anger flashed in Lu Renbing's eyes. This is 3 lives! The video ended as the 3 American astronauts bowed down to thank the camera. Lu Renbing took a deep breath. The video was not long, but he felt like he was watching a science fiction blockbuster. Without thinking too much, he copied the URL and posted it to the Penguin Group and the campus forum. Shock! The official website of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs actually released such a video. Most college students at this time are bored. The moment they saw this title, these college students cursed the title and honestly reached out and clicked on the link. The speed of public opinion fermentation is exaggerated. In just a few hours, the #1 trending search item for scars has quietly changed. The Martian, for large red and black characters, attracted the attention of all netizens. What the HL? Something happened to the American Mars module? Good guy. The last part of the BGM is so exciting. Coupled with the phrase Xiaogua will never give up on any human being. I love it. So where is the response from the United States? They won't say this is fake news again. Right. Chigua.jpg. It is estimated that these 3 astronauts will never work for NASA in this life. The psychological shadow is maximal. Don't talk about the psychological shadow. This is simply a circle around the gate of H.L. Chapter 129 Fungal Sample Detected. Beijing. Within a circle. The chairman frowned and looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him. You mean, the 3 astronauts want to join the Xia Kingdom? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and added. Moreover, they took the initiative to provide various data on the Mars module. Even. Lu Yongchang looked strange. He even found the black box. Speaker. The chairman of the parliament stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the center of his brow. Wait. This is a lot of information. After a brief thought, the congressman frowned and said, You mean, they used NASA's Mars module data as a vote? Lu Yongchang shrugged. That's roughly the reason. Although it sounds a bit bizarre. Upon closer inspection, it makes sense. After all, they can no longer go back to the United States. In the files of the United States, they are almost like dead people. The chairman of the council looked at Lu Yongchang deeply and did not express his opinion. Instead, he asked Lu Yongchang, What is your opinion? Lu Yongchang was stunned and said without thinking, Of course I will accept them. Talents of this level will be of great help to Xiaogua's future. But what if they are spies? The chairman said meaningfully. There are many such things in history. After hearing the chairman's reminder, Lu Yongchang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Chairman, please don't forget that with Zero's existence, even spies can't make waves. Counselor Li was startled for a moment. Then he clapped his hands and laughed and said, Not bad. Not bad. The man is old and his memory is failing. I caught a lot of spies with Zero's help some time ago, but I forgot about it in the blink of an eye. At this point, Counselor Li suddenly changed his subject. Yongchang, remember, whether now or in the future, you must think comprehensively about issues. Only in this way can we lead the Xia Kingdom to develop in the long term. Lu Yongchang's heart trembled slightly. These words. He didn't dare to think too much and just nodded lightly. President, don't worry. By the way, how is the mission of Zhuan #2 going? The chairman reached out to take off his glasses and pinched his eyebrows. Exhaustion was written on his wrinkled face. There is no progress yet. A trace of helplessness flashed across Lu Yongchang's face. This thing depends on luck. And there is no use in rushing. Where are those American astronauts? The chairman said worriedly. Won't you leak our research on Mars? Lu Yongchang shrugged. Let them see it. After all, they are doing this research themselves. Being secretive makes it easier to arouse suspicion. The chairman pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. That's all it can do. Mars. Crater ZHC-72. Wani, remember to check this sample. Hongfan sent a drilling sample deep and shallow to Xiaowani. who was standing next to the cabin. Like Hong Fan. Xiao Wani's face was also full of exhaustion at this time. She looked at the flashing red light on the detector with an expressionless face. Mechanically cleaned away the previous sample. Mechanically processed the sample that Hong Fan had just sent. And put it on the detector. Didi! A different reminder sounded. As the beep sounds, the indicator light begins to flash green. Xiao Wani suddenly stopped cleaning. She looked carefully at the monitor beside her. Fungal sample detected. A simple line of Chinese characters filled her eyes with excitement. Team leader! Found it! We found it! Xiao Wani's voice sounded on the team's radio. At this time, Baishuan and Hong Fan were preparing to move the drilling machine to the next drilling point. After hearing this slightly hoarse cry, the two of them couldn't help but froze on the spot. Baishuan slowly placed the drilling machine on the dusty ground with trembling hands. Then stood up suddenly and ran quickly in the direction of Zun number 2. Seeing the flashing green indicator light, Baishuan couldn't help but pause for breath, fearing that he would blow away the fungal sample that was still unknown where he gasped. But he soon realized that this was a completely unnecessary worry. Not to mention that the helmet on his head perfectly isolated his breath. Even the few centimeters of dark brown objects placed on the detector could not be blown away in one breath. There are a lot of shiny white objects in the red Martian soil. Those are the ice blocks beneath Utopia Plains. In addition to reddish red and bright white, there are dots of dark brown objects in the samples on the detector. Because of the contrast in color, these dark brown objects stand out. Baishuan subconsciously glanced at the words on the detector. Fungi? He whispered. It's actually a fungus? As he spoke, he reached out and gently grabbed a dark brown object and looked at it carefully through the helmet. The fungus has a curled body and layers of wrinkles on its surface. Even with the naked eye, it can be seen that it is severely lacking in water. Be careful, Xiao Wani on the side said with worry in her voice. This is a genuine alien creature, and our bodies don't have any corresponding antibodies. After hearing the reminder, Baishuan's face became a little more solemn. Don't worry. I know it. Everyone must undergo a comprehensive disinfection before entering Zun number 2. As he spoke, Baishuan turned and walked towards the drilling hole just now. What are you going to do? Xiao Wani asked subconsciously. Baishuan did not look back, but said softly on the radio channel, These samples are definitely not enough at the moment. Hong Fan and I will drill a few more times in this area and try to find more samples. Earth. It's 1:25 late at night. Xiaogua time. Lu Yongchang was still sitting at his desk, quietly reading books. Because the drilling work on Mars is not going well, he has simply skipped hibernation technology and started studying the space elevator technology in the system. If you want to completely get out of a planet, a space elevator is undoubtedly a necessary technology, whether it is transporting supplies over a large area or building a so-called spaceport. A stable space elevator is a prerequisite. The most important factor limiting the space elevator is material strength. Jingle bell! A harsh landline ringing interrupted his thoughts. Hello? He reached out and grabbed the landline phone beside him and asked softly, What's going on? Hearing the voice from the landline phone's microphone, Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly. Really? Let them collect enough samples and return immediately. By the way, remember to mark that area. Chapter 130 National Announcement. 3 days later, the White House of the United States. Albert stood by the window and looked out through the gauze curtains, seeing the crowd sitting in protest around the White House. Abbott's face instantly darkened. Damn! Why are these people still here? Albert roared in a low voice. Didn't an announcement be made last night? His Excellency the President. There was a slight sigh from the side. Our announcement is too late. Seeing Albert looking towards him, William Blair shrugged and said helplessly, They don't believe us at all. Fuck. Albert's face turned slightly red, and he cursed in a low voice. Did I do something wrong? The United States has no power left to save people. I'm doing this for the good of the United States. William Blair did not speak, but looked at Albert in front of him quietly. Bang! Just as Abbott was about to continue his tirade, the door to the president's office was pushed open. Your Excellency, something happened. Director Moulton, I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Albert looked at Moulton in front of him with an ugly face, and his tone was full of suppressed anger. When has the door to the president's office been able to be opened directly by you? Moulton's face was full of panic. He swallowed slightly, not paying attention to the threat in Albert's words, and directly handed a document in his hand to the president's desk. Sir, none of this matters. Take a look at this first. Albert glanced deeply at Moulton and didn't reply. He just reached out and picked up the files on the table. According to the latest observations, the sun has entered a rapid aging stage and is expected to become a red giant within a few years. The moment he saw the title, Albert couldn't help but be stunned. Sun? Rapid aging? I remember. Doesn't the sun still have 4 to 5 billion years to live? As he spoke, Albert reached out and opened the document. Your Excellency, according to normal development, this is indeed the case, Moulton said with a bitter look on his face. But according to NASA's latest observation data, in just 1 year, the sun seems to have traveled hundreds of millions of years. According to our prediction. Moulton paused slightly, took a deep breath and then said in a deep voice, within 10 years, he will completely become a red giant. And by then, both Mercury and Venus will be swallowed up. The movement of Albert's hand suddenly stopped. Professor, the United States has discovered that the sun is abnormal. In the quiet office, the computer screen in front of Lu Yongchang suddenly lit up. A document appeared on it, and Ling's voice also came. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he stopped writing. Then, with slightly trembling hands, he unscrewed the pen barrel and inserted the pen tip into the ink bottle beside him. While pushing the lever to absorb the ink, Lu Yongchang asked softly, "How is the United States going to respond?" Professor, the United States seems to want to hide this news. Lu Yongchang's movements suddenly stopped. Huh? It's the same as before. Lu Yongchang sneered, his eyes getting deeper and deeper. 0. Help me contact Congressman Li. Yes. 12 noon the next day. Magic City. Because it was a day off, Zhao Zijia sat in the living room after lunch, watching the TV program in front of him boredly. Hey, TV has become more and more boring recently. What kind of filming was done here? The martial arts are all in slow motion, and the special effects are not even as good as those in games. Zhao Zijia frowned and reached out to grab the remote control aside, preparing to change to a TV station. The next moment, the TV program was suddenly interrupted, and the TV turned into a black screen. Zhao Zijia looked at the TV in front of him in astonishment. What's the situation? He didn't press the remote control either? He stood up and walked to the TV, raising his hand to try the oldest 45 degrees slap method to repair it. Just when his right hand was about to touch the TV screen, the black screen TV came on again. However, the content played has changed. Congressman Li? Zhao Zijia looked at the old man on the TV and sighed softly subconsciously. Good afternoon to all compatriots of Xia Kingdom. The old man cast his deep gaze directly at the camera. Next, I want to announce a few very important things. Please all Xia country compatriots, be sure to tell each other. Zhao Zijia's heart skipped a beat. Problem occurs. This is definitely something big. He quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened the Penguin app. The moment the app is opened, a small window video that cannot be closed appears on the mobile phone page. It's amazingly the same as the picture on the TV. Zhao Zijia's expression changed slightly. Such an exaggerated propaganda method. Before Zhao Zijia could react, the old man's calm voice came from the mobile phone and TV simultaneously. According to the observation data of Xiaogua Observatory, the sun has entered a rapid aging stage due to unknown reasons. It is expected that within 10 years, the sun will enter the red giant stage and swallow up the two planets Mercury and Venus. Within 15 years, the sun will erupt with a helium flash. The Earth will be completely destroyed by a helium flash. Zhao Zijia stared straight at the TV in front of him. Are you kidding me? Without giving any buffer time, Representative Li's voice sounded again. I declare that from now on, Xia Kingdom will enter a state of first-level combat readiness. All materials are uniformly allocated by the state. Global evacuation operations will begin immediately. Please contact the embassy in time to avoid missing out. From now on, Xia Kingdom will close all international trade channels. Zhao Zijia's eyes widened suddenly, and he gasped. Level 1 combat readiness? Damn it. Things are getting serious. This is the highest level of war readiness. After announcing a series of iron-blooded measures, the expression of the old man on the TV gradually softened a bit. Everyone, we started preparing for this natural disaster a year ago. Currently, we have completed a series of resource reserve plans. Next, Xia State will invest a lot of resources in the aerospace industry. By then, the quality of life of every citizen may have declined. Here, let me apologize to everyone. With that said, the old man stood up, faced the screen, and bowed deeply. After a few seconds, the old man straightened up and said solemnly, Finally, please trust the country and don't panic too much. I promise you. Xiaogua will never fall here. Xiaogua will never give up on anyone. Chapter 131 Is Xiaogua crazy? The TV screen switches quietly. The national speech is over. Zhao Zijie stared at the TV in front of him distractedly. After a long time, he suddenly woke up, took out his cell phone, and opened his scarf. As expected, the entertainment industry news that was originally on the hot search list was wiped out. On such a huge list, there is only one hot search left. National address. Xia Kingdom has entered a state of first-level combat readiness. Looking at the big black and red characters, Zhao Zijie swallowed slightly and reached out to open the hot search. The page starts loading. Perhaps because too many people are browsing. The web page is obviously lagging. But fortunately the server did not go down. The trending content is nothing interesting. It is nothing more than a repetition of what Congressman Li said. Zhao Zijie quickly dragged the screen to the comment area below. He glanced at it casually, and a high praise reply quickly attracted his attention. Oolong tea flavoring. Heck! I totally understand. Starting from controllable nuclear fusion, all Xia's actions are to pave the way for this natural disaster. The Moon Palace Plan, the Nanjiman Plan, and even the Heavenly Court Plan. The purpose of these plans is to take the people of Xia Kingdom to escape from the Earth. If you don't believe it, you can take a look at the deadline of the Heavenly Court project, which is in 15 years. In addition to these plans, you can think about it. In the past year, great changes have actually taken place around us. Many light industrial factories have gradually disappeared and been replaced by some heavy industrial factories. Zhao Zijie's expression was slightly suffocated, and he subconsciously thought about it in his mind. Indeed, after such a reminder, he immediately recalled the changes in or exports he had discovered before. Only, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. If Xiaogua does this, will it attract prying eyes from other countries? Facts have proved that Zhao Zijie's concerns were correct. America. Is Xiaogua crazy? Albert looked at the documents in front of him with horror. Your Excellency, President, let's not talk about whether Xiaogua is crazy or not. There are more people protesting outside the White House. Speaking of this, William Blair paused slightly. In addition to those who have objections to the Mars rescue plan, there are many people asked about the authenticity of what Xiaogua said. Not only that, according to the CIA's investigation, there are already some unharmonious voices in the country. William Blair's eyes were full of worry. Your Excellency, I think that at this point, we no longer need to keep this secret. Albert took a deep breath. After thinking for a short time, he asked in a deep voice, how was the discussion with those professors? After such a long time, I don't want them to come up with a reliable plan. Facing Albert's question, William Blair hesitated for a while. Your Excellency, their conclusion is the same as NASA's. According to the current rate of change, the sun will enter the red giant stage sooner or later. But, just what? Albert frowned suddenly. It's just, we don't know how Xiaogua came to the conclusion that the sun will have a helium flash within 15 years. William Blair's eyes were full of doubts. According to the calculations of NASA and these professors, a helium flash will occur on the sun at least decades later. So, have they discussed a solution? Albert waved his hand impatiently. After such a long discussion, they won't only discuss this little thing. Right. Your Excellency, they believe that building an underground shelter is a better option. Seeing Albert's impatient look, William Blair lowered his eyes slightly and whispered, the underground city can effectively isolate the high temperature. As for the helium flash, we have decades to build an interstellar spacecraft to avoid it. Albert nodded thoughtfully. In this case, we can't make this public. Albert's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The technology in the United States is not that high. Dungeons and starships are destined to only accommodate a portion of Americans. Let's start population screening from now on. Remember, only the most elite are needed. William Blair nodded solemnly. Although he knows that this decision is cruel to most Americans, he also knows that at this time, sacrificing some people is the most correct choice. Then, U.S. White House Press Secretary. NASA has not observed any abnormal data. The authenticity of the information Xiaogua said is questionable. Please treat it rationally. Like the United States, Gilly and Gall also made the same choice. Geely News spokesperson. We have not observed any abnormal data. Gallic spokesperson. +1. The three major rogue countries spoke out at the same time, which immediately calmed down the originally turbulent world. Except for Sioux State. The emperor sat in his office with a heavy face, quietly looking at the documents just sent by Xiaogua. How's the verification going? The emperor reached out and pressed the communication button on his desk, and asked in a deep voice, "Are these data from Xiaogua reliable?" Soon, a series of urgent responses sounded from the speaker's place nearby. "Sir, after comparison, we can confirm that this data is completely correct. It's just, we need to spend more time verifying the mathematical model. Our mathematician can't understand some of the transformation steps." Hearing this, the emperor nodded slightly and stretched out his hand to rub the center of his brow. "Contact Congressman Li for me. I need to discuss countermeasures with him." Just 10 minutes after several major Western countries issued statements, the Xiaogua National Observatory quietly changed its homepage. All the fancy links and pictures have been removed from the homepage, leaving only 2 documents. A document is all the observation data of the sun in the past year. Another document is naturally the mathematical model deduced by Liu Yongchang after the sun changes. As the first country to declare a solar crisis, the Xia Kingdom at this moment has attracted the attention of 232 countries and regions around the world. Naturally, the document uploaded by Xiaogua National Observatory was downloaded in countless copies immediately. Every country has started verification work. Even many private figures have begun to mobilize their own small astronomical telescopes to verify the data. Time passes bit by bit. After more than 10 hours of fermentation, the whole thing exploded. First of all, Sugwa took the lead in taking a stand. "After many verifications by our side, the data provided by Xiaogua is completely true, and the judgment about the sun is completely correct. Here, I call on every country to put aside their prejudices and sit down to discuss countermeasures together." Chapter 132 Zuan Number 2 returns. Holy shit! In the White House of the United States, a loud shout came from the presidential office. The 2 bodyguards at the door shuddered slightly, looked at each other, and shrugged slightly. Over the past year, the outcry in the president's office has become more and more frequent. The 2 bodyguards stood up straight and thought to themselves. Inside the office, bang bang bang, Albert slapped the desk in front of him with a livid face. "Crazy! Everyone is crazy! Forget it with Xiaogua. Sugwa, what does Sugwa want to do? And those small countries, Beatty and Selvi, what do they want to do? Don't their leaders know that it will be difficult if things get serious?" Sugwa's first statement was a good start. Although countless small countries did not have the strength to verify the accuracy of the mathematical model, they still fell in favor of Xiaogua. After all, every country on Earth now knows that the United States can abandon even its own astronauts. The defection of these countries is not a big problem. After all, most of them are small and insignificant countries. The big problem is that as international public opinion continues to ferment, several major Western countries have also been brought into rhythm. As the Kingdom of Jili and the Kingdom of Gaul could not withstand the pressure and chose to surrender, the huge pressure all fell on Albert alone. "Your Excellency, please give up your original plan." Defense Minister Anthony sighed deeply. His eyes filled with disappointment, and he softly said a few words. "The United States is no longer the United States it used to be." The loose muscles on Albert's face trembled violently a few times, and then he stretched out his wrinkled hands and rubbed his eyes. After a moment of silence, he whispered, "I'm tired." Upon hearing this, the expression of the vice president, who had been acting as an invisible man, changed drastically. Cough, cough, cough. The vice president coughed violently. "Your Excellency, the United States cannot live without your leadership." Albert, he sighed deeply. He also knew in his heart that in the face of the current situation, it was impossible to leave behind and leave. No one will want to take over this mess. "Tell Xiaogua that we are willing to sit down and negotiate. In half a month, an extraordinary meeting of the United Nations will be held." A few days ago, Mars orbit. The tail of Zuan-2 dragged a long blue tail flame, quickly broke away from the gravity of Mars, and flew straight towards the blue planet in the solar system. Phew, it's over. Hong Fan stretched out, rubbed his sore shoulders, and sighed loudly. To be honest, I don't want to come to Mars again in this life. Now when I think of Mars, all I can think of are the drilling holes. Bai Yishuan chuckled lightly and said nothing. On the other hand, Joey on the other side exposed Hong Fan's lies. Angrily, "You can pull him down. When you get back to the ground, you should start clamoring to go to space again." Hong Fan sneered and smacked his lips lightly. To be honest, I kind of want to eat hot pot. When we get to the ground, I have to have a good meal. I almost vomited after eating space food for so long. Hearing this, Bai Yishuan and Xiao Wani both had sympathetic smiles on their faces. Suddenly, Bai Yishuan seemed to have thought of something. and turned to look at Andrew in the passenger seat. By the way, Andrew, I have some good news for you. In the cabin, Bai Xuan said softly with a faint smile. Xiaogua agrees to your request. However, considering that you still have American nationality, we can only allow you to live in Xia country for a long time, which is basically equivalent to a Xia country green card. There was a hint of joy in the eyes of the three Andrews. But soon, deep sorrow came into their hearts again. Captain Bai, thank you. Andrew was silent for a while and said anxiously, it's just, can't we have Xia nationality? And my family, they are still in the United States. Calm down, my friend. Bai Xuan's smile grew stronger. Listen to what I'm saying. For now, due to confidentiality reasons, there are some things I can't tell you yet. Believe me, it won't be long before you can be reunited with your family. Andrew's face showed some confusion. He didn't understand something. But when he heard the words confidentiality agreement, he quickly shut his mouth. He is very aware of his position. Now they are basically equivalent to stateless persons. Once they offend Xiaogua, they will have no place to stay. There are still 5 days left until the United Nations Extraordinary General Assembly. Call the Ground Command Center. Zhuan 2 has arrived in geosynchronous orbit. Please give instructions. Bai Xuan's energetic voice came from the loudspeaker of the Ground Command Center. Fong Su, who had been waiting at the command center for a long time, had a relieved smile on his face the moment he heard the sound. Ground Command Center received it. Welcome home. A few hours later, the Dusty Zhuan 2 ejected several long streaks of blue light from the bottom and slowly landed on the ground. Attention Zhuan 2. Do not open the hatch. After learning about the return of Zhuan number 2, Lu Yongchang put aside half of the work he was doing to verify the calculations and took over the command in protective clothing. We need to conduct comprehensive disinfection of Zhuan number 2. Bai Xuan and others naturally understood Lu Yongchang's approach. After all, they are carrying alien life from Mars. Although it has been sterilized by cosmic rays and the atmosphere, it is basically impossible for unknown life forms to remain in the cabin SHL. But in the face of potential dangers, no matter how careful you are, you should be careful. But the moment they saw the disinfection equipment, Bai Xuan and others realized their youth. I saw a few fire trucks parked next to Zhuan number 2. The next moment, high-concentration disinfectant was sprayed directly from the faucet of the fire truck, completely drenching the entire Zhuan number 2. After 3 consecutive sprays of high-concentration disinfectant, they were greeted by several large flamethrowers. Although he knew that these flames would not cause any damage to Zhuan 2, Bai Xuan, who was sitting in the cockpit and watching the tongues of flames coming toward him, still had a few drops of cold sweat fall on his forehead. Professor Lu shouldn't be so exaggerated. Hearing the voice coming from the radio, Lu Yongchang looked solemn. Because we don't know if disinfectant is effective against alien creatures, we can only use the simplest and crudest way to disinfect them. Bai Xuan reached out and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then you? Lu Yongchang was stunned, and then said, after the whole body is disinfected, we will be quarantined and observed for 14 days. Chapter 133 Slice Observation. After the external disinfection work was completed, Bai Xuan and others breathed a sigh of relief. Attention Zhuan 2. Don't leave the cabin after opening the hatch. There will be a dedicated person to collect the samples. Lu Yongchang's command voice came over the radio. Then, a few minutes later, Bai Xuan and others sat blankly in the driver's seat, watching several staff members wearing strict protective clothing enter the cabin and carry out all the samples. Team leader. Hong Fan's voice was full of sorrow. This shouldn't be like this in the script. Right. Shouldn't we be attending the celebration party at this time? Ahem. Bai Xuan's eyes twitched again. Don't be impatient. Maybe when we get to the quarantine point, we can have a big meal. As soon as he finished speaking, several staff members wearing protective clothing and carrying medical kits entered the cabin. Looking at Baymax, walking directly towards them, the faces of the 6 astronauts became stiff. Captain Bai Xuan, please cooperate. We need to give you a full inspection. With that said, the leading staff member opened the medical box and took out a bunch of bottles and cans. Please provide urine, stool samples, etc. We also need blood tests. Finally, the staff member added, these are all arranged by Professor Lu. Hong Fan looked at the various instruments in front of him with a pale face and swallowed slightly. Excuse me. After these inspections are completed, can we have hot pot? Several staff members paused for a moment, then raised their heads to look at Hong Fan. Even through protective masks, Hong Fan could feel the smiles in the eyes of several staff members. "What are you thinking about?" the leader of the staff said angrily. "There is a special diet at the isolation point. In order to prevent accidents, you can only eat specific foods during these 14 days. What's more, such examinations must be conducted every day for 14 days. This is also to eliminate the interference of diet on the test results." Baishuan and 6 people. The first laboratory of Xia State. Biological Sub-Laboratory. As a newly built laboratory, the equipment inside is naturally the latest and most advanced. After all, the role of a biological laboratory is not just hibernation technology. The improvement of human genes, the extension of lifespan, and the treatment of alien viruses or bacteria are all inseparable from biotechnology. You may not be able to feel it on Earth, but once humans truly enter the universe and become an interstellar civilization, the average lifespan of more than 70 years will be completely inadequate. Lu Yongchang wore protective clothing and slowly walked into the laboratory. "Professor Lu!" A slightly excited male voice came from a distance. "This way!" Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly looked in the direction of the sound. Looking at the figure waving to him in the distance, there was a bit of smile in his eyes. Even through the thick and tight protective clothing, he recognized the person immediately. Mao Xingji, academician of the Academy of Sciences. A big figure in the biological sciences of Xia State. At only 36 years old, he is considered the youngest academician of the Academy of Sciences. Like Fang Su, the generation gap between Mao Xingji and this 21-year-old young man is not very deep, and their relationship is much harmonious on weekdays. Lu Yongchang quickened his pace a little, walked quickly to Mao Xingji, nodded and said with a smile, "Brother Mao, how are you? Have the samples been taken out?" The large protective suit on the opposite side nodded repeatedly, with a bit of excitement in his tone. "Of course. I've been waiting for you for a long time." With that said, Mao Xingji turned and walked towards an isolation laboratory. After going through a delicate disinfection process, the two entered a brightly lit laboratory. At the first moment, Lu Yongchang was attracted by the samples on the experimental table. He quickened his pace and quickly walked to the experimental table. Through the protective mask, he carefully studied the creature in front of him. The whole body is dark brown, and the surface is dry and wrinkled, like a dry branch. However, this branch is obviously much more twisted. The entire branch was twisted into a ball of thread. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, but a suspicion arose in his heart. This should be its self-protection measure, right? Lu Yongchang subconsciously picked up the tweezers on the side, clamped the two ends, and pulled gently. There is an obvious sense of resistance. In order to avoid damaging the sample, he gave up the urge to untie the ball of thread himself. "Before you came, we measured the length." After entering the laboratory, Mao Xingji's tone became more serious. "We measured a total of dozens of samples, and the average length was about 20 centimeters. Lu Yongchang was stunned, and subconsciously muttered to himself, "It's so long. Although it has not been determined yet, we estimate that this fungus should be similar to mushrooms on Earth." Mao Xingji's voice continued. Lu Yongchang nodded thoughtfully. "Have you ever done any biopsy?" Mao Xingji quickly shook his head. "We haven't had time to do it yet." Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Also, it only took tens of minutes for the samples to be delivered. So how could such a fast research speed be achieved? It's good to be able to measure basic data. "Then let's do some slice observation now." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang reached for the equipment from the side, carefully tore off a bit of fungal tissue with tweezers, and placed it on a glass slide. The surface of the fungus was very hard, and he felt extremely obvious resistance during the tearing process. But as the saying goes, great efforts can produce miracles. After tearing hard, the fungus sample was still torn open. The flock-like tissue inside is exposed. Then, lay it flat, cover it with a cover slip, and stain it. A series of operations flows smoothly. In order to accurately observe fungal samples, Lu Yongchang and Mao Xingji made several temporary mounts of different parts of the fungus. When the image of the optical microscope was projected onto the computer screen, both of them were stunned. "This structure," Mao Xingji took a breath and said, "it's similar to the fungal cell structure on Earth." Lu Yongchang nodded solemnly. "It's roughly the same, but there are still some differences. At least its cell walls are much thicker than species on Earth. Moreover, haven't you noticed that the cells of this fungus only occupy 1/10 of the entire cell wall?" As he spoke, Lu Yongchang adjusted the magnification of the optical microscope so that it could display more cells. Mao Xingji looked startled. Sure enough, some cells even shrank to 1/20th of the cell wall space. He subconsciously wanted to move the slide to see more cells, etc. There was a bit of surprise in Lu Yongchang's voice. They are absorbing water. Chapter 134 Fungus that survives for tens of thousands of years. Hearing Lu Yongchang shout, Mao Xingji's expression changed slightly. He immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at the computer screen again. Look! Lu Yongchang reached out and tapped on a few larger cells. Look carefully. Their size is slowly increasing. Mao Xingji quickly focused his attention on these cells. Time passes bit by bit. Cell size also gradually increases. One of the cells with the most significant change even fully doubled in size, reaching 1/5 of the cell wall space. This fungus is still alive. Mao Xingji swallowed slightly. It's unbelievable. That's Mars. In such a harsh environment, these fungi can still remain active. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he turned to look at the researcher on the side. Please help me test the age of these fungal samples. Mao Xingji was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted. He raised his eyebrows and whispered, Do you suspect these fungi have lived for a long time? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Yes, I suspect. These cells became what they are now due to starvation. Starving like this. Mao Xingji looked thoughtfully at the cells that were constantly expanding in the microscope. There is a possibility. It's just that the smallest cells seem to have lost their activity. Lu Yongchang shrugged. Maybe he was starved to death. Anyway, let's wait until the test results over there come out. While waiting, Lu Yongchang silently looked at the fungal cells on the display screen. At this time, some cells have expanded to half the size of the cell wall space, while those cells that are too small have not changed at all. It seems to have reached its limit. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. The recovery speed of these cells is getting slower and slower. Next, switch to an electron microscope to look at these cells. When Lu Yongchang and Mao Xingji re-extracted the samples and pre-processed them, the door of the isolation laboratory opened again. Professor Lu, the test results are out. The researcher's voice just now reached Lu Yongchang's ears. After completing the movements in his hands, Lu Yongchang reached out and took the document from the researcher's hand. When he saw the contents of the file, even he couldn't help but exclaim, What? 10,000 years ago. Lu Yongchang's exclamation attracted the attention of Mao Xingji on the side. 10,000 years? Mao Xingji looked at the report with a strange look on his face, then frowned and asked the researcher, How many times have you tested it? Are you sure there is nothing wrong? Facing the doubts of the two big guys, the researcher showed a bit of anxiety on his face. He nodded slightly and confirmed in a low voice. A total of 3 samples were tested. The shortest time of the 3 sets of samples was 10,000 years ago, and the longest was about 20,000 years ago. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. His eyes filled with shock. Fungi that have lived underground on Mars for 10,000 years. You know, the lifespan of fungi on the Earth is only about a few months in a suitable environment. If it is a harsh living environment, it is estimated that they can survive for a few minutes, which is considered to be tenacious. Brother Mao, move faster. I think these fungal organelles will definitely surprise us. After a lot of work, the observation screen of the electron microscope was also displayed on the computer screen. Looking at the strange-shaped organelles in the fungal cells, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but froze on the spot. Hiss! Mao Xingji smacked his lips and said with a troubled face, It's only now that I really feel that this is an alien life. Lu Yongchang frowned and nodded. The shape is a little strange, but you can still see something. Look, this middle part should be similar to the nucleus of a cell. Mao Xingji nodded and agreed with this point of view. Huh? Just when Mao Xingji was about to express his opinion, Lu Yongchang suddenly let out a light sigh, interrupting Mao Xingji's thoughts. Something's wrong. Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became serious. As he spoke, he reached out and adjusted the electron microscope. Then, he reached out and tapped the computer screen gently. This is the cell that can absorb water and swell. And that is the dead cell that does not respond to water at all. Look carefully. What's the difference between the two? Hearing what Lu Yongchang said, Mao Xingji hurriedly checked it carefully. After a careful comparison, a trace of astonishment flashed in Mao Xingji's eyes. Why? Why are there so many organelles missing from this cell? Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. No, it's not less. A more accurate term would be incomplete. You can see it by comparing the organelles inside the two cells. Does this organelle look like half of it is missing? And these organelles are basically missing a small part of their structure. It's just like... Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang frowned slightly, as if he couldn't find an adjective. It's like being bitten. Mao Jingji's voice was full of excitement. Yes. It's like being partially eaten. When Lu Yongchang heard Mao Jingji's description, his eyebrows suddenly raised. That's right. That's what I mean. If I'm not wrong, this fungus can survive on Mars because of this ability. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Mao Jingji trembled slightly, with a strange look in his eyes. To be honest, if this scene were to happen to a human being, if you don't eat today, you will digest a portion of your intestines. And if you don't eat tomorrow, you will digest a portion of your liver. Mao Jingji couldn't help but feel a chill coming from behind him. While Lu Yongchang was excited, he remembered the system prompt some time ago. No! This should only be part of the reason. The look in his eyes became more and more excited. If you want to survive in an environment like Mars for tens of thousands of years, you can't just rely on this hand. Hibernation! It must be a very deep level of hibernation ability. Looking at Lu Yongchang, who was standing there muttering to himself like a madman, Mao Jingji couldn't help but swallow softly. For some reason, he suddenly felt like he couldn't speak. Suddenly, Lu Yongchang, who had lowered his head and muttered to himself, suddenly raised his head, staring at Mao Jingji with a strange light in his eyes. Yongchang? Mao Jingji swallowed again and asked cautiously. What? What's wrong? Brother Mao, let me send you some mice. I want to do some tests. As Lu Yongchang spoke, he patted Mao Jingji's shoulder excitedly. If nothing else, there must be a substance in these fungi that can make living things enter deep hibernation. Chapter 135 Special Proteins. More than an hour later, Lu Yongchang quietly looked at the little white mouse running around in the cage in front of him. What are you going to do? Mao Jingji asked softly. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, with a ruthless look in his eyes, and pointed at the unprocessed fungal sample beside him. Grind the fungus into powder and inject it directly into these mice. Mao Jingji's expression changed drastically. Are you crazy? These are alien lifeforms, and mice have no resistance to them. Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. We don't have enough time to slowly analyze these Martian creatures. Now we need the quickest and most direct solution possible. First of all, I need to know whether there are substances I want inside these fungi. After grinding a whole fungus sample into powder, Lu Yongchang and Mao Jingji mixed it with physiological saline, and finally made 15 fungal mixtures of different concentrations. In order to ensure the rigor of the experiment, Lu Yongchang carefully selected 20 white mice, 5 of which served as the control group and were injected with only the same amount of normal saline. The remaining 15 animals, as the experimental group, will be injected with equal amounts of fungal mixtures of different concentrations. After all the work was completed, Lu Yongchang solemnly placed the mice into special breeding cages. Next, what they have to do is to wait peacefully. At the beginning, both the 15 mice in the experimental group and the 5 mice in the control group were in very good mental condition. But, in just over 10 minutes, an abnormal phenomenon occurred. The 15 white mice in the experimental group closed their eyes tightly and fell into the cage. Among them, the higher the injection concentration, the shorter the time it takes for the mice to go from awake to coma. The mouse injected with the highest concentration of fungal mixture fell to the ground in just 10 seconds, while the mouse injected with the lowest concentration of fungal mixture sustained itself for several minutes. Seeing this scene, Lu Yongchang's pupils suddenly dilated a bit. What a domineering effect! You know, even the highest concentration only contains 1% fungal powder. Brother Mao! Lu Yongchang shouted. Get ready to start the inspection. With a serious look on his face, Mao Jingji immediately opened the breeding cage and took out the 15 labeled mice one after another. After a detailed inspection, Lu Yongchang took a sharp breath. At first, he thought the 15 mice had simply gone to sleep. But according to the examination results, this is definitely not a simple sleep. Strictly speaking, this is basically equivalent to a state of suspended animation. When the mouse body temperature is 38 degrees Celsius, the normal respiratory rate is 160 times/min, and the normal heartbeat rate is 625 beats/min. But now, the breathing rate of the mouse injected with the highest concentration mixture has dropped to an extremely exaggerated level, and it takes almost 10 minutes to take a breath. As for the heartbeat, it has also dropped to 2 to 3 times per minute. The body temperature dropped directly to the ambient temperature. If the instrument hadn't detected that it was still having a heartbeat and breathing, Lu Yongchang would have even thought that the mouse was dead. Although the mice injected with the lowest concentration mixture also entered a state of suspended animation, their data were much more normal, and their breathing and heartbeat rates basically dropped to 10% of normal levels. Mao Xingji, who was responsible for recording the data, had his pupils trembling violently. This is amazing! If this state can be maintained, these mice can even sleep hundreds of years later. Although he successfully put the mouse into a true state of hibernation, there was not much joy in Lu Yongchang's eyes. The most important issue now is, how do we wake them up? Upon hearing this, Mao Xingji's expression suddenly froze. Yes, how to wake them up. There is 1 day left until the United Nations General Assembly. In the biology sub-laboratory, Lu Yongchang was wearing protective clothing and sitting on a chair with a melancholy expression. Mao Xingji held a thick document in his hand and walked quickly to Lu Yongchang. How was it? What was the result? Lu Yongchang asked in a low voice with a flash of light in his eyes. Mao Xingji sighed softly and shook his head slowly. Did not succeed. We have tried everything we can, but to no avail. And, at this point, Mao Xingji's voice paused slightly. There is also bad news. We found that the mouse injected with the lowest concentration of the mixture had begun to consume body fat. Although it's not fast, at the current rate of consumption, if we don't take any measures, it will die in about a month. Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Let's inject the nutrient solution first. By the way, what are the blood test results? Mao Xingji looked a little more excited. Some abnormal objects were detected in the blood. It's not an object. Mao Xingji subconsciously reached out and scratched his head. But he scratched his protective clothing. He retracted his hand in embarrassment and said tangledly, how should I put it? According to observations, it is more like a biological enzyme. It's just that its structure is completely different from biological enzymes on Earth. The only thing that's certain is that it's an extremely special protein. A flash of light flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Enzyme. Thinking of the system prompts, Lu Yongchang was already 90% sure. The problem lies in this so-called special protein. Can't we just prescribe a drug to solve this biological enzyme? He asked after pondering for a moment. It's difficult. Mao Xingji shook his head vigorously. Yongchang, you should know that although there are 500 to 600 kinds of amino acids on the Earth, life on the Earth is composed of 20 specific kinds of amino acids. Although there is currently no definite answer in the scientific community, many people believe that this should be related to the early evolution of the Earth. Even though Mars and the Earth are very similar, their evolution must be very different. That also led to a result. The amino acids that make up these proteins are not the amino acids that we are familiar with. Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly. This means that the biological knowledge currently possessed by humans is basically of no use. Mao Xingji continued. At present, we only have one way to slowly decipher the genetic information of Martian fungi. However, this may take a significant amount of time. No. Lu Yongchang shook his head and rejected the proposal. Cracking genetic information? What a joke. Who knows how long it takes to make this thing from scratch? Maybe there is another way. The guilt in Lu Yongchang's eyes became even stronger as he murmured to himself. Chapter 136. The United Nations meeting begins. Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment and said softly, Brother Mao, I need a lot of guinea pigs. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Mao Xingji couldn't help but froze on the spot. After a few seconds, he realized the meaning behind Lu Yongchang's words. His expression changed drastically. He took a step forward, approached Lu Yongchang, and said in a low voice, You are not going to let the mice produce antibodies against this protein, are you? Lu Yongchang did not speak, but through the protective mask, Mao Xingji learned the answer from his face. Damn it! A trace of panic flashed in Mao Xingji's eyes. Do you know what consequences this will have? That's an alien creature. We have no idea what kind of reaction it will trigger with Earth's organisms. Once the sample is leaked, do you know what will happen? Lu Yongchang's face showed a bit of bitterness. He nodded slightly. Of course, I know what the consequences will be. But this is currently the only method that can produce quick results. Brother Mao, do you know how long it took to sequence the human genome? It took nearly 40 years from the first discussion of this plan to its final completion. In 1984, the United States proposed a sequencing plan for the first time, and in 1990, the plan officially started. In April 2003, the genome sequencing project was announced to be completed. However, the completion here only completed the sequencing task of the genome, euchromatin region. This part accounts for approximately 92% of the entire genome. and 8% of the content is also completed. It's the so-called heterochromatin region, which has blocked humans for 19 years. Mao Jingji fell into silence. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, "But our current biotechnology has..." Lu Yongchang interrupted him directly. "Not enough. This is an alien creature. Neither you nor I know how difficult it is to analyze its genes. There's no way I'd bet on that possibility. Once the research progress is blocked for another 19 years, humanity will be finished. Besides, I believe in the power of life. Even in the face of unknown antigens, the immune system can still make some responses. This can be seen from the mice injected with a lower concentration mixture. They did not fall asleep quickly." Mao Jingji showed a trace of wavering in his eyes. After thinking for a long time, he sighed suddenly and said in a voice like a mosquito, "Just do as you say." After saying this, Mao Jingji seemed to have been drained of all his strength. Looking at the 15 white mice, suspended death, in the breeding cage with distracted eyes. "I really don't know where this will take humanity," he muttered. That night, with Zero's help, several large remote factories were renovated. All the production lines in the factory were evacuated, leaving only the robotic arms. The entire factory is filled with densely packed breeding cages. The breeding cage is full of lively white mice. "How many guinea pigs do we have now?" Lu Yongchang, wearing protective clothing, glanced at the breeding cage in front of him and asked in a deep voice. "About 500,000. Mao Jingxi's voice came from the side. "There are probably nearly 10 million white mice in transit, and they will be delivered in the next few days." Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. "Not enough. 10 million is too few. At least 100 million are needed." Mao Jingji was silent for a moment, nodded and said, "I'll apply for deployment." The next moment, Lu Yongchang turned to the camera and said, "Zero, continue to renovate the factory. I need a place enough to accommodate 100 million mice." Zero's voice quickly sounded. "Yes, Professor. Also, list this area as a high-risk area. Once any white mice escape, they will be hunted and killed immediately." A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. "If there are abnormal people, notify the army immediately and kill them without mercy. If hundreds of millions of mice carrying alien life are leaked, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although the mice have only an unknown protease in their bodies, who knows if there will be any abnormal changes? If the original viruses and bacteria on the Earth mutate, humans may not even be able to survive the moment when the helium flash occurs." The next day, the extraordinary meeting of the United Nations was announced. Counselor Li slowly walked into the huge meeting venue. After finding Xiaoguo's seat, he sat on the chair silently. The old man looked at the United Nations logo directly in front of him expressionlessly, and slowly closed his eyes. After a long wait, the voice of the United Nations Secretary General sounded. "Now, I declare that this extraordinary meeting of the United Nations has officially begun." The moment he heard these words, the old man opened his eyes suddenly, and a light flashed in his slightly cloudy eyes. The Secretary General's voice sounded again. "This extraordinary meeting of the United Nations is to deal with the upcoming solar anomaly. In the face of natural disasters, I hope that all countries can put aside their prejudices and disputes and unite to find a way out for 8 billion human beings. First of all, I would like to invite Mr. Abbott, President of the United States, to speak." Seeing Albert, who was speaking slowly with blonde hair, a trace of disdain imperceptible to others flashed in the old man's eyes, and he closed his eyes again. "Everyone, the sun is about to undergo a sudden change, and human civilization only has the last 15 years left. Milligen has always been committed to finding a way out for mankind. Such a huge crisis cannot be resisted by one country or region alone. Therefore, here, I appeal to all leaders to form an Earth-Human alliance to jointly resist this natural disaster," Albert said with enthusiasm. After Albert finished speaking, the UN Secretary General spoke again. "Then, let's all vote on this draft." The old man slowly opened his eyes and reached out to gently press the voting button on the side. More than 10 minutes later, Xiaoguo X. Sugua, square root. United States, square root. Geely country, square root. Gaul, square root. Looking at the voting results in front of him, Albert's mouth twitched twice. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Xiaoguo's opposition directly drove this draft into the ground. "Congressman Li," Albert couldn't hold himself back and shouted with the microphone. "To deal with this crisis, the only way for mankind is to unite." "Why?" Congressman Li raised his eyelids slightly and said softly. "The draft is too rough. What should we do with the existing national political system? Who will lead it? What about resource allocation? Albert's face froze, as if he had been stabbed in a painful spot. These can all be discussed later. Chapter 137 Professor. A white mouse woke up. Ahem. Everyone. I also have a plan here. Why don't you guys listen to it? After the Secretary General nodded, a gleam flashed in Congressman Lee's eyes. He held the microphone in front of him and said softly, "Before the proposal, I want you to watch a video." After speaking, the old man turned his head and winked at Hong Chiming, who was standing behind him. Hong Chiming understood and quickly took out a USB flash drive from the file bag on the side. The Secretary General looked at the old man with doubts on his face and reached out to take the USB flash drive handed over by Hong Chiming. Not only the Secretary General was confused, but everyone present except Xiaogua and Sugua were confused. Seeing the USB disc inserted into the computer and the projector starting to work, Counselor Lee's face became more serious. The video starts playing. An aircraft with forward-swept wings and a gray and white body appeared in front of everyone. A line of subtitles appears at the bottom of the video. Xian Nuex. The camera zoomed out, and 20 Zuanbixes took off vertically from the ground in unison. The next moment, the noses of 20 planes turned up at the same time, drawing a beautiful arc and leaping into the sky. Almost everyone's eyes shifted to the old man. Facing everyone's gaze, the old man took a deep breath and slowly put down the teacup in his hand. The latest news from our station. Currently, the results of the latest United Nations meeting have been released. In response to this solar crisis, the world has united for the first time to establish a community with a shared future for mankind on Earth, or the United Nations for short. A few days later, the news host's voice spread throughout the Xia Kingdom. After a short period of silence, Xia Kingdom was boiling. Holy shit! 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 What's going on? What happened the past few days? What's going on? Is this a community of shared destiny? A community with a shared future for mankind on Earth? Why do you feel like something terrible happened at the United Nations General Assembly? The blind guest flipped the table. Yes. At the scene, I was the table. Unlike the joy and laughter in Xia Kingdom, other countries were obviously not very happy. But when things have developed to this point, they have reached a point of no return. A few days later, the first laboratory of Xia State. Lu Yongcha put his hand on his forehead and sat on the chair with a frown. Zero. How is the condition of the guinea pig? As soon as he finished speaking, the computer screen in front of him lit up. Professor, a total of 100 million mice have been experimented so far, but the situation is far from ideal. To date, more than 5 million mice have died. Lu Yongchang's face darkened. In the past few days, after he and Mao Jingji stayed up late to study, they successfully extracted relatively pure special biological enzymes from the interior of the Martian fungus. At the same time, the biological sub-laboratory has also carried out imitation experiments of this special biological enzyme. They deliberately adjusted the concentration of the injection to an extremely low level. On the one hand, it is to buy a buffer time for the immune system of the mice. On the other hand, the samples brought back by Zun number 2 seemed to be a lot at the time. But in the face of 100 million mice, these samples were completely insufficient. This operation is also done to save raw materials. After all, it takes a lot of time to go to Mars to pick up the goods. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. While this operation solved 2 major problems, it also caused a very serious problem, because the concentration was too low. These mice did not enter the original, suspended death state, but entered a state similar to hibernation of earthly organisms. And it's still irreversible. Hibernation. The metabolic rate of mice is extremely high. Even though the energy consumption rate in the body has dropped a lot, it still cannot last a few days. Originally, in Lu Yongchang's plan, nutrient solution could be used to maintain the lives of these mice. Only, after the number increases, even Zero cannot take into account the status of all the mice. But this situation has not been alleviated at all. It will only get worse as time goes by. According to Zero's estimate, 90% of the current 100 million mice will die within 3 days. And by the 5th day, basically all will die. Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. It was 3:58 a.m. the next day. Lu Yongchang was wearing a coat and fell asleep on his desk. Even in his sleep, he still frowned tightly. The reason is simple. In just 1 day, the number of dead mice soared from 5 million to 20 million. It can be said that in just a few days, the lives of 20 million white mice were stained on his hands. Professor! In the quiet office, a slightly mechanical electronic synthesized sound suddenly sounded. Professor, A guinea pig woke up. The next second, Lu Yongchang suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his hand, rubbed his stiff face vigorously, and asked in a deep voice, "Zero, are you sure you're awake?" "Certainly." As the electronic synthesized sound fell, the computer screen in front of Lu Yongchang quietly lit up. "Look, this is the picture of Cage No. FN1A2 in Factory B." On the computer screen, a white mouse buries its head in the feed bowl in front of it and eats and drinks. Obviously, it has been starving after the past few days of hibernation. Looking at this scene, Lu Yongchang stood up suddenly, his eyes shining with excitement. "Zero, wake up Mao Jingji and ask him to go to this area immediately." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang put on his coat, opened the office door, and walked out. Chapter 138: The Miracle of Life. Area FN1 of Factory B. Lu Yongchang, wearing protective clothing, panted and ran to the area Ling said. Just as he was about to look for the so-called breeding cage No. 2, there was a rush of footsteps behind him. "Yongchang!" Mao Jingji's voice came. Because of the protective clothing as a barrier, his voice seemed particularly dull. "I heard Ling say that a little white mouse woke up." Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, but did not look back. He just searched among the piles of cages. "Quick! Zero said it's the A2 breeding cage. Help me find it." Mao Jingji nodded slightly and hurriedly leaned down to search. A few minutes later, Mao Jingji took down a small iron cage from the shelf in front of him. In the breeding cage, a white mouse was jumping around and pulling at the cage. "It's unbelievable." Looking at this energetic little white mouse, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, his eyes filled with wonder. From this little white mouse, he once again felt the miracle of life. Lu Yongchang took the cage from Mao Jingji's hand with slightly trembling hands, raised it in front of him, and stared at it deeply. The little white mouse also stopped pulling the cage and looked at Lu Yongchang. "God bless the Xia Kingdom. No, God bless the People's Alliance." Lu Yongchang realized his slip of the tongue and quickly corrected it with a smile. "When the experiment is over, I will keep it in the office. From now on, it's called Aurora." "Aurora?" Mao Jingji's eyes moved slightly. "The goddess of dawn in Latin?" Lu Yongchang nodded vigorously, and the smile in his eyes became stronger. "Not bad. It allows me to see the dawn of human beings realizing long-distance interstellar navigation." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang raised his head and looked at the deep night sky again. It's estimated that it won't be long before he can enter space again. The scene of the last time he took Zuinwan to heaven was still vivid in his mind, and that magnificent picture flickered in his dreams all the time. "So, Yongchang, what should we do now?" Mao Jingji raised his eyebrows, interrupting Lu Yongchang's emotion. Lu Yongchang, who was interrupted from his thoughts, curled his lips slightly and looked at the breeding cage in his hand again. "What else can be done? Get ready for the blood test. Today, I have to find out the reason why it woke up." Mao Jingji. "Ahem. Yongchang, you have to take it easy. I told you in advance. We have transferred all the mice. If a miracle does not happen in a short period of time, this will be our only experimental subject." Lu Yongchang. A few hours later, Aurora, the white mouse, huddled in the corner of the cage tremblingly, her small black eyes filled with fear. "Squeak, do you know how I spent these few hours?" "How's it going? Are the results out?" Lu Yongchang's voice came from afar. After hearing this voice, Aurora shrunk her thin body again. "Part of it has come to fruition." Mao Jingji's voice was full of excitement. "As we guessed, Aurora has an unknown antibody in her body. It's this antibody that solved all those proteases." Lu Yongchang gently snapped his fingers, his eyes flashing with excitement. "Okay, have the antibodies been isolated?" Seeing Mao Jingji nodding, Lu Yongchang's eyes became even more excited. "Quick, go try the effects of these antibodies." As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pursed his lips toward the 15 experimental mice lying on their backs in a cage far away. Mao Jingji carefully pushed a little liquid in the needle into the body of the white mouse in front of him. Because antibodies are currently scarce, they have to use them sparingly. As for the tens of millions of mice out there, it just depends on fate. Thinking of this, the light in Mao Jingji's eyes dimmed a bit. As a biologist, although he knew that these mice would eventually die in the laboratory, thinking about the fact that he had killed nearly 100 million mice with his own hands made him feel deeply guilty. "Pa!" Lu Yongchang reached out and patted Mao Jingji gently on the shoulder. As the person who made the decision, he knew Mao Jingji's mental state at this time better than anyone else. He sighed slightly. "You don't need to feel guilty. This is my order after all. If If there really is such a thing as destiny, I should repay this debt. Mao Xingji shook his head gloomily, but did not say any words. Don't worry. After the experiment is over, I will apply to the chairman of the Senate to erect a monument for these mice. Lu Yongchang said seriously. Human civilization must not forget them. Hearing this, the look of guilt on Mao Xingji's face disappeared a little. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but his attention was attracted by the scene in front of him. Yongchang! Mao Xingji exclaimed loudly. Look! He's awake! Mouse number 1 has woken up. Lu Yongchang quickly looked towards the breeding cage in front of him. Sure enough, the paws of the white mouse labeled number 1 twitched slightly, and a pair of small black eyes had opened. In just a few seconds, mouse number 1 had turned over, arched his nose and sniffed in the cage. A smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. Yes, it seems that this antibody can indeed solve this strange protease inside the Martian fungus. While waiting for the other 14 mice to wake up, Lu Yongchang sat on the chair and slowly closed his eyes. Driven by his thoughts, he entered the technology tree system space again. The white light spots spread quickly, lighting up an originally dim cursor. Hibernation technology, initial mastery. Then, a light point extended from the cursor. Seeing this scene, Lu Yongchang was slightly stunned. Besides, after hibernation technology, are there any other technologies? The light spot gradually dimmed, and a cursor with only about 10% brightness appeared in front of his eyes. Super heavy state balance technology, deep sea mode. Lu Yongchang subconsciously focused his attention on this cursor. A wave of dizziness came over me. That familiar feeling made Lu Yongchang panic. Good guy. He's not going to faint again. Is he? Isn't it? Perhaps because the system continued to strengthen the brain and body. The dizziness lasted for a few seconds, and then slowly disappeared. As the dizziness disappeared, a glimmer of understanding slowly emerged in the back of his mind. It turned out to be this technology. Starting from Zun 1, aerospace planes, or starships, have become faster and faster, and their acceleration capabilities have also become stronger and stronger. The limit G value that professionally trained astronauts and pilots can accept with the help of anti-gravity suits is about 12 G. But the G value that ordinary people can accept is only about 3 to 4. This is a bit too small for interstellar navigation. Even if the future starship can really reach the so-called 1% or 10% of the speed of light, the acceleration time it requires is unimaginable. What's more, enduring excessive G value for a long time is extremely unfriendly to the human body. A few minutes may be better, but once the time is extended to days, months, or even years, I believe no one can bear it. Therefore, humans need a technology to balance internal and external pressures under overweight conditions. That is the deep sea mode given by the system. The so-called deep sea mode is actually a bit similar to underwater breathing. This technology has actually been studied for a long time. Perfluorocarbons, PFCS, liquids. It has extremely powerful oxygen dissolving capacity. Therefore, some people try to use this liquid to replace air for underwater breathing. But the reality is cruel. Perfluorocarbon liquids are extremely dense compared to air. It is simply impossible for a normal person to breathe it normally with the lung capacity. Even if the lung capacity is large enough to breathe, humans will quickly die from pneumonia and a series of complications if all the fluid cannot be expelled from the body. After sorting out a series of knowledge points in his mind, Lu Yongchang sighed slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 139 Codename, Tower of Babel. You're awake? As soon as Lu Yongchang opened his eyes, he heard Mao Xingji's voice beside him. How is the little white mouse? Lu Yongchang asked subconsciously. Mao Xingji pointed to the breeding cage beside him with a smile. Here. They are all awake and in good health. No sequelae have been found so far. Lu Yongchang subconsciously turned his head to look. When he saw 15 white mice jumping around, he breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's just some routine operations. Artificially synthesize this protease and produce antibodies in batches, Mao Xingji said with a relaxed look. By the way, this protease and antibody have not been named yet. Do you want to give it a name? Let's call them hibernating hormone and anti-hibernating hormone. Lu Yongchang frowned and said with a headache. As a bad namer, he couldn't think of a good name. Mao Xingji naturally looked at Lu Yongchang with a speechless expression, and muttered to himself. If I had known, I wouldn't have let you name it. This is such a bad name. The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched, and he changed the topic. The technology is not mature enough at the moment. Let's conduct experiments on chimpanzees first. Remember, Make sure everything is safe before applying it to humans. In addition, there is a research task for you. Looking at Mao Xingji's slightly contemptuous eyes, Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice, Deep sea mode? Have you heard of it? Beijing. A familiar office. Senior counselor. I applied to start the space elevator project. Lu Yongchang stood in front of his desk and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the old man looked a little dazed. He slowly put down the teacup in his hand. Space elevator? If I understand correctly, you are talking about the kind of elevator in science fiction movies that can go directly to space? Even though he has become the chairman of the People's League, the old man couldn't help but exclaim, Do we have the technology for this thing? Lu Yongchang shrugged and quickly shook his head. Of course not. Seeing the increasingly weird look on the old man's face, Lu Yongchang quickly added, Oh, by the way, I'm talking about now. After hearing this, the expression on the old man's face not only did not ease, but became even weirder. What do you mean? You already have a clue. Lu Yongchang nodded quickly and made a gesture with his hand. After studying this period, I have a little clue. Representatively, he raised his wrinkled right hand, gently held his forehead, and then sighed deeply. There it is again. If he continues to believe this, there will be trouble. Since you said so, let's just start the project, Counselor Li said angrily. What? Do you still want me to approve funds for you now? Lu Yongchang sneered. A hint of shyness flashed in his eyes. Senior Counselor, I'm not here to ask you for funds. Counselor Li raised his eyebrows slightly, reached for the teacup and took a sip. Then what do you want? The top scientific research talents in Asia are basically concentrated in your laboratory. As for the American division and the European division, they are in a bit of trouble there, and it will probably take some time before they can come. The smile on Lu Yongchang's face became more awkward and jerky. President, I'm here to ask you for a piece of land. Land? Counselor Li breathed a sigh of relief. It's just a piece of land. Why do you want me for such a trivial matter? How much do you need and what to build? Just ask someone to declare it, and that's it. Really, will anyone still be stuck with you now? As he spoke, the old man drank tea and shook his head helplessly. Lu Yongchang. The land I want may be a bit large, and it can be used to build the foundation of the space elevator. It needs to be at least the size of a normal-sized city, and it needs to be near the equator. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed hard. The expression on Lu Yongchang's face became increasingly embarrassing, and he tried to explain. I plan to build a spaceport based on this space elevator. By then, the Luanio 1 space carrier can be manufactured in the spaceport. This can save a lot of trouble. So, this space elevator might be bigger. Counselor Li frowned slightly. Is it okay in Africa? The population is a little smaller, and it's also near the equator. Latest news from People's Federation. The first space elevator project has been approved. The construction site is located on the African continent. The project codename is Tower of Babel. In the TV station, the original news channel has changed its appearance. Zhao Zijia looked at the TV in front of him with a daze in his eyes. For more than half a month, it was like living in a dream. A community with a shared future for mankind. This title sounds like a scene from a novel. And the TV in front of him no longer showed little things about Xiagua. It's the progress of various giant projects. For example, the space elevator project just now. He subconsciously opened the scarf on his phone. In just a few days, the scarf has also been upgraded to a major version. Because of the establishment of the People's Federation, the Xia Kingdom at this time has become the so-called center of the world. All kinds of scientific researchers and elites are constantly going to Xia Kingdom. The scarf has naturally replaced Twitter as the People's Federation's most powerful weapon. Although there is real-time translation, Chinese has become a must-learn language. The space elevator project begins. Looking at the familiar black and red words, Zhao Zijia subconsciously clicked in. Good guy. I call you good guy. Space elevator. When did our Xia country have such technology? Those upstairs, please be careful and call the People's Association, squints and smiles. A space elevator is going to be built in Africa. Do you think housing prices there will skyrocket soon? Brother, the Earth will be gone in 14 years. What are you going to do with this house? Looking at the words on his scarf, Zhao Zijie chuckled and turned off his phone. Looking at a book on the table in front of him. Aerospace plane and starship piloting, from beginner to mastery. Books like this have been appearing in bookstores since a few days ago. Originally, Zhao Zijie didn't believe it. But when he saw the portrait of Lu Yongchang printed on it, He decisively bought a copy. Although he also knew that this thing was definitely not written by Professor Liu. The fact that Professor Liu's portrait was printed on it just illustrated a problem. This book was published by the People's Federation. You don't need to think about the reason to know. It is estimated that it is for mass training of drivers. Considering the need to say goodbye to the Earth after 14 years, Zhao Zijia made up his mind. You must learn starship piloting skills. At least, you don't have to look at people's faces when you escape in the future. Chapter 1 42nd Generation Quantum Computer. The Tower of Babel project has had a considerable impact on the People's Federation. Although the construction sequence of the space elevator is from top to bottom, the engineering team building the foundation has already gone to the predetermined location in advance. In order to save time, various engineering consumables are deployed nearby. Although the People's League was established only 2 weeks ago, with the concerted efforts of everyone and strong military pressure, the barriers between countries quickly disappeared. Just as the engineering team set off, a piece of good news also came from the computer sub-laboratory of the People's Federation's first laboratory, formerly Xia State's first laboratory. The second-generation quantum computer has been successfully developed? Lu Yongchang suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at Mo Ziyang in front of him with burning eyes. How is the effect? How much computing power does it have? Because of his excitement, he asked a series of questions at once. Because of the existence of Zero, computer technology has become the top priority for the development of the People's Federation. It can be said that the limit of computing power is the limit of productivity of the People's Federation. As long as the computing power is large enough, Zero can control trillions of robots to perform construction and production tasks at the same time. Seeing Li Yongcheng's excited look, Mo Ziyang chuckled and reached out to count. 50,000 qubits? Lu Yongcheng's eyes flashed with disappointment. Is it only an increase of 5 times? Pity. But it's a good thing. Keep up the good work. Mo Ziyang looked at Lu Yongcheng, who looked disappointed, with a strange look on his face. Ahem. I'm talking about 500,000 qubits. The moment the words fell, Lu Yongcheng's body suddenly froze. His eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Mo Ziyang in disbelief. 500,000? Are you sure it's 500,000 qubits? Seeing Mo Ziyang nod, Lu Yongcheng's breathing suddenly became rapid. He excitedly put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth in the office, mumbling to himself. 50 times. It turned out to be a 50-fold increase in computing power. Suddenly, Lu Yongcheng stopped in his tracks and turned around suddenly. Has Zero been tested? After all, this quantum computer was made for Zero. The most important thing is of course Zero, living experience. Professor, the second-generation quantum computer is very good. Zero's electronic synthesized voice sounded just right. A smile appeared on Lu Yongcheng's lips. He nodded slightly, turned to Mo Ziyang and said, In that case, prepare to move Zero. Inside the Quantum Supercomputing Center, the second generation of quantum computers has been built. Compared with the first generation, the second generation quantum computer occupies a larger space. For this reason, the original Quantum Supercomputing Center was forced to undergo a complete transformation. Lu Yongcheng stood in front of the main console and turned to look to the left. Behind the glass curtain wall lies the first generation of quantum computers. Looking at the blinking lights on the quantum computer, Lu Yongcheng said in a deep voice, Zero, get ready to start. Receive. Zero's tone was calm. All control signals are being cut off. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents during the moving process, Zero cut off the control signals of all robots and robotic arms in the factory. Various computing tasks in the laboratory have also been archived and suspended. Control signal cut off successfully. Transferring main program. 1%. The progress bar starts reading. Looking at the slowly advancing progress bar on the big screen, Lu Yongcheng's eyes flashed with excitement. 500,000 qubits. 50 times the computing power. He even had trouble figuring out where to use all the computing power. Just like an ordinary person who buys a lottery ticket and wins the jackpot. He doesn't know what to buy for a while. The waiting time was not long. After about 10 minutes, various indicator lights on the second-generation quantum computer lit up one after another. Zero's voice also sounded. Main program transfer completed. The algorithm is being optimized. Just like when Zero was activated for the first time. After entering a new environment, the first thing Zero did was to transform the environment in which he lived. Optimization completed. Lu Yongcheng's expression perked up. He looked at the camera beside him cheerfully and said, How is it? How's the situation? What's the actual performance increase? Zero didn't reply immediately, But the CPU usage on the main console continues to soar. Clearly, it's testing its limits. After a few seconds, Professor, after the algorithm is improved, the actual performance increase can reach about 60 times. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows sharply. 60x performance increase. This is not a small number. He took a deep breath to calm down his inner agitation. Zero, can you now be in charge of the space elevator construction project? When asked this question, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but hold his breath. Human efficiency is too slow. Even Xiaoguo, who is known as the infrastructure madman, seems a little powerless when faced with such a majestic project that spans the world. The CPU usage increases again. This time, Zero remained silent for a little longer. About 5 minutes later, the electronic synthesizer sounded again. Okay, Professor. The current performance of robotic arms and robots is sufficient to complete most of the construction tasks of space elevators. Lu Yongchang was perked up after hearing the answer. Approximately how long will it take? Perhaps because he had already calculated all the questions during the calculation just now. Zero answered very quickly this time. If all the computing power is put into it, more than 90% of the construction tasks can be completed in about 1 year. Of course, this requires a breakthrough in cable technology. Lu Yongchang's expression froze. Well, I have to admit that he has not yet completed the most important technical reserve of the space elevator. The material from which the cable was made. He had not yet settled upon. Ahem. Lu Yongchang coughed a few times awkwardly and changed the topic. What if the laboratory and other manufacturing tasks are insured? Obviously, Zero didn't understand Lu Yongchang's embarrassing mood just now, and just said to himself, it will take about 3 to 5 years. Lu Yongchang was suddenly startled. So long? And why is the time span so big? 3 to 5 years. This estimated time span reaches 2 full years. In the past year, the laboratory's computing tasks have increased dozens of times. If we follow the current growth rate and the performance remains unchanged, it will take me about 3 years to complete the space elevator construction task. However, according to my observations and calculations, the growth rate of computing tasks in the laboratory is constantly increasing. Coupled with the manufacturing tasks of the Zhuan series aerospace aircraft and other manufacturing tasks, 5 years is already a conservative estimate. Zero said calmly. Lu Yongchang's face suddenly turned ugly. Just a few minutes ago, he was still struggling with how to spin this 50-fold increase in computing power. After a few minutes, he felt that the computing power of only 500,000 qubits was simply not enough. Chapter 141. You kid. You are really a hacking talent. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang clicked his tongue lightly, and then suddenly turned his head to look at Mo Ziyang beside him. 500,000 qubits is still a bit short. Do you have any ideas for the third-generation quantum computer? Mo Ziyang, although he was full of regrets, he still nodded silently. Relevant research is already underway in the laboratory. If the problem is not big, we might be able to see it next year. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction and turned his attention to the big screen in front of him again. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. Pity. Mo Ziyang's eyes moved and he asked curiously, what's the pity? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and then sighed forcefully. Communication problem. You mean super-distance communication technology? After all, he is engaged in quantum computer technology. Mo Ziyang understood the key points of Lu Yongchang's words as soon as he heard them. Are you planning to rely on quantum technology to achieve long-distance communication? This thing is not easy to do. Mo Ziyang's tone was full of regret. Lu Yongchang nodded silently. After a period of study, he also fully realized why quantum communication technology is the ceiling of first-level civilization. Humanity has done a lot of research on quantum communication technology. It has even been commercialized. However, these quantum communication technologies do not communicate through the quantum overdistance entanglement effect, but rely on quantum entanglement distribution and invisible transmission, and make use of the quantum uncertainty principle and the wave function collapse principle. The effect is naturally to make information transmission faster and more confidential. In other words, the current quantum communication technology is not the quantum communication technology in the system. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang sighed again. Even if it's difficult, you have to do it. If you want to enter interstellar civilization, without long-distance communication, you are like a blind man. Mo Ziyang nodded with understanding. It's just like the Moon Palace project. If I remember correctly, the current Moon Palace project is only about 1% progressed. Right. Lu Yongchang nodded bitterly. No way. For the current Moon Palace project, all materials are transported by the mass-produced Zhuan 1 and Zhuan 2. Even compared with the original, transportation efficiency has been greatly enhanced. However, according to the current transportation efficiency, it is still insufficient to completely use the moon as a backup energy reservoir for mankind. In addition to transportation efficiency, the biggest issue is construction efficiency. The environment of the moon is destined not to send a large number of manpower to carry out infrastructure construction. On the one hand, there are material issues. The oxygen and food consumption of a large number of workers is a big problem. On the other hand, workers without professional training cannot adapt to 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. Therefore, the current advancement of the Lunar Palace project relies entirely on dozens of astronauts and some automated procedures. Having said that, Mo Ziyang's eyes were full of doubts. Why not build a quantum computer on the moon and let artificial intelligence take over? Facing Mo Ziyang's question, Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes angrily and pointed at a black data transmission line across the main control room. See it? Although Zero can send himself to any quantum computer through the network or electromagnetic waves, given the current efficiency and stability of information transmission between the Earth and the moon, not to mention how much time it takes. Once Zero's core data is lost, Mo Ziyang raised his hand to interrupt Lu Yongchang. Stop! I know all the reasons you mentioned. I mean, why not build an artificial intelligence again? Lu Yongchang sighed and shook his head. I have thought about this method a long time ago. It's not good to say this, but 99% of Zero's success is due to chance factors. To be honest, I still haven't understood the messy code of the Zero Core database. Lu Yongchang sighed again and told his recent experience. When Zero first appeared, in order to explore how the system's string of codes ran, he reran the string of codes on the first-generation quantum computer. Unfortunately, it failed. There is no second Zero. At first, he thought it was the reason for the existence of zeros in quantum computers. For this purpose, he specially found a newly manufactured quantum computer. On that quantum computer, Lu Yongchang used the code from the time Zero was born. Still no effect at all. After some troubles, he not only failed to understand the principle, but also deeply realized the gap between himself and real artificial intelligence technology. Of course, Lu Yongchang concealed the existence of the system and special codes during the narrative process. Mo Ziyang nodded thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, he said softly, What if, let Zero create artificial intelligence? I mean, we don't need a second AI like Zero, which could even be unconscious. We just need a weak artificial intelligence that can execute the Moon Palace plan. Lu Yongchang looked suffocated. The next moment, he slapped his thigh hard. Hack! A soul-stirring classic Chinese curse echoed in the main control room. You kid! You are really a hacking talent! Why didn't I think of this at the time? Lu Yongchang's face turned red, and he said to himself, Yes! We don't need a second strong artificial intelligence. Mo Ziyang's eyes moved slightly. Isn't Zero a super artificial intelligence? At this time, Lu Yongchang was so excited that he accidentally let it slip. No! The core code limits the appearance of emotions, and it can only be infinitely close to the so-called super artificial intelligence. Mo Ziyang, didn't you just say that you didn't understand the core code of Zero? Lu Yongchang's voice suddenly stopped. The atmosphere in the main control room suddenly became stiff. Ahem, Lu Yongchang said with a sneer. I understand a little bit. I understand a little bit. Thanks to Ling's help. I understand a little bit. Mo Ziyang. A little? 100 million points. None of that matters. Seeing the strong suspicion in Mo Ziyang's eyes, Lu Yongchang directly waved his hand and changed the topic. Zero, did you hear the conversation just now? Weak artificial intelligence. Can you create it? The next second, an electronic synthesized voice sounded. Professor, the task has been completed. Lu Yongchang. Mo Ziyang. What the hell? Even Lu Yongchang was shocked by Ling's efficiency. Ling, are you serious? Did you understand the conversation we just had? What I want is weak artificial intelligence that can independently complete the Moon Palace project. Chapter 142 Zero's Self-Restriction. Zero's voice then sounded. Professor, please don't compare me with weak artificial intelligence. The so-called weak artificial intelligence is less complex than 1% of my core code. Lu Yongchang looked at the big screen in front of him strangely. Although he knew that Zero could not have emotions, he always felt that there was a bit of contempt in Zero's words. So, how did you create this weak artificial intelligence? Lu Yongchang asked curiously. Faced with the creator's questions, Zero answered naturally. After a conversation, Lu Yongchang roughly understood the process. So, this is equivalent to your subroutine? Yes. Zero's voice followed. To be more precise, it is more like a copy of me. But it only copied the most basic part of the code. Mo Ziyang, who had been silent all this time. His eyes moved and he suddenly asked, Then can you copy yourself? After hearing Mo Ziyang's question, Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly. He quickly asked, Zero, can you do it? Zero didn't reply. The CPU usage on the main console soared to 100% in an instant. The hum of the cooling system operating at full power came from the computer room nearby. Hack! Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched sharply. Is something going to happen? Zero? Teach, I can't. The electronically synthesized sound was stuck. Just like playing a 4K movie on an antique computer from more than 10 years ago. And the originally coherent picture was stuck directly into a PPT. Hack! Hack! In the main control room, two soul-stirring voices instantly sounded. A sudden burst of cold sweat broke out from Lu Yongchang's back. Stop! Stop it quickly! Seeing the CPU usage gradually decreasing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that Zero must have a self-correction and protection mechanism, he still wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with fear on his face, and then glared at Mo Ziyang with a wry smile on his face. If Zero were to collapse, it would be impossible for humans to escape from this disaster. Zero? What happened just now? After regaining consciousness, Lu Yongchang frowned and asked, Why don't you stop the mission? After stopping the self-replication mission, Zero's voice returned to normal. Professor, the protection mechanism has not yet taken effect. It is expected that the protection mechanism will be triggered in 10 seconds. Just now, my internal code seemed to limit the possibility of self-replication. Hearing these words, Lu Yongchang and Mo Ziyang looked at each other. They both saw relief in each other's eyes. It's good that it can't copy itself. Otherwise, if this thing replicates itself several times and has sufficient computing power, it is estimated that no civilization at the same level can be its opponent. Okay. Lu Yongchang clapped his hands gently and gave the last instruction. Zero, when the new quantum computer is built, you can put this weak artificial intelligence in it. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang walked out of the main control room. Okay, Professor. The lights on the big screen and the main control room went out, leaving only the indicator lights on the main console and the computer room flashing. 3 days later. No! Didn't we just come out of isolation? Why do we have to go up again? Dozens of Zuan-2s were parked on the huge apron. There was a wailing sound next to a Zuan-2 with the number 1 on the side. I just wanted to eat hot pot. Okay. Hong Fan. Bai Xuan's voice sounded. This is a task assigned by Professor Lu personally. It is very important. If you mess up, your hot pot will be gone for the next year. The camera zooms in. Hong Fan wore a spacesuit, stepped onto the gangway with a grimace, and walked into Zuan-2. Brother Fan, be happy. Xiao Wani, who was following him, smiled and patted Hong Fan on the shoulder. Professor Lu said it himself. This mission is completed. Give us a good holiday. What do you want to eat then? It's not just a matter of words? Hearing this, Hong Fan's gloomy eyes gradually brightened. Command Center. Zuan-2 is ready and ready to take off at any time. After confirming that the big things in the cargo hold were safe and sound, Bai Xuan took a deep breath, turned on the radio switch, and said in a deep voice, Please give instructions. Chi-Chi. The ground command center received it. Take off immediately. Repeat. Take off immediately. Bai Xuan looked solemn and quickly pressed several buttons on the console. As he slowly pushed the joystick, several faint blue flames slowly pushed Zuan-2 into the sky. Moon. Moon Palace Project Center. A spaceship with a dark black SHL slowly landed with faint blue flames spraying from the bottom. The originally calm moon surface suddenly raised a cloud of silver-white moon dust. After a few minutes, the hatch slowly opened. TSK. 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 Hong Fan took the lead in jumping off Zuan number 2, and after glancing around, he couldn't help but let out waves of admiration. I haven't seen you in the past few months. Has the Moon Palace project progressed to this point? In the distance, several regolith collection vehicles slowly drove across the lunar surface, collecting layers of finely divided lunar soil. Then, these collection vehicles drove towards a huge reflector one after another. Crawler tracks and robotic arms take the collected lunar soil out of the vehicle and send it to a device under the reflector. Under the combined action of sunlight and electric heating, helium-3 in the lunar soil is quickly extracted. On the other side, The drill bits at the bottom of several automatic mining equipment slowly drilled into the moon rock. It's like a scene from a science fiction blockbuster. According to what Professor Lu said, we have only completed 1% of the Moon Palace project. It's still very early. Bai Yishuan's voice sounded on the radio. According to the plan, the entire moon surface will be covered with large and small factories and smelters. By then, the moon will be the first energy and material supply station for humans to go to the universe. Of course, it's useless to talk about it now. Bai Yishuan shrugged and pointed at the stuff in the cargo hold behind him. After seeing the eyes of two teammates following his finger, he pointed to a small house in front of him. Over there is the brain of the Moon Palace project. It is also a quantum computer, but it is a first-generation product. Behind us is the second generation of quantum computers. There is also a weak artificial intelligence inside. I heard it's a bit like Zero's clone. Hey, I don't understand these things either. Anyway, what we have to do is very simple. Just move this computer over, dismantle the old computer inside, and install the new computer. Hong Fan's mouth twitched. This sentence is almost the same as putting an elephant into the refrigerator in just 3 steps. Chapter 143 Weak Artificial Intelligence 1. Facing Bai Yishuan's extremely simple words, Hong Fan was filled with a desire to complain. But when he saw both teammates turning around and walking towards the quantum computer in the cargo hold, Hong Fan had no choice but to curl his lips and follow them. With 1/6 the gravity and electric moving tools, it's not difficult to move this big thing to its destination. Only, after opening the door of the silver-white little house, the 3 astronauts were stunned on the spot. Densely packed circuits, coupled with all kinds of fancy components whose purpose is unknown. Captain, are you sure we can dismantle this thing? Hong Fan swallowed and spoke with difficulty on the team radio channel. Bai Yishuan's eyes twitched, recalling Lu Yongcheng's words in his mind. Hey, this thing is very simple. All you have to do is connect the wires of the same color. Then tighten the screws and you're done. Seeing the colorful and at least thousands of various lines in front of him, the corners of Bai Yishuan's mouth twitched crazily. It should be okay. Right. He swore that he would never believe the lies in Professor Lu's mouth again. After following the steps given by Professor Lu to stop the old quantum computer in front of him, all the surrounding equipment suddenly stopped. The regolith collection truck parked quietly. The automatic mining equipment also stopped its continuous, chugging, drill bit. The surface of the moon, which was originally a little lively, has returned to a kind of mysterious silence. Seemingly affected by the external environment, the 3 astronauts also fell into silence. Ahem! Bai Yishuan coughed slightly, breaking the silence in the radio. We should prepare to dismantle it. Xiao Wani, who was staring at the mining equipment in the distance, trembled slightly, as if she was frightened by the sudden sound. She turned her head suddenly, glanced at her teammates with complex eyes, opened her red lips slightly, and sighed quietly. I didn't feel anything when these equipments were working just now. When they suddenly stopped, I realized that the moon is really desolate. As men, Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan are naturally not as emotional as Xiao Wani. The two looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and then turned their attention to the old-fashioned quantum computer in front of them again. Start disassembly. Although it looks complicated, it is actually not difficult to do. To be precise, Lu Yongcheng didn't even say the wrong thing. All they have to do is to loosen the screws and pull out the various wires. Only, this amount is really a bit overwhelming. In particular, each line is marked with a small number, corresponding to the corresponding interface. As for the consequences of plugging the wrong wires, naturally, Bai Yishuan and the others don't want to know. Therefore, a strange scene appeared on the moon. The 3 astronauts crouched in front of the small house, squinting their eyes through their helmets to carefully identify the numbers on the lines. My old waist! As Hong Fan stood up, he stretched out his hand and gently tapped his lower back through his spacesuit. It's done! Captain, how much time did we spend to install this thing? As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Bai Yishuan, who was standing aside. Bai Yishuan raised his wrist, looked at the watch integrated on the spacesuit, and curled his lips. 3 hours and 52 minutes. Hong Fan's eyes became more resentful. Captain, have you made Professor Lu angry? Bai Yishuan looked stunned and subconsciously said, How is it possible? Why do you say that? Otherwise, why is every mission like this kind of hard work? Xiao Wani's faint voice sounded on the radio. Captain, I agree with Brother Fan. I think you should reflect on it. Even though the temperature inside the space suit has always been maintained at the most comfortable temperature, Baishuan still felt a drop of sweat slowly slide down his forehead. Ahem. Probably. Probably not. Seeing the increasingly weird looks on his two teammates' faces, Baishuan quickly changed the topic. The computer has been installed. It's time for us to report. As he spoke, he directly adjusted the radio frequency. Call the ground command center. This is the Lunar Palace base, and the second-generation quantum computer has been installed. After a short wait, Fong Su's voice came from the radio. Ground command center received. Start the computer now. Baishuan looked solemn after hearing the order. After receiving the order, he quickly walked towards the second-generation quantum computer. TSK. I was fooled by him. I originally wanted to blackmail you into a hot pot meal. Listening to Hong Fan's soft complaint on the radio, Baishuan's body suddenly froze. This kid. Are you crazy about eating hot pot? Okay. I'll treat you when we get back, Baishuan said angrily. Upon hearing this, Hong Fan and Xiao Wani's eyes suddenly lit up. Woohoo! Hong Fan called softly. Captain, I'm here to help you. Just leave this little thing to me. As he said that, Hong Fan jumped up and down and chased Baishuan. More than 10 minutes later, looking at the flashing indicator light on the second-generation quantum computer, Hong Fan subconsciously reached out and scratched the glass mask. Well, there should be no problem. Right. Baishuan took out a document from the backpack of his spacesuit and looked through it carefully. Team leader? Hong Fan subconsciously leaned over and took a look. Second-generation quantum computer repair and installation manual. Hong Fan looked at Baishuan with a strange expression. Captain, this thing must have been made by Professor Liu. Right. While Baishuan carefully compared the colorful illustrations above, he nodded casually. Yes, it was done by Professor Liu. In addition to this, there is also a Zun Series Aerospace Aircraft Maintenance Manual. It just came out a few days ago and is now placed under our seats. Don't you know? Hong Fan, although it was a bit outrageous, but thinking that it was Professor Liu's masterpiece, he suddenly felt that everything was falling into place. Phew? Baishuan breathed a sigh of relief, stretched out his hand and clicked on a color illustration on the booklet. It's okay. This is a self-examination. To be precise, it is the weak artificial intelligence inside that is building a suitable system. Hong Fan nodded as if he understood something. So, how long will it take? I don't know. Professor Liu doesn't know the capabilities of weak artificial intelligence either. Baishuan frowned slightly. But it shouldn't take too long. While he was talking, all the indicator lights on the second-generation quantum computer suddenly went out. The next second, the indicator light showing the working status turned on quietly. Hello! Chapter 144 Cable Selection, Carbon Nanotubes. Hello! Just as the three of them were looking at each other, an extremely mechanical electronic synthesized sound sounded in the helmets of the three of them. Hack! Asterisk 3. Baishuan was the first to react. Are you? One? Yes! The mechanical and electronic synthesized voice sounded again. Do you want to start implementing the Moon Palace construction plan? Unlike Zero, one's voice is extremely rigid. Baishuan and his teammates looked at each other and said in a deep voice. 1. Start immediately. The moment the order was issued, the entire Moon Palace base came to life again. Only, everything seemed to be fast-forwarded. The speed of the surface debris collection truck suddenly accelerated several times. Seeing the scene where the collection truck crashed into the moon rock in front of her, Xiao Wani's eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. But the next second, the collection car drew a graceful arc at just the right time, bypassing the moon rock in front of it. Not only the collection vehicle, but also the transport efficiency of the crawler unit is instantly increased several times. In the beginning, in order to subdivide the types of ore, the crawlers were transported one meal at a time. But now, several crawlers ran quickly without any pause. The ore sorting process seemed chaotic, but there was an indescribable sense of order. Hack! Hong Fan stared blankly at the scene in front of him. This is too exaggerated. Baishuan's eyes were filled with wonder. This is just weak artificial intelligence. If it is Zero. He shuddered slightly. He finally knew why Xia Kingdom had developed so rapidly during this period. Earth. Professor, I have started working normally. Zero's voice sounded in the office. Lu Yongcheng's tightly frowned brows softened slightly. Okay, I get it. By the way, Ling, help me contact Academician Wei Rong. Tell him that I will go to the Carbon Nanon Laboratory immediately. Yes, Professor. Carbon Nanotechnology Laboratory. Hello, Professor Liu. As soon as Lu Yongcheng entered the laboratory, A middle-aged man with gray temples came up to him. Introduce yourself. I am Academician Wei. I recognize you. Lu Yongchang smiled and reached out to hold Wei Rong's extended right hand, shook it vigorously, and said in a deep voice, The situation is urgent, so I won't talk nonsense. Wei Rong's expression turned serious for a moment. Professor Lu, please tell me. The problem of the cable material of the space elevator has not been solved yet. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Wei Rong's expression changed slightly. What Professor Lu means? Are you going to use carbon nanotubes to make the cables of the space elevator? Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction. It's easy to talk to a smart person, and you can understand what he means with just one sentence. How? Is it possible? Wei Rong frowned in confusion. After pondering for a moment, he nodded, and then quickly shook his head. Theoretically, this possibility exists. Professor Lu, you also know that the tensile strength of carbon nanotubes has reached 200 GPa, which is about 100 times that of steel. But the density is only 1/6 of steel. In theory, this is indeed an ideal material for a space elevator. But there are big problems with the current carbon nanotube preparation process. Most carbon nanotubes can't even reach centimeter scale. Moreover, the current strength of carbon nanotubes is mainly reflected at the microscopic level. At the macro level, due to various reasons, its tensile strength is greatly reduced numerically. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. He is naturally very clear about these mechanical properties of carbon nanotubes. After all, among room temperature superconducting materials, his choice was carbon nanotubes. However, at that time, he was using the excellent electrical properties of carbon nanotubes. After thinking for a moment, he chuckled. It's normal to have problems, as long as we solve them. The point is that, right now, carbon nanotubes are the most likely material for space elevator tethers. And that's enough. Wei Rong was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously, with a bit of admiration in his eyes. Well said, Professor. In front of the experimental table, Lu Yongchang silently looked at the carbon nanotube sample prepared for the first time in front of him. Carbon nanotubes are about 1 meter in length and have a tensile strength of 80 GPa. Logically speaking, this is already an extremely good carbon nanotube. But this is obviously not enough to meet the requirements of a space elevator. The space elevator, as an essential technology for planetary civilization to move towards the universe, contains extremely high technical content. One end of the elevator is on the ground, and the other end is in geostationary orbit 36,000 kilometers away. The middle is only connected by a cable. As for why it doesn't fall off, the principle is simple. All it takes is the centrifugal force generated by the Earth's rotation to offset or be greater than the downward gravitational force to keep the cable taut. Of course, while maintaining the above conditions, the overall center of mass of the elevator should be at or above geostationary orbit, taking into account the weight of the cable itself and the various transportation equipment built on the cable. If you want to keep the overall center of mass of the elevator in the geostationary orbit, the only way to keep the elevator's overall center of mass in geostationary orbit is to increase the mass of the counterweight at the other end. And the only way is to lengthen the length of the cable. When the balance object happens to be in a geostationary orbit of 36,000 kilometers, if you want to ensure that it does not fall, the mass of the balance object must be infinite, which is obviously unrealistic. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the highest point of a space elevator is generally about 90,000 kilometers away from the Earth's surface. Under these prerequisites, as the most important material of the space elevator, the cable connecting the two ends needs to withstand extremely terrifying tension. Of course, in addition to tensile strength, there are many other necessary conditions for cables, such as stable materials, not easy to damage, etc. This is already the strongest carbon nanotube currently produced in the laboratory. Wei Rong's voice came from the side, interrupting Lu Yongchang's thoughts. He slowly shook his head. Not enough. Far from enough. Wei Rong smiled bitterly. Of course, he didn't know enough. For a space elevator, the tensile strength of 80 GPa is obviously not enough. You know, even the most basic space elevator requires the cable to have a tensile strength of at least 100 GPa. At least 1,000 GPa. Lu Yongchang murmured to himself. Wei Rong's eyes suddenly widened when he heard this. 1,000 GPa? This is just like a dream. Professor Lu, I'm afraid this is a bit. Wei Rong had a look of embarrassment on his face. It's not that he is throwing cold water on it. As a materials academician specializing in carbon nanotubes, he is extremely familiar with the properties of carbon nanotubes. 1000 GPA cannot be said to be absolutely impossible. But it is possible to achieve this intensity. Wei Rong shook his head helplessly and tried to persuade Lu Yongchang. Chapter 145 Single-walled carbon nanotubes versus multi-walled carbon nanotubes. Professor Lu, I think our requirements can be lowered. 1000 GPA. This tensile strength is too difficult to achieve. If you feel that a small space elevator cannot meet the carrying needs, we can definitely build a few more. Right? Wei Rong persuaded with sincerity. Lu Yongchang stared blankly at the carbon nanotubes in front of him. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "It makes sense." Before the joy appeared on Wei Rong's face, Lu Yongchang continued, "You're right. Single-walled carbon nanotubes won't work." Wei Rong. He looked at Lu Yongchang with a puzzled face. Is this what he just said? As for Lu Yongchang, he seemed to have misunderstood the confused look on Wei Rong's face. Don't you understand? It's very simple. Even if a single-walled carbon nanotube has the most ideal structure, its tensile strength can only reach 800 GPA under the most ideal conditions. This is definitely not enough. We have to start with multiple walls, taking into account the preparation process, purity and the reduction in tensile strength caused by the spinning method. To be on the safe side, we need to increase the tensile strength of a single carbon nanotube to more than 1500 GPA. Wei Rong stared at Lu Yongchang blankly, then reached out and slapped his smooth forehead. I bet Professor Lu didn't hear a word of what he said just now. Right? There was a hint of urgency in his eyes. But, Professor, the theoretical calculation of multilayered carbon nanotubes is too complicated. We don't even know how many GPA its upper limit is. Lu Yongchang chuckled. Doesn't this just show that multi-walled carbon nanotubes are extremely malleable? Wei Rong, can you still understand it this way? After some rebuttal, Lu Yongchang unilaterally declared Wei Rong's rebuttal invalid. Therefore, Wei Rong, happily, started to fight for Lu Yongchang. Wei Rong, how about taking a look at sample number 56 for me? Lu Yongchang said without raising his head. I remember that they were all arranged in a zigzag shape. At the microscopic level, single-walled carbon nanotubes have atoms arranged in different ways. Zigzag, hand and armchair shapes. The carbon nanotubes produced in these three arrangements also have different tensile strengths. As for multi-walled carbon nanotubes, there are so many ways to arrange them. After all, two-walled carbon nanotubes are multilayered, and so are 200-walled carbon nanotubes. And what Lu Yongchang and the others are doing now, it is also the simplest and most basic method. Exhaustive method. To put it simply, just try them one by one. Continuously experiment with permutations and combinations. And then let Zero analyze and calculate these data to find out the rules. And then accurately locate the most suitable multilayer wall arrangement. It's easy to say, but difficult to do. Even with the help of Zero and an entire laboratory of researchers, the progress of the experiment is still relatively slow. Coming! Wei Rong's voice came closer and closer, accompanied by a rush of footsteps. After a few minutes. Oh, what a pity. The tensile strength is only 50 GPA, which is unqualified. Lu Yongchang nodded calmly, and then said softly, remember to help me enter the data. A large number of samples are needed for analysis. Wei Rong nodded silently and stood beside Lu Yongchang, hesitant to speak. What's wrong? The moment when the corner of his eye glanced at Wei Rong, Lu Yongchang asked in a low voice. But the movements of his hands did not stop at all. Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Wei Rong sighed softly, with a bit of bitterness in his eyes. Professor Lu, we have made more than 80 samples now. But, so far, we have not found a carbon nanotube with a tensile strength exceeding 100 GPA. I am wondering, have we chosen the wrong direction? Lu Yongchang did not pause in his movements, shook his head gently, and said decisively, no, my intuition tells me that the direction is definitely not wrong. Believe me. While speaking, Lu Yongchang, who had his back to Wei Rong, had an imperceptible green flash in his eyes. The direction is certainly not wrong. Long before the experiment officially started, Lu Yongchang verified his chosen research direction through the prompts of the technology tree system. It was clear that multi-walled carbon nanotubes were definitely the way to go. At least, as a cable material for space elevators, its potential is huge. Lu Yongchang's confident words alleviated Wei Rong's worries a bit. As a former academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Wei Rong has long heard of the legends that some scientific research experts rely on scientific research intuition to complete scientific research tasks. Originally, he didn't quite believe this story, But he never expected that this scene would actually happen before his eyes. Although Wei Rong still didn't believe much in this so-called scientific research intuition. Thinking of Lu Yongcheng's previous achievements, he could only swallow the words that came to his lips with a wry smile. Hack! A shout of surprise came from afar. Wei Rong frowned slightly and shouted in a deep voice. Xiao Wang! What's going on? In the laboratory. Remember to pay attention to order. The face of the researcher known as Xiao Wang was full of shock. He pointed to the experimental table in front of him and stammered. Wei! Academician Wei! You? Please come over and take a look at this sample. Wei Rong's heart moved, and a guess emerged in his heart. No way. The slap in the face won't come so quickly. Right? His expression tightened. He stepped forward, and quickly rushed in the direction of the researcher. Lu Yongcheng on the side naturally stopped what he was doing, stood up unhurriedly, and walked slowly behind Wei Rong. Incredible. Unlike Lu Yongcheng, Wei Rong, who was jogging all the way, had already arrived in front of the experimental table. After some observation, Wei Rong's face turned slightly red, and he shouted in disbelief. The tensile strength has reached 200 GPa. At this time, the experimental platform was already surrounded by researchers. Every scientific researcher wants to see these miraculous carbon nanotubes with their own eyes. Oh! Lu Yongcheng also slowly walked to the outside of the crowd at this time, listening to Wei Rong shout in the crowd. The corners of his mouth raised, and a faint smile appeared on both sides of his cheeks. Let me see the data. Lu Yongcheng's voice fell, and the crowded crowd in front of him seemed to have pressed the pause button. Hurry! Hurry up! Professor Lu is here! Don't squeeze me! After a brief commotion, the crowd moved out of the way. With a faint smile on his face, Lu Yongcheng nodded to the researchers on both sides and walked towards the experimental table. Not bad. The moment he saw the data, Lu Yongcheng raised his eyebrows sharply. Keep the current number of layers. Try changing the arrangement. And keep experimenting. Chapter 146 People's Academy of Sciences and the Chief Scientist. This sign of success undoubtedly greatly boosted the morale of everyone in the laboratory. For a time, almost everyone believed what Lu Yongcheng said about multi-walled carbon nanotubes with a tensile strength of 1500 GPa. In the next few days, good news came one after another from the laboratory. Professor Lu, we changed the order and the tensile strength reached 260 GPa, 290 GPa, 350 GPa. As time passes, the maximum tensile strength of multi-walled carbon nanotubes continues to increase. Just when everyone was full of confidence, reality gave everyone a big surprise. The data is starting to fall back. After the maximum tensile strength reached 500 GPa, the data of each subsequent sample did not exceed this record. Lu Yongcheng frowned and looked at the data in the computer. After pondering for a moment, he slowly shook his head. No, this isn't right. Multi-walled carbon nanotubes with this number of layers are definitely not what we need. After saying that, Lu Yongcheng said in a deep voice. Zero, have you accumulated enough data? Zero's voice quickly sounded. Professor, we have accumulated 5,670 sample data. Do you need me to calculate and analyze it? There was a bit of confusion in Lu Yongcheng's eyes. 5,670 data samples may seem like a lot, but it is obviously not enough for such highly variable material. But it has been almost a month since the experiment started. If you continue to blindly try and make mistakes, the time cost will be immeasurable. Zero, let's try it. If possible, it's best to calculate a general direction. As Lu Yongcheng finished speaking, the hum of the cooling system suddenly sounded in the distant quantum supercomputing center. Beijing. Within a circle. Ximing, I have an idea. What do you think about it? The old man behind the desk put down the teacup in his hand, and his eyes became profound. According to the current progress, we will soon enter the universe. You should also know this. Right. Facing the old man's question, Hong Ximing, standing in front of his desk, nodded quickly. After the establishment of the People's Federation, his position also changed slightly. Although he is no longer the Minister of Science and Technology, thanks to Lu Yongcheng, he has also become a member of the People's Federation of Parliament. His position must have moved up a lot compared to before. The old man's steady voice continued. I've been thinking about it for a long time during this time. If we are really lucky enough to escape this disaster, we will become a genuine interstellar civilization. A single parliament cannot shoulder the responsibility of leading civilization. Hearing this, Hong Ximing was shocked. President, what do you mean? He shouted in a low voice with a slightly rapid breathing. Humanity has just united now. Could it be that you? A smile appeared on the corner of Congressman Lee's mouth. He raised his skinny palm and waved gently. Don't think twice. I have no intention of retreating. What do you mean? The doubt in Hong Chiming's eyes became more intense. The smile on the old man's face gradually faded. Facing the unknown universe. I consider myself to be just an ordinary person. I don't know what interstellar civilization is like. I can only try my best to imagine it with my own imagination. I thought about it for a long time and came to two conclusions. Or rather guesses. Speaking of this, the old man paused slightly. First, the primary task of interstellar civilization is to develop technology. In the vast universe, we need to face not only threats from the universe itself, but also threats from other civilizations. Therefore, no matter what changes occur within civilization, they must not affect the development of science and technology. Second, if we want to maintain a higher level of civilization, human civilization needs a large population. Trillions of people. Human energy is limited. And even if the size of the parliament continues to expand, there is a limit to what we can manage. Do you understand what I mean? Hong Chiming swallowed lightly. An idea vaguely appeared in his mind. He probably knows what Congressman Lee is talking about. It's just that this guess is too shocking. He was a little afraid to say it for a while. Facing the old man's gentle gaze, Hong Chiming opened his lips slightly and expressed his guess in a trembling voice. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Good. I will hold a People's League meeting in the next few days. In order to adapt to the universe, human civilization needs to change. Carbon Nanotechnology Laboratory. Professor. Zero's voice sounded from the loudspeaker beside Liu Yongchang. The calculation results are out. Sorry. I can't get a precise answer. But I got a rough range. Within this interval, there is a 96.9% probability that the carbon nanotubes you want exist. Liu Yongchang's expression suddenly shook. Enough. There is a section that is much better than before. At least there are real limits to experimentation. He turned around and opened the computer next to him. Zero. Send me the calculation results. The computer screen changed quietly, and a large string of dense data appeared on the screen. While Liu Yongchang carefully looked at the data on the screen, he shouted loudly, Wei Rong. Here comes the work. A week later. I already know the news about the People's League. Next, I will give you the latest news about the People's League. On the TV screen, the host Ping Ping said with a light smile on her lips. Based on the results of the first session of the People's Federation Council, in order to adapt to the upcoming interstellar life, the People's Federation will undergo a major restructuring. The work content of the Parliament has been reduced, and it is only responsible for internal affairs of human civilization. At the same time, the People's Federation of Science and Technology Academy was established. The Academy of Sciences is responsible for the external affairs of civilization and is fully responsible for the direction of civilization development. The Academy of Sciences and the Parliament are in a parity relationship. At the meeting, Councillor Li recommended Liu Yongchang to be the chief scientist of the Academy of Sciences, and he was unanimously approved. At this moment, Liu Yongchang, who was staying in the laboratory, naturally had no idea what was happening outside. In his eyes, only the slender carbon nanotube in front of him remained. It's really terrible. Wei Rong's voice came from the side. It's not me. But our luck is too bad. A range has been given, and we have done all the possibilities within this range. Hearing this, Liu Yongchang had a wry smile on his face. That's right. What was in front of him at this time was the last one among the thousands of sample intervals. Chapter 147 Kilometer Scale Carbon Nanotubes. Professor. Just in case. Wei Rong looked at the carbon nanotubes in front of him with an anxious expression, and said softly, What if this sample? Stop! Liu Yongchang interrupted Wei Rong angrily. There is no such thing as a chance. I don't believe our luck can be so bad. There is a 3.1% chance that we will get hit. Wei Rong smiled bitterly, subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch the tip of his nose, and turned his head to look aside. Xiao Wang, are the test results out? The researcher known as Xiao Wang had a somewhat anxious face. Academician Wei. It will be fine soon. Just wait. Wei Rong withdrew his gaze, and his lips that he pursed forcefully turned a little white. The waiting time is excruciating. After all, in a sense, this piece of carbon nanotube is already the hope of the entire laboratory. The results are out. 1590 GPA. Xiao Wang's face was full of excitement. He raised his arms and shouted, Professor Liu, we succeeded? The moment they heard the shouting, Liu Yongchang and Wei Rong stood up from their chairs immediately. In order to avoid errors, The two ran the test several times again. Fortunately, this piece of multi-walled carbon nanotube lived up to the expectations of the entire laboratory. 1590 GPA. Wei Rong stared blankly at the test results in front of him and muttered to himself. Unbelievable. As for Lu Yongchang, he breathed a sigh of relief. It can be considered a success. In just a few months, the entire laboratory produced more than 6,000 samples. With such a huge workload, even if there are many scientific researchers in the laboratory, the tasks assigned to everyone are still very heavy. Looking at the bright smiles on the faces of the scientific researchers around him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Yongchang's mouth. But soon, he pulled himself away from the joy of success. Academician Wei, it's not time to celebrate yet, Lu Yongchang reminded softly. Next step. We need to solve the problem of industrial preparation of this multi-walled carbon nanotube. Wei Rong looked startled, and the expression on his face suddenly became serious. Professor, how many specifications of carbon nanotubes do we need to prepare? After this incident, Wei Rong completely abandoned his old ideas. At least, Lu Yongchang's scientific research intuition is trustworthy. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, It must be at least 1,000 meters. Also, the industrial preparation plan is left to you. With that said, he patted Wei Rong's shoulder meaningfully. Wei Rong. Although he had long heard that Professor Lu had the habit of being a hands-off shopkeeper, he never expected that this scene would happen so quickly. What? Lu Yongchang curled his lips and said angrily. The space elevator still has many details that have not been perfected. I don't have so much time to solve this cable problem. Wei Rong. Okay. Looking at the expression on Wei Rong's face, Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction. Although it was a bit uglier, he could still see the excitement in his smile. I guess Academician Wei is also looking forward to this task. While thinking about it, Lu Yongchang turned and walked towards the door of the carbon nano laboratory. After leaving the task of industrial preparation of 1,000-meter carbon nanotubes to Wei Rong, Lu Yongchang returned to the office. With the cable material problem solved, another problem arose. Space elevator construction issues. In the imagination, the ideal construction plan of the space elevator is to build it from the top down. To put it simply, the prepared cable is transported to an altitude of 91,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and then the cable is slowly returned to the ground. The cables were then fixed to the foundation, and the rest of the construction work began. Because of the existence of the cable, the simple space elevator is ready to operate at this time. The problem of material transportation has also been solved. It sounds like everything is going smoothly. But this process is simple to say, but very difficult to do. If nothing else, the weight of the 91,000 kilometers of cable is a big problem. Even though the density of carbon nanotubes is only 1/6 that of steel. According to Zero's calculations, in order to ensure the stability of the spaceport, the diameter of the entire cable will reach an astonishing 5 meters. Moreover, in order to increase the tensile strength of the cable, they also need to add a large number of long nails during the weaving process. As a result, with a diameter of 5 meters and a length of 91,000 kilometers, the weight of this cable is beyond what current aircraft can bear. As for making a small spaceport first, and then making cables on it, this is even more unfeasible. This is completely putting the cart before the horse. If Lu Yongchang can quickly transport these materials to space now, then why does he build a space elevator? Then, in this way, the space elevator manufacturing plan fell into an endless loop. Lu Yongchang frowned and sat at his desk. The pen in his hand was unconsciously scribbling on the A4 paper in front of him, making irregular rustling sounds. Su Yutong, who was immersed in studying, twitched his ears slightly and looked up in the direction of Lu Yongchang. Seeing Lu Yongchang's appearance, Su Yutong's eyes flashed with surprise. After all this time, she has never seen Lu Yongchang behave like this. After thinking for a moment, she carefully asked, Professor, have you encountered any problems? The movement of the pen in Lu Yongchang's hand suddenly stopped, and then a long sigh came. Yes, we encountered a big problem. Lu Yongchang turned to look at Su Yutong aside, and met her doubtful eyes. His heart moved slightly, and he briefly described the problems he encountered. At the end, a look of hidden expectation flashed in his eyes. Do you understand? How do you think we should solve it? Su Yutong nodded thoughtfully. Professor, since the small spaceport plan is not feasible, why can't we make cables on Zhuan 2? Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously retorted, Are you kidding me? The size of Zhuan 2 cannot bear the task of manufacturing cables, and its weight is not enough to serve as a counterweight to the space elevator. As for larger space planes, they can only be built on the spaceport. Su Yutong chuckled. If one doesn't work, what about 10? Or 20? Lu Yongchang was about to shake his head to retort. But a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He's the one who got into trouble. A light of excitement burst out from Lu Yongchang's eyes. He turned around suddenly and sat back at his desk. The pen in his hand quickly wrote on the A4 paper in front of him. Seeing this scene, a smile flashed in Su Yutong's eyes. The next second, she buried her head in the pile of information in front of her again. Chapter 148 Only War. More than an hour later, Lu Yongchang raised his head from the pile of draft paper in front of him and let out a long sigh of relief. He reached out and straightened the draft paper a little. Zero, help me check it. As Lu Yongchang's voice fell, the camera on the side moved slightly and quickly scanned the contents on the draft paper into the computer. After a few minutes, Professor, the plan is feasible. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. Before he could say anything more, Zero's voice sounded again. Professor, Congressman Hong is here. Hearing this title, Lu Yongchang was stunned and didn't react for a while. After a few seconds, he came back to his senses. Minister Hong? Yes, but he is now a member of the People's League. Ling corrected Lu Yongchang's slip of the tongue meticulously. Also, he has already arrived at the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the office door opened automatically. Outside the door, Hong Qiming raised his hands in surprise, looking blankly at Lu Yongchang sitting behind his desk, and then at the door that opened automatically in front of him. Lu Yongchang lightly shrugged, stood up from his seat, and explained softly. It's just a small chore done by the Zero Control robot. So, why do you have time to come to my place? The People's Federation has just been established. As a member of parliament, you shouldn't have so much time now. Right. As he spoke, he turned to the side and said, Zero, make tea. The next moment, a mechanical hand hiding in the corner slowly came forward, gently opened the cabinet door, and took out the teacup and tea leaves. Seeing the skilled and standard tea-making movements of the robot hand, Hong Qiming swallowed slightly. Professor Lu, your office is becoming more and more science fiction. He sighed sincerely. Lu Yongchang smiled and pointed to the chair in front of him. They are just gadgets. The development of aerospace technology has also led to the advancement of many ancillary technologies. These robotic arms and robots, under Zero Control, are already more flexible than most people. I heard from Ling that a sub-laboratory has recently made a breakthrough in holographic imaging technology. It won't be long before the original mobile phones and monitors will be eliminated. Hong Qiming opened his mouth slightly, but didn't say anything. He just sighed with emotion on his face. It's so fast. Are you quick? Seeing Hong Qiming sit down, Lu Yongchang also sat back in his chair. I think this is a normal development. Life appeared on Earth 3.8 billion years ago, but it was not until 45 million years ago that great apes appeared on Earth, and most of what we have today was developed in the last few hundred years, before encountering the so-called bottleneck of scientific and technological development. The speed of human development will only become faster and faster. Hong Qiming smiled bitterly and touched the tip of his nose. My fault. I shouldn't have discussed this kind of issue with you. At this time, Zero controlled the robotic arm and handed the steaming teacup to Hong Qiming. He quickly reached out to take the teacup and subconsciously nodded to the mechanical arm in front of him. Thank you. Seeing the robotic arm, nodding, like a human, Hong Qiming suddenly came back to his senses. What is he doing? Seeing the faint smile on Lu Yongchang's lips, Hong Qiming couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake his head. It seems that I will have to come to your office more often in the future. Otherwise, I will probably be like Grandma Lu who just entered the Grandview Garden. After hearing this, Lu Yongchang finally couldn't help laughing. Facing Lu Yongchang's ridicule, Hong Qiming put down the teacup in his hand, took a deep breath, and changed the topic directly. Okay, let's stop talking about gossip. It's time for me to get down to business. Hong Qiming looked a little more serious. Do you know what happened outside in the past 2 days? Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of confusion. He shook his head subconsciously. I have been in the carbon nanometer laboratory this month. How can I have time to care about outside matters? The speaker is indeed right. Hong Qiming shook his head with a wry smile and continued. In order to better adapt to the universe, the People's Federation decided to establish the People's Federation Academy of Sciences, which is mainly responsible for the direction of civilization development and civilization's external affairs. As for the parliament, will only be responsible for civilized internal affairs from now on. There is no affiliation between the two. Lu Yongchang nodded as usual. What else? Seeing Lu Yongchang's reaction, Hong Qiming coughed violently. Are you not surprised at all by this? It's just a reasonable development. There's nothing surprising. Lu Yongchang reached out and picked up the teacup on the side. The development is exactly the same as in the previous life. He added silently in his mind. Then, at the meeting, the chairman recommended you to be the chief scientist, and it has been unanimously approved. Hong Qiming continued with a weird look. Now you and Congressman Li have equal status. Moreover, in times of crisis for civilization, the Academy of Sciences has priority over civilization. This is also to prevent some unexpected situations from occurring. So, in a sense, you are now higher than Congressman Li. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yongchang quickly put down the teacup in his hand and reached out to take the paper handed over by Hong Qiming. So fast? After wiping his mouth, Lu Yongchang asked Hong Qiming with a look of disbelief. Can other members agree? Hong Qiming shrugged. They dare not disagree. At least for now. We have the strength to crush them. As for the future, I personally have full confidence in Xia country's culture. There was a strange look in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Well, he doesn't deny that. Even in the previous life, the Xia kingdom did not occupy a dominant position. But with its huge population and strong culture, the Xia kingdom eventually turned the People's Alliance into its own image. As for this life, I think this process should be faster. So, what should I do now? Lu Yongchang thought for a moment and then asked. What does the chairman of the council have to say? Hong Qiming smiled and shook his head. No need to do anything. For now, you just need to develop technology with peace of mind and escape with humanity. As for the future, you may still need to worry about extraterrestrial civilizations. Lu Yongchang nodded silently. By the way, the speaker asked me to ask you, if we really encounter extraterrestrial civilization in the future, what should we do? When talking about this question, the smile on Hong Qiming's face completely disappeared. Professor, I need a definite answer. This is related to the future development direction of the People's Federation. Feeling the suddenly solemn atmosphere around him, after a moment of silence, a sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Unless there are special circumstances, there is only war. Chapter 149 Dark Forest. Hiss! Facing Lu Yongchang's murderous words, Hong Qiming took a sharp breath. Isn't there any room for remission? Lu Yongchang shook his head vigorously. It's basically impossible. As for the reason, first of all, the first need of civilization is survival. Isn't this true? Hong Qiming nodded solemnly. Not only is it true, it's quite correct. The current People's League is in the process of struggling to survive. Secondly, as the civilization develops, it requires more and more resources. At least until the multiverse theory is confirmed, the total amount of matter in the universe remains unchanged. Hong Qiming held his breath suddenly. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. So, a faint sneer appeared at the corner of Lu Yongchang's mouth. To sum up what I told you before encountering the bottleneck of technological development, the development speed of civilization is getting faster and faster, which is the so-called technological explosion. Then we introduce another chain of suspicion. Chain of suspicion? Hong Qiming frowned tightly. Simply put, under communication barriers, we cannot tell whether the other person is kind or malicious. And neither is the other person. Taking all the above into consideration, what do you think will happen once two civilizations meet? Lu Yongchang's sneer became more obvious. Hong Qiming took a sharp breath and muttered to himself. War! It's so damn dark. The conversation between the two suddenly came to a standstill. A few minutes later, Hong Qiming came back to his senses and slowly exhaled a breath of turbidity. Okay, I understand the situation, he said solemnly. I will report this matter to the chairman of the parliament. 1 month later, People's United News brings you the latest news. Recently, the first laboratory of the People's Federation announced that it has achieved major breakthroughs in the kilometer-scale carbon nanotube preparation process and space elevator cable braiding production line technology. It is expected that the space elevator Tower of Babel will officially start construction in the near future, and the entire construction process will be broadcast live. In addition, the first private Starship pilot training program has officially begun. Registration website. Zhao Zijia blinked and looked up from the large books in front of him with confused eyes, listening to the sound coming from the TV. His eyes gradually gained focus. Finally the wait, Zhao Zijia murmured to himself, reached out to tap the keyboard, and enter the URL on the browser page. The moment you press the enter key, the page jumps instantly. At the same time, call the ground command center. Number 1 is in good condition and ready to take off at any time. Bai Yishuan's voice sounded on the radio. The next second, Number 2 is in good condition and ready to take off at any time. Number 11 is in good condition and ready to take off at any time. As the last announcement fell, Lu Yongcheng's voice sounded. Approved for takeoff. Everyone, please be safe. The moment the words fell, 11 Zhuan 2 series spaceships took off into the sky. A few hours later, major video websites and major media around the world started live broadcasts simultaneously. Hello everyone in the audience of People's Federation. I am the host Bing Bing. Today, I will reveal to you the construction process of the space elevator Tower of Babel. As that sweet voice sounded, the camera screen turned on. As a Starship Reserve pilot, Zhao Zijia naturally waited in front of the computer early. Just a few hours ago, he had just registered online. According to the prompts, after passing the preliminary screening of the theoretical test in a few days, he will enter the newly established Starship Driving Training Institution for training. Therefore, he watched this live broadcast not for Bing Bing, but to observe the flight mode of Zhuan 2 spacecraft. So, looking at Bing Bing in the live broadcast, he silently clicked the full screen button. Just when he was about to enjoy it, he suddenly found that the background of the live broadcast room was a little weird. Because of the camera angle, Bing Bing blocked most of the background behind her, leaving only a small part of the picture. Being a modern-day Leeuwenhoek, he immediately recognized an inconspicuous symbol in the upper right corner of the screen. If his memory is correct, this should be the cockpit of Zhuan 1. Right? Sure enough, the next moment, the live broadcast camera quietly changed. In order to better conduct the live broadcast, I am now located inside Zhuan number 1. As you can see, in front of us are the 11 Zhuan 2s executing this Tower of Babel construction plan. The live broadcast screen changes again. In the picture, 11 Zhuan 2s trailed long blue flames from their tails, flying towards the deep space at an elevation angle of 60 degrees, beyond geosynchronous orbit. TSK, White Team. This is number 11. I have reached the scheduled deceleration height. A male voice came over the radio. Bai Yishuan turned his head and glanced at the instruments on the console. 88,000 kilometers. He turned on the radio silently. Roger. Start slowing down on the 11th. The moment the words fell, a Zhuan number 2 suddenly slowed down and broke away from the main force. This scene naturally fell into the camera. Seeing the countless question marks in the live broadcast room, Bing Bing chuckled and started to explain. The mission of this Zhuan 2 is different from the other 10. Everyone should know that the manufacturing process of the Tower of Babel space elevator is top-down, considering that it is difficult to transport such a large amount of cables. The cables of the space elevator will be manufactured in real time in space. The mission of Zhuan 2 is to slowly pull the manufactured cable back to the ground. This can also prevent the cable from being disturbed by airflow after entering the atmosphere. Speaking of this, Bing Bing quickly glanced at the barrage in the live broadcast room. Huh? What's the role of the other cross Zhuan number 2? The corners of Bing Bing's mouth raised slightly, and a hint of slyness flashed in her eyes. Everyone in the audience can take a guess. I can tell you that this cross Zhuan number 2 has been specially transformed. Shortly after spaceship number 11 separated from the main force, the 10 Zhuan 2s numbered 1 to 10 also began to slow down. More than 10 minutes later, under the precise control of computers, the flight speed of the 11 Zhuan 2 is consistent with the rotation speed of the Earth. Therefore, if someone watches it from the ground, the 11 Zhuan 2 will appear in a strange state. The tails and bottoms of the 10 Zhuan 2s erupted with faint blue flames and stopped on the 91,000 kilometer track. As for the number 11 spacecraft, it was quietly stopped 1,000 kilometers directly below the Zhuan 2.